My answer is no sentimentality. Instead, smash the enemy and his accomplices, sick or healthy, in the teeth. War is inexorable, and those who show weakness and permit wavering are the first to suffer defeat. A Gefreiter with the 269th Infantry Division wrote on the 21st of September, "Crowds of civilians are escaping from the siege, and one has to shut one's eyes to avoid seeing the misery. Even at the front, where at the moment there are some sharp exchanges of fire, there are many children and women. As soon as a shell screams ominously near, they run for cover. It seems so comical, and we laugh at it, but it is in fact sad." As the last wounded and defeated stragglers limped back into the city, the authorities tried to exert an iron rule enforced by NKVD troops ready to shoot any deserter or defeatist on the spot. Stalinist paranoia surged, with orders to the NKVD to arrest 29 categories of potential enemy. Spy mania in the city became feverish, spurred on by fantastical rumors, largely because the Soviet authorities revealed so little information. But while a minority of Leningraders secretly hoped that the Stalinist regime might fall, there is no evidence of organized German or Finnish intelligence agents at work. Zhukov gave orders for the guns of the Baltic Fleet at Kronstadt to be deployed, either as floating batteries or to be dismounted and taken up to the Pulkovo Heights outside Leningrad to shoot back at enemy artillery positions. Their fire was directed by General of Artillery Nikolai Voronov from the cupola of St. Isaac's Cathedral. Its great gilded dome, visible from Finland, was soon camouflaged with grey paint. On the 8th of September, the day that the Germans took Schlisselburg, Luftwaffe bombers targeted the food depots in the south of the city. "Columns of thick smoke are rising high," Churkin wrote in his diary, appalled by the implications. "It is the Badaevsky food depots burning. Fire is devouring the 6 months' food supplies for the whole population of Leningrad." The failure to disperse the stores had been a major error. Rations would have to be dramatically reduced. In addition, little had been done to bring in firewood for the winter. But the greatest mistake was the failure to evacuate more civilians. Apart from refugees, fewer than 500,000 Leningraders had been sent east before the Moscow line had been cut by the German advance. In the second half of September, the Germans launched furious attacks with heavy air raids. Soviet pilots in their obsolete aircraft were again reduced to ramming German bombers. But the defenders, largely thanks to their artillery support, managed to beat off the ground attacks. Marine infantry from the Red Banner Baltic Fleet played a key role. They wore their midnight blue sailor hats at a rakish angle, with a forelock emerging at the front as a proud trademark. On the 24th of September, Generalfeldmarschall von Leeb acknowledged that he lacked the strength to break through. This coincided with further pressure from other German commanders to relaunch the advance on Moscow. Hoth's Panzer Group was ordered back to Army Group Center. With both sides on the defensive as winter approached, bringing stronger frosts at night, the fighting had turned to trench warfare. At the end of the month, the bitterly contested front lapsed into sporadic artillery duels. Soviet casualties in the north had been dreadful, with 214,078 irrecoverable losses. This represented between a third and half of all troops deployed. But they would be small in comparison to the mass deaths from starvation to come. Even if Leningrad surrendered, Hitler had no intention of occupying the city, and even less of feeding its inhabitants. He wanted both of them completely erased from the earth. Chapter 13. Rassenkrieg. June to September 1941. German soldiers, who had been horrified by the misery of Polish villages in 1939, expressed even greater disgust on Soviet territory. From the massacres of prisoners by the NKVD to the primitive conditions of collective farms, the Soviet paradise, as Goebbels referred to it with cutting sarcasm, entrenched their prejudices. The Nazi propaganda minister, with his diabolic genius, had perceived that contempt and hatred alone were not enough. The combination of hatred and fear provided the most effective way to inspire a mentality of annihilation. All his epithets, Asiatic, treacherous, Jewish Bolshevik, bestial, subhuman, combined toward this end. Most soldiers were convinced by Hitler's claim that the Jews had started the war. The atavistic and fearful fascination which many, if not most Germans, felt towards the Eastern Slavs had of course been heightened by reports of unbelievable cruelties in the Russian Revolution and Civil War. Nazi propaganda sought to exploit a notion of culture clash between German order on the one hand and Bolshevik chaos, squalor, and atheism on the other. Yet, despite superficial similarities in the Nazi and Soviet regimes, the ideological and cultural divide between the two countries was profound, from the significant to the trivial. During the heat of the summer, German motorcyclists often drove around wearing little more than shorts and goggles. In Belorussia and Ukraine, old women were shocked by their flaunted torsos. They were even more shocked when German soldiers walked around naked in their izbas, or peasant houses, and harassed young women. Although there appear to have been comparatively few cases of outright rape by German soldiers quartered in villages close to the front, many more occurred well behind the lines, especially against young Jewish women. The worst crime was carried out with official approval. Young Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Russian women were rounded up and forced into army brothels. This slavery subjected them to continual rape by off-duty soldiers. If they resisted, they were brutally punished and even shot. Despite the fact that sexual relations with Untermenschen, subhumans, was an offense under Nazi law, the military authorities regarded this system as a pragmatic solution, both for reasons of discipline and for the physical health of their soldiers. The young women could at least be inspected for infectious diseases on a regular basis by Wehrmacht doctors. Yet German soldiers could also feel pity for Soviet women who had been left behind in the retreat and had to cope without men, animals, or machines. One even sees a couple of women pulling a homemade plough while another guides it, wrote a signals corporal in a letter home. A whole crowd of women are repairing the road under the eyes of an Organisation Tod man. It's obligatory to use the knout to instill obedience. There's scarcely a family in which the man is still alive. In 90% of the cases, the answer to the question is always, "Husband dead in war." It is frightful. The Russian loss of men is completely terrible. Many Soviet, especially Ukrainian citizens, had not expected the horrors of a German occupation. In Ukraine, numerous villages at first welcomed German troops with the traditional gift of bread and salt. After Stalin's enforced collectivization of farms and the terrible famine of 1932-3, which had killed an estimated 3.3 million people, hatred for the communist was widespread. Older, more religious Ukrainians had been encouraged by the black crosses on the German armored vehicles, thinking that they represented a crusade against godless Bolshevism. Officers from the Abwehr sensed that, with the vast areas to be conquered, the Wehrmacht's best strategy would be to recruit a Ukrainian army of 1 million men. Their suggestion was rejected by Hitler, who did not want weapons given to Slav Untermenschen, but his wishes were soon quietly ignored, both by the army and by the SS, both of whom began to recruit. The organization of Ukrainian nationalists, on the other hand, whose members had been helping the Germans just before the invasion, was suppressed. Berlin wanted to crush their hopes for an independent Ukraine. After all the Soviet propaganda claims about its industrial triumphs, Ukrainians and others were bewildered by the quality and variety of German equipment. Vasily Grossman described villagers crowding round a captured Austrian motorcyclist. Everyone admires his long, soft, steel-colored leather coat. Everyone is touching it, shaking their heads. This means, how on earth can we fight people who wear such a coat? Their aircraft must be as good as their leather coats. In letters home, German soldiers complained that there was little worth looting in the Soviet Union, except for food. Ignoring the early gifts, they seized geese and chickens and livestock. They smashed hives to get the honey and paid no heed to the pleas of their victims that they would have nothing left to survive the winter. The Lancer thought wistfully of the campaign in France with its rich pickings. And unlike the French, Red Army soldiers fought on, refusing to acknowledge that they had been defeated. Any German soldier who showed compassion for the suffering of Soviet prisoners was jeered at by his comrades. The vast majority regarded the hundreds of thousands of prisoners as little more than human vermin. Their pitiful condition, filthy as a result of the treatment they received, served only to reinforce the prejudices influenced by the propaganda of the previous 8 years. Victims were thus dehumanized in a form of self-fulfilling prophecy. A soldier guarding a column of Soviet prisoners wrote home that they were eating grass like cattle, and when they passed a field of potatoes, they fell on the ground, digging with their fingers and eating them raw. Despite the fact that the key element in the plan for Barbarossa had been battles of encirclement, German military authorities had deliberately done little to prepare for the mass of prisoners. The more that died from neglect, the fewer there would be to feed. A French prisoner of war described the arrival of a group of Soviet prisoners at a Wehrmacht camp in the General Gouvernement. The Russians arrived in rows, 5 by 5, holding each other by the arms, as none of them could walk by themselves. Walking skeletons was really the only fitting description. The color of their faces was not even yellow, it was green. Almost all squinted, as if they had not strength enough to focus their sight. They fell by rows, 5 men at a time. The Germans rushed on them and beat them with rifle butts and whips. German officers subsequently tried to attribute the treatment of the 3 million prisoners of war they captured by October to the lack of troops to guard them and the shortage of transport to feed them. Yet thousands of Red Army prisoners died on forced marches simply because the Wehrmacht did not want their vehicles or trains to be infected by the foul-smelling mass. No camps had been prepared, so they were herded in their scores of thousands into barbed wire encirclements under open skies. Little food or water was provided. This formed part of the Nazis' hunger plan, designed to kill 30 million Soviet citizens to cure the problem of overpopulation in the occupied territories. Any wounded were left to the care of Red Army doctors, but deprived of medical supplies. When German guards threw totally insufficient quantities of bread over the wire, they amused themselves watching men fight over it. In 1941 alone, more than 2 million Soviet prisoners died from starvation, disease, and exposure. Soviet troops responded in kind, shooting and bayoneting prisoners out of anger, which came from the shock of the invasion and the ruthlessness of German warfare. In any case, the impossibility of feeding and guarding captives in the chaos of retreat meant that few were likely to be spared. Senior commanders were exasperated at the loss of tongues to be interrogated for intelligence purposes. The combination of fear and hatred also played a large part in the cruelty of the war against partisans. Traditional German military doctrine had long fostered a sense of outrage against guerrilla warfare in any form, well before the OKW's instructions to shoot commissars and partisans. Even before Stalin called for insurrection behind German lines in his speech on the 3rd of July 1941, Soviet resistance had begun spontaneously with bypassed groups of Red Army soldiers. Bands began to form in forests and marshes, swelled by civilians fleeing persecution and the destruction of their villages. Using the fieldcraft and camouflage, which came naturally to those who had lived their lives in the countryside and forests, Soviet partisans soon became a far greater threat than the planners of Barbarossa had ever imagined. By the beginning of September 1941, 63 partisan detachments, with a total of nearly 5,000 men and women, were operating behind German lines in Ukraine alone. The NKVD was also planning to insert another 80 groups, while a further 434 detachments were being trained as stay-behind groups. Altogether, over 20,000 partisans were already in place or being prepared. A number included specially trained assassins who could pass themselves off as German officers. Railway lines, rolling stock and locomotives, troop trains, supply trucks, motorcycle couriers, bridges, fuel, ammunition and food depots, landlines, telegraph and airfields, all were targeted. Using parachuted radios, partisan detachments, led by officers mainly from NKVD frontier forces, transmitted intelligence back to Moscow and received instructions. Not surprisingly, the partisan campaign made the idea of colonizing Hitler's Garden of Eden rather less appealing to potential Germans and Volksdeutsch settlers who had been promised farms there. The whole Lebensraum plan in the East required cleansed areas and a completely subservient peasantry. Predictably, Nazi reprisals became increasingly savage. Villages near partisan attacks were burned to the ground. Hostages were executed. Conspicuous punishments included the public hanging of young women and girls accused of aiding the partisans. But the harsher the reaction, the greater the determination to resist. In many cases, Soviet partisan leaders deliberately provoked German reprisals to increase hatred for the invader. It was indeed a time of iron. The life of an individual seemed to have lost all value on both sides, especially in German eyes if the individual was Jewish. There were essentially two parts to the Holocaust, what Wassily Grossman later called the Shoah by bullets and the Shoah by gas, and the process which eventually led to the industrialized murder of the death camps was uneven, to say the least. Until September 1939, the Nazis had hoped to force German, Austrian and Czech Jews to emigrate through maltreatment, humiliation and the expropriation of their property. Once war began, that became increasingly difficult, and the conquest of Poland brought a further 1.7 million Jews under their jurisdiction. In May 1940, during the invasion of France, Himmler had written a paper for Hitler entitled Some Thoughts on the Treatment of Alien Populations in the East. He suggested screening the Polish population so that the racially valuable could be Germanized, while the rest were turned into slave labor. As for the Jews, he wrote, I hope completely to erase the concept of Jews through the possibility of a great emigration to a colony in Africa or elsewhere. At that stage, Himmler considered genocide, the Bolshevik method of physical extermination, to be un-German and impossible. Himmler's idea of shipping European Jews abroad focused on the French island of Madagascar. Adolf Eichmann, still a junior functionary, was thinking of Palestine, a British mandate. Reinhard Heydrich, Himmler's deputy, also argued that the problem of 3.75 million Jews then on German-occupied territory could not be resolved through emigration, so a territorial solution was needed. The problem was that, even if Vichy France agreed, the Madagascar project could not work in the face of British naval superiority. Yet the idea of deporting Jews to a reservation somewhere still remained the preferred option. In March 1941, with the ghettos in Poland overflowing, mass sterilization was considered. Then, with Hitler's plans for Operation Barbarossa, senior Nazis embraced the idea of removing Europe's Jews, as well as 31 million Slavs, to some area deep in the Soviet Union once victory was achieved. This would be when German armies reached the Arkhangelsk-Astrakhan line, and the Luftwaffe could switch to the long-range bombing of any remaining Soviet arms factories and communications centers in the Urals and beyond. For Hans Frank, the regent of the Generalgouvernement, the invasion promised the opportunity to deport all Jews who had been dumped in his territory. Others, including Heydrich, concentrated on more immediate concerns, particularly the pacification of the conquered territories. Hitler's notion of pacification was quite clear. This will happen best, he told Alfred Rosenberg, the Minister for the Eastern Territories, by shooting dead anyone who even looks sideways at us. Soldiers should not be prosecuted for crimes against civilians, unless the needs of discipline absolutely required it. Army commanders, now in Hitler's thrall after the triumph over France, which they had openly doubted, failed to raise any objections. Some of them embraced with enthusiasm the idea of a war of annihilation, Vernichtungskrieg. Any lingering outrage about the murderous actions of the SS in Poland had dissipated. Generalfeldmarschall von Brauchitsch, the commander-in-chief, worked closely with Heydrich on liaison between the army and the SS during Barbarossa. The German army would provision the Einsatzgruppen and would liaise with them through the senior intelligence officer at each army headquarters. Thus, at army command and senior staff level, nobody could plead ignorance about their activities. The Shoah by bullets is usually remembered by the activities of the 3,000 men in the SS Einsatzgruppen. As a result, the massacres carried out by the 11,000 men in 21 battalions of Ordnungspolizei, acting as a second wave well to the rear of the advancing armies, have often been overlooked. Himmler also assembled an SS cavalry brigade and 2 other Waffen-SS brigades to be ready to assist. The commander of the 1st SS Cavalry Regiment was Hermann Fegelein, who in 1944 married Eva Braun's sister, and thus became part of the Führer's entourage. Himmler ordered his SS cavalry to execute all male Jews and drive their women into the swamps of the Pripyat marshes. By mid-August 1941, the cavalry brigade claimed to have killed 200 Russians in combat and to have shot 13,788 civilians, most of whom were Jews, described as plunderers. Each of the 3 army groups in the invasion was to be closely followed by an Einsatzgruppe. A 4th would be added later, down in the south on the Black Sea coast, following the Romanians and the 11th Army. The Einsatzgruppen personnel were recruited from all sections of Himmler's empire, including the Waffen-SS, the Sicherheitsdienst, SD, the Sicherheitspolizei, SIPO, the Kriminalpolizei, Kripo, and the Ordnungspolizei. Each Einsatzgruppe of around 800 men would consist of 2 Sonderkommandos operating closely behind the troops and 2 Einsatzkommandos a little further back. Heydrich instructed the Einsatzgruppen commanders, who came from the intellectual elite of the SS, the majority had doctorates, to encourage local anti-Semitic groups to kill Jews and communists. These activities were described as self-cleansing efforts, but they were not to indicate official German approval or allow these groups to believe that their actions might gain them any form of political independence. The Einsatzgruppen themselves were to execute Communist Party officials, commissars, partisans and saboteurs, and Jews in party and state positions. Presumably Heydrich had also suggested that they could and should go beyond these categories as they saw fit when fulfilling their duties with unprecedented harshness, such as shooting male Jews of military age. But there seems to have been no official indication at this stage of encouraging the murder of Jewish women and children. The killing of Jewish males began as soon as the German armies crossed the Soviet frontier on the 22nd of June. Many of the early massacres were carried out by Lithuanian and Ukrainian anti-Semites, as Heydrich had predicted. In western Ukraine, they killed 24,000 Jews. In Kaunas, 3,800 were slaughtered. Sometimes watched by German soldiers, Jews were rounded up and tormented, with rabbis having their beards pulled or set on fire. Then they were beaten to death to the cheers of the crowd. The Germans fostered the idea that these killings were revenge for the massacres carried out by the NKVD before it retreated. Einsatzgruppen and police battalions also began to round up and shoot Jews in hundreds and even thousands. Their victims had to prepare their own mass graves. Any who did not dig fast enough were shot. They were then forced to undress, partly so that their clothes could be redistributed later, but also in case they had concealed valuable items or money in them. Forced to kneel on the edge of the pit, they were shot in the back of the head so that the body would roll forwards and drop. Other SS and police units considered it tidier to make their first victims lie in a row along the bottom of the great trench and shoot them in situ with submachine guns. Then the next batch would be made to lie down on the bodies, head to toe, and they too would be shot. This was known as the sardine method. In a few cases, Jews were driven into a synagogue, which would be set on fire. Any who tried to escape were shot down. With Himmler's constant visits to provide unspecified encouragement to his men, the process became self-escalating. The original target group of Jews in party and state positions immediately expanded to include all male Jews of military age, then to all male Jews regardless of age. In late June and early July, it was mainly local anti-Semitic groups who killed Jewish women and children. But by the end of July, SS Einsatzgruppen, Himmler's Waffen-SS brigades, and the police battalions were regularly killing women and children too. They were assisted, despite Hitler's instruction against arming Slavs, by some 26 battalions of locally recruited police, most of whom were attracted by the chance of robbing their victims. Ordinary German soldiers and even Luftwaffe personnel also took part in killings, as interrogators from the NKVD 7th Department later found out from German prisoners. A pilot from the 3rd Air Squadron said that he participated in the execution of a group of Jews in one of the villages near Berdichev at the beginning of the war. They were executed as a punishment for handing over a German pilot to the Red Army. A Gefreiter from the 765th Pioneer Battalion, named Traxler, witnessed executions by SS soldiers of Jews near Rovno and Dubno. When one of the soldiers remarked that it was a terrible sight, an Unteroffizier from the same unit, Graf, said, "The Jews are swine, and eliminating them is to show that you are a civilized person." One day, a German transport Gefreiter, accompanied by his company clerk, happened to see men, women and children, with their hands bound together with wire, being driven along the road by SS people. They went to see what was happening. Outside the village, they saw a 150-meter trench about 3 meters deep. Hundreds of Jews had been rounded up. The victims were forced to lie down in the trench in rows, so that an SS man on each side could walk along, shooting them with captured Soviet submachine guns. Then people were again driven forward, and they had to get in and lie on top of the dead. At that moment a young girl, she must have been about 12 years old, cried out in a clear, piteous, shrill voice, "Let me live, I'm still only a child." The child was grabbed, thrown into the ditch, and shot. A few managed to slip away from these massacres. Not surprisingly, they were completely traumatized by what they had experienced. On the northeastern edge of Ukraine, Vasily Grossman encountered one of them. A girl, a Jewish beauty, who has managed to escape from the Germans, has bright, absolutely insane eyes, he wrote in his notebook. Younger officers in the Wehrmacht seem to have assented to the killing of Jewish children more than the older generation, mainly because they believed that otherwise those spared would return to take revenge in the future. In September 1944, a conversation between General der Panzertruppe Heinrich Eberbach and his son in the Kriegsmarine was secretly taped while they were in British captivity. "In my opinion," said General Eberbach, "one can even go so far as to say that the killing of those million Jews, or however many it was necessary in the interests of our people. But to kill the women and children wasn't necessary. That is going too far." His son replied, "Well, if you're going to kill off the Jews, then kill the women and children too, or the children at least. There is no need to do it publicly, but what good does it do me to kill off the old people?" In general, frontline formations did not participate in the massacres, but there were notable exceptions, especially the SS Viking Division in Ukraine and some infantry divisions which took part in killings such as those in Brest-Litovsk. While there can be no doubt of the close cooperation between SS and Army Group headquarters, at the same time senior Army officers tried to distance themselves from what was happening. Orders were issued against members of the Wehrmacht taking part in or witnessing mass killings, yet increasing numbers of off-duty soldiers turned up to watch and photograph the atrocities. Some even volunteered to take over when the executioners wanted a rest. As well as in Lithuania, Latvia, and Belorussia, the mass killings spread across Ukraine, often assisted by local men recruited as auxiliaries. Anti-Semitism had greatly increased during the Great Ukrainian Famine, because Soviet agents had started rumors suggesting that Jews were primarily responsible for the starvation, so as to deflect responsibility away from Stalin's own policies of collectivization and dekulakization. Ukrainian volunteers were also used for guarding Red Army prisoners. "They're willing and comradely," a Grafreiter wrote. "They represent a considerable relief for us." After the massacres in Lvov and other cities, Ukrainians helped by denouncing and rounding up Einsatzgruppe C's victims in Berdichev, which had one of the highest concentrations of Jews. When German forces entered the city, the soldiers were shouting "Jude kaputt" from their trucks and waved their arms, Vasily Grossman discovered much later in the war. More than 20,000 Jews were killed in batches out by the airstrip. They included Grossman's mother, and for the rest of his life he was tormented by guilt that he had not brought her back to Moscow the moment the German invasion began. A Jewish woman called Ida Belozovskaya described the scene when the Germans entered her town near Kiev on the 19th of September. People with fawning, happy, servile faces were standing along both sides of the road, greeting their liberators. On that day I knew already that our life was coming to an end, that our ordeal was beginning. We were all in a mousetrap. Where could one go? There was nowhere to escape. Jews were not just denounced to the German authorities out of anti-Semitism, but also out of fear, as Belozovskaya testified. The Germans would kill any family found sheltering Jews, so even those who were sympathetic and prepared to give food did not dare to take them in. Although the Hungarian army attached to Rundstedt's Army Group South did not take part in mass killings, the Romanians attacking Odessa, a city with a large Jewish population, committed appalling atrocities. Already in the summer of 1941, Romanian troops were said to have killed about 10,000 Jews when seizing back the Soviet-occupied areas of Bessarabia and the Bukovina. Even German officers regarded the conduct of their ally as chaotic and unnecessarily sadistic. In Odessa, the Romanians killed 35,000. The German Sixth Army, commanded by Generalfeldmarschall von Reichenau, the most convinced Nazi among all senior commanders, had the 1st SS Brigade attached to it. An Army Security Division, the Feldgendarmerie, and other military units were also involved in mass killings along the way. On the 27th of September, shortly after the capture of Kiev, Reichenau attended a meeting with the town commandant and SS officers from Sonderkommando 4A. It was agreed that the town commandant should put up posters instructing the Jews to muster for evacuation, bringing with them identity papers, money, valuables, and warm clothing. The Nazis' murderous intentions were unexpectedly helped by a curious byproduct of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Stalinist censorship had stifled any hint of Hitler's virulent anti-Semitism. As a result, when the Jews in Kiev were ordered to report for resettlement, no fewer than 33,771 turned up as instructed. The Sixth Army, which was assisting with transport, had expected no more than 7,000 to appear. It took the SS Sonderkommando 3 days to murder them all in the ravine of Babi Yar outside the city. Ida Belozovskaya, who was married to a Gentile, described the assembly of Jews in Kiev, including members of her own family. On the 28th of September, my husband and his Russian sister went to see my unfortunate ones off on their last journey. It seemed to them, and we all wanted to believe this, that the German barbarians would just send them away somewhere, and for several days people kept moving in big groups to their salvation. There was no time to receive everyone. People were ordered to come back on the following day. The Germans didn't overload themselves with work. And the people kept turning up day after day, until their turn to leave this world finally came. Her Russian husband followed one of the transports to Babi Yar to find out what was happening. That's what he saw through a little crack in the high fence. The people were being separated. Men were told to go to one side, and women and children to the other side. They were naked. They had to leave their things in another place. And then they were mowed down by submachine guns and machine guns. The sound of firing drowned their screams and howling. It has been estimated that more than 1.5 million Soviet Jews escaped the killing squads. But the concentration of most of the Soviet Union's Jews in the western parts, especially in cities and large towns, made the work of the Einsatzgruppen much easier. The Einsatzgruppen commanders were also pleasantly surprised by how cooperative and often eager to help their army counterparts proved to be. By the end of 1942, the total number of Jews killed by SS Einsatzgruppen, Ordnungspolizei, anti-partisan units, and the German army itself is estimated to have exceeded 1.35 million people. The Shoah by gas also had a haphazard development. As early as 1935, Hitler had indicated that once war came, he would introduce a program of euthanasia. The criminally insane, the feeble-minded, the incapacitated, and children with birth defects all were included in the Nazi category of life unworthy of life. The first case of euthanasia was carried out on the 25th of July, 1939, by Hitler's personal physician, Dr. Karl Brandt, whom the Führer had asked to set up an advisory committee. Less than 2 weeks before the invasion of Poland, the Ministry of the Interior ordered hospitals to report back on every case of deformed newborns. The reporting process was extended to adults at about the same time. The first mental patients to be killed, however, were in Poland 3 weeks after the invasion. They were shot in a nearby forest. Massacres of other asylum inmates rapidly followed. Over 20,000 were killed in this way. German patients from Pomerania were then shot. 2 of the hospitals, thus emptied, were turned into barracks for the Waffen-SS. By late November, gas chambers using carbon monoxide were in operation, and Himmler observed one of these killings in December. Early in 1940, experiments had been tried using sealed trucks as mobile gas chambers. This was regarded as a success because it reduced the complications of transporting patients. The organizer was promised 10 Reichsmark a head. Directed from Berlin, the system was extended within the Reich under the name T4. Parents were persuaded that their handicapped children, some of whom simply had learning difficulties, could be better cared for at another institution. They were then told that the child had died of pneumonia. Some 70,000 German adults and children were murdered in gas chambers by August 1941. This figure also included German Jews who had been hospitalized for a significant time. The vast numbers of victims and the unconvincing death certificates had failed to keep the euthanasia program secret. Hitler ordered it to be halted that August after churchmen, led by Bishop Clemens August Graf von Gehlen, had denounced it. But a covert version continued afterwards, killing another 20,000 by the end of the war. Personnel involved in the euthanasia program were recruited for the death camps of eastern Poland in 1942. As several historians have emphasized, the Nazis' euthanasia program provided not just the blueprint for the final solution, but also the foundation of their ideal of a racially and genetically pure society. Because of Hitler's avoidance of confiding controversial decisions to paper, historians have interpreted the evasive and often euphemistic language of subsidiary documents in different ways when trying to assess the exact moment at which the decision was made to launch the final solution. This has proved an impossible task, especially since the movement towards genocide consisted of unrecorded encouragement from the top, as well as an uncoordinated series of steps and experiments carried out on the spot by different killing groups. In a curious way, it happened to mirror the Auftragstaktik of the army, whereby a general instruction was translated into action by the commander on the ground. Some historians argue, plausibly, that the basic decision to go for outright genocide took place in July or August 1941, when a quick victory still seemed to be within the Wehrmacht's grasp. Others think that it did not take place until the autumn, when the German advance in the Soviet Union slowed perceptibly and a territorial solution looked increasingly impracticable. Some put it even later, suggesting the second week of December, when the German army was halted outside Moscow and Hitler declared war on the United States. The fact that each different Einsatzgruppe interpreted its mission slightly differently suggests that there was no centrally issued instruction. Only from the month of August did total genocide become standard, with Jewish women and children also killed en masse. Also on the 15th of August, Himmler witnessed for the first time an execution of 100 Jews near Minsk, a spectacle organized at his request by Einsatzgruppe B. Himmler could not bear to look. Afterwards, Obergruppenführer Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski underlined the point that on that occasion only 100 had been shot. "Look at the eyes of the men in this commando," Bach-Zelewski said to him. "How deeply shaken they are. These men are finished for the rest of their lives. What kind of followers are we training here? Either neurotics or savages." Bach-Zelewski himself, suffering from nightmares and stomach pains, was later taken to hospital to be treated on Himmler's orders by the head physician of the SS. Himmler made a speech afterwards to the men, justifying their action, and indicated that Hitler had issued an order for the liquidation of all Jews in the Eastern Territories. He compared their work to the elimination of bedbugs and rats. That afternoon he discussed with Arthur Neber, the Einsatzgruppe commander, and Bach-Zelewski alternatives to shooting. Neber suggested an experiment with explosives, which Himmler approved. This proved a crude, messy, and embarrassing failure. The next stage was the gas van, using carbon monoxide from the exhaust. Himmler wanted to find a method which was more humane for the executioners. Concerned for their spiritual welfare, he urged commanders to organize social events in the evenings with sing-songs. Most of the killers, however, preferred to seek oblivion in the bottle. An intensification of the slaughter of Jews also coincided with the Wehrmacht's increasingly brutal treatment and outright killing of Soviet prisoners of war. On the 3rd of September, the insecticide Zyklon B, developed by the chemical conglomerate IG Farben, was used at Auschwitz-Birkenau for the first time in a test on Soviet and Polish prisoners. At the same time, Jews from Germany and Western Europe, transported to the Eastern Territories, were being murdered on arrival by police officials who claimed that this was the only way to cope with the numbers foisted on them. Senior officials in the German-occupied Eastern Territories, the Reichskommissariat Ostland, the Baltic states and part of Belorussia, and the Reichskommissariat Ukraine, had no idea what the policy was. This would only be made clear after the Wannsee Conference the following January. Chapter 14. The Grand Alliance. June to December 1941. Churchill was notorious for his incontinent rush of ideas on prosecuting the war. One of his colleagues remarked that the trouble was that he did not know which of them were any good. Yet Churchill was not just a fox, in Isaiah Berlin's definition. He was also a hedgehog, with one big idea right from the start. Britain alone did not stand a chance against Nazi Germany. He knew that he needed to bring the Americans into the war, just as he had predicted to his son Randolph in May 1940. While never wavering over this objective, Churchill wasted no time in forming an alliance with the Bolshevik regime he had always loathed. "I will unsay no word that I have spoken about it," he declared in a broadcast on the 22nd of June 1941, following news of the German invasion of the Soviet Union. But all this fades away before the spectacle which is now unfolding. And he remarked later to his private secretary, John Colville, that if Hitler invaded hell, I would at least make a favourable reference to the devil in the House of Commons. His speech that evening, prepared with the American ambassador, John G. Winant, promised the Soviet Union any technical or economic assistance in our power. It made a fine impression in Britain, in the United States, and in Moscow, even though Stalin and Molotov remained convinced that the British were still hiding the true nature of Rudolf Hess's mission. 2 days later, Churchill instructed Stuart Minges, the head of the Secret Intelligence Service, to send ultra-decrypts to the Kremlin. Minges warned that it would be fatal. The Red Army did not possess effective ciphers, and the Germans would trace the source of the intelligence very quickly. Churchill agreed, but ultra-sourced intelligence was passed on later, suitably disguised. An agreement on military cooperation between the two countries was negotiated soon afterwards, although at this stage the British government did not expect the Red Army to survive the Nazi onslaught. Churchill was encouraged by developments across the Atlantic. On the 7th of July, Roosevelt informed Congress that U.S. forces had landed in Iceland to replace British and Canadian troops. On the 26th of July, the United States and Britain acted together to freeze Japanese assets in retaliation for their occupation of French Indochina. The Japanese wanted air bases from which to attack the Burma Road, along which arms and supplies reached the nationalists' Chinese forces. Roosevelt was keen to support Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist, and a force of mercenary American pilots, known as the Flying Tigers, was recruited in the United States to defend the Burma Road from Mandalay, along which their supplies came. But when the United States and Britain placed an embargo on the sale of oil and other materials to Japan, the stakes were raised much further. The Japanese were now within easy striking distance of Malaya, Thailand, and the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies, which looked increasingly like their next objective. Not surprisingly, Australia also saw itself at risk. No suitor prepared as carefully as Churchill for his first wartime meeting with the American president in early August. Secrecy on both sides was effectively maintained. Churchill and his party, many of whom had no idea where they were headed, embarked on the battleship HMS Prince of Wales. The Prime Minister took with him some grouse, shot before the season opened, to entertain the President, as well as some golden eggs of ultra-decrypts to impress him. He grilled Harry Hopkins, Roosevelt's close friend and adviser, who accompanied them, on everything he could tell him about the American leader. Churchill had no recollection of his first meeting with Roosevelt in 1918, when he had failed to make a good impression on the future president. Roosevelt, with his chiefs of staff, had also gone to some trouble for this meeting. Outwitting the press, he had transferred from the presidential yacht Potomac to the heavy cruiser USS Augusta. Then, with a strong escort of destroyers, they had sailed on the 6th of August to the rendezvous of Placentia Bay off Newfoundland. Warm relations rapidly developed between the two leaders, and a combined church service on the afterdeck of the Prince of Wales, carefully stage-managed by Churchill, produced a deep emotional effect. Yet Roosevelt, although charmed and impressed by the British Prime Minister, remained detached. He had, as one biographer noted, a gift for treating every new acquaintance as if the two had known each other all their lives, a capacity for forging a semblance of intimacy which he exploited ruthlessly. In the interest of amity, divisive questions were avoided, particularly Britain's empire, of which Roosevelt so disapproved. The joint document, known as the Atlantic Charter, which they signed on the 12th of August, promised self-determination to a liberated world, with the implicit exception of the British Empire, and no doubt the Soviet Union. The discussions, over several days, had ranged far and wide, from the danger of Spain joining the Axis camp to the threat from Japan in the Pacific. For Churchill, the most important results included an American agreement to provide convoy escorts west of Iceland, bombers for Britain, and an undertaking to give the Soviet Union massive aid to stay in the war. Yet Roosevelt faced a widespread reluctance within the United States to move towards war with Nazi Germany. During his return from Newfoundland, he heard that the House of Representatives had passed a selective service bill, inaugurating the very first peacetime draft by no more than a single vote. American isolationists refused to acknowledge that the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union was bound to widen the scope of the war far beyond Europe. On the 25th of August, Red Army troops and British forces from Iraq invaded neutral Iran to secure its oil and ensure a supply route from the Persian Gulf to the Caucasus and Kazakhstan. During the summer of 1941, Britain's fears of a Japanese attack on its colonies increased. On Roosevelt's advice, Churchill cancelled an attack planned by the Special Operations Executive, SOE, on a Japanese freighter, the Asaka Maru, loading up in Europe with vital supplies for the Japanese war machine. Britain could not risk a war in the Pacific alone against Japan. Its first priority was to secure its position in North Africa and the Mediterranean. Until the United States entered the war, Churchill and his chiefs of staff could look no further than ensuring their country's survival, creating a bomber force to attack Germany, and helping to keep the Soviet Union fighting the Germans. A bombing offensive against Germany represented one of Stalin's chief expectations of Allied assistance as the Wehrmacht inflicted such devastating losses on the Red Army in the summer of 1941. He also demanded an invasion of northern France at the earliest possible moment to take pressure off the Eastern Front. In a meeting with Sir Stafford Cripps 5 days after the invasion, Molotov tried to force the British ambassador to specify the scale of the aid which Churchill appeared to be offering. But Cripps was in no position to do so. The Soviet foreign minister pressed him further 2 days later, after meetings in London between Lord Beevor, Churchill's Minister of Supply, and the Soviet ambassador Ivan Maisky. It appears that Beevor had discussed the possibility of an invasion of France with Maisky without having consulted the British Chiefs of Staff. From then on, one of the key objectives of Soviet foreign policy was to pin down the British to a firm promise. The Russians suspected, with justification, that British reticence came from a belief that the Soviet Union could not hold out for much longer than 5 or 6 weeks. A more serious failure of imagination on the Soviet side poisoned relations right up until early 1944. Stalin, judging the Allies by himself, expected them to launch a cross-channel operation whatever the losses and difficulties. Churchill's reluctance to commit to an invasion of northwest Europe aroused his suspicion that Britain wanted the Red Army to suffer the brunt of the war. There was, of course, a strong element of truth in this, as well as a strong streak of hypocrisy on the Soviet side, since Stalin himself had hoped that the Western capitalists and the Germans would bleed each other to death in 1940. But the Soviet dictator totally failed to understand the pressures under which democratic governments worked. He wrongly assumed that Churchill and Roosevelt enjoyed absolute power in their own countries. The fact that they had to answer to the House of Commons or Congress, or take account of the press, was in his view a pathetic excuse. He could never accept the idea that Churchill really might be forced to resign if he launched an operation which resulted in disastrous casualties. Even after decades of obsessive reading, Stalin had also failed to understand the basis of Britain's traditional strategy of peripheral warfare mentioned earlier. Britain was not a continental power. It still relied on its maritime strength and on coalitions to maintain a balance of power in Europe. With the notable exception of the First World War, it avoided involvement in a major confrontation on land until the end of a war was in sight. Churchill was determined to follow this pattern, even though both his American and Soviet allies were wedded to the diametrically opposed military doctrine of a massive clash as soon as possible. On the 28th of July, just over 2 weeks after the signature of the Anglo-Soviet agreement, Harry Hopkins reached Moscow on a fact-finding mission at Roosevelt's request. Hopkins had to find out what the Soviet Union needed to continue the war, both immediately and in the longer term. The Soviet leadership took to him immediately. Hopkins questioned the relentlessly pessimistic reports from the U.S. military attaché in Moscow, who believed the Red Army would collapse. He was soon convinced that the Soviet Union would hold out. Roosevelt's decision to aid the Soviet Union was genuinely altruistic as well as munificent. Soviet Lend-Lease took time to get underway, much to the president's exasperation, but its scale and scope would play a major part in the eventual Soviet victory, a fact which most Russian historians are still loath to acknowledge. Apart from high-quality steel, anti-aircraft guns, aircraft, and huge consignments of food, which saved the Soviet Union from famine in the winter of 1942-3, the greatest contribution was to the mobility of the Red Army. Its dramatic advances later in the war were possible thanks only to American jeeps and trucks. In contrast, Churchill's rhetoric of assistance was never matched by results, largely because of Britain's poverty and the urgency of its own immediate needs. Much of the material provided was obsolete or unsuitable. British Army greatcoats were useless in the Russian winter, steel-studded ammunition boots accelerated frostbite, the Matilda tanks were distinctly inferior to the Soviet T-34, and Red Army aviation criticized the second-hand Hurricanes, asking why they had not been sent Spitfires instead. The first important conference between the Western Allies and the Soviet Union began in Moscow at the end of September, after Lord Beevor and Roosevelt's representative, Averell Harriman, reached Arkhangelsk aboard the cruiser HMS Lincoln. Stalin received them in the Kremlin and began to list all the military equipment and vehicles the Soviet Union needed. The country that could produce the most engines would ultimately be the victor, he said. He then suggested to Beevor that Britain should also send troops to help defend Ukraine, an idea which clearly took Churchill's crony aback. Stalin, unable to drop the matter of Hesse, proceeded to quiz Beevor about Hitler's deputy and about what he had said when he reached England. The Soviet leader again caused surprise when he suggested that they should discuss the post-war settlement. Stalin wanted recognition of the 1941 Soviet frontier, which encompassed the Baltic states, eastern Poland, and Bessarabia. Beevor declined to become involved in a subject which struck him as decidedly premature, with German armies less than 100 kilometers from where they were sitting in the Kremlin. Although he did not know it, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army had begun the first phase of Operation Typhoon against Moscow the day before. British diplomats were irritated by Stalin's jibes that their country refused to undertake active military operations against Hitlerite Germany, while British and Commonwealth troops were fighting in North Africa. But in the Soviets' eyes, when faced with 3 German army groups deep in their country, the fighting around Tobruk and the Libyan frontier hardly even qualified as a sideshow. Soon after the German invasion of the Soviet Union, Rommel had begun to plan a new attack on the besieged port of Tobruk, which had become the key to the war in North Africa. He needed it to supply his troops and to eliminate the threat to his rear. Tobruk was now held by the British 70th Division, reinforced with a Polish brigade and a Czech battalion. During the desert summer, with its mirage shimmer of the desert under a blazing sky, a sort of phony war had developed, with little more than the odd skirmish along the wire of the Libyan frontier. British and German reconnaissance patrols chatted to each other by radio, on one occasion complaining when a newly arrived German officer forced his men to open fire after a tacit ceasefire had been arranged. For the infantry on both sides, life was less amusing under such conditions, with just a litre of water a day for drinking and washing. In their trenches they had to cope with scorpions, sand fleas, and the aggressive desert flies, which swarmed over every piece of food and every inch of exposed flesh. Dysentery became a major problem, especially for the Germans. Even the defenders of Tobruk were short of water, as a Stuka attack had wrecked the desalination plant. The town itself was badly battered by shell fire and bombing, and the harbour half full of sunken ships. Only the determination of the Royal Navy kept them supplied. Members of the remaining Australian brigade began bartering war loot for beer as soon as the ship arrived. Rommel had a much greater problem of resupply across the Mediterranean. Between January and late August 1941, the British had managed to sink 52 Axis ships and damage another 38. In September, the submarine HMS Upholder sank 2 large passenger ships carrying reinforcements. Africa Corps veterans began to call the Mediterranean the German swimming pool. The Axis failure to invade Malta in 1940 was now shown to have been a major mistake. The Kriegsmarine especially had been dismayed earlier in the year when Hitler insisted that the airborne forces should be used against Crete rather than Malta because he feared Allied raids against the Ploiești oil fields. Since then, the constant bombing of airfields on Malta and the Grand Harbour of Valletta had not proved an effective substitute for outright capture. British intercepts of Italian naval codes provided rich rewards. On the 9th of November, K-Force, sailing from Malta with the light cruisers HMS Aurora and Penelope and 2 destroyers, struck a Tripoli-bound convoy. Although the convoy was escorted by 2 heavy cruisers and 10 destroyers, the British force dashed in at night using radar. In less than 30 minutes, the 3 Royal Navy warships sank all 7 freighters and a destroyer without suffering any damage. The German Kriegsmarine was livid and threatened to take over control of Italian naval operations. The Africa Corps adopted a similarly patronizing view of its allies. "One has to treat the Italians like children," a lieutenant in the 15th Panzer Division wrote home. "They are no good as soldiers, but they are the best of comrades. You can get anything from them." After all the delays and waiting for supplies which never came, Rommel planned his strike against Tobruk for the 21st of November. He disbelieved Italian warnings that the British were about to launch a major offensive, yet he felt compelled to leave the 21st Panzer Division between Tobruk and Bardia just in case. This would probably have left him with insufficient forces for a successful attack on Tobruk. In any case, on the 18th of November, 3 days before his planned assault on the port, the newly named British Eighth Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Sir Alan Cunningham, crossed the Libyan frontier in Operation Crusader. Having made approach marches at night under strict radio silence and concealed by day with sandstorms and then thunderstorms, the Eighth Army achieved total surprise. The Africa Corps now consisted of the 15th and 21st Panzer Divisions and a mixed division which was later renamed the 90th Light Division. This formation included an infantry regiment largely made up of Germans who had been serving in the French Foreign Legion. Yet due to malnutrition and sickness, the 45,000-strong Africa Corps lacked 11,000 men in its front-line units. The disastrous supply situation also meant that its panzer divisions, with 249 tanks, badly needed replacements. The Italians fielded the Ariete armoured division and 3 semi-motorized divisions. The British, on the other hand, were for once plentifully supplied with 300 cruiser tanks and 300 American Stuart light tanks, which they called Honeys, together with more than 100 Matildas and Valentines. The Western Desert Air Force possessed 550 serviceable aircraft against only 76 for the Luftwaffe. With such advantages, Churchill expected a long-awaited victory, especially since he badly needed something to show Stalin. But, although the British were at last fully equipped, their weapons were decidedly inferior to those of the Germans. The new Stuarts and the cruiser tanks with their 2-pounder guns did not stand a chance against the German 88mm gun, the long arm of the Africa Corps, which could knock them out well before they were in range to fire back. Only the British 25-pounder field gun was impressive, and commanders had finally learned to use it over open sights against German panzer attacks. The Germans called it the Ratschboom. The British plan was to concentrate 30 corps, with the bulk of the armour, in an attack northwestwards from the Libyan frontier. These forces were to defeat the German panzer divisions and then advance to Tobruk to break the siege. The 7th Armoured Brigade was to lead the 7th Armoured Division's thrust to Sidi Rezegh, on the escarpment southeast of Tobruk's defensive perimeter. On the right, 13 Corps was to engage the German positions close to the coast at the Halfaya Pass and Solum. Ideally, the Eighth Army should have waited until Rommel had begun his attack on Tobruk, but Churchill refused to allow General Auchinleck to delay any longer. The 7th Armoured Brigade reached Sidi Rezegh, occupied the airfield, and captured 19 aircraft on the ground before the Germans had time to react. But the 22nd Armoured Brigade on its left received a surprise battering from the Ariete Division, while the 4th Armoured Brigade on its right found itself up against parts of the 15th and 21st Panzer Divisions attacking south from the Via Balbia coast road. Fortunately for the British, the Germans were short of diesel. Fuel consumption for all vehicles was heavy in such terrain. A New Zealand officer described the Libyan desert as a bare flat plain tufted with camel thorn, with wide acres of barren rock scree, stretches of soft sand, and shallow twisting wadis. It also increasingly resembled a military rubbish dump, with discarded ration tins, empty oil barrels, and burned-out vehicles. On the 21st of November, General Cunningham, with excessive optimism, decided to order the breakout to begin from Tobruk, even though the destruction of the German panzer force had not begun. This led to heavy losses, both among the besieged and within 7th Armoured Brigade, one of whose regiments lost 3/4 of its tanks to 88mm guns attached to a German reconnaissance battalion. 7th Armoured soon found its rear threatened by 2 panzer divisions and was reduced to 28 tanks by nightfall. Unaware of the losses, Cunningham launched the next phase of the operation with the advance of 13 Corps northwards behind the Italian positions along the frontier. It was led in determined style by General Freiberg's New Zealand Division, supported by a tank brigade with Matildas. Cunningham also ordered the breakout from Tobruk to recommence, but 7th Armoured Brigade, attacked on 2 sides at Sidi Rezegh, was by now down to just 10 tanks. The 22nd Armoured Brigade, which had come to its support, had only 34. They were forced back towards the south to join the 5th South African Brigade's defensive position. Rommel wanted to crush them between his panzer divisions on one side and the Ariete on the other. On the 23rd of November, which happened to be Totensonntag, the German Sunday for remembering the dead, an encirclement battle began south of Sidi Rezegh against 5th South African Brigade and the remnants of the 2 British Armoured Brigades. It represented a Pyrrhic victory for the Germans. The South African Brigade was virtually wiped out, but it and the 7th Armoured Support Group exacted a heavy price on their attackers. The Germans lost 72 tanks, which were hard to replace, and an extraordinarily high percentage of officers and NCOs. The 7th Indian Division and the New Zealanders to the east also fought some effective engagements, with Freiberg's New Zealanders capturing part of the Afrika Korps staff. After the terrible British tank losses, Cunningham wanted to withdraw, but Auchinleck overruled him. He told Cunningham to continue the operation whatever the cost. It was a brave decision, and the right one as events turned out. The next morning Rommel, eager to complete the destruction of the 7th Armoured Division and force a general retreat, became carried away by the scent of victory. In person, he led the 21st Panzer Division on a race to the frontier, thinking he could encircle most of the 8th Army. But this led to chaos, with contradictory orders and bad communications. At one point, Rommel's command vehicle broke down, and he found himself out of radio contact and trapped on the Egyptian side of the thick wire fence along the frontier. His insistence on leading from the front once again created major problems in a complex battle. On the 26th of November, he heard from the headquarters of the Afrika Korps that the New Zealand Division, supported by another armoured brigade with Valentine tanks, had retaken the airfield at Sidi Rezegh on its route to Tobruk. The 4th New Zealand Brigade had also seized the airfield at Kambut, which meant that the Luftwaffe was left without any forward bases. Later in the day, the Tobruk garrison joined up with Freiberg's forces. Rommel's dash to the frontier had proved a disastrous mistake. The 7th Armoured Division was rearming, with most of the 200 reserve tanks, while his own men were exhausted. And when they turned back from his futile thrust on the 27th of November, they were harried on their return by the hurricanes of the Western Desert Air Force, which now enjoyed air supremacy. Auchinleck decided to relieve Cunningham, whom he regarded as insufficiently aggressive and who was anyway on the point of a nervous breakdown. He replaced him with Major General Neil Ritchie. Ritchie renewed the attack westward, taking advantage of Rommel's supply crisis. The Italians had warned Rommel yet again that he could expect no more than the most basic levels of ammunition, fuel, and rations. And yet the self-confidence of the Italian Navy returned as its ships managed to transport more supplies through to Benghazi. Italian submarines were used to bring urgently needed ammunition to Darna, and the light cruiser Cardona was turned into a tanker. The Kriegsmarine was suddenly impressed by the efforts of its ally. On the 2nd of December, Hitler transformed 2 Flieger Corps from the Eastern Front to Sicily and North Africa. Determined to support Rommel, he was horrified to hear of the supply situation due to British attacks on Axis convoys. He ordered Admiral Raeder to transfer 24 U-boats to the Mediterranean. Raeder complained that the Führer is prepared practically to abandon the U-boat war in the Atlantic to deal with our problems in the Mediterranean. Hitler ignored Raeder's arguments that most of the Axis transport ships were being sunk by Allied aircraft and submarines, so U-boats were not the right countermeasure to protect Rommel's convoys. But in the event, the German submarines inflicted serious losses on the Royal Navy. In November, U-boats in the Mediterranean sank both the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal and then the battleship HMS Barham. Further losses followed, and on the night of the 18th of December, an Italian human torpedo group, led by Prince Borghese, penetrated Alexandria harbour to sink the battleships HMS Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, as well as a Norwegian tanker. Admiral Cunningham was left without any capital ships in the Mediterranean. The timing could hardly have been worse, coming just 8 days after Japanese aircraft sank both the battleship HMS Prince of Wales and the battlecruiser Repulse off the coast of Malaya. Despite the improvement for the Axis in the Mediterranean, Rommel's appeal on the 6th of December to the OKW and OKH for replacement vehicles and weapons, as well as reinforcements, was bound to be rejected at this critical moment for the Eastern Front. On the 8th of December, Rommel lifted the siege of Tobruk and began to withdraw to the Gazala line, over 60 kilometers to the west. Then, during the rest of December and early January 1942, he abandoned the whole of Cyrenaica and drew back to the line where he had started the year before. The British celebrated the victory of Operation Crusader, but it was a temporary success, achieved mainly through superior force and certainly not by better tactics. The failure to keep the armoured brigades together had been the greatest mistake. Over 800 tanks and 300 aircraft had been lost, and by the time the Eighth Army reached the frontier of Tripolitania, the year after its victory over the Italians, it found itself severely weakened, with excessively long supply lines. In the seesaw of the North African campaign, and now with urgent demands from the Far East, the British and Dominion forces were vulnerable to yet another defeat in 1942. Even before the war in the Far East began, the British government felt that it had more than enough to cope with. Then, on the 9th of December, Stalin put pressure on Britain to declare war on Finland, Hungary and Romania, as they were Germany's allies on the Eastern Front. Yet Stalin's desire to get his new Western allies to agree to post-war frontiers, even before the battle for Moscow had begun, was partly an attempt to overcome an embarrassing contradiction. Soviet prisons and labor camps still contained over 200,000 Polish troops taken in 1939 during his joint operation with Nazi Germany. Now the Poles were allies, with their government in exile recognized by both Washington and London. Energetic representations by General Sikorsky, backed by Churchill's government, persuaded a very reluctant Soviet regime that the NKVD should release its Polish prisoners of war to form a new army. Despite constant obstruction by Soviet officials, newly released Poles began to assemble and form units under General Władysław Anders, who had been held in the Lubyanka for the previous 20 months. In early December, a review of the Anders army was organized near Saratov on the Volga. It was an occasion full of bitter irony, as the writer Ilya Ehrenberg witnessed. General Sikorsky arrived, accompanied by Andrei Vyshinsky. The notorious prosecutor from the show trials of the Great Terror had apparently been chosen because of his Polish origins. He clinked glasses with Sikorsky, smiling very sweetly, observed Ehrenberg. Among the Poles there were many grim-looking men, full of resentment at what they had been through. Some of them could not refrain from admitting that they hated us. Sikorsky and Vyshinsky called each other allies, but hostility made itself felt behind the cordial words. Stalin's hatred and distrust of the Poles had only changed on the surface, as subsequent events would show. Chapter 15. The Battle for Moscow. September to December 1941. On the 21st of July 1941, the Luftwaffe bombed the Soviet capital for the first time. Andrei Sakharov, a fire sentry at the university, spent most nights on the roof watching as searchlights, tracer bullets, crisscrossed the uneasy skies over Moscow. But, following their losses in the Battle of Britain, German bomber formations were still reduced severely. Unable to inflict serious damage on the city, they returned to operations in support of ground forces. After the halt of Army Group Center to concentrate on Leningrad and Kiev, Hitler had finally come round to a major offensive against Moscow. His generals had mixed feelings. The huge encirclement east of Kiev had restored a sense of triumph, yet the vastness of the landmass, the length of their lines of communication, and the unexpected size of the Red Army made them uneasy. Few now believed that victory would be achieved that year. They feared the Russian winter ahead, for which they were sorely ill-equipped. Their infantry divisions were short of boots after the hundreds of kilometers they had marched, and little had been done to provide warm clothing because Hitler had forbidden any discussion of the subject. Panzer units suffered from a shortage of replacement tanks and engines, which had been damaged by the thick dust. Yet, to the dismay of their commanders, Hitler was reluctant to release reserves. The great offensive against Moscow, Operation Typhoon, was not ready until the end of September. It had been delayed because Generaloberst Erich Höppner's 4th Panzer Group had been tied down in the stalemate round Leningrad. Generalfeldmarschall von Bock's Army Group Center mustered 1.5 million men, including 3 rather weakened panzer groups. They faced Marshal Semyon Budyenny's reserve front and Colonel General Andrei Yeremenko's Bryansk front. Colonel General Ivan Konyev's western front formed a second line behind Budyenny's armies. 12 of the divisions consisted of pathetically armed and untrained militia, including students and professors from Moscow University. Most of the militia soldiers were wearing civilian overcoats and hats, wrote one of them. As they were marched through the streets, onlookers thought they were partisans to be sent against the German rear. On the 30th of September, in an early morning autumn mist, the preliminary phase of Operation Typhoon began, as Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army attacked northeast towards the city of Orel, which lay more than 300 kilometers south of Moscow. The sky soon cleared, allowing the Luftwaffe to fly in close support to the panzer spearheads. The sudden attack created panic in the countryside. "I thought I'd seen retreat," Vasily Grossman wrote in his notebook, "but I've never seen anything like what I'm seeing now. Exodus, biblical exodus. Vehicles are moving 8 abreast. There's the violent roaring of dozens of trucks trying simultaneously to tear their wheels out of the mud. Huge herds of sheep and cows are driven through the fields. They are followed by trains of horse-drawn carts. There are thousands of wagons covered with coloured sackcloth. There are also crowds of pedestrians with sacks, bundles, suitcases. Children's heads, fair and dark, are looking out from under the improvised tents covering the carts, as well as the beards of Jewish elders and the black-haired heads of Jewish girls and women. What silence in their eyes, what wise sorrow, what a sensation of fate, of a universal catastrophe. In the evening, the sun comes out from the multi-layered blue, black and grey clouds. Its rays are wide, stretching from the sky down to the ground, as in Doré's paintings depicting those frightening biblical scenes when celestial forces strike the earth. On the 3rd of October, rumours of the rapid advance reached Orel, but the senior officers in the city refused to believe the reports and carried on drinking. Dismayed by this fatal complacency, Grossmann and his companions set off on the road to Bryansk, expecting to see German tanks at any moment. But they were just ahead. Guderian's spearhead entered Orel at 1800 hours, the leading panzers passing tramcars in the street. The day before, the 2nd of October, the main phase of typhoon had begun further north. After a short bombardment and the laying of a smokescreen, 3rd Panzer Group and 4th Panzer Group smashed through on either side of the reserve front commanded by Marshal Budyeni. Budyeni, another cavalry crony of Stalin's from the Civil War, was a mustachioed buffoon and drunkard who could not find his own headquarters. Korniev's chief of staff was put in charge of launching the Western Front's counterattack with 3 divisions and 2 tank brigades, but they were brushed aside. Communications collapsed, and within 6 days the 2 panzer groups had surrounded 5 of Budyeni's armies, linking up at Vyazma. German tanks chased Red Army soldiers, trying to crush them under their tracks. It became a form of sport. The Kremlin had little information about the chaotic disaster taking place to the west. Only on the 5th of October did the Stavka receive a report from a fighter pilot who had sighted a 20-kilometer column of German armoured vehicles advancing on Yukhnov. No one dared believe it. Another 2 reconnaissance flights were sent out, both of which confirmed the sighting, yet Beria still threatened to put their commander in front of an NKVD tribunal as a panic-monger. Stalin nevertheless recognized the danger. He summoned a meeting of the State Defense Committee and sent Zhukov in Leningrad a signal telling him to return to Moscow. Zhukov arrived on the 7th of October. He claimed later that when he entered Stalin's room, he overheard him telling Beria to use his agents to make contact with the Germans about the possibility of making peace. Stalin ordered Zhukov to go straight to Western Front headquarters and report back on the exact situation. He arrived after nightfall to find Korniev and his staff officers bent over a map by candlelight. Zhukov had to telephone Stalin to tell him that the Germans had encircled 5 of Budyeni's armies west of Vyazma. In the early hours of the 8th of October, he discovered at Reserve Front headquarters that Budyeni had not been seen for 2 days. The conditions within the encirclements at Vyazma and Bryansk were indescribable. Stukas, fighters and bombers attacked any groups large enough to merit their attention, while the surrounding panzers and artillery fired constantly at the trapped forces. Rotting bodies piled up, filthy and starving Red Army soldiers slaughtered horses to eat, while the wounded died untended in the chaos. Altogether, nearly 750,000 men had been cut off. Those who surrendered were ordered to throw away their weapons and march westwards without food. "The Russians are beasts," wrote a German major. "They are reminiscent of the brutalized expressions of the Negroes in the French campaign. What a rabble!" When Grossmann escaped from Orel on the 3rd of October, just ahead of the Germans, he had been heading for Yeremenko's headquarters in the forest of Bryansk. Throughout the night of the 5th of October, Yeremenko waited for an answer to his request to withdraw, but no authorization came from Stalin. In the early hours of the 6th of October, Grossmann and the correspondents with him were told that even front headquarters was now threatened. They had to drive as fast as possible towards Tula before the Germans cut the road. Yeremenko was wounded in the leg and nearly captured during the encirclement of the Bryansk front. Evacuated by aeroplane, He was more fortunate than Major General Mikhail Petrov, the commander of the 50th Army, who died of gangrene in a woodcutter's hut deep in the forest. Grossman was dismayed by the chaos and fear behind the lines. In Believ, on the road to Tula, he noted, "Lots of mad rumors are circulating, ridiculous and utterly panic-stricken. Suddenly, there is a mad storm of firing. It turns out that someone has switched on the street lights, and soldiers and officers opened rifle and pistol fire at the lamps to put them out. If only they had fired like this at the Germans." Not all Soviet formations were fighting badly, however. On the 6th of October, the 1st Guards Rifle Corps, commanded by Major General D.D. Levyushenko, supported by 2 airborne brigades and Colonel M.I. Katukov's 4th Tank Brigade, counterattacked Guderian's 4th Panzer Division near Umtsinsk in a clever ambush. Katukov concealed his T-34s in the forest, allowing the leading Panzer Regiment to pass by. Then, when they were halted by Levyushenko's infantry, his tanks emerged from the trees and attacked. Handled well, the T-34 was superior to the Mark IV Panzer, and the 4th Panzer Division suffered heavy losses. Guderian was clearly shaken to discover that the Red Army was starting to learn from its mistakes and from German tactics. That night it snowed, then thawed rapidly. The Rasputitsa, the season of rain and mud, had arrived just in time to slow the German advance. "I don't think anyone has seen such terrible mud," Grossman noted. "There's rain, snow, hailstones, a liquid, bottomless swamp, black pastry mixed by thousands and thousands of boots, wheels, and caterpillar tracks. And everyone is happy once again. The Germans must get stuck in our hellish autumn." But the advance, although slowed, carried on towards Moscow. On the Orel-Tula road, Grossman could not resist visiting the Tolstoy estate at Yasnaya Polyana. There he found Tolstoy's granddaughter packing up the house and museum to evacuate it before the Germans arrived. He immediately thought of the passage in War and Peace when old Prince Bolkonsky had to leave his house in Lysye Gori as Napoleon's army approached. "Tolstoy's grave," he jotted in his notebook, "roar of fighters over it, humming of explosions, and the majestic autumn calm. It is so hard. I have seldom felt such pain." The next visitor after their departure was General Guderian, who was to make the place his headquarters for the advance on Moscow. Only a few Soviet divisions escaped from the Vyazma encirclement to the north. The smaller Bryansk pocket was proving to be the greatest disaster so far, with more than 700,000 men dead or captured. The Germans scented victory, and euphoria spread. The route to Moscow was barely defended. Soon the German press was claiming total victory, but this made even the ambitious Generalfeldmarschall von Bock feel uneasy. On the 10th of October, Stalin ordered Zhukov to take over command of the Western Front from Konev and the remnants of the reserve front. Zhukov managed to persuade Stalin that Konev, who would later become his great rival, should be retained rather than made a scapegoat. Stalin told Zhukov to hold the line at Mozhaisk, just 100 kilometers from Moscow, on the Smolensk highway. Sensing the scale of the disaster, the Kremlin ordered a new line of defense to be constructed by 250,000 civilians, mostly women, conscripted to dig trenches and anti-tank ditches. Numbers of them were killed by strafing German fighters as they worked. Discipline became even more ferocious, with NKVD blocking groups ready to shoot anyone who retreated without orders. "They used fear to conquer fear," an NKVD officer explained. The NKVD special detachments, which in 1943 became Smersh, were already interrogating officers and soldiers who had escaped from encirclements. Any classed as cowards or suspected of having had contact with the enemy were shot or sent to Strafroti, punishment companies. There the most deadly tasks awaited them, such as leading attacks through minefields. Criminals from the Gulag were also conscripted as Strafniks, and criminals they remained. Even the execution of a gang boss by an NKVD man shooting him in the temple had only a temporary effect on his followers. Other NKVD squads were sent to field hospitals to investigate possible cases of self-inflicted injuries. They immediately executed so-called self-shooters or left-handers, those who shot themselves through the left hand in a naive attempt to escape fighting. A Polish surgeon with the Red Army later admitted to amputating the hands of boys who tried this just to save them from a firing squad. Prisoners of the NKVD, of course, fared even worse. Beria had 157 prominent captives executed, including Trotsky's sister. Others were dealt with by guards throwing hand grenades into their cells. Only at the end of the month, when Stalin told Beria that his conspiracy theories were rubbish, did the mincing machine slacken. The deportation of 375,000 Volga Germans to Siberia and Kazakhstan, which had begun in September, was accelerated to include all those of German origin in Moscow. Preparations to blow up the metro and key buildings in the capital began. Even Stalin's dacha was mined. NKVD assassination and sabotage squads moved to safe houses in the city, ready to carry out guerrilla warfare against a German occupation. The diplomatic corps received instructions to depart for Kuibyshev on the Volga, a city which had already been earmarked as a reserve capital for the government. The main theater companies in Moscow, symbols of Soviet culture, were also told to evacuate the capital. Stalin himself could not make up his mind whether to stay or leave the Kremlin. On the 14th of October, while part of Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army in the south circumvented the fiercely defended city of Tula, the 1st Panzer Division captured Kalinin north of Moscow, seizing the bridge over the upper Volga and severing the Moscow-Leningrad railway line. In the center, the SS Das Reich Division and the 10th Panzer Division arrived at the Napoleonic battlefield of Borodino, just 110 kilometers from the capital. Here they faced a hard fight against a force strengthened by the new Katyusha rocket launchers and 2 Siberian rifle regiments, forerunners of many divisions whose deployment round Moscow would take the Germans by surprise. Richard Sorge, the key Soviet agent in Tokyo, had discovered that the Japanese were planning to strike south into the Pacific against the Americans. Stalin did not trust Sorge entirely, even though he had been right about Barbarossa, but the information was confirmed by signals intercepts. The reduced threat to the far east of the Soviet Union allowed Stalin to start bringing up even more divisions westwards along the Trans-Siberian Railway. Zhukov's victory at Khalkhin Gol had played an important part in this major strategic shift by the Japanese. The Germans had underestimated the effect on their advance of the rain and snow, turning routes into quagmires of thick black mud. Supplies of fuel, ammunition, and rations could not get through, and the advance slowed. It was also delayed by the resistance of soldiers still trapped in the encirclement, preventing the invaders from releasing troops to continue the advance on Moscow. General der Flieger Wolfram von Richthofen flew at low altitude over the remains of the Vyazma pocket and noted the piles of corpses and destroyed vehicles and guns. The Red Army was also helped by interference from Hitler. The 1st Panzer Division at Kalinin, poised to attack south towards Moscow, was suddenly told to move in the opposite direction with the 9th Army to attempt another encirclement with Army Group North. Hitler and the OKW had no idea of the conditions in which their troops were fighting, but Siegeseuphorie, or victory euphoria in Führer headquarters, was dissipating the concentration of forces against Moscow. Stalin and the State Defense Committee decided on the 15th of October to evacuate the government to Kuibyshev. Officials were told to leave their desks and climb into lines of trucks outside, which would take them to the Kazan railway station. Others had the same idea. Bosses from many factories put their families in trucks and got out of the capital, and that is when it started. Civilians started looting the shops. Walking along the street, one saw everywhere the red, contented, drunken faces of people carrying rings of sausage and rolls of fabric under their arm. Things were happening which would be unthinkable even 2 days ago. One heard in the street that Stalin and the government had fled Moscow. The panic and looting were spurred on by wild rumors that the Germans were already at the gates. Frightened functionaries destroyed their Communist Party cards, an act many of them were to regret later once the NKVD restored order, because they would be accused of criminal defeatism. On the morning of the 16th of October, Alexei Kosygin entered the building of Sovnarkom, the Council of People's Commissars, of which he was deputy chairman. He found the place unlocked and abandoned, with secret papers on the floor. Telephones rang in empty offices. Guessing that they were calls from people trying to discover whether the government had left, he answered one. An official asked whether Moscow would be surrendered. Out in the streets, the police had vanished. As in Western Europe the year before, Moscow suffered from enemy paratrooper psychosis. Natalia Gesser, hobbling on crutches after an operation, found herself surrounded by mobs suspicious that I had broken my legs parachuting in from a plane. Many of the looters were drunk, justifying their actions on the grounds that they had best take what they could before the Germans seized it. Panic-stricken crowds at stations trying to storm departing trains were described as human whirlpools in which children were torn from their mothers' arms. What went on at Kazan station defies description, wrote Ilya Ehrenberg. Things were little better at the western train stations of Moscow, where hundreds of wounded soldiers had been dumped, uncared for, on stretchers along the platforms. Women searching desperately for a son, a husband, or a boyfriend moved among them. Stalin, emerging from the Kremlin fortress, was shocked by the sights he saw. A state of siege was declared, and NKVD rifle regiments marched in to clear the streets, shooting looters and deserters on sight. Order was brutally restored. Stalin then decided that he would stay, and this was announced on the radio. It was a critical moment, and the effect was considerable. The mood turned from mass panic to a mass determination to defend the city at all costs. It was a phenomenon similar to the change of heart during the defense of Madrid 5 years before. Stressing the need for secrecy, Stalin told the State Defense Committee that the celebrations for the anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution would still go ahead. Several members were aghast, but they recognized that it was probably worth the risk as a demonstration to the country and the world at large that Moscow would never yield. On the eve of revolution, Stalin gave a speech which was broadcast from the vast ornate hall of the Mayakovsky metro station. He evoked the great, but scarcely proletarian, heroes of Russian history, Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, Suvorov, and Kutuzov. The German invaders want a war of extermination. Very well, then. They shall have one. This was Stalin's conspicuous re-emergence into Soviet consciousness, after several months of avoiding association with the disasters of retreat. I have looked through the files of old newspapers from July to November 1941, wrote Ilya Ehrenberg many years later. Stalin's name was hardly ever mentioned. The leader was now inextricably linked with the courageous defense of the capital. And the following day, the 7th of November, Stalin took the salute from Lenin's empty mausoleum on Red Square, as rank upon rank of reinforcements marched through the falling snow, ready to turn northwestwards and on to the front. The canny Stalin had foreseen what an effect this coup de théâtre would have, and ensured that it was filmed for foreign and domestic newsreels. During the following week, hard frosts set in, and on the 15th of November, the Germans' advance resumed. It soon became clear to Zhukov that their main line of attack would be on the Volokolamsk sector, where Rosokovsky's 16th Army was forced to conduct a fighting retreat. Zhukov was under great pressure and lost his temper with Rokossovsky. The contrast between the two could hardly have been greater, even though they were both former cavalrymen. Zhukov was a rather squat fireball of energy and ruthlessness, while the tall and elegant Rokossovsky was calm and pragmatic. Rokossovsky, from a family of minor Polish nobility, had been arrested towards the end of the purge of the Red Army. He had 9 steel teeth to replace those knocked out of him during the conveyor belt of interrogation sessions. Stalin had ordered his release, but reminded him from time to time that this was a temporary concession. Any mistakes, and he would be returned to Beria's thugs. On the 17th of November, Stalin signed an order that all forces and partisans should destroy and burn to ashes all buildings in the combat zone and behind, to deny the Germans shelter in the approaching frosts. The fate of civilians was not considered for a moment. The suffering of soldiers, especially the wounded dumped on railway platforms, was also appalling. Stations were covered by human excrement and wounded soldiers with blood-stained bandages, wrote a Red Army officer. By the end of November, the German 3rd Panzer Army was within 40 kilometers of Moscow on the northwest side. One of its lead units had even seized a bridgehead across the Moscow-Volga Canal. 4th Panzer Army had meanwhile reached a point 16 kilometers from the western edge of Moscow, having pushed back Rokossovsky's 16th Army. It is said that in a heavy fog, a motorcyclist from the SS Deutschland regiment drove right into Moscow and was shot down by an NKVD patrol next to the Belarusian station. Other German units could make out the onion cupolas of the Kremlin through powerful binoculars. The Germans had been fighting desperately in the knowledge that the full force of the Russian winter would soon be upon them. But their troops were exhausted, and already many were suffering from frostbite. Defense works on the approaches to Moscow had continued at a frenzied rhythm. Steel hedgehogs made of girder lengths welded together like giant caltraps acted as anti-tank barriers. The NKVD had organized destroyer battalions to combat paratroop or sabotage attacks on key factories and as a last line of defense. Each man was issued with a rifle, 10 rounds, and a few grenades. Stalin, afraid that Moscow might be encircled from the northern side, ordered Zhukov to prepare a series of counterattacks. But first he needed to reinforce the armies northwest of Moscow, battered by the 3rd and 4th Panzer Armies. The situation also appeared critical in the south of the country. Rundstedt's army group had secured the Donbass mining and industrial region in mid-October, just when the Romanians finally took Odessa. Manstein's 11th Army in the Crimea was laying siege to the great naval base of Sebastopol. The 1st Panzer Army advanced rapidly ahead towards the Caucasus, leaving behind the infantry. And on the 21st of November, the 1st SS Panzer Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, commanded by Brigadeführer Sepp Dietrich, whom Richthofen called the good old war horse, had entered Rostov at the entrance to the Caucasus and seized a bridgehead across the River Don. Hitler was exultant. The oil fields further south seemed within his grasp. But Kleist's panzer spearhead was overextended, its left flank guarded only by weakly armed Hungarian troops. Marshal Timoshenko seized the opportunity and counterattacked across the frozen Don. Rundstedt, realizing that a full advance into the Caucasus was impossible before the next spring, pulled his forces back to the line of the river Mius, which flowed into the Sea of Azov west of Taganrog. Hitler reacted to this first withdrawal by the German army in the war with angry disbelief. He ordered that the retreat be cancelled at once. Rundstedt offered his resignation, which was immediately accepted. On the 3rd of December, Hitler flew down to Army Group South's headquarters at Poltava, where that earlier invader, Charles XII of Sweden, had been decisively defeated. The next day, Hitler appointed Generalfeldmarschall von Reichenau, a convinced Nazi, whom Rundstedt disparagingly described as a roughneck who ran around half-naked when taking physical exercise. But Hitler was taken aback to find that Sepp Dietrich, the commander of the SS Leibstandarte, agreed with Rundstedt's decision, and Reichenau, having assured Hitler that he would not pull back, promptly carried on with the withdrawal, presenting Führer headquarters with a fait accompli. With his hand forced, Hitler then compensated the sacked Rundstedt with a birthday present of 275,000 Reichsmark. He was often cynical about how easy it was to bribe his generals with money, the grant of estates, and decorations. Leningrad had been saved from annihilation, partly due to Zhukov's ruthless leadership and the determination of the troops, but mainly because of the German decision to concentrate on Moscow. Army Group North from then on was to be the poor relation on the Eastern Front, hardly ever receiving reinforcements and constantly afraid of being stripped of units to strengthen formations in the center and south of the country. This neglect on the German side was exceeded on the Soviet side, with Stalin on several occasions wanting to strip Leningrad of troops to defend Moscow. Stalin had no warm feelings for what he saw as a city of intellectuals who despised Muscovites and was suspiciously fond of Western Europe. How seriously he considered giving up the city is hard to tell, but it is quite clear that during that autumn and winter he was far more concerned about preserving the forces of the Leningrad front than the city, let alone its citizens. Soviet attempts to break the encirclement from outside with the 54th Army failed to dislodge the Germans from the southernmost shore of Lake Ladoga. But at least the defenders still held the isthmus between the city and the lake, although this was partly due to the caution of the Finns, who hesitated to advance onto pre-1939 Soviet territory. The siege settled down into a pattern, with regular German bombardments of the city at fixed times. Civilian casualties mounted, but mainly from starvation. Leningrad was effectively an island. The only connection still possible with the mainland was across Lake Ladoga or by air. Some 2.8 million civilians were trapped, and, with 500,000 troops, the authorities had to cater for 3.3 million people. Food distribution was shockingly uneven in a supposedly egalitarian society. Party officials made sure that their families and close relations did not suffer, and those who controlled the supply of food, right down to individual bread shops and canteens, profited shamelessly. Bribery was often needed to obtain even the basic ration. Food was indeed power, both for the corrupt individual and for the Soviet state, which had long used it to coerce submission or to take revenge upon unfavored categories of people. Industrial workers, children and soldiers received a full ration, but others, such as wives who did not work and teenage children, received only a dependent's ration. Their ration card became known as the Smyrtnik, the death card. With a truly Soviet attitude to hierarchy, they were considered useless mouths, while party bosses received supplementary rations to help their decision-making on behalf of the common good. "Our situation with food is very bad," Vasily Churkin noted in late October when defending the line near Schlisselburg on Lake Ladoga. "We get 300 grams of bread that is as black as earth, and watery soup. We feed our horses with birch twigs with no leaves on them, and they die one after another. Locals from Bierzozovka and our soldiers leave just the bones on a horse that's fallen down. They chop off pieces of meat and boil them." Soldiers were far better off than civilians, and those who had families in the city waited for winter with mounting anxiety. Frightful stories of cannibalism began to circulate. Churkin recorded how our corporal Andronov, a tall, broad-shouldered fellow full of energy, made a mistake for which he paid with his life. The chief of supplies sent him in a vehicle to Leningrad under some pretext. At that time in Leningrad they were more starved than we were, and most of us had families there. The vehicle with Andronov was stopped on the way. In the vehicle they found canned food, meat and cereal, which we had taken from our own meager rations to send to our families. The tribunal sentenced Andronov and his chief to death. His wife, with a small child, were in Leningrad. People say that their neighbor ate the child, and the wife lost her sanity. The starving city needed hard frost, so that the ice on Lake Ladoga was strong enough to support trucks bringing in food supplies across the ice road. Great risks were taken in the first week of December. "I saw a Polutorka truck," Churkin wrote. "Its hind wheels had fallen through the ice. In it were sacks with flour. They were dry. Its cabin pointed up, its front wheels stood on the ice. I passed about a dozen Polutorka trucks loaded with flour that froze into the ice. They were the pioneers of the road of life. There was no one by the trucks. The inhabitants of Leningrad would have to wait a little longer for the stockpiles already assembled." At the lakeside settlement of Kabona, Churkin saw that all along the bank, stretching for so many kilometers that one couldn't even see the end, lay an enormous amount of sacks with flour and boxes with foodstuffs prepared to be sent across the ice to starving Leningrad. By the beginning of December, many German commanders in Army Group Center realized that their exhausted and frozen troops could not now take Moscow. They wanted to withdraw their depleted forces to a defensible line until the spring, but such arguments had already been overruled by General Halder on the instructions of Führer headquarters. Some began to think of 1812 and the terrible retreat of Napoleon's army. Even with the mud now frozen hard, the supply situation had failed to improve. With temperatures dropping to below -20 degrees centigrade, and often with zero visibility, the Luftwaffe was grounded most of the time. Like airfield ground crews, motorized troops had to light fires under the engines of their vehicles before they could hope to start them. Machine guns and rifles froze solid because the Wehrmacht did not have the right oil for winter warfare, and radios failed to work in the extreme temperatures. Artillery and transport draft horses brought from Western Europe were unused to the cold and lacked forage. Bread arrived frozen solid. Soldiers had to cut it up with hacksaws and thaw it out in their trouser pockets before they could eat it. The weakened lancer could not dig trenches in the iron-hard ground without having melted it first with large bonfires. Few replacements had arrived for their jackboots, which had fallen to pieces after so much marching. There was also a shortage of proper gloves. Frostbite casualties now exceeded the number of those wounded in battle. Officers complained that their soldiers had started to look like Russian peasants because they had stolen the winter clothing of civilians, sometimes even forcing them at gunpoint to hand over their boots. Women, children, and old men were forced out into the snow from their log cabins, or izbas, where the soldiers ripped up the floors to search for their reserves of potatoes. It might have been less cruel to kill their victims than to force them to starve or freeze to death, half stripped of their clothes, in what was turning out to be the most savage winter for years. Conditions for Soviet prisoners were worst of all. They died in their thousands from exhaustion on forced marches westwards through the snow, from starvation and from disease, mainly typhus. Some were reduced to cannibalism in their dehumanized state of abject suffering. Each morning, their guards made them run for a few hundred meters, beating them. Any who collapsed were shot immediately. Cruelty had become addictive in those who had total control over beings they had been taught to despise and hate. By the 1st of December, German heavy artillery was finally within range of Moscow. On that day, Generalfeldmarschall von Kluger's Fourth Army began the final assault on the city from the west. The icy wind created deep snowdrifts, and the soldiers became exhausted trudging through them. But with a surprise artillery barrage and some air support from the Luftwaffe, his 20 Corps managed to break through the 33rd Army towards the Minsk-Moscow highway. The rear of the adjacent Soviet Fifth Army was also threatened. Zhukov reacted immediately and threw in all the reinforcements he could put together, including the Siberian 32nd Rifle Division. Late on the 4th of December, the Red Army's position was restored. The German infantry was collapsing from exhaustion and the cold. The temperature dropped below -30°C. "I cannot describe to you what this means," a Gefreiter in the 23rd Infantry Division wrote home that day. "First, the appalling cold, blizzards, feet soaked through and through. Our boots never dry out, and we are not allowed to take them off. And secondly, the stress from the Russians." Kluge and Bock knew that they had failed. They tried to console themselves with the idea that the Red Army, too, must be at its last gasp, as Hitler had so often insisted. They could not have been more wrong. During the last 6 days, Zhukov and the Stavka had been preparing a counterattack. With leaders such as Zhukov, Rokossovsky, Lelushenko, and Konev, a new professionalism was starting to have an effect. This was no longer the sclerotic organization of June, in which commanders, terrified of arrest by the NKVD, did not dare show the slightest initiative. The unwieldy formations of that period had also been abandoned. The Soviet army now consisted of little more than 4 divisions. For the time being, the corps level of command had been stripped out to improve control. 11 new armies had been formed behind the lines. Some included ski battalions and the well-trained Siberian divisions, properly equipped for winter warfare with padded jackets and white camouflage suits. The new T-34 tank, with its broad tracks, could cope with ice and snow far better than the German panzers. And in contrast to German equipment, Soviet weapons and vehicles had the right lubricants to resist the low temperatures. Red Army aviation regiments assembled on airfields round Moscow. With their Yak fighters and Sturmovik ground attack aircraft, they were to achieve air superiority for the first time, while most of the Luftwaffe remained frozen to the ground. Zhukov's plan, approved by Stalin, was intended to eliminate the 2 German salients either side of Moscow. The main one to the northwest contained the German 4th Army and the depleted 3rd and 4th Panzer Armies. The southern one, just east of Tula, was held by Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army. But Guderian, sensing the danger, was starting to pull back some of his forward units. At 0300 hours on Friday the 5th of December, Konev's newly formed Kalinin front moved against the north side of the main bulge, with the 29th and 31st Armies attacking across the frozen Volga. Next morning, the 1st Shock Army and the 30th Army advanced due west. Then Zhukov sent another 3 armies, including Rokossovsky's reinforced 16th Army and Vlasov's 20th Army, in against the southern side. He intended to cut off the 3rd and 4th Panzer Armies. As soon as a gap opened, Major General Lev Dovator's 2nd Guards Cavalry Corps charged in to create mayhem in the German rear. The hardy Cossack ponies could cope with the snow a metre deep, and soon caught up with the German infantry struggling to retreat through it. To the south, the 50th Army attacked the northern flank of Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army from Tula, while the 10th Army advanced from the northeast. Pavel Bielov's 1st Guards Cavalry Corps, supported by tanks, struck into the German rear. Guderian moved fast and managed to extricate the majority of his forces. But he was not able to restore the line as he had hoped, because the southwestern front then sent the 13th Army and an operational group against the 2nd Army on his southern flank. Guderian had to pull back another 80 kilometers. This left a large gap between him and the 4th Army on his left. The Red Army was still short of tanks and artillery, but with the new armies it was now close to German manpower strengths on the Moscow front. Its main advantage was the element of surprise. The Germans had completely discounted reports from Luftwaffe pilots of major military formations moving behind the lines. They also had no reserves, and with heavy fighting southeast of Leningrad and the withdrawal of Army Group South to the Mius, Bock could not obtain reinforcements from the flanks. The sense of precariousness even reached down to a supply Obergefreiter in the 31st Infantry Division. "I don't know what's wrong," he wrote home. "One simply has a bad feeling that this vast Russia is just too much for our strength." By the 7th of December, the battle for the main salient was going well. It looked as if the Soviet objective of trapping the 3rd Panzer Army and part of the 4th might succeed. But the advance was slow, to Zhukov's intense frustration. The armies involved were held up, trying to eliminate every enemy strongpoint, defended by improvised German Kampfgruppen, or combat groups. 2 days later, Zhukov ordered his commanders to stop frontal attacks and to bypass centers of resistance so as to get well into the German rear. On the 8th of December, a German soldier wrote in his diary, "Are we going to have to pull out? Then God have pity on us." They knew what that would mean in the open snowfields. The retreat all along the front was marked by burning villages set on fire as they struggled to withdraw through deep snow. Their route became littered with vehicles abandoned from lack of fuel, horses dead from exhaustion, and even wounded men left behind in the snow. Hungry troops hacked lumps of frozen flesh from the flanks of the horses. Siberian ski battalions swooped out of the freezing mist to harry and attack. With grim satisfaction, they noted the totally inadequate equipment of the Germans, reduced to wrapping themselves in the mittens and shawls of old women looted from the villages or straight off their backs. "The frosts were exceptionally severe," wrote Ehrenberg, "but the Red Army Siberians grumbled. Now if a real frost set in, that'd kill them off at once." Their revenge was fierce after what they had heard of German treatment of prisoners and civilians. Virtually unhindered by the Luftwaffe, Red Army aviation fighters and Sturmovik regiments harried the long columns of retreating troops, black against the snow. Raiding groups from Bielov's and Dovator's Guards Cavalry Corps struck deep in the rear, attacking depots and artillery batteries with drawn sabres. Partisans raided supply lines, sometimes linking up with the cavalry, and Zhukov decided to drop the 4th Airborne Corps by parachute behind the German front lines. Soviet troops felt no pity for the frost-bitten and lice-infested German infantry. German field hospitals were having to amputate increasing numbers of limbs as untreated frostbite led to gangrene. With temperatures below -30, blood froze instantly in wounds, and many soldiers suffered intestinal problems from sleeping on the ice-hard ground. Almost all suffered from diarrhea, an even worse affliction in such conditions. Those who could not move by themselves were doomed. "Many of the wounded shoot themselves," a soldier noted in his diary. Frozen weapons often failed to work. Tanks had to be abandoned from lack of fuel. A fear of being cut off spread. More and more officers and soldiers began to regret their treatment of Soviet prisoners of war. And yet, despite the constant thoughts of 1812 and a sense that the Wehrmacht was now accursed like Napoleon's Grande Armée, the retreat did not quite become a rout. The German army, especially on the edge of disaster, often surprised its enemies by the way it fought back. Improvised Kampfgruppen, formed at gunpoint by Feldgendarmerie, rounding up stragglers in a retreat, and led by determined officers and NCOs, managed to hold firm, with a mixture of infantry, pioneers, and assorted weapons such as flak guns and the odd self-propelled gun. On the 16th of December, one group, which had broken through an encirclement, finally reached German lines. "There's an enormous number of men suffering from nervous collapse," one of them noted in his diary. "Our officer is in tears." Hitler at first reacted in disbelief to the news of the Soviet offensive, having convinced himself that reports of new armies were a bluff. He could not understand where they had come from. Humiliated by this totally unexpected turn in the fortunes of war, after all the recent claims of victory over the Slav Untermensch, he was angry and baffled. Instinctively he fell back on his visceral creed that the will would triumph. The fact that his men lacked proper clothing, ammunition, rations, and fuel for their armored vehicles was almost irrelevant to him. Obsessed with Napoleon's retreat of 1812, he was determined to defy a repetition of history. He ordered his troops to stand fast, even though they were incapable of digging defensive positions in the rock-hard ground. With all attention in Moscow fixed on the great struggle to the west of the capital, news of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor did not make much impact. But the effect was considerable in the city of Kuibychev, where all the foreign correspondents were held, still under firm instructions from Soviet censors to put a Moscow dateline on all their articles. Ilya Ehrenberg observed with amusement how the Americans in the Grand Hotel came to blows with Japanese journalists. For the Americans and Japanese, that would truly be the least of it. Chapter 16. Pearl Harbor, September 1941 to April 1942. On the 6th of December 1941, just as the Soviet counterattack round Moscow began, U.S. Navy cryptanalysts deciphered a message between Tokyo and the Japanese ambassador in Washington. Although the final section was missing, the import was abundantly clear. "This means war," Roosevelt said to Harry Hopkins, who was in the Oval Office that evening when the signal was brought in. The President had only just sent a personal message to Emperor Hirohito, urging his country to draw back from the conflict. Over at the War Department, the head of intelligence passed the intercepts to Brigadier General Leonard Garreau of the War Plans Division, with instructions to warn bases in the Pacific. But Garreau decided to do nothing. "I think they have had plenty of notification," he is recorded as saying. This was because both U.S. Navy and U.S. Army headquarters in the Pacific had been told on the 27th of November that war was imminent. This intelligence had also been based on magic intercepts of Japanese diplomatic signal traffic. Curiously, or perhaps significantly, no warning had come from the Kremlin, despite Roosevelt's desire to help the Soviet Union. One can only speculate about Stalin's motives, but he refused to pass on to the Americans Richard Zorger's intelligence before the battle for Moscow that the Japanese were planning to make a surprise attack on American forces in the Pacific. Yet one of the most striking coincidences of the Second World War was the decision by President Roosevelt on the 6th of December 1941, the day before the Japanese attack, to go ahead with the project to research an atomic weapon. In the first week of September, Japan's military leaders had forced Emperor Hirohito to accept their decision to go to war. His only protest had been to read them a poem in favor of peace, written by his grandfather. But Hirohito's position as commander of the armed forces was extremely ambivalent. His opposition to the war was not moral, but simply reflected a fear that it might fail. The extreme militarist, mainly junior and middle-ranking officers, believed that the country had a divine mission to forge an empire under the euphemistic title of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, or what the far-sighted American ambassador in Tokyo had warned in 1934 would be a Pax Japonica. By November 1941, he feared that the military were prepared to lead their country to national harakiri. The Japanese drive for imperial expansion had produced conflicting priorities. The war in China, fear and hatred of the Soviet Union to the north, and the opportunity to seize the French, Dutch, and British colonies to the south. The foreign minister, Matsuoka Yosuke, had arranged a Japanese-Soviet neutrality pact in April 1941, shortly before Hitler's invasion. Once German armies were advancing rapidly eastwards, Matsuoka did an about-turn and advocated a strike north against the Soviet rear. But senior officers in the Imperial Japanese Army opposed this plan. They remembered their defeat at Zhukov's hands in August 1939, and most preferred to finish the war in China first. The occupation of French Indochina in 1940 had been undertaken principally to stop supplies to Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist armies, but this proved to be the decisive step towards the Strike South strategy, advocated mainly by the Imperial Japanese Navy. Indochina provided an ideal base from which to seize the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies. And following the American and British embargo imposed on Japan in retaliation for their occupation of Indochina, the commander of the Imperial Fleet, Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, had been warned that his ships would run out of fuel within a year. Japanese militarists felt that they had to go forward to seize all they needed. To go back involved an unbearable loss of face. The Minister of War, General Tojo Hideki, acknowledged that to take on the United States with its industrial might was a terrible gamble, and Yamamoto, who also feared the consequences of a prolonged war with the United States, felt that their only chance of survival was to get in first with a massive attack. In the first 6 to 12 months of a war with the United States and Britain, I will run wild and win victory after victory, he predicted with considerable accuracy. After that, I have no expectation of success. The military leaders had outwardly accepted the preference of the Emperor and the Prime Minister, Prince Konoe Fumimaro, to seek a diplomatic solution with the United States, but they never had any intention of accepting a deal which involved significant concessions. The Imperial Army was resolutely opposed to any withdrawal from China. Although in many cases fatalistic about their prospects, especially if the war dragged on, Japan's military commanders preferred the risk of national suicide to a loss of face. Roosevelt had been convinced that a firm line was the best policy, even though he did not want war at that stage. Both General Marshall and Admiral Harold R. Stark, the Army and Navy Chiefs of Staff, had warned him clearly that the United States was not yet sufficiently prepared. But his Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, while negotiating with the Japanese envoy, was outraged when he heard on the 25th of November of a massive convoy of warships and troop transports heading through the South China Sea. He responded with a series of demands which was seen in Tokyo as tantamount to an ultimatum. Hull's 10 points document insisted, among other things, that the Japanese should withdraw from Indochina and China, as well as renounce the tripartite pact with Germany. This stern reaction had been encouraged by the Chinese nationalists and the British. Only a complete and immediate climb down by the United States and Britain might have averted conflict at that stage. Yet such a sign of Western weakness would probably have encouraged Japanese aggression. Hull's intransigence convinced the Japanese military leaders that their preparations for war were vindicated. Delay would only weaken them, and postponement of the war would reduce Japan, as Tojo had said at the crucial conference on the 5th of November, to a third-class nation. In any case, Yamamoto's carrier fleet had just set forth from the Kuril Islands in the northern Pacific, with Pearl Harbor as its objective. 0 hour had already been set for 0800 hours on the 8th of December, Tokyo time. The Japanese plan aimed to secure a perimeter around the Western Pacific and the South China Sea. 5 armies would seize the 5 main objectives. The 25th Army would attack down the Malay Peninsula to take the British naval base of Singapore. The 23rd Army in southern China would seize Hong Kong. The 14th Army would land in the Philippines, where General Douglas MacArthur, American Commander-in-Chief and Pro-Consul, had his headquarters. The 15th Army would invade Thailand and southern Burma. The 16th Army would secure the Dutch East Indies, modern Indonesia, with the oil fields so vital to the Japanese war effort. Against the severe doubts of his colleagues in the Imperial Japanese Navy, Admiral Yamamoto had insisted that some of these operations, especially the attack on the Philippines, would be at risk unless he first sent his carrier force to destroy the U.S. fleet. Yamamoto's Navy pilots had been practicing torpedo and bombing attacks for several months in preparation. Intelligence on their targets was provided by the Japanese Consul General in Honolulu, who had been watching the movements of the U.S. warships. They were always in harbor at the weekend. The preemptive strike was fixed for just after dawn on Sunday, the 8th of December, which would still be the 7th of December, Washington time. At dawn on the 26th of November, the carrier force, led by the flagship Akagi, sailed under strict radio silence from the Kuril Islands in the northern Pacific. In Hawaii, Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, had been deeply concerned that his intelligence staff had no knowledge of the position of the carriers from the Japanese First and Second Fleets. "Do you mean to say," he retorted on the 2nd of December, when told of this, that they could be rounding Diamond Head, near the entrance to Pearl Harbor, and you wouldn't know it? Yet even Kimmel could not imagine an attack on Hawaii, out in the middle of the Pacific. Like the naval and army staffs in Washington, he believed a Japanese attack was much more likely to take place around the South China Sea against Malaya, Thailand, or the Philippines. So the peacetime routine had continued, with officers in their white tropical uniforms and sailors looking forward to a weekend of beer and relaxing on Waikiki Beach with local girls. Many ships were manned with little more than skeleton crews at the weekend. At 06:05 hours on Sunday the 8th of December, a green lamp was waved on the flight deck of the Akagi. Pilots adjusted their hachimaki, a white headband with a red rising sun symbol on the forehead, which indicated that they had promised to die for the Emperor. A cheer of "Banzai!" arose from the ground crews as each aircraft took off. Despite the heavy swell, the 6 carriers in the task force launched a first wave of 183 aircraft, including Zero fighters, Nakajima bombers, torpedo planes, and Aichi dive bombers. The island of Oahu lay 370 kilometers to their south. The aircraft circled over the carrier fleet, then set off in formation towards their objective. Flying above the cloud as dawn came up, it was hard to check their drift, so the bomber leader, Commander Fuchida Mitsuo, tuned in to the American radio station on Honolulu. It was playing dance music. He then switched on his direction finder. He corrected their course by 5 degrees. The music was interrupted by a weather report. He was relieved to hear that visibility over the islands was improving, with breaks in the cloud. An hour and a half after takeoff, the leading pilots spotted the northern tip of the island. The reconnaissance plane, which had gone ahead, reported that the Americans appeared to be unaware of their presence. Fuchida fired a Black Dragon flare from his cockpit to signal that they should still follow the plan for a surprise attack. The reconnaissance plane then reported the presence of 10 battleships, a heavy cruiser, and 10 light cruisers. As they came in sight of Pearl Harbor, Fuchida studied the anchorage through binoculars. At 07:49 hours, he gave the order to proceed, then passed back to the Japanese carrier fleet the signal "Tora, Tora, Tora." The code word meaning tiger signified that complete surprise had been achieved. 2 dive bomber groups with 53 aircraft sheered off to attack the 3 nearby airfields. The torpedo planes went straight into low-level runs against the 7 capital ships in Battleship Row. Honolulu radio was still playing music. Fuchida could already see waterspouts exploding alongside the battleships. He ordered his pilot to bank as the signal for his 10 squadrons to make their bomb run in line ahead. "A gorgeous formation," he noted. But as they went in, American anti-aircraft guns opened fire. Dark grey bursts exploded all around them, making the aircraft shudder. The first torpedoes struck the battleship USS Oklahoma, which slowly rolled over. More than 400 men died, trapped beneath the hull. Fuchida was taken aback by the speed of the American response as his aircraft headed for the USS Nevada at 3,000 meters. He now regretted having decided to attack in line ahead. They were buffeted as the USS Arizona blew up in a massive explosion, killing more than 1,000 men on board. The black smoke from blazing oil was so thick that many aircraft overshot their bombing point and had to return for a second run. Part of Fuchida's force of dive bombers and fighters had peeled off to attack the U.S. Army Air Corps bases at Wheeler Field and Hickam Field and the Naval Air Station on Ford Island. Ground crews and pilots were at breakfast when the strike came in. The first man to fight back at Hickam Field was an army chaplain who had been outside preparing his altar for an open-air mass. He seized a nearby machine gun and, resting it on his altar, began firing at the swooping enemy planes. But at both fields, the aircraft, lined up neatly beside the runway, made an easy target for the Japanese pilots. Almost exactly an hour after the first aircraft had sighted their targets, a second wave of Japanese attackers arrived, but their task was more difficult, with the thick smoke and the volume of fire coming up at them. Even 5-inch naval guns were firing at the aircraft. Some of their shells are said to have landed in the town of Honolulu, killing civilians. Suddenly, the sky was empty. The Japanese pilots had turned back to the north to catch up with their carriers, already steaming for home. As well as the battleships, Arizona and Oklahoma, the U.S. Navy at Pearl Harbor had lost 2 destroyers. Another 3 battleships were sunk or beached, but later refloated and repaired, and 3 more were damaged. The Army Air Corps and Navy lost 188 aircraft destroyed and 159 damaged. Altogether, 2,335 American servicemen were killed and 1,143 wounded. Only 29 Japanese aircraft had been destroyed. But the Imperial Navy also lost an ocean-going submarine and 5 midget submarines, all of which were supposed to have provided a diversion. Despite the shock of the attack, many sailors and Hawaiian shipyard workers promptly dived into the water to save those blown off the ships. Most of those struggling in the harbor were covered in oil and had to have their skin cleaned with cotton waste. Small parties with oxyacetylene cutters started to cut through bulkheads and even hulls to rescue trapped comrades. All around were damaged warships wreathed in black smoke, twisted and tangled dockside cranes, and port buildings riddled with holes. It would take 2 weeks to put the last of the fires out. Anger drove everyone in their task to restore the fighting power of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. They had at least one important consolation. None of the aircraft carriers had been in port, for they were to provide the only means to hit back in a naval war which had changed forever. Pearl Harbor was far from the only target. Bombers of the Imperial Air Fleet had been waiting to take off from the island of Formosa, Taiwan, to attack American airfields on the Philippines, but a thick fog had kept them grounded. General MacArthur had been woken in his suite at a Manila hotel with news of the attack on Pearl Harbor. He immediately called a staff conference at his headquarters. Major General Louis Brereton, Chief of the Far East Air Force, asked for permission to send his B-17 Flying Fortresses against the airfields on Formosa. But MacArthur hesitated. He had been told that the Japanese bombers based there did not have the range to attack the Philippines. Brereton was unconvinced. He sent his B-17s up with fighter escorts so that they would not be caught on the ground. MacArthur finally gave permission for a reconnaissance flight over Formosa to be followed by a bombing raid the next day. Brereton ordered his bombers to return to Clark Field to refuel, some 90 kilometers from Manila, and the fighters to land at their base near Iba to the northwest. At 12:20 hours local time, while the crews were having lunch, the Japanese raiders arrived overhead. They could not believe their luck in finding that their targets were all lined up for them. Altogether, 18 B-17 bombers and 53 P-40 fighters were destroyed. Half of the Far East Air Force had been destroyed on the first day. The Americans had received no warning because their radar set had not yet been installed. Other Japanese bombers attacked the capital, Manila. Philippine civilians had no idea what to do. An American Marine saw women clustered under the acacia trees in the park. A few of them had opened their umbrellas for additional protection. Wake Island, halfway between Hawaii and the Mariana Islands, was also attacked by Japanese aircraft on the 8th of December, but the Americans were ready. Major James Devereaux, the commander of the 427 U.S. Marines there, had ordered his bugler to sound "Call to Arms" as soon as he heard of the attack on Pearl Harbor. 4 Marine pilots in Grumman Wildcats managed to shoot down 6 Zero fighters after the other 8 Wildcats had been destroyed or damaged on the ground. On the 11th of December, Japanese warships arrived offshore to land troops, but the Marines' 5-inch guns sank 2 destroyers and damaged the cruiser Yubari. The Japanese force withdrew without even attempting to land its Marines. Although elated by their extraordinary achievement, the U.S. Marines on Wake knew that the Japanese would be back in even greater numbers. On the 23rd of December, a much larger task force appeared, this time with 2 aircraft carriers and 6 cruisers. the Marines fought back courageously against odds of 5-1, supported by a massive naval artillery bombardment and air attacks. Although they managed to inflict heavy losses, the Americans were forced to surrender to avoid heavy civilian casualties on the island. On the 10th of December, 5,400 Japanese Marines landed on Guam in the Mariana Islands, some 2,500 kilometers east of Manila. The small and lightly armed garrison of U.S. Marines did not stand a chance. The British in Hong Kong and Malaya had been expecting a Japanese invasion since the end of November. Malaya was a rich prize with its tin mines and vast rubber plantations. The governor, Sir Shenton Thomas, had described the country as the dollar arsenal of the empire. Malaya thus represented almost as high a priority for the Japanese as the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies. A state of emergency was declared in Singapore on the 1st of December, but the British were still woefully ill-prepared. The colonial authorities feared that an overreaction might unsettle the native population. The appalling complacency of colonial society had produced a self-deception largely based on arrogance. A fatal underestimation of their attackers included the idea that all Japanese soldiers were very short-sighted and inherently inferior to Western troops. In fact, they were immeasurably tougher and had been brainwashed into believing that there was no greater glory than to give their lives for their emperor. Their commanders, imbued with the sense of racial superiority and convinced of Japan's right to rule over East Asia, remained impervious to the fundamental contradiction that their war was supposed to free the region from Western tyranny. The Royal Navy had a vast and modern naval base on the northeast corner of Singapore Island. Powerful coastal batteries covered the approaches, ready to destroy an amphibious attack. But this magnificent complex, which had cost a large part of the naval budget, was almost empty. The original plan had been that a fleet could be sent out there from Britain in the event of war. But because of naval commitments in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and the need to protect Arctic convoys to Murmansk taking supplies to the Russians, the British had no battle fleet in the Far East. Churchill's promise to aid the Soviet Union also meant that the Far East Command lacked modern aircraft and tanks, as well as a range of other equipment. The only fighter available, the Brewster Buffalo, known as the Flying Beer Barrel because of its tubby shape and sluggish handling, stood no chance against Japanese Zeros. The British commander in Malaya was Lieutenant General Arthur Percival, a very tall, thin man with a military moustache which failed to divert attention from his buck teeth and weak chin. Although Percival had acquired a perhaps undeserved reputation for ruthlessness with IRA prisoners during the troubles in Ireland, he had the obstinacy of a faint-hearted man when it came to dealing with subordinate commanders. Lieutenant General Sir Louis Heath, the commander of 3 Indian Corps, had no respect for Percival and bitterly resented his promotion over him. And relations between the various Army and RAF commanders, as well as between them and the tempestuous and paranoid Australian commander, Major General Henry Gordon Bennett, were far from amicable. In theory, Percival commanded nearly 90,000 men, but fewer than 60,000 were front-line troops. Hardly any had experience of the jungle, and the Indian battalions and local volunteers were virtually untrained. The sorry state of British defences was well known in Tokyo. The 3,000 Japanese civilians then resident in Malaya had been passing back detailed intelligence through their consulate general in Singapore. On the 2nd of December, a Royal Navy squadron commanded by the diminutive Admiral Sir Thomas Phillips reached Singapore. It consisted of the modern battleship HMS Prince of Wales, the old battlecruiser HMS Repulse, and 4 destroyers. Crucially, it lacked fighter cover, because the aircraft carrier HMS Indomitable, with 45 Hurricanes, had been halted for repairs. But this did not seem to worry the British in Singapore. They did not think that the Japanese would dare to launch an invasion of Malaya now, with such powerful ships based there. General Percival, meanwhile, was refusing to construct defence lines with the argument that it reduced the offensive spirit of his soldiers. On Saturday, the 6th of December, a Royal Australian Air Force bomber, based at Kota Bharu in the far northeast of Malaya, sighted Japanese transports escorted by warships. They had sailed from the island of Hainan off the South China coast and were due to be joined by 2 convoys from Indochina. This force, which would split again, was headed for the southern Thai ports of Patani and Singora on the Kra Isthmus and the air base of Kota Bharu. From the Kra Isthmus, General Yamashita Tomoyuki's 25th Army would attack both northeastwards towards southern Burma and south into Malaya. The British had evolved a plan, Operation Matador, to advance into southern Thailand and delay the Japanese there. But the Thai government, bowing to the inevitable and hoping to regain territory in northwest Cambodia, had virtually accepted Japanese overlordship in advance. Air Chief Marshal Sir Robert Brooke Popham, the elderly Commander-in-Chief Far East, could not make up his mind whether to launch Operation Matador or not. Brooke Popham was known as Pop-Off because of his tendency to fall asleep during meetings. General Heath was furious about the indecision, since his Indian troops were still on standby to move into Thailand when they should have been moving to Jitra in the far northwest to prepare defensive positions there. They were becoming increasingly demoralized, soaked to the skin in the monsoon rains. Finally, in the early hours of the 8th of December, news reached Singapore that the Japanese were landing to attack Kota Bharu. At 0430 hours, while the senior commanders and the governor were in conference, Japanese bombers made their first raid on Singapore. The city was still a blaze of lights. Admiral Phillips, although well aware of the lack of fighter cover, decided to take his squadron up the east coast of Malaya to attack the Japanese invasion fleet. At Kota Bharu, the only explosions which had taken place so far had been caused by mines on the beach being set off by stray dogs or by coconuts dropping on them. A little way inland, the 8th Brigade had concentrated 1 battalion round the airfield, but the beaches were guarded by only 2 battalions, stretched over 50 kilometers. The Japanese assault had started around midnight on the 7th of December, in fact about an hour before the attack on Pearl Harbor, even though the two were supposed to have been simultaneous. The seas in this monsoon period were heavy, but that did not stop the Japanese from getting ashore. The Indian infantry platoons managed to kill quite a number of their attackers, but they were too thinly spread, and the visibility in the heavy rain was poor. The Australian pilots at the landing strip scrambled their 10 serviceable Hudson bombers and attacked the transports offshore, destroying one, damaging another, and sinking a number of landing barges. But after dawn, the Kota Bharu airfield and others down the coast began to suffer repeated attacks from Japanese Zeros flying in from French Indochina. By the end of the day, the British and Australian squadrons in Malaya were reduced to just 50 aircraft. Percival's deployment of his troops to guard airfields as a first priority proved a grave mistake, and Brooke Popham's indecision over Operation Matador meant that the Japanese Air Force was soon operating from bases in southern Thailand. General Heath, to Percival's anger, began a retreat the next day from the northeast. President Roosevelt, following his celebrated statement that the 7th of December was a date which will live in infamy, cabled Churchill in London to report on the declaration of war passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives. Today all of us are in the same boat with you and the people of the Empire, and it is a ship which will not and cannot be sunk. It was an unfortunate metaphor, just as HMS Prince of Wales and HMS Repulse were steaming out of the naval base, escorted by their destroyers. While Admiral Phillips was leaving, he was warned that he could expect no fighter protection, and that Japanese bombers were now based in southern Thailand. Phillips felt that, in the best traditions of the service, he could not back out. Phillips's Force Z was not sighted by Japanese seaplanes until the late afternoon of the 9th of December. Not finding any transports or warships, Phillips decided to turn back that night and return to Singapore. But in the early hours of the 10th of December, his flagship received a report of another landing at Kuantan, which was on his way. The Royal Navy warships of Force Z were called to action stations after a hurried breakfast of ham and marmalade sandwiches. Gun crews, wearing anti-flash protection, steel helmets, goggles, and asbestos gloves, manned the pom-poms. "Prince of Wales looked magnificent," wrote an observer on board the Repulse. White-tipped waves rippled over her plunging bows. The waves shrouded them with watery lace, then they rose high again and once again dipped. She rose and fell so methodically that the effect of staring at her was hypnotic. The fresh breeze blew her white ensign out stiff as a board. I felt a surge of excited anticipation rise within me at the prospect of her and the rest of the force sailing into enemy landing parties and their escorting warships. In fact, the report of landings at Kuantan proved false. This diversion and delay to their return proved fatal. Later in the morning, a Japanese reconnaissance aircraft was sighted. At 11:15 hours, the Prince of Wales opened fire at a small group of enemy aircraft. Another group of torpedo planes appeared a few minutes later. The two ships' multiple pom-pom guns began firing. Their crews called them Chicago pianos. The glowing tracers arced outwards in a mass of shallow curves towards their targets. But while the gunners were concentrating on the torpedo planes, nobody had noticed bombers at a much higher altitude. The Repulse was struck by a bomb which went right through the catapult deck. Smoke emerged through the hole, yet attention remained fixed on the attacking aircraft. As the pom-pom gunners knocked one of the low-level attackers out of the sky, everyone cheered, "Duck down!" But then, reminding them of the more immediate danger, a marine bugler sounded the dreaded warning, "Ship on fire." Fire hoses played on the whole billowing black smoke, but proved of little use. The next wave of attacking aircraft concentrated on the Prince of Wales. A torpedo struck her stern, sending up a tree-like column of water and smoke. The great ship began to list to port. "It doesn't seem possible that those slight-looking planes could do that to her," the same observer on Repulse noted, still barely able to believe that the age of the battleship was truly over. Even if the carrier HMS Indomitable had been with them, it is far from certain that her aircraft would have been sufficient to ward off the determined Japanese attacks. With her steering gear and engines out of action, HMS Prince of Wales was doomed as another wave of torpedo aircraft appeared. Repulse's gun crews did what they could to break up the attack, but 3 more torpedoes struck home. The battleship's list increased dramatically. It was obvious that she was about to go down. Then the Repulse herself was hit by 2 torpedoes, one after the other. The order came to abandon ship. There was little panic. Some sailors even had time to light a last cigarette as they formed lines. When it was their turn, they took a deep breath and leaped into the black, oil-covered sea below. Churchill, who had exulted in the great ships of the Royal Navy from his times as First Lord of the Admiralty, was stunned by the disaster. The tragedy felt even more personal to him after his voyage in the Prince of Wales to Newfoundland in August. The Imperial Japanese Navy was now unchallenged in the Pacific. Hitler rejoiced at the news. It augured well for his declaration of war on the United States, announced on the 11th of December. Hitler had always assumed that he would have to fight America at some point, and he now calculated that, with its small army and a crisis in the Pacific, it would not be able to play a decisive part in Europe for nearly 2 years. He was above all encouraged in this decision by Admiral Dönitz, who wanted to send his U-boat wolf packs against American shipping. All-out submarine warfare might still bring Britain to its knees. Hitler's announcement to the Reichstag prompted its Nazi representatives to rise cheering to their feet. They saw the United States as the great Jewish power in the West. But German officers, still fighting in the desperate retreat on the Eastern Front, did not know what to think when they heard the news. The more far-sighted sensed that this world war, with the United States, the British Empire, and the Soviet Union aligned against them, would be unwinnable. The repulse before Moscow, combined with the American entry into the war, made December 1941 the geopolitical turning point. From that moment, Germany became incapable of winning the Second World War outright, even though it still retained the power to inflict appalling damage and death. On the 16th of December, Generalfeldmarschall von Bock, suffering from some sort of psychosomatic illness, informed Hitler that he must decide whether Army Group Center should stand and fight or withdraw. Both courses risked its destruction. He clearly wanted to be relieved of his failed command, and he was replaced a few days later by Kluge, who initially agreed with Hitler's refusal to retreat. Brauchitsch, the army commander-in-chief, was also dismissed for pessimism. Hitler promptly appointed himself commander-in-chief in his stead. Several other senior commanders were also removed, but it was the sacking of Guderian, the symbol of offensive dash, which depressed German officers the most. Guderian had characteristically defied orders to hold positions whatever the cost. The wisdom or folly of Hitler's decision to stand fast has long been debated. Did it prevent an 1812-style debacle, or did it cause huge and unnecessary losses? On the 24th of December, German soldiers, so far from home, felt an urge to celebrate Christmas, even in the most abject circumstances. A Christmas tree was easy to come by, which they decorated with stars made from the silver paper from cigarette packets. In some cases, they were even given candles by Russian peasants. Huddled together for warmth in villages which had not yet been burned, they exchanged pathetic little presents and sang Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht. Although they felt lucky to be alive after so many of their comrades had died, they felt an overwhelming loneliness as they thought of their families at home. Only a few recognized the paradox of German sentimentality amid the vicious war which they had unleashed. On Christmas Day, the prisoner of war camp outside Kaluga was evacuated in temperatures below -30 degrees. Many of the Soviet prisoners, of whom some had been reduced to cannibalism, collapsed in the snow and were shot. It was perhaps hardly surprising that Soviet soldiers exacted revenge by killing German wounded abandoned in the retreat, in at least one case by pouring captured fuel stocks over them and setting them on fire. Nobody was more conscious of the dramatic shift in world affairs than Stalin, but his impatience to exact revenge on the Germans and seize the opportunities offered by their retreat led him into demanding a general offensive along the whole front, a series of operations for which the Red Army lacked the necessary vehicles, artillery, supplies, and above all training. Zhukov was horrified, even though operations so far had gone better than he had expected. The vastly overambitious Stavka plans aimed for the destruction of both Army Group Center and Army Group North, and a massive strike back into Ukraine. After so many months of suffering, the mood of the Soviet people also swung wildly towards excessive optimism. "We'll get it over by spring," many were saying. But they, like their leader, still had many shocks ahead. The British colony of Hong Kong, which had maintained a form of neutrality during the last 4 years of the Sino-Japanese War to the north, represented an obvious target. Apart from its wealth, Hong Kong had been one of the main supply routes to nationalist forces. As in Singapore, the Japanese community had provided detailed information on its defenses and weaknesses to Tokyo. Plans for its capture had been considered for the previous 2 years. A fifth column, largely based on heavily bribed triad gangs, had also been prepared. The British community, after so many years of asphyxiating supremacy, had no idea whether the Hong Kong Chinese, the refugees from Kwangtung province to the north, the Indians, or even the Eurasians were likely to stay loyal. As a result, they did little to inform them of the situation and shrank from arming them to resist the Japanese. Instead, they decided to rely on the 12,000 British and Dominion troops and the Hong Kong Volunteer Defence Corps, which was almost entirely European. Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists offered help in defending Hong Kong, but the British were extremely reluctant to accept it. They knew that Chiang wanted to regain the colony for China. Paradoxically, British officers were to enjoy much closer relations with Chinese communist partisans, and later provided arms and explosives to them, a move which appalled the nationalists. Both the communists and the nationalists suspected that the British would prefer to lose Hong Kong to the Japanese than to the Chinese. Churchill had no illusions from a purely military point of view. If the Japanese invaded, he believed there was not the slightest chance of holding Hong Kong or relieving it. But pressure from the Americans persuaded him to reinforce the colony in a show of solidarity with the equally threatened Philippines. On the 15th of November, 2,000 Canadian soldiers had arrived to augment the garrison. Although inexperienced, they could foresee the fate in store for them should the Japanese army attack. They were not convinced by the Allied plan that the colony should be defended for up to 90 days to provide time for the U.S. Navy at Pearl Harbor to come to their aid. On the 8th of December, just as Japanese forces moved in to occupy Shanghai, Japanese aircraft in a strike on Kai Tak airfield wiped out the colony's 5 aircraft. A division of Lieutenant General Sakai Takashi's 23rd Army crossed the Shamchun River, which marked the border of the new territories. The British commander, Major General C.M. Maltby, and his men were caught off balance. Apart from blowing up a few bridges, his forces withdrew rapidly to what was called the Gin Drinkers' line of defence across the isthmus of the new territories. The lightly equipped and camouflaged Japanese moved silently and rapidly across country on their rubber-soled shoes, while the defenders clumped around in the rocky hills in metal-studded ammunition boots and full battle order. Triad members and supporters of the Chinese puppet leader on the mainland, Wang Jingwei, guided Japanese troops round behind the defensive line. Maltby had deployed only a quarter of his force in the new territories. The majority were held back on Hong Kong Island, ready to face an attack from the sea, which never came. The Chinese population in Hong Kong felt that this was not their war. The food rationing and air raid shelters organized by the colonial authorities proved totally insufficient for them. Those employed as auxiliary drivers slipped away, abandoning their vehicles. Chinese police and air raid precaution personnel simply discarded their uniforms and went home. Staff in hotels and servants in private houses also disappeared. Fifth columnists stirred up trouble in the refugee camps filled with those fleeing the war in China by stealing all the rice. Soon riots and looting began, led by triad gangs. Somebody raised a large Japanese flag over the tall Peninsula Hotel near the Kowloon waterfront. This caused panic among some Canadian soldiers who thought they had been outflanked. At midday on the 11th of December, General Maltby felt that he had no choice but to pull all his troops back across the harbour to Hong Kong Island. This produced chaos as crowds tried to storm the departing boats. News of the sinking of the Prince of Wales and the Repulse confirmed that there was no hope of relief from a Royal Navy task force. The island itself was also in a state of ferment after the relentless artillery bombardment and bombing by Japanese aircraft. Sabotage by fifth columnists increased the hysteria. The British police rounded up Japanese on the island and arrested saboteurs, of whom a number were shot out of hand. The crisis forced the British to approach Chiang Kai-shek's representative in Hong Kong, the one-legged Admiral Chan Chak. His nationalist network of paid vigilantes was called upon to help restore some sort of order and combat the triads who were plotting to massacre the Europeans. The most effective method was bribery. Triad leaders agreed to a meeting in the Cecil Hotel. Their demands were outrageous, but a deal was struck. Admiral Chan Chak's vigilantes, operating under the name of the Loyal and Righteous Charitable Association, soon grew to 15,000 strong, of whom 1,000 were attached to the special branch. An underground war was then waged against Wang Jingwei's partisans. Most of those captured were executed in back alleys. The British became rather fond of the piratical Chinese admiral who had saved the situation, and they finally agreed to seek help from the nationalist armies. With rumours of relief and order virtually restored, morale on the besieged island rose. But Maltby, uncertain where to concentrate his troops to repel a landing, failed to strengthen his forces on the northeast corner of the island. A group of 4 Japanese swam across at night to reconnoitre this stretch, and on the following night of the 18th of December, 7,500 troops crossed, using every small craft they could find. The 38th Division, once established, did not try to push round the coast towards Victoria as Maltby expected. Instead, they forced their way across the hilly interior, pushing back the 2 Canadian battalions to split the island in 2. Soon both Stanley and Victoria were without electricity or water, and much of the Chinese population was starving. Already the governor, Sir Mark Young, had been persuaded by General Maltby that there was no hope of holding out. Young sent a signal to London on the 21st of December, requesting permission to negotiate with the Japanese commander. Churchill replied via the Admiralty that there must be no thought of surrender. Every part of the island must be fought over, and the enemy resisted with the utmost stubbornness. Every day that you are able to maintain your resistance, you help the Allied cause all over the world. Young, apparently dismayed to think of himself as the first man to surrender a British colony since Cornwallis at Yorktown, agreed to fight on. Despite some brave stands, the morale of the doomed defenders was collapsing. Indian troops, especially the Rajputs, who had suffered heavy casualties, were in a very bad state. Their morale had also been sapped by constant Japanese propaganda urging them to defect, with the implication that the defeat of the British Empire would bring freedom to India. The Sikh police had deserted almost to a man. Their resentment of the British was fueled by memories of the Amritsar massacre in 1919. With fires raging and with water supplies cut, which had also created a major sanitation problem, the British community, especially the wives, started to put pressure on Maltby and the governor to end the fighting. Young remained obstinate, but on the afternoon of Christmas Day, after the Japanese had intensified their bombardment, Maltby insisted that resistance was no longer possible. That evening, the 2 men were taken across the harbour in a motorboat by Japanese officers to surrender to General Sakai by candlelight in the Peninsula Hotel. Admiral Chan Shak, with several British officers, escaped in motor torpedo boats that night to join up with nationalist forces on the mainland. Over the next 24 hours, the triads looted at will, especially the British houses on the Peak. Despite General Sakai's orders to his troops to treat their prisoners well, the heavy fighting on the island had enraged them. In a number of cases, medical staff and wounded were bayoneted, hanged, or decapitated. There were, however, relatively few cases of rape of European women, and the offenders were severely punished, which made a surprising contrast to the terrifying performance of the Imperial Japanese Army in the war on the mainland. In fact, Europeans were generally treated with some respect, as if to prove that the Japanese were just as civilized. But then, in a perverse contradiction of Japanese propaganda, which claimed that they were undertaking a war to liberate Asia from the whites, officers made little effort to restrain their men from raping Hong Kong Chinese women. More than 10,000 are estimated to have been gang-raped, and several hundred civilians were killed during the holiday after the battle. General Yamashita's army, successfully established on the Malay Peninsula, although inferior in numbers, enjoyed the support of an armoured division and air superiority. The Indian troops, most of whom had never seen a tank before, were overawed. They were also spooked by the jungle and the eerie gloom of the rubber plantations. But the most effective Japanese tactic was to advance down the eastern and western coast roads led by their tanks, and on reaching a roadblock, to outflank the defenders with infantry skirting round them through paddy fields or jungle. The speed of the Japanese advance was greatly increased by bicycle troops, who often overtook the retreating defenders. Advancing down both the west and the east coast of the Malay Peninsula, Yamashita's battle-hardened troops pushed back the mixture of British, Indian, Australian and Malay units towards the southern tip of Johore. In a number of actions, certain units fought well and inflicted heavy casualties, but the incessant retreats were both utterly exhausting and demoralizing against Japanese tanks and constant strafing by Zero fighters. General Percival still refused to establish a defense line in Johore because he thought it would be bad for morale. This lack of prepared positions was disastrous for the defense of Singapore. Even so, the Australian 8th Division in particular managed to hold the Japanese Imperial Guards Division and throw it off balance with ambushes. A force of hurricanes had also arrived to strengthen Singapore's defences, but they proved inferior to the Zero. After 2 weeks of fighting in Johor, the remnants of the Allied forces were pulled back to Singapore Island. The causeway across the Johor Strait was then blown up on the 31st of January 1942, just after the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders crossed, bagpipes playing. The Japanese are said to have decapitated 200 Australian and Indian soldiers who had been left behind, too badly wounded to move. Raffles Hotel continued to offer dinner dances on most nights, with the idea that business as usual would keep up morale. But to officers back from fighting down the Malay Peninsula, it seemed more like the band playing on board the Titanic. Under relentless Japanese bombing, much of the city lay in ruins. Many European families had begun to leave, either by flying boat to Java or to Ceylon on the returning troop ships, which had just delivered reinforcements. Their fathers and husbands had mostly enrolled in volunteer units. Some women bravely stayed on as nurses, despite fears for their fate when the Japanese conquered the city. The inherent weakness of Singapore Island along the Johor Strait was made worse by Percival's conviction that the Japanese would attack the northeast of the island. This derived from his strange belief that the naval base, which had already been destroyed, was the key element to be defended. He ignored instructions from General Wavell, now the Allied commander-in-chief in the region, to strengthen the northwest part of the island, which, with its mangrove swamps and creeks, was the most difficult sector to defend. The Australian 8th Division, which was given this sector, immediately saw the danger. It lacked clear fields of fire, as well as mines and barbed wire, because the bulk had been allocated for the northeastern side. Its battalions had been reinforced with fresh troops who had just arrived, but most of them hardly knew how to handle a rifle. General Gordon Bennett, although aware of Percival's fundamental mistake, said little and simply retired to his headquarters. On the 7th of February, Japanese artillery opened fire for the first time on Singapore, which lay under a huge pall of black smoke from the naval base's oil dump bombed the night before. The next day, the bombardment intensified dramatically on the northeast flank as a diversion. This convinced Percival even more that this was where the attack would come. Yamashita observed events from a tower of the palace belonging to the Sultan of Johor, overlooking the narrow strait. He had decided to use up the last of his artillery ammunition just before his troops crossed in boats and barges that night to the mangrove swamps on Singapore's northwest shore. Vicker's machine guns inflicted heavy casualties on the attackers, but the 3,000 Australians holding the sector were rapidly overrun by Yamashita's 16 battalions, who surged on inland. The massive Japanese bombardment had cut all the field telephone lines, so the artillery in support took some time to react, and 8th Division headquarters had little idea what was going on. Even the Very lights shot into the sky by the Australian front line remained unseen. By dawn on the 9th of February, nearly 20,000 Japanese troops had landed. Yet Percival still did not make any major changes to his deployment, apart from sending 2 understrength battalions to form a blocking line. He also allowed the last Hurricane Squadron to be withdrawn to Sumatra. Confusion rapidly led to the collapse of his hopes of forming a last-ditch defense line northwest of Singapore City. The Japanese had landed tanks, and they soon smashed through any remaining roadblocks. On the governor's orders, the Treasury began to burn all the banknotes in its possession. Motor cars were pushed into the harbour to prevent them falling into the hands of the Japanese, but most were burned out wrecks on the streets. The bombed and burning city stank from rotting bodies, and the hospitals were submerged in wounded and dead. The evacuation of women, including nurses, had accelerated as the last ships set sail, but a number of these vessels were bombed. Some of the survivors who managed to get ashore were bayoneted or shot down by Japanese patrols. The naval craft trying to escape ran straight into a Japanese flotilla of warships. Percival, who had been ordered by Churchill and Wavell to fight to the very last, was under pressure from his subordinate commanders to surrender to avoid further loss of life. He signalled Wavell, who was firm in his order to continue fighting street by street, but the city was running out of water due to pipes broken by the bombing. Japanese troops charged into the military hospital at Alexandra and bayoneted patients and staff. One man, under anaesthetic, was stabbed to death on the operating table. Finally, on Sunday the 15th of February, General Percival surrendered to General Yamashita. General Bennett, after ordering his men to unload and stay where they were, slipped away. With a group of other men, he swam out to a sampan and then, after bribing the captain of a Chinese junk, made it to Sumatra. He claimed, on reaching Australia, that he had escaped to pass on his experience of fighting the Japanese, but the soldiers he had left behind were understandably bitter. The recriminations against Percival, the governor, Shenton Thomas, Bennett, Brooke Popham, Wavell, and several others were overwhelming in the aftermath of the humiliating disaster. "We are paying very heavily now," General Sir Alan Brooke, who had succeeded Sir John Dill as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, wrote in his diary, "for failing to pay the insurance premiums essential for security of an empire." But even though the preparation and the conduct of the Malayan campaign had been deplorable, Singapore could never have been an impregnable fortress with Japanese control of the surrounding air and seas. As well as the troops, there were over 1 million civilians on the island, so they would soon have been starved out in any case. On the 19th of February, Japanese aircraft attacked the port of Darwin in the north of Australia, sinking 8 ships and killing 240 civilians. The Australian government was both angry and alarmed. The country was exposed since its best divisions were still in the Middle East. Australians had only started to wake up to their vulnerability the previous November when the cruiser HMAS Sydney was sunk off their coast while intercepting the German armed raider Cormoran, flying a Dutch flag. During the long and heated debate that ensued, with 2 government inquiries carried out since 1998, many suspected that the German raider was not alone. They believed that the Sydney was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine operating with the Cormoran 18 days before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Australian anger at the British failure to defend Malaya was justified, but the fact remained that the country had spent little on defence. And, ironically, it was mainly the ferocity of Australian criticism which had pushed Churchill into sending more reinforcements to Singapore, almost all of whom fell into Japanese hands. Sumatra, in the Dutch East Indies, lay just across the Malacca Straits from Singapore, and the Japanese wasted no time in continuing their conquests. On the 14th of February 1942, the day before Percival's surrender, Japanese paratroops dropped on Palembang to secure the oil fields and Dutch shell refineries. A Japanese task force with a carrier, 6 cruisers, and 11 destroyers to escort the troop transports arrived offshore. The island of Java was the next objective. The Battle of the Java Sea on the 27th of February rapidly decided the matter. An Allied force of Dutch, American, Australian, and British cruisers and 6 destroyers attacked 2 Japanese convoys escorted by 3 heavy cruisers and 14 destroyers. During the next 36 hours, the Allied ships were outgunned and out-torpedoed. It was a gallant but doomed engagement. By the 9th of March, Batavia, now Jakarta, and the rest of the Dutch East Indies had surrendered. Japanese army commanders in China saw Burma as the most important objective for them. This offered the best way of cutting off supplies to Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist armies, as well as defending the whole western flank in Southeast Asia. Imperial General Headquarters had originally planned to occupy only southern Burma, but this soon changed with the momentum of their advance. The battle for Burma had begun on the 23rd of December 1941, when Japanese bombers attacked Rangoon. Further raids caused a stampede of refugees out of the city. The Allies had only an RAF squadron of Brewster Buffaloes and a squadron of American volunteer pilots known as the Flying Tigers with P-40 Curtiss Warhawks. 3 Hurricane squadrons, diverted from Malaya, arrived soon afterwards. On the 18th of January 1942, General Ieyasu Shojiro's 15th Army attacked over the border from Thailand. Major General John Smith, V.C., who commanded the 17th Indian Division, wanted to form a line along the Sitang River, which provided a strong barrier. But Wavell ordered him to advance to the southeast towards the Thai frontier to slow the Japanese advance as far forward as possible, because he needed more time to reinforce Rangoon. This proved to be disastrous, with just one understrength division trying to defend the whole of southern Burma. On the 9th of January, Japanese policy suddenly changed. Victory fever convinced Imperial General Headquarters that they could take most of Burma as well, in order to cut off the Chinese supply route at source. Smith was later forced, as he had foreseen, to retreat back to the Sitang, but this now meant pulling his division back across a single-file, planked bridge during the night of the 21st of February. A truck jammed, and the whole column was halted for 3 hours. When dawn rose, most of the division was caught in a totally exposed position east of the fast-flowing river. Attempting to cut them off, a Japanese force threatened to capture the bridge. Smith's second-in-command felt obliged to blow it up. Less than half the division got away. A chaotic retreat to Rangoon ensued. The Burmese capital had been protected by the Flying Tigers and the RAF, who had forced the Japanese to switch to night bombing. As a result, reinforcements were landed in the port, including the 7th Armoured Brigade with light Stuart tanks. But Rangoon was doomed, and stores were shifted north before the place was finally abandoned. A zookeeper let out all the animals, including the dangerous ones, which caused some panic. In the half-deserted city, the governor, Sir Reginald Dorman Smith, and his aide had a final game of billiards after finishing the last few bottles in the wine cellar. Then, to deny the Japanese the stern portraits of former governors, they threw their billiard balls through the canvases. General Sir Harold Alexander, appointed Commander-in-Chief Burma, flew into Rangoon as the Japanese approached. On the 7th of March, he ordered the destruction of Burma Oil's storage tanks outside the city and instructed the remaining British forces to withdraw north. Fortunately for the British, the Japanese failed to carry out a major ambush effectively the following day, and they escaped. The plan was to form a new line of defense in the north, along with the 1st Burma Division of Karen Hill tribesmen, ferociously opposed to the Japanese, and 50,000 Chinese nationalist troops, led by the American commander in China, Major General Joseph Stilwell. Vinegar Joe was a ferocious Anglophobe. He claimed, unconvincingly, that Alexander was astonished to find me, mere me, a goddamn American, in command of Chinese troops. Extraordinary. Looked me over as if I had just crawled out from under a rock. The Japanese, having occupied Rangoon with its port, were able to reinforce their army rapidly. Their aircraft, now operating from airfields inside Burma, managed to destroy almost all the remaining RAF and Flying Tiger fighters on an airfield further north. At the end of March, the Chinese forces were beaten back, and what now became the Burma Corps, commanded by Lieutenant General William Slim, was forced to retreat rapidly to avoid encirclement. Chiang Kai-shek accused the British of failing to hold the line. Certainly, liaison between the two armies was ineffectual, if not chaotic, partly because the Chinese had no maps, and they could not read the place names on the ones the British provided. Disaster was then made certain by Stilwell insisting on an offensive, which the Chinese armies were incapable of carrying out. Stilwell rejected Chiang Kai-shek's plan to defend Mandalay as too passive. Without warning the British, he sent 2 Chinese divisions into an attack south and refused to allow the 200th Division to retreat from Toungoo. The Japanese rapidly took advantage of these overextended formations by advancing past them to Lashio, northeast of Mandalay, and thus outflanking the British as well. Stilwell, refusing to admit responsibility for the disaster, blamed his Chinese forces for a stupid reluctance to attack and losing the chance of a great victory. The British were rather more appreciative of their efforts, and as furious with Stilwell as was Chiang Kai-shek. On the 5th of April, a powerful Japanese task force entered the Bay of Bengal to attack the British naval base at Colombo. Admiral Sir James Somerville managed to send most of his ships out of the way in time, but the damage inflicted was still extremely serious. By the beginning of May, the Japanese had seized Mandalay and had even crossed into China by the Burma Road, forcing some of the Chinese nationalist forces back into Yunnan province. But it was Indian civilians from the large community in Burma who suffered most in the retreat north, including small merchants and their families unused to hardship. They were attacked and robbed by the Burmese, who hated them. The remaining Allied troops had to retreat towards the Indian frontier, having suffered some 30,000 casualties. The Japanese occupation of Southeast Asia appeared complete. Chapter 17. China and the Philippines. November 1941 to April 1942. The year 1941 had begun more encouragingly for the Chinese nationalists. The Japanese 11th Army was so spread out that it could not concentrate for an effective offensive. South of the Yangtze, the nationalists even managed to inflict a severe reverse at the Jin River on the 33rd and 34th Divisions, causing some 15,000 Japanese casualties. And Chiang Kai-shek, in a calculated gamble, had forced the communist guerrilla New Fourth Army to abandon its areas south of the Yangtze and move north of the Yellow River. It appears that although an agreement was reached on this withdrawal, Mao ensured that it broke down. Bitter fighting broke out when communist troops, deliberately misdirected by Mao, blundered into nationalist forces. Inevitably, accounts of what happened differed entirely on both sides. All that is certain is that it made a subsequent civil war even more difficult to avoid. Soviet representatives restricted themselves to expressing concern that nationalists and communists were fighting each other when they should be attacking the Japanese. But in the wider world, foreign communist parties used the incident as propaganda to claim that the nationalists were always the aggressors. The Generalissimo, meanwhile, was outraged by the growing Soviet control over the extreme northwestern province of Xinjiang, which bordered Mongolia, the USSR, and India. Working through the local warlord Sheng Shizai, the Soviet Union had constructed bases and factories, installed a military garrison, and started mining for tin and drilling for oil. A secret camp also trained cadres for the Chinese Communist Party as their influence in the province grew. Sheng Shizai had even applied for membership of the Chinese Communist Party. This move was vetoed by Stalin, but he was then accepted into the Communist Party of the Soviet Union instead. As Xinjiang was an essential staging post for supplies and trade with the USSR, the nationalists' hands were tied. Chiang Kai-shek could only bide his time until a more favorable moment arose to reassert control over what had become a Soviet fiefdom. In spite of these tensions, Soviet supplies had resumed for the moment at least, mainly because Stalin feared a revived Japanese threat in the Far East. In a battle for southern Hunan province, the nationalists again used their tactics of withdrawal, followed by a counterattack. Only in southern Shenxi did the Japanese achieve a significant advance and seize valuable agricultural areas on which the nationalists depended for food and recruits. This came about with their crushing victory in the Battle of Zhongyuan, which Chiang Kai-shek described as the greatest shame in the history of the anti-Japanese war. Ernest Hemingway and his new wife, Martha Gellhorn, were traveling in China at this time, and the misery and squalor around them ground down even the intrepid Gellhorn. "China has cured me. I never want to travel again," she wrote to her mother. "The real life of the East is agony to watch and horror to share." The dirt, the smells, the rats, and the bedbugs had their effect. In the nationalist capital of Chongqing, which Hemingway described as grey, shapeless, muddy, a collection of drab cement buildings and poverty shacks, they lunched with Madame Chiang Kai-shek and the Generalissimo, and were told afterwards that it was a great honor to be received by him without his dentures. The Generalissimo would not have been pleased to learn that Gellhorn had been bowled over by the communist representative in Chongqing, Zhou Enlai. Hemingway, on the other hand, showed that he was not as uncritical of the communists as he had been in Spain. He was well aware of the effectiveness of their propaganda and how communist supporters such as Edgar Snow had managed to persuade readers in the United States that Mao's forces were fighting hard while the corrupt nationalists were doing little, when in fact the opposite was true. Corruption there certainly was in nationalist China, but it varied from army to army and officer to officer. Old-style staff officers in the 15th Army used military trucks to bring opium from Sichuan to sell in the Yangtze Valley, but not all nationalist officers followed traditional warlord behavior. While some profited shamelessly from the theft and sale of their own soldiers' rations, others, more modern and liberal, dug into their own pockets to buy medical supplies for their men. The communists soon proved no better. Their production and sale of opium was designed to create a war chest to fight the nationalists later. In 1943, the Soviet ambassador estimated communist opium sales at 44,760 kilos, worth $60 million at the time. Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 was a double-edged development from the nationalist point of view. On the positive side, it meant that Stalin could not afford to be so assertive in his bid to take over the province of Xinjiang. And above all, it clarified the battle lines of the Second World War, putting Britain, the United States, and the Soviet Union on the same side against Germany and Japan. On the other hand, it made Stalin even more determined to avoid a clash with Japan. Stalin feared a build-up of Japanese forces in the north and asked the Chinese communists to launch major guerrilla attacks, but Mao, while signaling assent, did nothing. The only communist offensive, Operation 100 Regiments, had taken place the summer before. Mao had been furious since it had helped the nationalists when they were hard-pressed, and although it caused severe damage to railways and mines, communist casualties had been heavy. Despite the return of communist forces to virtual neutrality in the course of 1941, the Japanese commander, General Okamura Yasuji, launched his savage 3-all anti-partisan drives, kill all, burn all, destroy all, against communist base areas. Younger men, if they were not slaughtered, were seized for forced labor. Starvation was also used as a weapon. The Japanese burned all the harvest which they could not take for themselves. It has been estimated that the population of communist base areas fell from 44 million to 25 million during this period. To Moscow's fury, Mao withdrew many of his forces and split up those still behind Japanese lines. In Soviet eyes, this was a betrayal of proletarian internationalism, which obliged communists everywhere to make every sacrifice for the motherland of the oppressed. Stalin now knew for certain that Mao was more interested in seizing territory from the nationalists than in fighting the Japanese. Mao was also doing everything he could to reduce Soviet influence within the Chinese Communist Party. Although Stalin had signed a non-aggression pact with Japan in April and subsequently ceased delivering military supplies to the nationalists, he still continued to provide them with military advisers. The chief adviser at this time was General Vasily Chuikov, who would later command the 62nd Army in the defense of Stalingrad. Altogether, some 1,500 Red Army officers had served in China, obtaining experience and assessing weapons systems there as they had in the Spanish Civil War. The British also offered arms and training for Chinese guerrilla detachments. This had been organized by the Special Operations Executive Office in Hong Kong, but because its officers began to arm communist groups in the East River area, Chiang demanded that the program be stopped. The Americans, meanwhile, had begun to provide assistance. This included the formation of the American volunteer group, the Flying Tigers, commanded by the retired U.S. Army Air Corps officer Claire Chennault, Chiang Kai-shek's aviation advisor, and equipped with 100 Curtiss P-40s. They were based in Burma to help protect the road link to southwest China, but the P-40 stood little chance against the Japanese Mitsubishi Zero, unless the pilot used special tactics. Over China itself, and especially the capital of Chongqing, pilots in the tiny nationalist air force did what they could to break up formations of Japanese bombers. Imperial General Headquarters had been forced to accept in December 1938 that nationalist Chinese tactics had thwarted any hope of a quick victory. So they resorted to strategic bombing in the hope of destroying the Chinese will to resist. All industrial concerns were targeted, but the main objective was the nationalist capital, which was attacked relentlessly with high explosive and incendiaries. The Japanese adopted a strategy of multiple small raids to keep the city on constant alert and wear down its air defenses. Chinese historians refer to the Great Bombing of Chongqing, of which the most intense stage continued from January 1939 until December 1941, when Japanese naval aviation units were redeployed to the Pacific. More than 15,000 Chinese civilians were killed and 20,000 badly injured. On the 18th of September 1941, the Japanese 11th Army launched a fresh offensive against the strategically important city of Changsha with 4 divisions. The fighting was heavy as the Chinese forces withdrew. As always, the wounded suffered the most in a retreat. A Chinese doctor from Trinidad in the West Indies described one scene which was sadly typical. A Red Cross ambulance stood on the road, surrounded by hundreds of wounded men, standing or lying down. It was loaded, and the lightly wounded had clambered onto the roof. Some had even crowded into the chauffeur's seat. The driver was standing in front of them, his arms uplifted, pleading desperately. This was not an uncommon scene. Wounded men would lie down on the highway to prevent the trucks from leaving them behind. During this renewed attempt to encircle Changsha, the Japanese for once suffered more casualties than they inflicted. The nationalist combination of conventional and semi-guerrilla operations was becoming more effective. The plan had been drawn up by General Chuikov. Yet again the Chinese counterattacked just as the Japanese entered the city. Japanese sources claimed that they pulled back only because of orders from Imperial General Headquarters, while the Chinese hailed a great victory. The Chinese, meanwhile, had sent a large force against the important Yangtze River port of Yichang in an attempt to retake it. On the 10th of October they nearly succeeded in crushing the Japanese 13th Division defending the place. The division's situation was so desperate that the staff prepared to burn regimental flags, destroy secret papers, and commit suicide. But they were saved just in time by the 39th Division coming to their rescue. Both the nationalist armies and their warlord allies, as well as the Chinese communists, deliberately fought a long and geographically extended campaign, avoiding major offensives themselves. At times, both nationalists and especially the communists sought local truces with the Japanese. The Imperial Japanese Army, on the other hand, used operations in China as a training ground for newly raised formations. And although China's continuing resistance to Japan did not alter the outcome of the war in the Far East, it had considerable indirect effects. Even by the time the Japanese began the wider Pacific War in December 1941, their China Expeditionary Army was still 680,000 strong. This was 4 times larger than the total of the Japanese ground forces used to attack the British, Dutch, and United States possessions. Also, as several historians have pointed out, the treasury and resources devoted to the Sino-Japanese War since 1937 could have been used to far greater effect in preparation for the Pacific War, particularly the construction of more aircraft carriers. Yet the most important consequence of Chinese resistance, combined with the Soviet victory at Khalkhin Gol, was the Japanese refusal to attack Siberia when the Red Army was at its most vulnerable in the autumn and early winter of 1941. The course of the Second World War might well have been very different had such an attack been launched. In February 1942, General Marshall selected Major General Joseph Stilwell as the U.S. commander in China and Burma. Stilwell had been the U.S. military attaché in Nanking with the nationalist government when the War of Resistance against Japan had begun in 1937. He was therefore regarded in Washington as an old China hand. But Vinegar Joe Stilwell regarded Chinese officers as lazy, duplicitous, Byzantine, inscrutable, unmilitary, corrupt, and even stupid. His view remained largely that 19th-century one of seeing China as the sick man of Asia. He seems to have had little understanding of the very real difficulties that Chiang Kai-shek's regime faced, especially in the problems of food supply, which had forced the withdrawal of many troops to richer agricultural areas simply to prevent them from deserting through hunger. Food, as Stilwell refused to acknowledge, was bound to be the nationalists' main preoccupation, especially since their areas had been swamped with more than 50 million refugees fleeing Japanese cruelty. After bad harvests and the loss of agricultural areas to the enemy, food prices rose vertiginously. The poor and the refugees starved, and even minor officials struggled to feed their families. The government found it virtually impossible to prevent speculators and officers from holding back grain and rice to make large profits later, even though part of their hoarded stocks rotted. The corruption which Stilwell condemned was very hard to combat. The nationalist solution was to tax the peasantry in kind, but this shifted the burden of feeding the vast armies to their shoulders when they were also conscripted in huge numbers for military labor. Famine soon followed in many regions. Conscription also became harder as a result, with recruiters resorting to force and ignoring all exemptions. Rations were constantly reduced, and by the end of the war inflation made a soldier's pay for a whole month less than the cost of 2 cabbages. An extended and ravaged agrarian society, in which communications had broken down, was bound to find it almost impossible to wage a modern war. The Communists did better in their less populated areas, mainly by imposing ferocious controls at every level. They were also far-sighted in the way they used labor more effectively, and even brought in their troops to help with the harvest. Communist armies also set up their own farms to make them self-sufficient. They thus attracted far more support among poor peasants than the nationalists. But their great advantage was to be left comparatively undisturbed while the Japanese concentrated their forces against the nationalists. Marshall had also chosen Stilwell because he was utterly committed to the U.S. Army doctrine, which emphasized the importance of the offensive. But the nationalists and their allied armies were simply not in a position to launch effective operations. They lacked the transport to concentrate forces, they lacked air support, and they lacked tanks. This was why Chiang Kai-shek had decided, even before the war began, that their sole chance of survival was a drawn-out war of attrition. Chiang, a realist who knew his country and the limitations of his armies far better than Stilwell, had to put up with constant harangues about his lack of offensive spirit. Stilwell referred to the generalissimo contemptuously as peanut. Chiang, underestimating the American public's anger with Japan, wrongly feared that the United States might make peace with Tokyo and abandon him. So, in his desperate need for its aid, he felt that he had to put up with such a disrespectful ally. Stilwell also shared the general suspicion of Marshall and his followers that the British were interested only in regaining their empire and were prepared to manipulate American support to achieve this end. But in his belief that the Japanese could most effectively be defeated in China, Stilwell was entirely alone. This view was completely at odds with Washington's strategy of encouraging Chiang Kai-shek to tie down large Japanese forces in China while the United States won mastery of the Pacific. Marshall firmly refused Stilwell's request for an American Army Corps to spearhead the fighting in China. Stilwell's belief in the primacy of the war in China led him, however, to focus on Burma to secure the nationalist supply line. The British, on the other hand, regarded Chiang Kai-shek's forces as a means to defend India, and later as an ally to help them recover the lost imperial possessions of Burma and Malaya. Hong Kong would be a much more complex matter, as they knew, because Chiang was set on regaining it for China. Despite being partly responsible for the disaster in Burma, Stilwell was depicted as a hero in the American press, which remained woefully ignorant about the war in China. The nationalists had in fact been effective in their management of the war up until 1941 by managing to balance the needs of a rural economy with the conscription of 2 million men a year and the necessity of feeding them. But the Japanese offensive from southern Shenxi, capturing the communications center of Yichang on the Yangtze, cut most nationalist armies off from their food supplies in Sichuan. Chiang Kai-shek was displeased that Stilwell, after the long withdrawal in Burma, had retreated into India in 1942 with 2 of his best divisions. He rightly suspected that Stilwell was trying to build his own independent command, but tolerated it since he was even more concerned that these formations did not come under the control of the British. These 2 divisions, the 22nd and 38th, were re-equipped with the backlog of Lend-Lease equipment destined for Chiang's armies in China, and which now could not get through because of the loss of the Burma Road. Only transport planes flying over the hump of the Himalayas could bring in a small amount of supplies. Even more aid intended for the nationalists was either stockpiled in the USA or given to the British. Stilwell's control over Lend-Lease supplies was bound to lead to tensions and suspicion in his relations with the Generalissimo, whose chief of staff he was supposed to be. Stilwell strongly believed that, as the dispenser of aid, he should use it as a lever to force Chiang to do what he was told. The Pacific War, with its emphasis on sea and air power in support of amphibious landings, was very different from the Continental War on mainland China. In the Philippines, General MacArthur had held back the bulk of his troops when the Japanese, on the 10th of December 1941, made small landings on the northern end of the main island of Luzon. He rightly guessed that these were diversionary attacks to split his forces. 2 days later, another Japanese landing was made on the southeastern peninsula of Luzon. The main assault did not come until the 22nd of December, when 43,000 men of the 14th Army landed on beaches 200 kilometers north of Manila. The 2 principal landings indicated the Imperial Japanese Army's intention to mount a pincer attack on the Philippine capital. In theory, MacArthur commanded a force of 130,000 men, but the vast majority were Philippine reserve units. He had only 31,000 American and Philippine troops on whom he felt able to count. The battle-hardened Japanese troops, with armored spearheads, were soon pushing his forces back towards Manila Bay. MacArthur put into effect the established contingency plan Orange. This was to withdraw his troops into the Bataan Peninsula on the west side of Manila Bay and hold out there. The island of Corregidor at the mouth of the Great Inlet could control the entrance with its coastal artillery batteries and defend the southeastern end of the 50-kilometer-long peninsula. Lacking sufficient military transport to withdraw his southern forces, MacArthur commandeered Manila's gaudily painted buses. On the evening of the 24th of December, accompanied by President Manuel Quezon and his government, MacArthur left the capital by steamer to set up his headquarters on the island fortress of Corregidor, known as the Rock. Huge oil depots and stores around Manila and in the Navy Yard were set on fire, sending billowing pillars of black smoke into the sky. The withdrawal of the 15,000 American and 65,000 Philippine soldiers to Bataan and its first defense line along the Pampanga River was carried out with difficulty. Many of the Filipino reservists had slipped away to return home, but others took to the hills to continue a guerrilla war against the invaders. Across the bay from Bataan, the Japanese entered Manila on the 2nd of January 1942. MacArthur's biggest problem was to feed 80,000 soldiers and 26,000 civilian refugees on the peninsula, now that the Japanese Navy had set up an effective blockade and enjoyed air supremacy. The Japanese attacks began on the 9th of January. MacArthur's forces, holding the neck of the Bataan Peninsula, were divided by Mount Natib in the middle. The terrain of thick jungle and ravines on the western side and the swamps on the eastern side along Manila Bay both provided a hellish terrain in their different ways. Malaria and dengue fever ravaged MacArthur's troops, who were short of quinine as well as other medical supplies. Most were already weakened by dysentery, which the U.S. Marine Corps called the Yangtze Rapids. MacArthur's main mistake was to have dispersed his supplies rather than concentrate them on Bataan and Corregidor. After 2 weeks of bitter fighting, the Japanese broke through in the mountainous center on the 22nd of January and forced MacArthur's troops to pull back to another line halfway down the peninsula. His sick soldiers, their uniforms in tatters and their skins starting to rot from the jungle and swamps, were already exhausted and severely weakened. A new threat appeared with 4 Japanese amphibious landings around the southwest tip of the peninsula. These were contained and fought off with the greatest difficulty, causing heavy casualties on both sides. The resistance of the American and Filipino troops had been so effective, inflicting such heavy losses on the Japanese, that in mid-February Lieutenant General Homo Masaharu pulled back his troops a little way to rest them and await reinforcements. Although the defenders' morale was boosted and they took the opportunity to improve their defenses, the toll of sickness and the realization that no outside help could be expected soon had its effect. Many of the battling bastards of Bataan, as they called themselves, became embittered by the idea of MacArthur exhorting them to further effort from the safety of the concrete tunnels on Corregidor. He became known as Dugout Doug. MacArthur had wanted to stay in the Philippines, but he received a direct order from Roosevelt to leave for Australia to prepare the fight back. On the 12th of March, MacArthur, with his family and staff, left on a flotilla of 4 fast patrol torpedo, or PT boats. Those remaining behind under the command of Major General Jonathan Wainwright knew that the situation was hopeless. Through starvation and sickness, less than a quarter were able to fight. General Homa's forces, on the other hand, had been reinforced with another 21,000 men, bombers and artillery. On the 3rd of April, the Japanese attacked again with overwhelming force. The defense collapsed, and on the 9th of April, the troops on Bataan, under Major General Edward King, Jr., surrendered. Wainwright, on Corregidor, still held out, but the rock was pulverized by continual bombing, naval gunfire from the sea, and artillery from the land. On the night of the 5th of May, Japanese troops landed on the island, and the following day a devastated Wainwright was forced to surrender his remaining 13,000 men. Yet the agony for the defenders of both Bataan and Corregidor was far from over. Chapter 18. War Across the World. December 1941 to January 1942. Although the war with Germany and the war with Japan were conducted as 2 separate conflicts, they influenced each other far more than may appear on the surface. The Soviet victory at Khalkhin Gol in August 1939 had not only contributed to the Japanese decision to attack south and bring the United States into the war, it also meant that Stalin could move his Siberian divisions west to defeat Hitler's attempt to take Moscow. The Nazi-Soviet pact, which had come as a great shock to Japan, had also affected its strategic thinking. This was not helped by the astonishing lack of liaison between Germany and Japan, which concluded its neutrality pact with Stalin just 2 months before Hitler launched his invasion of the Soviet Union. The Strike South faction in Tokyo prevailed, not just over those who wanted war with the Soviet Union, but also against those in the Imperial Japanese Army who wanted to finish the war in China first. In any case, the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact meant that the United States now became the chief supplier of the Chinese nationalists. Chiang Kai-shek still tried to persuade President Roosevelt to exert pressure on Stalin to join the war against Japan, but he refused to bargain over Lend-Lease. Stalin was adamant that the Red Army could deal with only one front at a time. Roosevelt's greatly increased support in 1941 for Chiang Kai-shek infuriated Tokyo, but it was Washington's decision to impose the oil embargo that the Japanese saw as tantamount to a declaration of war. The fact that it was in response to their occupation of Indochina and a warning not to invade other countries did not penetrate their own version of logic, which was based on national pride. Because of their supremacist beliefs, Japanese militarists, like the Nazis, were compelled to confuse cause and effect. Perhaps predictably, they were enraged by Roosevelt's and Churchill's Atlantic Charter, which they saw as an attempt to impose the Anglo-American version of democracy upon the world. They could well have pointed to the paradox of the British Empire promoting self-determination, and yet their own notion of imperial liberation, with the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, was far more oppressive. In fact, their Asian New Order was strikingly similar to the German version, and their treatment of the Chinese ran parallel to the Nazi attitude towards Slav Untermenschen. Japan would never have dared to attack the United States if Hitler had not started the war in Europe and the Atlantic. A two-ocean war offered its only chance against the naval power of the United States and the British Empire. It was for this reason that the Japanese sought assurances from Nazi Germany in November 1941 that it would declare war on the United States as soon as they attacked Pearl Harbor. Ribbentrop, no doubt still piqued that Japan had refused the German request in July to move against Vladivostok and Siberia, was evasive at first. Roosevelt is a fanatic, he said, so it is impossible to foresee what he would do. General Oshima Hiroshi, the Japanese ambassador, asked bluntly what Germany would do. Should Japan become engaged in a war against the United States, Ribbentrop was forced to reply, Germany, of course, would join the war immediately. There is absolutely no possibility of Germany's entering into a separate peace with the United States under such circumstances. The Führer is determined on that point. The Japanese had not told Berlin of their plans, so the report of the attack on Pearl Harbor came, according to Goebbels, like a bolt from the blue. Hitler greeted the news with intense joy. The Japanese would keep the Americans occupied, he reasoned, and the war in the Pacific would surely reduce supplies sent to the Soviet Union and Britain. He calculated that the United States was bound to enter the war against him in the near future, yet it would not be in a position to intervene in Europe until 1943 at the earliest. He knew nothing of the Germany First policy agreed between the American and British chiefs of staff. On the 11th of December 1941, the American chargé d'affaires in Berlin was summoned to the Wilhelmstrasse, where Ribbentrop read out the text of Nazi Germany's declaration of war on the United States. Later in the afternoon, to acclamations of Sieg Heil from party members in the Reichstag, Hitler himself declared that Germany and Italy were at war with America, alongside Japan, in accordance with the Tripartite Pact. In fact, the Tripartite Pact was an alliance of mutual defense. Germany was not in any way obliged to aid Japan if it were the aggressor. At a time when German troops were in retreat before Moscow, Hitler's declaration of war on the United States appears rash, to say the least. The decision reeked of hubristic pride, especially when Ribbentrop, probably echoing Hitler's own words, stated in grandiose manner, "A great power doesn't let itself have war declared on it. It declares war itself." Yet Hitler had not even consulted the OKW and key military officers at Führer headquarters, such as General Alfred Jodl and General Walter Wallemund. They were alarmed by the lack of calculation in the decision, especially since Hitler had maintained the previous summer that he did not want war with America until he had smashed the Red Army. At a stroke, Hitler's self-justifying strategy that a victory over the Soviet Union would eventually force Britain out of the war was turned on its head. Now Germany really would face a war on two fronts. The generals were dismayed by his apparent ignorance of America's industrial might, and most ordinary Germans started to fear that the conflict would stretch on for years. It was later striking how many Germans convinced themselves by the end of the war that it had been the United States which declared war on Germany, not the other way round. Soldiers on the Eastern Front listened to the announcement, determined to see it in the best light. On the 11th of December itself, we were able to listen to the Führer's speech, an exceptional event, wrote a Gefreiter in the 2nd Panzer Division, boasting that they had been within 12 kilometers of the Kremlin. Now the right world war has begun. It had to come. The key element in Hitler's thinking lay in the war at sea. Roosevelt's increasingly aggressive shoot-on-sight policy, ordering U.S. warships to attack German U-boats wherever they found them, and the decision to provide escorts to convoys west of Iceland, had begun to tilt the Battle of the Atlantic in the Allies' favour. Gross-Admiral Raeder had been pressing Hitler to allow his wolf packs to hit back. Hitler had shared his frustration, but until the Japanese tied down the U.S. Navy in the Pacific and agreed formally not to seek a separate peace with the United States, he had not dared make a move. Now the Western Atlantic and the whole North American coastline could become a free fire zone in the torpedo war. This, in Hitler's view, could finally offer another way of bringing Britain to its knees, even before the conquest of the Soviet Union. Konter-Admiral Karl Dönitz, the commander of the U-boat fleet, had asked Hitler in September 1941 to give him as much warning as possible of a declaration of war on the United States. He wanted time to prepare his wolf packs so that they could be in position to strike mercilessly at American shipping along the East Coast while the United States was still unready. But, as things turned out, Hitler's sudden decision came at a time when there were no U-boats available in the area. Hitler's anti-Semitic obsessions had convinced him that the United States was basically a Nordic country dominated by Jewish warmongers, and this was another reason why a showdown between his new order in Europe and America was inevitable. Yet he failed to appreciate that the attack on Pearl Harbor had united America far more powerfully than Roosevelt could ever have hoped to do on his own. The isolationist lobby, led by the slogan, "America First," was utterly silenced, and now Hitler's declaration of war played straight into Roosevelt's hands. The president could not have counted on Congress to take his undeclared war in the Atlantic any further without it. That second week of December 1941 was without doubt the turning point of the war. Churchill, in spite of the horrific news from Hong Kong and Malaya, now knew that Britain could never be defeated. After hearing of the news of Pearl Harbor, Churchill said that he went to bed and slept the sleep of the saved and thankful. The repulse of the German armies before Moscow also demonstrated that Hitler was unlikely to achieve victory there over his most formidable adversary on land. There was, in addition, a temporary easing in the Battle of the Atlantic, and even in North Africa the news was for once encouraging, with Auchinleck's Crusader offensive pushing Rommel back out of Cyrenaica. It was therefore with great optimism that Churchill sailed again for the New World, this time in the battleship HMS Duke of York, the sister ship of the Prince of Wales. His series of meetings with Roosevelt and the American Chiefs of Staff was codenamed Arcadia. As he crossed the Atlantic, Churchill prepared his views on the future conduct of the war in a ferment of ideas. These, debated with his own Chiefs of Staff, were honed to form British strategic planning. No attempt to land in Northern Europe should be made until German industry, especially aircraft production, had been reduced by heavy bombers, a campaign which they wanted the U.S. Air Force to join. American and British forces should land in North Africa in 1942 to help defeat Rommel and to secure the Mediterranean. Then landings could be made in 1943 in Sicily and Italy, or at places on the northern European coastline. Churchill also recognized that the Americans should fight back against the Japanese with aircraft carriers. After a rough crossing in heavy seas, the Duke of York finally reached the United States on the 22nd of December. Welcomed by Roosevelt, Churchill was installed in the White House, where he proved an exhausting guest over the next 3 weeks. But he was in his element, and he received a rapturous reception when he addressed Congress. The two leaders could hardly have been more different. Roosevelt was undoubtedly a great man, but while deploying charm and a contrived impression of intimacy to great effect, he was essentially rather vain, cold, and calculating. Churchill, on the other hand, was passionate, expansive, sentimental, and mercurial. His well-known black dog depressions almost suggest a form of bipolar disorder. Their greatest difference lay in their attitudes to empire. Churchill was proud of his descent from the great Duke of Marlborough and remained an old-fashioned imperialist. Roosevelt regarded such attitudes as not just outdated, but profoundly wrong. Roosevelt also believed that he despised realpolitik, yet showed himself constantly ready to bend smaller countries to his will. Antony Eden, now Foreign Secretary again, soon observed dryly on the difficulties of the triangular relationship with the Soviet Union that United States policy is exaggeratedly moral, at least where non-American interests are concerned. The British delegation was reassured by the American Chiefs of Staff that Germany first was still their policy. This decision was also influenced by the problem of shipping shortages. Because of the huge distances involved, each vessel could make only 3 round trips a year to the Pacific theater. But the lack of shipping also meant that the build-up of American forces in Britain for a cross-channel invasion would take longer than imagined. This problem would start to be solved only once the Liberty ship-building program got underway, mass-producing transports. The United States, with its own entry into the war, was about to become much more than the great arsenal of democracy. The Victory program, originally suggested by Jean Monnet, one of the few Frenchmen whom the American administration truly respected, was already starting. Working on a plan to increase U.S. forces to more than 8 million men, and with generous estimates of the armaments, aircraft, tanks, munitions and ships needed to defeat both Germany and Japan, American industry began to convert to all-out war production. The budget ran to £150 billion. The military munificence would become staggering. As one general remarked, "The American army does not solve its problems, it overwhelms them." Lend-Lease to the Soviet Union had also been approved by Congress in October. In addition, $5 million worth of medical supplies were provided through the American Red Cross. Roosevelt pushed hard on deliveries to the Soviet Union. Churchill, on the other hand, had fueled Stalin's suspicions by making extravagant promises of aid and then failing to deliver. On the 11th of March 1942, Roosevelt said to Henry Morgenthau, his Secretary of the Treasury, that every promise the English have made to the Russians they have fallen down on. The only reason we stand so well with the Russians is that up to date we have kept our promises. He wrote to Churchill, "I know you will not mind my being brutally frank when I tell you that I think that I can personally handle Stalin better than either your Foreign Office or my State Department. Stalin hates the guts of all your top people. He thinks he likes me better, and I hope he will continue to do so." Roosevelt's rather arrogant and exaggerated confidence in his influence over Stalin was to become a dangerous liability, especially towards the end of the war. Stalin wanted Britain to recognize the Soviet Union's claim to eastern Poland and the Baltic states occupied after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and had put pressure on Antony Eden to agree. At first, the British had refused to discuss this flagrant contradiction of the Atlantic Charter's insistence on self-determination. But Churchill, afraid that Stalin might still seek a separate peace with Hitler, raised the possibility with Roosevelt that they should perhaps agree to this. Roosevelt rejected the suggestion outright. Then, paradoxically, it was Roosevelt who was to create the greatest distrust with Stalin with an unrealizable promise. In April 1942, without having studied the matter, he offered the Soviet leader a second front later that year. General Marshall was horrified by Churchill's access to the president in the White House, knowing Roosevelt's tendency to formulate policy behind the backs of his own chiefs of staff. He was even more appalled when he subsequently discovered in June 1942, on another of Churchill's visits, that Roosevelt had agreed to his plan for landings in North Africa, Operation Gymnast, which many senior American officers saw as a British scheme to save the empire. Churchill returned triumphant from the United States, yet soon, exhausted and ill, he was weighed down by a fresh series of disasters. On the night of the 11th of February 1942, and during the following day, the German battlecruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, along with the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen, accomplished their channel dash from Brest back to home waters in bad visibility. Numerous attacks along the way by RAF bombers and Royal Navy motor torpedo boats failed. The country was dismayed and angry. There was even a mood of defeatism in many corners. Then, on the 15th of February, Singapore surrendered. British humiliation appeared complete. Churchill, the revered war leader, now found himself attacked on all sides, by the press, in Parliament, and by the Australian government. To make matters worse, large meetings and demonstrations began to demand a second front now to aid the Soviet Union, the one offensive operation which Churchill could not and did not want to undertake. Yet the greatest threat at that time had nothing to do with British military failures. The Kriegsmarine had just changed its Enigma settings by adding an extra rotor. Bletchley Park was unable to decipher a single transmission. Dönnitz's wolf packs, now fully deployed in the North Atlantic and along the North American seaboard, began to inflict a level of losses which answered Hitler's dreams. Altogether, 1,769 Allied and 90 neutral ships were sunk in 1942. After Churchill's euphoria at America's entry into the war, Britain faced starvation and collapse if the Battle of the Atlantic were lost. Not surprisingly, with all the problems and humiliations heaped upon him, he greatly envied Stalin's success in repelling the Germans from Moscow. The Red Army's great achievement in the Battle for Moscow in December was soon undermined by Stalin himself. On the evening of the 5th of January 1942, he summoned a meeting of the Stavka and the State Defense Committee at the Kremlin. The Soviet leader had become intoxicated with revenge and persuaded himself that the moment had come for a general offensive. The Germans were in disarray. They had not prepared for the winter and would not be ready to repel a major attack until spring came. As he walked up and down his office, puffing on his pipe, he insisted on his plan to launch massive encirclement operations of the Central Front opposite Moscow, in the north round Leningrad to break the siege, and in the south against Manstein's army in the Crimea, in the Donbass, and to recapture Kharkov. Zhukov, who had not been told of Stalin's instructions to the Stavka, was horrified. In a conference with Stalin, he argued that the offensive should be concentrated on the western axis near Moscow. The Red Army lacked sufficient reserves and supplies, especially of ammunition, for a general advance. After the battle for Moscow, the armies involved had suffered heavy losses and were exhausted. Stalin listened, but ignored all Zhukov's warnings. "Carry out your orders," he said. The meeting was over. Only later did Zhukov discover that he had been wasting his breath. Behind his back, detailed instructions had already been issued to front commanders. The German army was indeed battered and suffering badly. Wearing clothes looted from peasants, its frost-bitten soldiers, with unkempt beards, noses peeling and cheeks burned by the cold, were unrecognizable from those who had advanced eastwards the previous summer, singing marching songs. German troops followed the local practice of sawing off the legs of the dead to thaw them over a fire in order to pull off the boots. Even wrapping their footwear in cloth could be insufficient to ward off frostbite on sentry duty. Frostbitten limbs, unless treated quickly, soon became gangrenous and had to be amputated. Army surgeons in field hospitals, overwhelmed by the casualty rate, simply threw the sawn-off hands and legs outside into piles in the snow. Yet opponents always underestimated the German army's ability to recover from disaster. Discipline, which had been on the verge of breakdown, had been rapidly re-established. During the chaotic retreat, officers had improvised Kampfgruppen of infantry mixed with assault guns, pioneers and a few panzers. And by the first week in January, at Hitler's insistence, villages had been turned into strongpoints. When the ground was frozen too hard to dig trenches, they used explosives or shells to blast craters, or they created mortar pits and firing points behind packed snow and ice reinforced with logs. Sometimes they were reduced to shoveling snow with their rifle butts. German soldiers had still not received any winter clothing. They hoped to strip Soviet casualties of their padded jackets before they froze solid, but in the hard frosts that seldom proved possible. Dysentery, from which almost all soldiers suffered, was a double curse when one was forced to drop one's trousers in such temperatures. And eating snow to rehydrate usually made things worse. Rokossovsky's 16th Army and General Andrei Vlasov's 20th Army attacked north of Moscow, and, when a gap opened, the 2nd Guards Cavalry Corps, supported by tank and ski battalions, forced into it. But, as Zhukov had warned, the Germans were no longer disorganized. Soviet forces soon found that instead of surrounding the Germans, they themselves were cut off. Some German formations were bypassed, but they stood and fought, supplied by air. The largest Kessel consisted of 6 German divisions encircled around Demyansk on the Leningrad highway towards Novgorod. Even further to the northwest, General Kirill Meretskhov's Volkhov front tried again to break the siege of Leningrad using the 54th Army and the 2nd Shock Army. Stalin bullied him into a premature attack with untrained formations and artillery which lacked gun sights until General Voronov flew up with a consignment. The 2nd Shock Army advanced across the river Volkhov and rapidly penetrated into the German rear, threatening to cut off the German 18th Army. But the advance was slowed by German counterattacks and the winter conditions. In order to beat a path through the deep snow, they had to form columns in ranks of 15. The first rank went forward, trampling the snow, which in places came up to their waists. After 10 minutes, the front rank was withdrawn and took up position at the rear of the column. The difficulty of movement was increased because from time to time they would come across half-frozen patches of bogs and streams covered with a thin layer of ice. With soaked and frozen feet, they suffered heavy frostbite casualties. Their ill-fed horses were exhausted, so they had to carry the ammunition and supplies themselves. General Vlasov, who had so recently been lauded for his part in the defense of Moscow, was sent by Stalin to take command. Vlasov was promised reinforcements and supplies, but none came until it was too late. Ammunition was dropped by parachute, but most fell behind German lines. Vlasov's army was soon cut off entirely in the frozen marshes and birchwoods. Meretskov warned Stalin of the impending disaster. Not long after the spring thaw, the 2nd Shock Army had virtually ceased to exist. Some 60,000 men were lost. Only 13,000 escaped. An embittered Vlasov was eventually captured in July. The Germans soon persuaded him to form a Russian Liberation Army, or ROA. Most of those who volunteered joined purely to avoid starvation in the prisoner of war camps. Stalin's reaction to Vlasov's betrayal revealed his misleading obsessions from the Great Terror and purge of the Red Army. "How did we miss him before the war?" he asked Beria and Molotov. Stalin's emissaries, including the sinister and incompetent Commissar Lev Miklis, simply harried front commanders, blaming them for every shortcoming, even though the lack of supplies and vehicles was not their fault. Nobody dared tell Stalin of the chaos caused by his ludicrously ambitious plan, which extended even to recapturing Smolensk. German reinforcements brought in from France were thrown straight into the fighting, still with no winter equipment, while many of the Soviet divisions were reduced to little more than 2,000 men each. The attempt to create a major encirclement around Vyazma failed. Zhukov even had part of the 4th Airborne Corps dropped behind German lines, but the Luftwaffe struck back at their airfields around Kaluga, which the Germans knew well, having only just abandoned them. Down the whole of the Eastern Front, from Leningrad to the Black Sea, the German strongpoints succeeded in preventing any major breakthroughs. In the Crimea, Manstein managed to bottle up a Soviet amphibious invasion of the Kerch Peninsula, attempting to break his siege of Sebastopol. The greatest crisis came at Rzhev, where the German 9th Army was in danger of encirclement. General Walter Model, who became one of Hitler's favorites with his pitiless energy, was sent in to take command. Model demonstrated not only great physical courage, but also on other occasions moral courage in the way he stood up to Hitler. He immediately launched a counterattack that caught the Soviet forces on the wrong foot. This succeeded in restoring the front line and in trapping the 29th Army. But the encircled Red Army soldiers, told of the fate awaiting them if taken prisoner by Model's troops, fought to the end. Another favorite of Hitler, Generalfeldmarschall von Reichenau, who had been appointed Commander-in-Chief of Army Group South after Rundstedt's dismissal, had already become a different sort of casualty. On the 12th of January, he had gone for his morning run near his headquarters at Poltava. At lunch he felt unwell and collapsed from a heart attack. Hitler immediately ordered that Reichenau should be flown back to Germany for treatment, but the Field Marshal died on the way. Shortly before his death, Reichenau, whose 6th Army had assisted the SS Sonderkommando in the massacre of Babi Yar, had persuaded Hitler to appoint his Chief of Staff, Generalleutnant Friedrich Paulus, to take over command of the 6th Army. The Germans also managed to resupply their encircled troops at Demyansk, Cholm and Belyi. The large Demyansk pocket was kept going by a daily run of over 100 Junkers 52 transports. This success was to have serious consequences a year later, when Goering assured Hitler that he could maintain Paulus's 6th Army trapped round Stalingrad. But although the German troops around Demyansk received enough food to fight on, the Russian civilians inside the Kessel were left to starve. Around Kursk, Timoshenko's forces managed to drive the Germans back in desperate struggles. The battlefields were left in a frozen tableau mort. A Red Army officer called Leonid Rabichev came across a beautiful girl, a telephone operator who had been hiding in the forest since the Germans came. She wanted to join the army. I told her to get into the cart. A little further on, I saw a horrifying sight. An enormous space stretching to the horizon was filled with our tanks and German tanks. In between them, there were thousands of sitting, standing, or crawling Russians and Germans, frozen solid. Some of them were leaning against each other, others hugging each other, some propping themselves with a rifle, others holding a submachine gun. Many of them had their legs chopped off. This had been done by our infantry, who had been unable to pull off the boots from the Fritz's frozen legs, so they chopped them off in order to be able to warm them up in the bunkers. Grisechkin, his orderly, checked the pockets of the frozen soldiers and found 2 cigarette lighters and several packs of cigarettes. The girl was looking at all this indifferently. She had seen it many times before, but I was horrified. There were tanks which had tried to ram or run over each other and were standing on their hind legs after colliding with each other. It was terrible to think of the wounded, both ours and Germans, freezing to death. The front had advanced, and they had forgotten to bury these men. The suffering of civilians was even greater. They were crushed between the cruelty of the Germans and that of their own Red Army and partisans, ordered by Stalin to destroy any buildings which the Germans might use for shelter. In any newly liberated areas, NKVD troops seized peasants who might have collaborated with the Germans. Nearly 1,400 people were arrested during January, even though the dividing line between survival and collaboration was hard to define. Advancing Soviet troops came across gallows and heard from villagers of other examples of German atrocities. But in some cases, German soldiers had been merciful. It was better for villagers to remain silent in this case, to avoid accusations of treason to the motherland. Stalin's utterly misplaced hopes that the Wehrmacht was about to suffer the fate of Napoleon's Grande Armée were not abandoned until April, by which time Soviet casualties had risen to just over the 1 million mark, of which half were dead or missing. Because the highest priority for transport went to the movement of troops and military supplies, the population of Moscow was close to starvation. A black market developed, with clothes and footwear exchanged for potatoes. Older people were reminded of the hunger years during the Civil War. Children suffered from rickets. There was no fuel or wood for stoves, so water and sewage pipes froze. 100,000 women and children were sent out into the surrounding woods to cut firewood. Electricity was in short supply, with many blackouts. Twice as many people died from tuberculosis as the year before, and overall the mortality rate trebled. A typhus epidemic was feared, but the strenuous efforts of the Moscow medical authorities kept it at bay. Conditions in besieged Leningrad were immeasurably worse. German artillery shelled the city regularly 4 times a day. But the defenses held, mostly thanks to the naval guns, both dismounted and those still on ships of the Baltic Fleet at the Kronstadt naval base and moored in the Neva. The key to the survival of the city now lay more in its tenuous lifeline. The Soviet authorities made strenuous but often incompetent efforts to keep the city's fragile link to the east open. With the Germans on the southern shore of Lake Ladoga, the only route was by the ice road. The ice had become thick enough to carry motor and horse-drawn transport only after the 3rd week of November, when the city had supplies for just 2 days left. The great danger was a sudden thaw. On the eastern side, the Germans had seized Tikhvin on the 8th of November 1941. This forced the Soviets to build a corduroy road of felled birch trees through the forests to the north. Several thousand of the forced laborers, peasants, gulag prisoners and rear troops, died in the process, and their bodies were thrown into the mud under the wooden track. Such sacrificial efforts were almost entirely wasted because Meretkov's troops, aided by partisan detachments in the German rear, retook Tikhvin on the 9th of December, 3 days after the corduroy road was finished. This reopened the railhead and greatly reduced the journey to the southeastern point of Lake Ladoga. The two-way traffic across the frozen lake, with factory machinery from the city going east and supplies going west, constituted an extraordinary achievement. The road over the ice was defended against attack from German ski troops with machine gun posts and anti-aircraft guns in strong points on the ice. These had igloos attached for the Red Army soldiers to shelter in. The Soviets also built armed aero-sleighs powered by aircraft engines with propellers at the back, like a winter version of a swamp glider. Medical centers and manned control points to direct the traffic were set up across the ice. But the handling of civilian evacuees from Leningrad was often brutally incompetent and unimaginative. Even the NKVD complained of their irresponsible and heartless treatment and the inhuman conditions on the trains. Nothing was done to help those who reached the mainland alive. Their survival depended on having family or friends to help them with food and shelter. Even after the recapture of Tikhvin, Leningraders were so weak from starvation that many collapsed on the frozen streets as they searched aimlessly for fuel or food. Their ration books were promptly stolen. Bread was seized from the hands of people returning from a bakery. Nothing destroys basic morality more rapidly than starvation. When a member of a family died, the corpse would often be hidden in the freezing apartment so that their rations could still be claimed. Yet, despite the fears of the authorities, there were few attempts to storm and loot bread shops. Only the party bosses and those close to the food chain, the distributors and the counter assistants, were likely to have the strength. Those at the bottom of the heap, who did not work in a factory with its privileged access to a subsidized canteen, were unlikely to survive. They began to look old so swiftly that a close relative might fail to recognize them. Crows, pigeons and seagulls were eaten first, then cats and dogs. Even Pavlov's famous experimental dogs were consumed at the Physiological Institute. And finally rats. Almost everyone trying to walk to work or to queue for food had to stop to rest every few meters because they were so weak. Children's sleds were used to carry firewood. Soon they were used for carrying corpses, called mummies because they were wrapped in paper or cloth shrouds, to the mass graves. Wood could not be spared for coffins. It was needed for heating to stay alive. Out of a population of 2,280,000 in December 1941, a total of 514,000 were evacuated to the mainland by the spring, and 620,000 died. For older citizens, the siege was the second major famine they had endured, the first having started in 1918 with the Civil War. Many observed that a foreknowledge of death came some 48 hours before a person expired. With their last strength, many people reported to their workplace to warn that they would not be coming back and begged their boss to take care of their family. Leningrad, which prided itself on its intellectual heritage, turned the Astoria Hotel into a hospital for writers and artists. There they were fed vitamins in the form of fresh pine needles crushed into a bitter drink. Attempts, too, were made to care for orphans. They hardly looked like children anymore, the head teacher said. They were strangely silent, with a kind of concentrated look in their eyes. But in some institutions, the kitchen staff pilfered the food from the kitchen for their own families and left the children to starve. The city authorities had failed to stock firewood before the siege began, so most were left trying to keep warm by burning books, as well as smashed-up furniture and doors in their pot-bellied stoves. Old wooden buildings were dismantled to provide fuel for public buildings. In January 1942, the temperature in Leningrad at times fell below -40 degrees. Many people simply retired to bed to keep warm, but then wasted away. Death by starvation came silently and anonymously. A half-life drifted into non-life. "You don't know what it was like," a woman told a British journalist soon afterwards. "You just stepped over corpses in the street and on stairs. You simply stopped taking any notice." Most died from the combination of starvation and cold. Hypothermia and stress, combined with starvation, so upset the metabolism that people could not properly absorb even the few calories they did consume. In theory, soldiers were guaranteed a much better ration than civilians, but in many cases their rations never arrived. Officers stole them for themselves and their families. "People turn into animals before our eyes," wrote a diarist. Some were driven insane by starvation. Soviet history has tried to pretend that there was no cannibalism, but both anecdotal and archive sources indicate otherwise. Some 2,000 people were arrested for the use of human meat as food during the siege, 886 of them during the first winter of 1941-2. Corpse eating was the consumption of meat from somebody already dead. Some people even snatched bodies from the morgue or mass graves. Outside Leningrad, a number of soldiers and officers resorted to eating corpses and even the amputated limbs of field hospitals. Person eating, which was rarer, came from the deliberate murder of an individual for the purpose of cannibalism. Parents, not surprisingly, kept their children in their apartments for fear of what might befall them. It was said that the flesh of children, followed by that of young women, was the tenderest. Although stories abounded of gangs selling human meat ground into kotleta or rissoles, almost all cannibalism took place within the apartment block, with crazed parents eating their own children or neighbors preying on those of neighbors. Some starving soldiers of the 56th Rifle Division of the 55th Army ambushed ration carriers, killed them, took their supply of food, buried the body in the snow, and returned later to eat it bit by bit. Yet while starvation brought out the worst in people, there were examples of self-sacrificial altruism to neighbors and even complete strangers. Children appear to have had a better rate of survival than their parents, presumably because the adults gave their offspring part of their own rations. Women usually survived longer than men, but often collapsed later. They also faced the terrible dilemma of whether to give in to the pleading of their children or to eat enough themselves to keep up their strength to look after their family. The birth rate plunged, partly from extreme malnutrition, since women stopped menstruating and men became infertile, but also because most males were away at the front. Red Army soldiers and the Marine infantry in Leningrad became confident that the Germans would never break through. They were convinced that the main reason why the Germans persisted in the siege was to keep the Finns in the war. Leningraders were angry that the Western Allies were reluctant to regard Finland as an enemy country. They could not accept that Stalin's assault on Finland in 1939 had been entirely unprovoked. Hatred of the enemy was continually fomented by the propaganda services of the Red Army. Posters showed a wild-eyed little boy with a burning village in the background, crying out, "Papa, ubij Niemca!" Daddy, kill a German. Stalin's general offensive was not the only one in the new year of 1942. On the 21st of January, Generaloberst Rommel took the British in North Africa by surprise. Ever since his supply situation had begun to improve a little, the ambitious Rommel had been planning another attack. The reinforcement of the Mediterranean theatre had depended on a rapid conquest of the Soviet Union, but the failure of Operation Typhoon against Moscow did not deter him. When a convoy reached Tripoli on the 5th of January with 55 panzers, as well as armoured cars and anti-tank guns, his determination to strike back grew while he had a temporary advantage. The 8th Army was in a sorry state. The 7th Armoured Division, then refitting in Cairo, had been replaced by the inexperienced 1st Armoured Division. Other veteran formations, including the Australians, had been transferred to the Far East. The Germans were well aware of the British order of battle, thanks to intercepts of reports from the American military attaché in Cairo, whose code they broke easily. But Rommel, who harbored wild notions of sweeping through Egypt and the Middle East, did not inform either the Italian Comando Supremo or the OKW of what he was plotting. Most of his soldiers, however, were thrilled to be on the attack again. A member of the 15th Panzer Division wrote home on the 23rd of January to say, "Once again we are rummeling ahead." As Rommel struck back into Cyrenaica on the 21st of January, he ignored all orders to halt. One column advanced up the coast road to Benghazi, while the two panzer divisions swung inland. The panzers found the going very difficult, yet in 5 days of fighting, the British lost nearly 250 armoured vehicles. Hitler was exultant and promoted Rommel to General der Panzertruppe. The hapless and over-promoted General Ritchie, who had assumed that this was just a raid, soon found that his 1st Armoured Division was at risk of encirclement. Fortunately for the British, Rommel's over-ambition and the slow advance of the two panzer divisions allowed the bulk of their forces to flee in time. Ritchie pulled them all back to the Gazala line, abandoning most of Cyrenaica. Rommel's exhausted and fuel-starved troops did not bother to keep up. They knew that they could deal with them later. German soldiers sent across the Mediterranean as reinforcements were excited and proud to join the small Afrika Korps in the desert. A medical Unteroffizier looked favorably on the colonizing work of the Italians in Tripoli. Also, the Italian warships escorting our convoy were dashing, he wrote home. But many initial impressions would not last. Out in the Libyan desert they found all was the same landscape, sand and stone. The war in North Africa was quite different to that in Russia, he emphasized. Yet they too suffered from homesickness, as someone played the harmonica in the evening under the stars, and they thought of the spring to come at home in Germany. Chapter 19. Wannsee and the SS Archipelago. July 1941 to January 1943. Heinrich Himmler's energetic deputy was SS Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich. He led the Reich Security Head Administration, RSHA, which directed the burgeoning SS Empire. Heydrich, a tall, immaculate, violin-playing anti-Semite, was rumored to have more than a trace of Jewish blood, which seemed only to intensify his hatred. In the summer of 1941, Heydrich became irritated by the messy, ad hoc ways of dealing with the Jewish question and the lack of a central program, as well as the massacres of Jews carried out by local security officials in the Eastern Territories. Some SS satraps began to experiment with more industrial versions of extermination. In the Warthegau, unsatisfactory tests were carried out, pumping exhaust fumes into the interiors of sealed vans. in the Generalgouvernement, SS Polizeiführer Odilo Globocnik began to construct an extermination camp at Belzich, near Lublin. Himmler, meanwhile, was impatient to resolve the problems of psychological stress which the Einsatzgruppen suffered as a result of their work. Heydrich had instructed Adolf Eichmann to draft an authorization which Goering signed on the 31st of July. The document instructed Heydrich to undertake, by emigration or evacuation, a solution of the Jewish question, and charged him with making all necessary organizational, functional and material preparations for a complete solution of the Jewish question in the German sphere of influence in Europe. About a month later, Eichmann was summoned to Heydrich's office, where he was told that Himmler had received instructions from Hitler to proceed with the physical annihilation of the Jews. Although senior Nazi officials occasionally liked to take the Führer's name in vain to advance their own policies, it would be unthinkable in this case that Himmler or Heydrich would have dared to do so on quite so important a matter. Earlier ideas that the total annihilation of the Jews would take place only after victory had been achieved were forgotten. One senses for the first time an unspoken anxiety that the opportunities presented by the war in the East should not be missed. Pressure also grew in Germany and in occupied countries, including France, that they should send their Jews eastwards. In Paris, the SS ordered the French police to round up French and foreign Jews, an initial operation which on the 10th of May 1941 sent 4,323 people to 2 holding camps. On the 18th of September, an instruction from Himmler revealed that the ghettos were now to be used as storage camps. More than 500,000 Jews had died of starvation and disease in the Polish ghettos, but this was seen as far too slow a process. Further discussion showed that the plan was to put all Jews in concentration camps. But even in a totalitarian state, there were legalistic problems to overcome, such as how to deal with Jews possessing foreign passports and what to do with those married to Aryans. On the 29th of November 1941, Heydrich issued an invitation to senior officials from the Ostministerium and other ministries and agencies to discuss a common policy with him and representatives of the RSHA. This was due to take place on the 9th of December. At the last moment, the meeting was postponed. Marshal Zhukov's great counterattack had been launched on the 5th of December, and 2 days later the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Time was needed to assess the implications of these momentous events, and then on the 11th of December, Hitler announced to the Reichstag his declaration of war on the United States. The following day, he summoned Nazi party leaders to a meeting in the Reich Chancellery. There he referred to his prophecy of the 30th of January 1939, that if a world war ensued, the instigators of this bloody conflict will thus have to pay for it with their lives. With Hitler's declaration of war and the Japanese attacks in the Far East, the conflict had become truly global. In Hitler's distorted logic, the Jews had to suffer for their guilt. The Führer is determined to make a clean sweep, Goebbels wrote in his diary for the 12th of December. He prophesied to the Jews that if they were once again to cause a world war, the result would be their own destruction. That was no figure of speech. The world war is here. The destruction of Jewry must be the inevitable consequence. This question is to be viewed without sentimentality. Less than a week later, Hitler had a meeting with Himmler to discuss the Jewish question. Yet, despite a heightened, even feverish atmosphere, when Hitler frequently referred back to his pre-war prediction that the Jews were bringing their own destruction upon themselves, he still does not appear to have made an irrevocable decision on a final solution. Despite his apocalyptic diatribes against the Jews, he does seem to have been remarkably reluctant to hear details of mass killings, rather as he shied away from any image of suffering in battle or from bombing. His desire to keep violence abstract was a significant psychological paradox in one who had done more than almost anyone else in history to promote it. After the delay, Heydrich's conference finally took place on the 20th of January 1942 in offices of the RSHA in a large villa on the shore of the Wannsee on the southwestern edge of Berlin. SS Obergruppenführer Heydrich presided, and SS Obersturmbannführer Eichmann took notes. Apart from other members of the RSHA, most of those present were senior representatives from the occupied territories, the Reichschancellery, and 4 Staatssekretäre, the head officials of key ministries. They included Dr. Roland Freisler of the Justice Ministry, who later became notorious as the prosecutor of the July plotters. The Foreign Ministry was represented by Unterstaatssekretär Martin Luther, the namesake of a far more famous and influential anti-Semite. He arrived with a carefully prepared memorandum entitled Requests and Ideas for the Foreign Ministry in Connection with the Intended Final Solution of the Jewish Question in Europe. Just over half of those present had doctorates, and a significant minority were lawyers. Heydrich began by asserting his powers for the preparation of the final solution over all territories and official functions. He presented statistics on all Jewish communities throughout Europe, including even British Jews who would be evacuated to the east. Their numbers, his estimated total was 11 million, would first be whittled down through hard labor, then the survivors would be treated accordingly. Elderly Jews and those who had fought for the Kaiser would be sent to the show camp of Theresienstadt in Bohemia. Luther, on behalf of the Foreign Ministry, urged caution and delay in the rounding up of Jews in countries such as Denmark and Norway, where this might provoke an international reaction. Much time was then spent arguing over the complicated question of those of partial Jewish descent, the so-called Mischlinge, and those married to Aryans. Perhaps predictably, the representative of the Generalgouvernement urged that its Jews should be dealt with first. Finally, while they drank brandy after lunch, the participants discussed the various methods available of achieving their objective. But the minutes of the meeting retained the usual euphemisms, such as evacuation and resettlement. One thing, however, was clear to everyone involved. All ideas of a territorial solution had come to nothing. With Stalin's erratic general offensive following the Battle of Moscow, there was no suitable area of the occupied Soviet territories where the Jews could be dumped to starve. The only certain solution now seemed to be industrialized slaughter. A great impatience to get on with tackling the task permeated the Nazi administration, both in Berlin and especially in Frank's fiefdom of the Generalgouvernement. Gauleiter Arthur Greiser wanted to eliminate 35,000 Poles suffering from tuberculosis in the Warthegau. SS lawyers even discussed the possibility of killing German and other prisoners who had the misfortune to look like the miscarriages of hell. During the Shoah by bullets, the killers in the occupied USSR moved to find the victims, but in the Shoah by gas, the victims were brought to the killers. This process began to be put into effect initially in the extermination camps of Chelmno, Kulmhof, where gas vans were used, and continued in Belzec, Treblinka, Sobibor, and then Auschwitz-Birkenau in the summer. A formidable administrative apparatus was set up to cope with the Jews who had not yet died in the ghettos or been shot. Eichmann, who was responsible for rounding up all the Jewish populations outside Poland, worked closely with Gruppenführer Heinrich Müller, the head of the Gestapo. Eichmann, another who loved the violin, played chess with Müller once a week, while they continued to mull over their immense task. The most essential element in the operation was transport. Planning and timetables were of critical importance. The Reichsbahn, with 1.4 million employees, was the largest organization in Germany after the Wehrmacht, and it made a considerable profit. Jews were transported in freight cars and cattle wagons at the same price as fare-paying passengers in coaches on a one-way ticket. Journeys for the guards from the Ordnungspolizei were charged on the basis of return fares. The Gestapo took the money to pay for this from Jewish funds. But the ideological obsession of Hitler, Himmler, and Heydrich often proved totally at odds with the conduct of the war they were trying to win. the Wehrmacht began to complain about the elimination of skilled Jewish labor in the armaments industry and the huge diversion of rail transport when it was so badly needed to resupply the Eastern Front. Jewish community leaders were told to organize their own policing of the relocation, with the threat that if they did not do it, then the SA or the SS would do it instead. They knew what that signified in terms of broken heads. They also had to draw up lists for the transports. Those sent to the Ostland were executed by shooting on arrival, mainly in Minsk, Kaunas, and Riga. The majority, depending on their point of departure, were soon dispatched to the extermination camps. The elderly and privileged Jews sent to Theresienstadt did not know that their death sentence was merely in abeyance. Ordnungspolizei and Gestapo men employed in clearing the ghettos were allocated a ration of brandy. Ukrainian auxiliaries were not. Those Jews who tried to hide or escape were shot on the spot. So too were the old, who could not move to the transports unaided. The vast majority departed in the railway wagons, apparently accepting their fate. But a number managed to escape from the trains into the woods. Some were helped by Poles, and others managed to join partisan groups. Nazi concentration camps had been set up soon after Hitler's seizure of power in 1933. Himmler organized one of the first for political prisoners at Dachau, just north of Munich, and soon he took over the administration of all such camps. The guards came from the Totenkopfverbände, or Death's Head units, and received their name from the skull cap badge they wore. In 1940, when the scale of the camp network expanded dramatically following the conquest of Poland, Obergruppenführer Oswald Pohl created his own sub-empire within the SS, turning labor camps into a means of raising revenue. He also became a key figure in the development of the camp system. Although tests had been carried out with Zyklon B at Auschwitz in September 1941, the first extermination camp with proper gas chambers constructed under Pohl's direction was Belzec. Work began in November 1941, 2 months before the Wannsee Conference. The preparation of others rapidly followed. The work of the extermination camps was greatly assisted by the expertise of those who had been involved in the euthanasia program under the direction of the Reichschancellery. Some have argued that the production line method of the extermination camps was strongly influenced by Henry Ford, who in turn had obtained his ideas from the Chicago slaughterhouses. Ford, who had been a ferocious anti-Semite since 1920, was revered by Hitler and other leading Nazis. He may even have helped fund the Nazi Party, but nobody has managed to obtain documentary evidence of this. In any case, his book, The International Jew, had in Germany been translated and published, where it had a great influence in Nazi circles. Hitler kept a portrait of Ford hanging on the wall in his office in Munich, and in 1938 awarded him the Grand Cross of the Supreme Order of the German Eagle. But there is no real evidence that the Ford production line techniques were copied in the extermination camps. By the end of 1942, close to 4 million Jews from Western and Central Europe, as well as the Soviet Union, would be killed in the extermination camps, along with 40,000 Roma. The active participation of the Wehrmacht, officials in almost every ministry, a large part of industry and the transport system, spread the guilt to a degree which German society took a long time to acknowledge in the post-war years. The Nazi regime did everything that it could to keep the extermination process secret, but many tens of thousands were involved. Himmler, speaking to senior SS officers in October 1943, described it as an unwritten and never to be written page of glory in our history. Rumors spread rapidly, especially after the photographs taken by soldiers of mass executions of Jews in the Soviet Union. At first, most civilians could not believe that Jews were being killed by production line gassing. But so many Germans were involved in various aspects of the final solution, and so many were profiting from the confiscation of Jewish property, both businesses and apartments, that a large minority of Germans soon had a fairly good idea of what was happening. Although a certain amount of sympathy had been shown to Jews when they were forced to wear the yellow star, once the deportations began, Jews became non-persons in the eyes of their fellow citizens. Germans preferred not to dwell on their fate. This, they later persuaded themselves, was due to ignorance when it was in truth much closer to denial. As Ian Kershaw wrote, "The road to Auschwitz was built by hatred, but paved with indifference." German civilians, on the other hand, had little idea of the infamous medical experiments at Auschwitz carried out by Dr. Josef Mengele and his colleagues. Even today, those carried out on Russian, Polish, Roma, Czech, Yugoslav, Dutch and German political prisoners at Dachau by SS doctors are comparatively unknown. More than 12,000 died, usually in agony, as a result of tests and practice operations and amputations. The victims included those injected with diseases, but also, at the request of the Luftwaffe, those subjected to extremes of high and low pressure, immersed in freezing water as research for air crew shot down over the sea, force-fed salt water, and subjected to liver puncture experiments. In addition, prisoners in the autopsy room were forced by SS personnel to remove and treat the good quality skin of corpses, but not those of Germans, for use as saddles, riding breeches, gloves, house slippers, and ladies' handbags. In Danzig, at the Anatomical Medical Institute, Professor Rudolf Spanner had Poles, Russians, and Uzbeks killed at the nearby concentration camp of Stutthof, so that he could carry out experiments on recycling their corpses to make soap and leather. Such a mentality in a doctor may be beyond our comprehension, but as a traumatized Vasily Grossman observed after describing the horrors of Treblinka, it is the writer's duty to tell this terrible truth, and it is the civilian duty of the reader to learn it. Despite the progressive industrialization of the final solution, the Shoah by bullets still continued in both the Reichskommissariat Ostland and the Reichskommissariat Ukraine. Even Jews who had been retained as specialist workers were rounded up and shot. Throughout the early spring and summer of 1942, the SS Einsatzgruppen and the 9 regiments of Ordnungspolizei competed to eliminate all Jews in their respective areas through Großaktionen. In July, a German paymaster wrote home, "In Bereza Kartushka, where I took my midday break, 1,300 Jews had been shot the day before. They were taken to a hollow outside the town. Men, women and children were forced to undress completely and were dealt with by a shot through the back of the head. Their clothes were disinfected for reuse. I am convinced that if the war lasts much longer, Jews will be processed into sausage and be served up to Russian prisoners of war or to qualified Jewish workers." Ghetto after ghetto was surrounded. Some Jewish businessmen tried to buy their survival with bribes. Jewish girls who wanted to save their lives offered themselves to policemen. As a rule, the women were used during the night and killed in the morning. The police and their auxiliaries moved in during the early hours or just before dawn under the glare of searchlights or flares. Many Jews tried to conceal themselves under floors, but the killers rolled hand grenades under the shacks. In some cases, the buildings were set on fire. Those rounded up were taken off to the execution pits, where they too were made to strip before being shot on the edge, or forced to lie down in the sardine method. Once again, the killers were amazed by the submission of the Jews. Many executioners were drunk and failed to finish their victims off. Quite a number of them were buried alive. Some even managed to dig themselves out afterwards. Not all were submissive. The forest Jews who had escaped the roundups either joined Soviet partisan groups or formed their own, especially in Belorussia. Anti-partisan sweeps under the command of Bach Zelewski continued into the spring of 1944. In Lvov and the rest of Galicia, German security police and Ukrainian Hilfspolizei, known as HIPOs, continued the killings. Attempts to form resistance groups in ghettos were seldom successful until the desperate rising of the Warsaw Ghetto in January 1943. There were attempts at resistance in the ghettos of Lwów and Białystok, but nothing on the scale or determination of Warsaw. Jews who had initially argued against resistance now knew the truth. The Germans wanted them all dead. After the deportation of more than 300,000 Jews during 1942, only 70,000 were left in the Warsaw Ghetto. Most of those remaining were young and comparatively strong. The sick and old had been taken away already. The different Jewish political groups, Bundist, Communist and Zionist, agreed to fight back. They began by killing collaborators and then prepared defensive positions linked to the sewers. Weapons and explosives were obtained from the Home Army, or Armia Krajowa, which was loyal to the government in exile, and also from the Polish communist resistance, the People's Guard. A few hundred pistols and revolvers were bought from citizens in Warsaw who had kept them hidden despite the risk of execution. In January 1943, the first armed clash occurred when the Germans rounded up 6,500 Jews for deportation. An enraged Himmler ordered that the whole Warsaw Ghetto should be destroyed. But it was not until the 19th of April that the main attempt to storm the area took place. Waffen-SS troops entered from the north end, where prisoners were loaded onto cattle trucks in the sidings. The attackers soon withdrew with their wounded after coming under heavy fire and losing their only armored vehicle to a Molotov cocktail. Himmler was appalled when he heard of their repulse, and he sacked the commander. From then on, the SS attacked with small raiding groups at different points. After a doomed defense of the factories, which the Germans set on fire with flamethrowers, the Jewish defenders pulled back into the sewers, from where they would emerge to shoot at German troops from behind. The SS pumped in water in attempts to drown them, but the Jewish fighters managed to avoid or divert the flood. Others had seized a large building used by an armaments firm and defended it. Brigade Führer Jürgen Strupp ordered his men to set the building on fire. When Jews threw themselves from the top floors, the SS troopers called them parachutists and tried to shoot them before they hit the ground. After the war, Strupp still seemed to be excited by the fighting, which he described to his cellmate in prison. "The uproar was monstrous," he said. "Burning houses, smoke, flames, flying sparks, whirling bed feathers, the stench of singed bodies, thunder of guns, cracking grenades, the glow of fire, Jews with their wives and children leaping from windows and burning houses." He admitted, however, that the battle courage of the Jews had taken him and his men entirely by surprise. The bitter resistance continued for nearly a month, until the 16th of May. Thousands had died in the battle, and 7,000 of the 56,065 prisoners were executed immediately. The remainder were sent to Treblinka for gassing or to forced labor battalions to be worked to death. The ghetto was razed to the ground. Wasili Grossman, who entered Warsaw with the Red Army in January 1945, described the scene. "Waves of stone, crushed bricks, a sea of brick. There isn't a single wall intact. The beast's anger was terrible." Chapter 20. Japanese occupation and the Battle of Midway, February to June 1942. The Japanese occupation of Hong Kong had begun with intentions of moderation, yet rapidly become violent and uncontrolled. While European victims suffered comparatively little, drunken Japanese soldiers continued to rape and kill the local population, underlining the hypocrisy in their slogan, "Asia for the Asians." The Japanese showed a certain respect for their fellow imperialists, the British, but none for other Asian races, especially the Chinese. A senior officer is said to have ordered the execution of the 9 soldiers guilty of the rape of British nurses at the hospital in Happy Valley. Nothing was done to restrict the violent abuse of Chinese women. There was almost no restriction on looting, either by Japanese soldiers or by the triads and supporters of the puppet Nanking regime of Wang Jingwei, who were used as irregular police. In return, the military authorities allowed the triads to set up gambling dens. Smaller-scale criminal gangs also operated with impunity. The Japanese made an attempt to win over the Indian community, encouraging hatred of the British and giving them a privileged status with better rations. Sikhs and Rajputs were recruited for the police and even given guns. A policy of divide and rule between the Indian and Chinese communities continued until the end of 1942, when, after a falling out between the Japanese and the Indian Independence League in Singapore, the Japanese suddenly removed the Indians' privileges, and they found themselves worse off than they had been under the British. Under the brutal regime of the Kempeitai military security police, the Hong Kong Chinese, even including the triads, soon began to feel almost a nostalgia for British rule. The new Japanese governor sought to win over the Eurasians and prominent Chinese merchant families to get the port's economy flourishing again. At the same time, senior Japanese officers, excited by the contents of the godowns or warehouses, organized a more systematic form of looting, partly for personal profit, but also as war booty to be sent back to Tokyo. As in many places occupied by Japanese forces, the situation became even more confused by rivalries between the Navy and the Army. The Army wanted Hong Kong as a base for furthering the war against Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, while the Navy planned to use the port to assist its expansion to the south. Shanghai, which had been rapidly occupied by the Japanese on the 8th of December 1941, came nominally under the puppet government in Nanking of Wang Jingwei. In the city port of big business, glittering corruption, prostitution and dance halls, conditions deteriorated drastically for the remaining Europeans, the White Russian community, and especially the Chinese poor. A cholera epidemic killed thousands, food was hard to find, and the black market was rampant. Anything and almost everyone was for sale. Shanghai was the spying capital of the Far East. The Abwehr and the Gestapo spied on the Japanese, who in turn spied on them. Japanese distrust of their ally had increased enormously since their arrest of the German communist spy Richard Zorger in October 1941. But the Japanese occupation forces suffered from their own intense rivalries. Hell hath no fury like competing intelligence agencies. In Singapore on the 17th of February 1942, the Kempeitai military police rounded up the Straits Chinese community. They were to be punished for having supported nationalist China in its resistance. General Yamashita ordered the whole community to pay $50 million as a gift of atonement. Any male between 12 and 50 was liable to be shot. Many of them were taken bound to Changi Beach, where they were machine-gunned. The Kempeitai admitted to having executed no fewer than 6,000 for being anti-Japanese, but the true figure was many times that, especially if executions on the mainland are included. Victims under this definition were supposedly communists or former servants of the British. The Japanese also killed anyone with tattoos on the assumption that they belonged to a criminal society. Around Changi Barracks, the stores of barbed wire, which should have been used by the British to create defences, were now used to hold Allied prisoners of war. And they were forced out to line the streets for a victory parade to honour General Yamashita, now known as the Tiger of Malaya. Raffles Hotel was turned into a brothel for senior officers. The comfort women there had either been imported forcibly from Korea or were beautiful young Chinese girls seized off the street. Most of the European women and male civilians were interned separately at Changi Jail. 2,000 people were forced into accommodation designed for 600. Bribery was the only way for prisoners to improve rations or purchase medicines. The polished rice they received had little nutritional value, and soon there were many cases of beriberi among the increasingly emaciated British and Australian prisoners of war. Among their guards were Koreans and anti-British Sikhs who had deserted during the fighting and then volunteered to serve the Japanese. With bitter memories of the Amritsar massacre, they now enjoyed humiliating their former overlords. Some followed the Japanese custom of slapping their faces if they did not bow to their guards, and a few even acted as firing squads for the Japanese. In Singapore City, meanwhile, looters and thieves were beheaded and their heads displayed on poles as in medieval times. To be buried with part of your body missing was considered the worst possible fate in the Far East. Many Malays had believed Japanese propaganda claims that the Imperial Army would bring their liberation, and they welcomed the troops, waving small rising sun flags. They soon found this to be far from the truth. Japanese carpetbaggers and racketeers arrived to dabble in every form of dubious business, dance halls, drugs, prostitution, and gambling. In the Dutch East Indies, the Japanese military authorities were furious to find that most of the oil installations had been destroyed before surrender. The Dutch and other Europeans faced a terrible revenge. In Borneo and Java, almost all the white male civilians were shot or decapitated, and many of their wives and daughters gang-raped. Both Dutch and Javanese women were forced into comfort houses and given a daily quota of 20 enlisted men in the morning, 2 NCOs in the afternoon, and the senior officers at night. If these press-ganged young comfort women managed to run away or were uncooperative, they would be brutally punished and their parents or family would suffer. Altogether, it is estimated that the Imperial Japanese Army press-ganged up to 100,000 girls and young women into sexual slavery. A large number were Korean and sent overseas to Japanese garrisons in the Pacific and round the South China Sea. But Malay, Straits Chinese, Filipino and Javanese women, as well as those of other nationalities, were also seized by the Kempeitai. The policy of using the women of conquered nations as a resource for their soldiers was clearly approved at the most senior levels in the Japanese government. A young nationalist called Ahmed Sukarno served as a propagandist and advisor to the Japanese military authorities, hoping that they would grant the former Dutch colony independence. After the war, instead of being accused of collaboration, he became the first president of Indonesia, despite the fact that tens of thousands of his fellow citizens had suffered from starvation. Some 5 million people in Southeast Asia are thought to have died from the Japanese occupation during the war. At least 1 million of them were Vietnamese. Rice paddies were forcibly converted to other crops for the Japanese, and rice and grain were seized to make fuel alcohol. Political parties and a free press were all banned. The Kempeitai, using its cruelly unsophisticated torture techniques, took revenge on any attempt at subversion or even the slightest hint of anti-Japanese attitudes. In a program of Nipponization, the Japanese language and the Japanese calendar were imposed in some places. Occupied countries were looted of food and raw materials, and unemployment rose to such an extent that the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere was soon known as the Co-Poverty Sphere. The Japanese occupation currency was regarded as a bad joke when inflation rose uncontrollably. In Burma, many Burmese initially welcomed the Japanese in the hope of independence, although the ethnically different tribes in the north remained loyal to the British. The Japanese raised a force of nearly 30,000 to serve in their Burmese National Army, but they treated them as inferior. Even Burmese officers were expected to salute Japanese privates. The Japanese also recruited some 7,000 Indians from among those captured in Malaya and Singapore for the Indian National Army, which would supposedly be used to liberate their country from British colonial rule. British and Australian prisoners of war in Singapore were sent north to work on the infamous Burma Railway, however sick, weak and emaciated they were. They suffered from black water fever, beriberi, dysentery, diphtheria, dengue fever, malaria and pellagra. No medical supplies were provided, and wound sepsis rapidly set in when flesh was torn by thorns while clearing jungle. Prisoners had to bow not just to officers, but also to private soldiers. Their faces were slapped, or they were beaten with the flat of a sword by an NCO or officer. Insubordination or subversion was punished by a favorite torture. After the prisoner had been force-fed water to bursting point, guards would stake him out, spread-eagled on the ground, then jump on his stomach. Any prisoner recaptured after a failed attempt to escape usually faced a public beheading. Japanese guards yelled, "Speedo! Speedo!" at their exhausted victims, thrashing them to work harder. Starved, thirsty, and bitten by insects, the prisoners of war worked almost naked in the terrible heat. Many collapsed from dehydration. Altogether, a third of the 46,000 Allied prisoners of war died, but conditions were even worse for the 150,000 local forced laborers, of whom around half died. The Japanese occupation of French Indochina did not change greatly after the original agreement with Admiral Darlan, signed at Vichy on the 29th of July, 1941. A further agreement on the defense of Indochina was signed by the Governor-General Admiral Jean Decoux in December, and the French administration, which recognized Vichy, continued in place until March 1945. The main difference was that with Indochina effectively cut off from France, the country came into the Japanese economic sphere. Some nationalist groups sided with the Japanese in the hope of obtaining independence from France, but the Japanese commander ensured the continuance of the French colonial regime. Roosevelt, on the other hand, was determined that Indochina should not be handed back to France at the end of the war. On the 9th of April 1942, just before Major General Edward King Jr. surrendered the American and Filipino forces on the Bataan Peninsula, he asked Colonel Nakayama Motoo whether his men would be well treated. Nakayama retorted that they were not barbarians. Yet Japanese officers had not expected to take so many prisoners on Bataan. Indoctrinated from the day they joined the army to believe in the Bushido Code that a soldier never capitulates, they regarded any enemy who surrendered as unworthy of respect. In a flagrant paradox, their anger was even greater towards enemies who would put up a ferocious defense. Of the 76,000 Americans and Filipinos, at least 6,000 were too sick or wounded to walk. Already filthy, emaciated, and exhausted from fighting for so long on starvation rations, some 70,000 men were forced forward on the 100-kilometer march to Camp O'Donnell. The Bataan Death March was a grotesque contradiction of Nakayama's assurance. Beaten and robbed of everything they possessed, tortured by thirst and denied food, forced on by jabs from bayonets, the prisoners were subjected to deliberate cruelty, to exact revenge and inflict humiliation. Over the days which followed, few of their guards allowed them to rest in the shade or lie down. More than 7,000 American and Filipino soldiers from Bataan died. Some 400 Filipino officers and NCOs of the 91st Division were killed with swords in a massacre on the 12th of April at Batanga. Of the 63,000 who made it alive to the camp, hundreds more died each day. Also 2,000 of the survivors of Corregidor died from hunger or disease in their first 2 months of captivity. The series of disasters, surrenders, and humiliations inflicted on the Allies prompted the disdain of the Chinese nationalists who had been resisting far greater Japanese armies for 4 years. The British had refused to ask for their help in defending Hong Kong and had failed to arm the Chinese and allow them to defend themselves. This gravely undermined their claim to the colony in the event of victory over the Japanese. The Chungking government of Chiang Kai-shek was, in any case, resolutely opposed to a foreign presence in the treaty ports. The administration of President Roosevelt sympathized strongly with such anti-colonial attitudes, and American public opinion supported the idea that the United States should not help to restore the British, French, and Dutch possessions in the Far East. British failure to resist the Japanese was largely blamed on their colonialist behavior. However tempting an explanation at the time, it was far from the whole truth, when the major part of the nation's war effort had to be concentrated on the other side of the wall. In the first half of 1942, the British government nearly gave in to pressure from Washington and Chungking to renounce Hong Kong, but later in the year, London would agree only to discuss the handover at the end of the war. The nationalists, convinced that their forces would occupy the city first, did not press the matter. Chiang Kai-shek believed that, since Britain was no longer a great power in the Far East, nationalist China should now be recognized as one. Roosevelt was happy to comply, but he knew that Stalin would not accept China joining the Big Three. And Chiang, ever the realist, knew that whatever his feelings about the British, he would need Churchill's support, which partly explains his flexibility over the postponement of discussions on Hong Kong. On the other hand, the nationalists were enraged that Britain's Special Operations Executive was working with Chinese communist guerrillas in South China, on the East River and in the new territories of Hong Kong. The communists helped British prisoners of war who escaped from the colony. One party was treated to a feast of goose and rice wine round a fire, during which an officer taught the communist guerrillas to sing the British Grenadiers and the Eton Boating Song. In India, relations between the British and the Congress Party, which wanted independence for the country, had deteriorated badly. Lord Linlithgow, the Viceroy, proved both arrogant and inept politically and economically. In 1939, he had made no effort to consult the leaders of the Congress Party and obtain their support for the war. Churchill was no better, with his romantic notions of empire and the Raj. Forced against his will to send a mission to India, led by Sir Stafford Cripps, his least favourite politician, Churchill hated the idea of offering dominion status to India once the war was over. Mahatma Gandhi famously described the proposal as a post-dated check, and Congress leaders were unimpressed. On the 8th of August 1942, prompted by Gandhi, Congress issued a call to the British to quit India at once, but to keep their troops there as defense against the Japanese. Next morning, the British authorities arrested its leaders. Demonstrations and riots followed, with 1,000 people killed and 100,000 thrown into jail. The disturbances confirmed Churchill in his prejudice that the Indians were ungrateful and treacherous. The loss of Burma to the Japanese in the spring of 1942 reduced India's supplies of rice by 15%. Prices shot up. Traders and merchants, in the hope of pushing up the price further, hoarded supplies, and an inflationary spiral began. The poor simply could not afford to eat. The government in New Delhi did nothing to control this ferocious black market. It simply passed the responsibility to regional administrations, which reacted with insane provincial protectionism. Those with surpluses, such as Madras, refused to sell to those with acute shortages of grain. Bengal bore the brunt of the gathering disaster. At least 1.5 million died as a direct result of the famine, which began at the end of 1942 and lasted all through the following year. A similar number again are estimated to have perished through disease, cholera, malaria and smallpox, because they were so malnourished that they had no resistance. Churchill, already furious with India, refused to interfere with the shipping program to bring relief. Only when Field Marshal Wavell was made Viceroy in September 1943 did the government of India begin to get a firm grip on the problem by using troops to distribute food reserves. Wavell made himself even more unpopular with Churchill by pursuing this policy. The whole episode was probably the most shameful in the history of the British Raj. If nothing else, it completely undermined the imperialist argument that British rule protected the poor of India from the rich. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor had one saving grace for the Americans. It was their battleships and not their aircraft carriers that had been in port that fateful weekend. Admiral Yamamoto, the most far-sighted of senior Japanese commanders, had not joined in the jubilation after the attack for this very reason. In Washington, uncertainty reigned in the offices of the main Navy building. The desire to hit back was overwhelming, but the badly battered Pacific Fleet needed to exercise caution. Fleet Admiral Ernest J. King, the new commander-in-chief, was famously irascible. He was furious that the British had persuaded General Marshall and Roosevelt to adopt the Germany First policy, which meant that the Pacific theater was obliged to go onto the defensive. British officers felt that King was a confirmed Anglophobe, but their American counterparts reassured them that Admiral King was not prejudiced. He simply hated everybody. The naval staff in Washington decided that it was too dangerous to send a carrier task force to relieve Wake Island. The 3 task force commanders bitterly resented the decision, but it was almost certainly the right one at the time. In late December 1941, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz arrived in Pearl Harbor to take over as the new Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet. The unfortunate Admiral Kimmel was still there, waiting to hear his fate, although he was treated with great sympathy by his colleagues. The most senior levels of the U.S. Navy suffered remarkably little from rivalries and prima donna ego clashes. Nimitz was an inspired choice for the post. A white-haired Texan descended from impoverished German nobility, he was soft-spoken, decisive, and able to get things moving with quiet authority. Not surprisingly, he inspired great loyalty and trust. This was particularly useful at a time when Washington had not yet developed a clear approach to the war in the Pacific. Washington did, however, insist on launching a raid on Tokyo to raise morale. This was to be led by Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle of the Army Air Corps, with P-25 medium bombers flown off a carrier for the first time. Vice Admiral William F. Halsey set off on the 8th of April 1942 with the carriers Enterprise and Hornet. Halsey welcomed the chance to hit back, but Nimitz was dubious about an operation which sacrificed so many bombers for a gesture that caused little damage to the enemy. He was also concerned about having sufficient forces available to counter the next Japanese offensive, expected somewhere around the Solomon Islands and New Guinea. This was in the Southwest Pacific region, which was under the command of General MacArthur. Commander Joseph Rochefort, the chief cryptanalyst at Pearl Harbor, had helped break the Japanese Naval Code in 1940. An unconventional officer, usually attired in carpet slippers and a red smoking jacket, Rochefort had not been able to warn of the attack on Pearl Harbor due to the strict radio silence imposed on the Japanese carrier fleet. Fortunately for the U.S. Navy, Rochefort had now been able to decode a signal which revealed that the Japanese were planning to land on the southeastern edge of New Guinea in May and seize the airfield at Port Moresby. This would give their Air Force control over the Coral Sea and enable them to attack northern Australia at will. With the huge distances involved in the Pacific, refueling at sea presented a critical challenge for both sides. Each U.S. task force of 2 carriers and escort vessels had to sail with at least 1 tanker, or oiler, which Japanese submarines would target first. But as the war progressed, U.S. Navy submarines proved to be the most cost-efficient way of destroying Japanese freighters and tankers. This effort, in which U.S. submarines accounted for 55% of all Japanese vessels sunk, had a devastating effect on naval and land forces short of fuel and supplies. Halsey, who had returned from launching the Tokyo raid, was the obvious candidate to lead this first major counterattack. On the 30th of April 1942, he sailed with Task Force 16. But, as Nimitz suspected, Task Force 17, commanded by Vice Admiral Frank J. Fletcher, which was already operating in the Coral Sea, would face the bulk of the fighting before Halsey arrived. On the 3rd of May, a Japanese force landed on Tulagi in the Solomon Islands. The Japanese commanders were supremely confident that they would crush any American naval force in the Coral Sea south of New Guinea and the Solomons. Fletcher, supported by Australian and New Zealand warships, sailed northwestwards on hearing that another Japanese force was heading for Port Moresby in New Guinea. Confusion followed on both sides, but aircraft from the USS Lexington sighted the Japanese carrier Shohu and sank her. Japanese aircraft thought they had found the American carrier force and sank a destroyer and a tanker. On the 8th of May, the American and Japanese carriers launched strikes against each other. The aircraft from Yorktown managed to damage the Shokaku enough to render her incapable of launching any more planes, while the Japanese hit both the Lexington and the Yorktown. The Japanese, unable to protect their invasion fleet, decided to withdraw from Port Moresby much to Admiral Yamamoto's disgust. The Lexington, which had appeared to recover, then began to sink after explosions caused by leaking fuel. The Coral Sea battle was a partial success for the Americans, since it prevented a landing, while the Japanese convinced themselves that their enemy had received a beating. In any case, it provoked much thought on the American side about technical defects in their aircraft and armament. Most were unresolved by the time the next engagement took place. Admiral Yamamoto, well aware of the United States' potential to produce aircraft carriers more rapidly than Japan, wanted to get in a knockout blow before his fleet lost the initiative. An attack on the island base of Midway would force the few American carriers into battle. After the Doolittle raid on Japan, critics in the Naval General Staff in Tokyo had now suddenly come round to his point of view. Signals intercepts analyzed by Commander Rochefort and his colleagues indicated that the Japanese were about to turn west and north to attack the Midway Islands. This would suggest that they wished to establish a base from which to attack Pearl Harbor itself. The naval staff in Washington rejected this idea, but Nimitz summoned all available warships back to Pearl Harbor at best speed. By the 26th of May, when the main Japanese invasion fleet left Saipan in the Marianas, its destination was no longer in any doubt. Rochefort had set a signals trap, sending a message in clear to say that Midway was short of water. This was repeated in a Japanese message on the 20th of May, using the letters AF to identify Midway. Since previous references using this code had signified their principal objective, Nimitz now knew for certain what Yamamoto's overall plan was. This offered the opportunity of evading the massive trap ahead and turning it to his advantage. Halsey was suffering from a stress-related illness and had to go into hospital, so Nimitz chose Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance, a fitness fanatic, to command Task Force 16. On the 28th of May, Spruance sailed from Pearl Harbor with the carriers Enterprise and Hornet, escorted by 2 cruisers and 6 destroyers. Fletcher, who was to have overall command, left 2 days later with 2 cruisers, 6 destroyers, and the Yorktown, which had been repaired with astonishing speed. The American warships had departed just in time. A line of Japanese submarines, hoping to ambush them, took up station between Hawaii and Midway hours after the 2 task forces had passed by. Spruance and Fletcher faced a formidable array. The Imperial Japanese Navy had 4 fleets at sea, with 11 battleships, 8 carriers, 23 cruisers, 65 destroyers, and 20 submarines. 3 task forces were heading for Midway, and 1 for the Aleutian Islands, some 3,200 kilometers to the north, round the bottom edge of the Bering Sea. The Japanese believed that the Americans were not aware of our plans. On the 3rd of June, shore-based aircraft from Midway were the first to sight Japanese ships approaching from the southwest. The next day, the Japanese launched their first air attacks on Midway. U.S. Army Air Force's bombers and Marine dive bombers from Midway responded. They suffered terrible losses and failed to score many hits, which increased Japanese complacency. Admiral Nagumo Chuichi, the commander of the Japanese task force, still had no idea of the presence of American carriers. Yamamoto, on the other hand, now suspected they might be there after a signal from Tokyo warning of increased signals traffic from Pearl Harbor, but he did not want to break radio silence. For the young American flyers operating over the seemingly endless blue of the Pacific, the prospect of such a battle was both exhilarating and terrifying. Many of the pilots were barely out of flying school and lacked the experience of their opponents, but these young, sunburned, and enthusiastic aviators demonstrated an astonishing courage. It was bad enough to be shot down over the sea, but to be picked up by a Japanese warship meant almost certain execution by beheading. The Japanese Zero fighter was superior to the stubby Grumman F-4F Wildcat, but the Wildcat could survive a lot of damage because it had self-sealing petrol tanks when hit. American torpedo bombers and dive bombers stood little chance against the Zeros, unless they had a fighter escort. The obsolete Douglas TBD Devastator torpedo bomber was slow, and its torpedo seldom worked, so to attack a Japanese warship was close to a suicide mission for the pilot. The Douglas SPD Dauntless dive bomber, on the other hand, was far more effective, especially in a near-vertical dive, as events were soon to prove. A Catalina flying boat sighted the Japanese carrier force and passed back its position. Fletcher ordered Spruance to join his aircraft in an attack. Spruance's task force went to full speed. Their targets were at maximum range for his torpedo bombers, but the risk was worthwhile if he could catch the Japanese carriers just before they launched their aircraft. Due to confusion, the Devastator torpedo bombers arrived first and without fighter cover. They were massacred by Zero fighters. The Japanese assumed that they had achieved a victory, but their elation was premature. Service crews cheered the returning pilots, patted them on the shoulder, and shouted words of encouragement, wrote the Naval Air Commander Fuchida Mitsuo on the Akagi. Planes were rearmed and others hoisted from the hangar to the flight deck to be ready for a counter-strike against the U.S. carriers. Admiral Nagumo now decided to wait until the Nakajima torpedo bombers were rearmed with ground attack bombs for another strike against Midway. Some historians argue that this caused a critical delay and was unnecessary. Others point out that it was standard practice not to launch until all types of planes were ready to operate together. At 10:20, Admiral Nagumo gave the order to launch when ready, Fuchida continued. On Akagi's flight deck, all planes were in position with engines warming up. The big ship began turning into the wind. Within 5 minutes, all her planes would be launched. At 10:24, the order to start launching came from the bridge by voice tube. The air officer flapped a white flag, and the first Zero fighter gathered speed and whizzed off the deck. At that instant, a lookout screamed, "Hell divers!" I looked up to see 3 black enemy planes plummeting towards our ship. Some of our machine guns managed to fire a few frantic bursts at them, but it was too late. The plump silhouettes of the American Dauntless dive bombers quickly grew larger, and then a number of black objects suddenly floated eerily from their wings. The Dauntless dive bombers from the Enterprise and from Fletcher's Yorktown had managed to conceal themselves in cloud at 3,000 meters, so surprise was complete, and the flight deck of the Akagi presented the perfect target. Fully fueled and armed aircraft exploded one after another. One bomb blew a huge hole in the flight deck, and another blasted the elevator for raising aircraft from the hangar below. Neither this hit nor the other on the rear port side of the flight deck would have been enough to sink the ship, but the exploding planes, with their bombs and the torpedoes stacked nearby, reduced the Akagi to a blazing hulk. The Emperor's portrait on board the Akagi was hastily transferred to a destroyer. The cargo nearby was also mortally wounded, with black clouds billowing into the air. American dive bombers then hit the Soryu. Gasoline spread, creating an inferno. Ammunition and bombs began to explode. Suddenly, an enormous blast hurled those on deck into the water. As soon as the fires broke out aboard ship, Admiral Nagumo related, the captain Yanagimoto Ryusaku appeared on the signal tower to the starboard of the bridge. He took command from this post and pleaded that his men seek shelter and safety. He would allow no man to approach him. Flames surrounded him, but he refused to give up his post. He was shouting "Banzai" over and over again when heroic death overtook him. Soon afterwards, the Yorktown was crippled by Japanese torpedo bombers. Her returning aircraft were diverted to Spruance's carriers, replacing some of their earlier losses. And in a later strike, planes from the Enterprise hit the Hiryu, which also sank. At 23:50, Admiral Nagumo reported, Captain Kaki Tomeo and Squadron Commander Rear Admiral Yamaguchi Tamon delivered messages to the crew. This was followed by expressions of reverence and respect to the Emperor, the shouting of banzais, the lowering of the battle flag and command flag. At 00:15, all hands were ordered to abandon ship. His Imperial Highness's portrait was removed, and the transfer of personnel to the destroyers Kazagumu and Makigumu put underway. The transfer of portrait and men was completed at 01:30. After completion of the transfer operations, the division commander and captain remained aboard ship. They waved their caps to their men, and with complete composure, joined their fate with that of their ship. Yamamoto, unaware of the disaster which had overtaken his carriers, ordered further attacks. His reaction can well be imagined when he was informed of the true situation. He ordered his massive fleet of 10 battleships, including the Yamato, the largest warship afloat, and 2 escort carriers with a host of cruiser and destroyer escorts, to engage with all speed. Spruance, aware of Yamamoto's force, changed course in the night back towards Midway to benefit from land-based air cover. The following day, his dive bombers managed to sink 1 cruiser and severely damage another. But the damaged Yorktown, while salvage operations were proceeding on the 6th of June, was hit by torpedoes from a Japanese submarine and sank the following morning. With 4 Japanese carriers and a cruiser sunk, and a battleship severely damaged, to say nothing of 250 aircraft destroyed, and all for the loss of 1 American carrier, Midway represented a decisive victory and a clear turning point in the Pacific War. Yamamoto's hopes of smashing the U.S. Pacific Fleet were completely dashed. But as Nimitz acknowledged in his report, had we lacked early information of the Japanese movement, and had we been caught with carrier task forces dispersed, possibly as far away as the Coral Sea, the Battle of Midway would have ended far differently. Chapter 21. Defeat in the Desert. March to September 1942. After the humiliating retreat across Cyrenaica in January and February 1942, the Rommel myth, so fervently propagated by Goebbels, was also promoted by the British. The legend of the Desert Fox was a very misguided attempt to explain away their own failures. Hitler was amazed and delighted by such hero worship. It encouraged his belief that the British, after all their defeats in the Far East, were close to collapse. He was, however, prepared to rein in his favorite general to appease the Italians. Mussolini's position was threatened by growing opposition within the Comando Supremo, whose members felt that the Duce was too much in Hitler's pocket, and they had been affronted by Rommel's arrogance and peremptory demands, to say nothing of his constant complaints about their failure to provide and protect the supply convoys he needed. In addition, Halder and the OKH were still resolutely opposed to reinforcing Rommel. They argued that the Suez Canal should be taken only after an advance through the Caucasus. The priority of the Eastern Front remained a powerful argument as they prepared their great offensive in southern Russia. Only the Kriegsmarine, which wanted a policy of defeating Britain first, supported Rommel's ambitions. The island of Malta was in a desperate position after a renewed Luftwaffe bombing offensive against the airfields and the main harbour of Valletta. All 5 ships in a convoy in March were sunk, and the troops and civilian population faced starvation. But in May, a reinforcement of 60 Spitfires flown off the aircraft carrier USS Wasp and the arrival of a mine layer with supplies saved the island. Generalfeldmarschall Albert Kesselring, the German commander-in-chief in the Mediterranean, had made plans for an airborne invasion of Malta, Operation Hercules, but these had to be put aside. Not only was Hitler dubious of success, but 10 Fliegerkorps was needed further east. Also, the Italians demanded excessive support before committing themselves. Rommel once again ignored both his orders and his supply problems and began to move the Panzer Army Africa forward towards the Gazala line. The fighting has none of the horror, that indescribable misery of the Russian campaign, an Unteroffizier wrote home in April. No villages and towns destroyed or laid waste. In another letter that evening, he wrote to his mother, "The Tommy out here takes everything in a more sporting way. Onwards to a decisive victory." Although Rommel's soldiers were also afflicted by the mass of flies and the intense heat which baked their bread hard, They soon expected a victory from the Great Offensive in Russia. Then the Tommies here will be crushed from both sides. They looked forward to visiting Cairo. The OKW then suddenly came round to the idea of Rommel's dream of seizing Egypt and the Suez Canal. Hitler had begun to fear that American military support might arrive earlier than he had originally thought. Even an Allied attack across the Channel could not be ruled out. If Rommel could smash the Eighth Army, he reasoned, British morale would be shattered. Also, the Japanese had indicated that they would advance westwards into the Indian Ocean only if the Germans took the Suez Canal. The first stage of Rommel's invasion of Egypt, codenamed Operation Theseus, was to outflank the British defensive line. This extended in defended boxes from Gazala on the coast, some 80 kilometers west of Tobruk, southwards to Bir Hakeim, an outpost in the desert defended by General Marie-Pierre Koenig's 1st Free French Brigade. There were 7 boxes, each defended by an infantry brigade group with artillery, barbed wire and minefields, which extended down to the next box. To the rear, Ritchie had placed his armoured divisions ready to make a counterattack. Rommel then intended to seize Tobruk. The capture of this port was regarded as essential for resupply. Otherwise, it would take his Opel Blitz trucks 14 days for each round trip up from Tripoli and back again. Operation Theseus should not have taken the British unawares, since Bletchley had passed the relevant ultra-decrypt to GHQ Middle East. But the chain of command was reluctant to pass the information down, except to say that an attack was probable in May and that it might well take the form of a right hook from the south. The attack began on the 26th of May with Italian infantry divisions advancing against the northern half of the line in a feint. To the south, the Trieste Motorized Division and Ariete Armored Division, together with the 3 German panzer divisions, moved deep into the desert. A sandstorm concealed their 10,000 vehicles from the eyes of the British. Then, during the night, Rommel's main striking force outflanked the Gazala line from the south. Rommel led his divisions rapidly round in a wide sweep, making use of the bright moon once the Khamsin dropped. They were in position before dawn, ready to attack. Some 30 kilometers northeast of Bir Hakeim, the 15th Panzer Division clashed with the 4th Armored Brigade, inflicting heavy losses on the 3rd Royal Tank Regiment and the 8th Hussars. Soon afterwards, 80 British tanks counterattacked the 21st Panzer Division. The 8th Army now had 167 American Grant tanks. These were heavy, unusually tall, and not very maneuverable when it came to firing, but their 75mm guns were far more effective than the pathetic 2-pounders on the Crusaders. The 3rd Indian Motorized Brigade, to the southeast of Bir Hakeim, had meanwhile been hit at 0630 hours on the 27th of May. Their commander radioed back that they were facing a whole bloody German armoured division, when in fact it was the Italian Ariete Division. The Indian troops destroyed 52 tanks, but they were overwhelmed once all their anti-tank guns had been knocked out. Koenig's Free French Brigade, in their equally lonely position at Bir Hakeim, knew what awaited them, having heard the sound of tank engines out in the desert during the night. In the morning, a patrol confirmed that the enemy was behind them and had cut them off from their supply depot. Koenig's force of some 4,000 men included a half-brigade of the Foreign Legion, 2 battalions of colonial troops, and marine infantry. They also had their own artillery support, with 54 French 75mm field guns and Bofors guns. Like the other boxes, their first line of defense consisted of minefields and barbed wire. The tanks of the Ariete Division now turned against them and attacked in a mass. French gunners knocked out 32. Only 6 Italian tanks managed to break through the mines and wire, but French legionnaires destroyed them at close range. Some even climbed onto the Italian tanks and fired through slits and hatches. The attack was unsupported by infantry, and the French bravely fought off every wave, inflicting heavy losses and taking 91 prisoners, including a regimental commander. Skirmishes were also fought against the German 90th Light Division. For the first time since June 1940, General de Gaulle later wrote proudly, French and Germans were in action against each other. To the northeast, the rest of the 90th Light Division attacked the 7th Motorized Brigade and forced the outnumbered British to withdraw. Its units then overran the 7th Armoured Division headquarters and took various supply dumps. Although the 90th Light advanced rapidly, Rommel's two panzer divisions were hampered by counterattacks and heavy artillery fire on their advance north towards the airfield at El Adem, which had been the scene of such heavy fighting the year before. Rommel's daring plan had not succeeded as he had hoped. His forces were in a vulnerable position between the Gazala line boxes and the remainder of the British army to the west. Rommel had also expected the French at Bir Hakeim to be rapidly crushed, but they still held out. He was deeply worried, and many of his officers thought that the offensive had failed. His chief of staff even suggested telling the OKW that the operation had merely been a reconnaissance in strength in an attempt to protect the Panzer Armee Afrika's reputation. But they need not have worried. Once again, the British had failed to concentrate their tanks sufficiently to make an impact. Rommel wanted to forge on north to the coastal road and break the British line there so as to re-establish his supply line back to Tripoli. But from the 28th of May, fighting became chaotic inside the center of the Gazala line. Rommel's divisions were hampered by fuel and ammunition shortages, but again he was saved by the slowness of British commanders to exploit their considerable advantage. Ritchie wanted to send in a major night attack, but his corps and divisional commanders argued that they needed more time. They thought that the Germans were trapped, but Axis troops had been making a gap in the minefield to the west, and supplies began to come through. However, this passage was close to the 150th Brigade's box, whose Yorkshire battalions suddenly provided Rommel with a major problem. At the Wolfschanze in East Prussia, Hitler's attention was not on North Africa. His Luftwaffe adjutant, Nikolaus von Below, returned from a visit to Rommel to find a very unpleasant situation. On the 27th of May, Reinhard Heydrich had been attacked in Prague by young Czechs equipped by the British Special Operations Executive. Heydrich was still just alive, but would succumb to infections from his wounds within a week. And on the night of the 30th of May, the RAF had launched its first 1,000-bomber raid against Cologne. Hitler was beside himself with rage, mainly directed against Goering. From the 31st of May, during the scrappy battle which the British called the Cauldron and the Germans the Sausage Pot, Rommel then threw his forces against 150th Brigade's position. The onslaught, with tanks, artillery and Stukas, was massive. The brigade fought to the end with great courage, winning the admiration of the Germans. But the continuing failure of British commanders to counterattack in force from the west was one of the least impressive examples of generalship in the war. Rommel then ordered the 90th Light Division and the Trieste Division to destroy the French at Bir Hakeim so that he could start to break up the Gazala line from the south. On the 3rd of June, Koenig's men fought off the overwhelming force attacking them. The British sent a relief force, but it ran into the 21st Panzer Division and pulled back. No other attempt was made to relieve the French garrison, partly because the counterattack further north on the 5th of June collapsed due to the incompetence and timidity of formation commanders reluctant to risk their tanks against the Germans' 88mm guns. Some supplies got through. The RAF provided as much support as possible, helping to break up attacks and fight off the Stukas and Heikels. French colonial troops made short work of any Stuka pilots who parachuted down. Koenig's men, suffering in the intense heat and dust from thirst and hunger, dug their foxholes deeper, waiting for a greater onslaught. By holding on, they knew that they could greatly aid the withdrawal of the Eighth Army. Exasperated by the tenacity of the French defense, Rommel took command himself. On the 8th of June, German artillery and Stukas began to pound the position again. One bomb killed 17 wounded in the dressing station. The determination of the defenders never slackened. One officer saw the sole survivor of a gun crew, a legionnaire with a hand blown off, reload the 75mm by ramming home the shell with his bloody stump. On the 10th of June, the French defences were breached. The defenders of Bir Hakeim had no more ammunition. That night, the British 7th Armoured Division, the only formation which might have saved them, withdrew. König was ordered to pull back. He led most of his remaining men out through the German encirclement in the dark, at first undetected and then under heavy fire. He was accompanied by his courageous English driver and mistress, Susan Travers, who was later made a warrant officer in the French Foreign Legion. Rommel received an order from Hitler to execute any captured legionnaires, whether Frenchmen who should be treated as insurgents, or anti-fascist Germans, or citizens of other Nazi-occupied countries. To his credit, he ensured that they were treated as ordinary prisoners of war. When General de Gaulle heard from General Sir Alan Brooke, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, that König and most of his men had escaped back to British lines, his sentiments were so intense that he had to shut himself alone in a room. Oh, the heart beating with emotion, sobs of pride, tears of joy, he wrote later in his memoirs. This moment, he knew, marked the start of the resurrection of France. Further north, the Battle of the Cauldron continued, with the British and Indian brigades fighting stubbornly in defence, but the 8th Army still remained incapable of launching an effective counterattack. On the 11th of June, just after the fall of Bir Hakeim, Rommel ordered his 3 German divisions to destroy the remaining British positions, including the Knightsbridge box held by the 201st Guards Brigade and 4th Armoured Brigade. They were then to seize the Via Balbia. This prompted a sudden withdrawal on the 14th of June, when the South Africans and the 50th Division near the coast were ordered to pull back to the Egyptian frontier to avoid being cut off. An undignified general retreat ensued, which became known as the Gazala Gallop. Tobruk was left exposed, and the Italian infantry advanced to encircle it from the east. Rommel brought up his German divisions, although 21st Panzer was severely mauled in the process by RAF Hurricane and P-40 Kitty Hawk fighter bombers. Air Vice Marshal Arthur Cunningham's Desert Air Force was improving its techniques all the time, and without its support, the fate of the 8th Army might have been catastrophic. Churchill sent orders to Auchinleck that Tobruk had to be held at all costs. But Tobruk lacked sufficient troops and guns, and many of the mines from its defences had been taken to strengthen the Gazala line. On the 17th of June, Rommel began his assault with a feint against one corner of the perimeter, while secretly preparing to attack elsewhere. Unlike the Australians, who had defended Tobruk so doggedly the year before, the 2nd South African Division, commanded by Major General Hendrik Klopper, was inexperienced. In any case, Admiral Cunningham was well aware that he did not have the ships to supply Tobruk through another siege. The 33,000-strong garrison included another 2 infantry brigades and a weak armoured brigade with obsolete tanks. At dawn on the 20th of June, Kesselring sent in all the Stuka and bomber groups available in the Mediterranean, supported by squadrons of the Italian Air Force, the Regia Aeronautica. This was accompanied by a concentrated artillery bombardment, while German pioneer battalions cleared a route through the minefields. The 11th Indian Brigade was shocked by the unprecedented onslaught, and by 0830 hours, the 1st Panzers were through the outer defences. In the course of a single day, as columns of smoke rose into the sky from the battered town, the Germans advanced all the way to the port, cutting the 20-kilometre-long fortress position in two. It was a bewilderingly swift victory. General Klopper surrendered the following morning, before the port and many of the supply dumps had been destroyed. 4,000 tons of oil fell into Rommel's hands, the best gift he could have hoped for. His hungry soldiers, whose clothes were almost in rags, became ecstatic at the booty. "We've got chocolate, tinned milk, canned vegetables, and biscuits by the crate," an Unteroffizier wrote home. "We've got English vehicles and weapons in vast quantities. What a feeling to put on English shirts and stockings." Italian soldiers did not get to share in the rich pickings. The same Unteroffizier acknowledged that "they have it harder than us, with less water, less food, less pay, and not the same equipment as we have. Mussolini tried to pretend that the capture of Tobruk was an Italian victory, so to emphasize the truth, Hitler immediately promoted the 49-year-old Rommel to the rank of Generalfeldmarschall. This promotion produced a good deal of jealousy and resentment in the highest levels of the Wehrmacht, which Hitler no doubt enjoyed. On this, the first anniversary of Operation Barbarossa, the German dictator was overjoyed in his certainty that the British Empire had now begun to disintegrate as he had claimed. And in a week's time, Operation Blue was to be launched in southern Russia to seize the Caucasus. The Third Reich once more appeared invincible. On that June day, Churchill was in the White House with Roosevelt when an aide came in and passed a slip of paper to the president. He read it and then passed it to the Prime Minister. Churchill felt sick with disbelief. He asked General Ismay to check with London whether Tobruk really had fallen. Ismay returned to confirm that it was true. The humiliation at such a moment could not have been greater. Churchill later wrote, "Defeat is one thing, disgrace is another." Roosevelt, showing his most generous instincts, immediately asked what he could do to help. Churchill requested as many of the new Sherman tanks as the Americans could spare. 4 days later, the American Chiefs of Staff agreed to the dispatch of 300 Shermans, as well as 100 105mm self-propelled guns. It was an act of great selflessness, especially since the Shermans had to be snatched back from U.S. Army formations, which had been longing to replace their obsolete vehicles. Deeply depressed and shocked, Churchill returned to face a motion of no confidence in the House of Commons. He put most of the blame on Auchinleck, which was hardly fair. The Auks' main mistake was to have appointed Ritchie. The acute shortage of competent and decisive commanders at the most senior levels in the British Army clearly had a terrible influence on its performance. Brooke ascribed this to the deaths of the best young officers in the First World War. An equally crippling handicap was the long-standing disaster of the arms procurement system. Unlike the RAF, which had attracted the most talented designers and engineers in an age when aviation was exciting, the Army accepted armaments which were already obsolete and then continued to mass-produce them rather than go back to the drawing board. This cycle had begun with the loss of so much equipment at Dunkirk and the need to replace weapons rapidly, but had not been broken. Some of the new 6-pounder anti-tank guns had been used with good effect in the Gazala battles, but to send badly designed tanks with 2-pounder guns into action against the Panzer IV, and especially the 88mm gun, was like sending up Gloucester Gladiator biplanes against Messerschmitt 109s. One can only admire the bravery of crews going into the attack, well aware that their own tanks were virtually useless except against infantry. The British did not produce a truly battle-worthy tank, the Comet, until the very last days of the war. Churchill's only consolation from his visit to the United States was that he had managed to persuade Roosevelt to agree to the invasion of French North Africa. Operation Gymnast, which later became Operation Torch, had been fiercely opposed by General Marshall and the other American Chiefs of Staff. Marshall's fears of Churchill getting at Roosevelt when none of the president's military advisers were present had been vindicated. They suspected, with a degree of justification, that Britain wanted to preserve its position in the Middle East. But Churchill was afraid that if Britain lost Egypt, and the Germans managed to link up an invasion through the Caucasus with Rommel's advance, then not just the Suez Canal, but the oil fields of the region could be lost. It might also encourage the Japanese to extend their operations into the western Indian Ocean. Churchill had another reason, which chimed well with Roosevelt's thinking. Since an early invasion of northern France was out of the question because of a lack of air superiority and a shortage of shipping and landing craft, there was no other area in which American troops could be deployed against Germany. And the Prime Minister knew that Admiral King, as well as the American public, wanted to drop the Germany first strategy and concentrate on the Pacific. Even Brooke was highly dubious about the North Africa landings, But Churchill was proved right, albeit for very different reasons to the ones he had put forward. The US Army needed battle experience before it could take on the Wehrmacht in major battles on the mainland of Europe. And the Allies needed to learn the dangers of amphibious operations before they attempted a cross-channel invasion. Kesselring still wanted to conquer Malta first, but Rommel was adamant. He had to have the Luftwaffe supporting him so that he could destroy the Eighth Army before it had a chance to recover. Hitler supported Rommel with the argument that the capture of Egypt would make Malta irrelevant. But they both overlooked the fact that while the Luftwaffe was being diverted to support Rommel during the Gazala battles, Malta had been reinforced. Yet again, supply lines across the Mediterranean were at risk, and the seizure of Tobruk with its port had not solved the logistic conundrum of the Desert War as Rommel had hoped. In what was referred to as the rubber band effect of these campaigns, the overextended supply line led to disaster, hauling back the attacker. Even before the fall of Tobruk, Rommel had ordered the 90th Light Division to push on towards Egypt along the coast road. And on the 23rd of June, the two Panzer divisions were also sent in pursuit of the Eighth Army. Auchinleck meanwhile sacked Ritchie and took command himself. He wisely cancelled orders to make a stand at Mersa Matruh and instructed all formations to withdraw rapidly to El Alamein, a small railway halt near the sea. Between Alamein and the Qattara Depression to the south, with its salt marshes and quicksands, he intended to establish his defensive line, secure in the knowledge that Rommel would not be able to outflank it as easily as he had at Gazala. Morale in the Eighth Army could not have been worse. Despite Auchinleck's determination to pull back to El Alamein, Ritchie's earlier order had left the 10th Indian Division defending Mersa Matruh. It was caught by the speed of Rommel's advance units, which encircled the town, cutting the coast road. Part of 10 Corps managed to break out, but lost over 7,000 men taken prisoner in the process. Further south, the New Zealand Division broke through the 21st Panzer Division in a vicious night attack, killing wounded, medics and combatants alike, an action which the Germans considered a war crime. Rommel was still convinced that he had the Eighth Army on the run and could strike through to the Middle East. Mussolini was so certain of success that he arrived in the port city of Derna, followed by a magnificent grey stallion on which he would take the victory parade in the Egyptian capital. In Cairo itself, panic and confusion reigned in all the offices of GHQ Middle East and the British Embassy, to the amusement or alarm of most Egyptians. Long queues formed outside banks. On the 1st of July, columns of smoke rose into the air from documents burned in the gardens of official buildings. They created a snowstorm of partly charred secret papers around the city. Street vendors snatched them up to make cones for their peanuts, and the day became known as Ash Wednesday. Members of the European community began to leave by car, with mattresses strapped to the roof, in scenes reminiscent of Paris 2 years before. The Flap, as it was called, had started in Alexandria when Vice Admiral Sir Henry Harwood, who had just taken over from Cunningham, ordered the dispersal of the British fleet to other ports in the Levant. Rumours spread that the Germans would arrive in 24 hours, and that an airborne invasion was expected at any moment. Egyptian shopkeepers prepared portraits of Hitler and Mussolini, ready to hang in their establishments. Others went much further. Nationalist officers, hoping that the Germans would give them independence from the British, began to prepare for an uprising. One officer, named Anwar Sadat, later president of the country, bought up 10,000 empty bottles for making Molotov cocktails. For the Jewish community, the prospect was terrifying, but although the British authorities in Cairo offered them priority on the trains to Palestine, the Palestine administration refused them visas. Jewish fears were not misplaced. An SS Einsatzkommando unit was waiting in Athens to begin work in Egypt and then in Palestine if Rommel's string of victories continued. Desertions in the British Army of the Nile, as Churchill called it, rose dramatically, bringing the estimated total in the city and the Delta to 25,000 men. British officers felt a characteristic urge to make jokes in the face of disaster, Having always complained about the slowness of the service in Shepherd's Hotel, they said, "Just wait till Rommel gets to Shepherd's. That'll slow him up." A rumor went round that Rommel had already telephoned to book a room. Certainly German radio had broadcast a message to the women of Alexandria. "Get out your party frocks, we're on the way." But Axis triumphalism was premature. Although the Germans had been intercepting British signals traffic on a tactical level, Auchinleck was well aware of Rommel's plans through Ultra. In the early hours of the 1st of July, the Afrika Korps, with the 2 panzer divisions, set off to make a feint attack towards the south of the Alamein line. Rommel's real target lay further north, but in his impatience to catch the 8th Army off balance, he had dispensed with reconnaissance. This proved a bad mistake, made worse by a sandstorm. The 90th Light Division tried to attack the Alamein box, but was repulsed by unexpectedly heavy artillery fire. Soon afterwards, the 21st Panzer Division advanced on one of the central boxes held by the 18th Indian Brigade. Although it took the position, it lost a third of its tanks, many of them to RAF fighter bombers. Cunningham's Desert Air Force continued its relentless attacks. His pilots were maintaining an even greater rhythm of sorties than during the Battle of Britain. With pilots from many nations, the Air Force included the Free French Groupe de Chasse Alsace, armed with a mixed complement of aircraft. Cunningham badly needed Spitfires to take on the Messerschmitts, but the Air Ministry in London was reluctant to release them from home defense. His Desert Air Force was now helped by an American bombing group of B-24 Liberators attacking Axis ships and the ports of Benghazi, Tobruk, and Mersa Matruh. The U.S. Middle East Army Air Force was assembling under the command of Major General Lewis H. Brereton, with both fighter and bombardment groups. British and American forces were for the first time in action alongside each other. German expectations of an easy victory began to falter. Auchinleck counterattacked with mobile groups and concentrated his artillery to great effect. And the New Zealand Division again excelled itself by seizing the perfect moment for a sudden counterattack on the Ariete Division, sending it back in disorder. On the night of the 3rd of July, Rommel ordered the Panzer Army Afrika onto the defensive. It had less than 50 tanks in a battle-worthy state. His men were totally exhausted and short of ammunition and fuel. He simply could not afford a battle of unremittent, hard pounding. The rock, scree and sand of the Alamein line did not offer a hospitable environment for the men of the 8th Army either. They were tormented by ubiquitous swarms of aggressive flies and by sandstorms whipped up by the winds, as well as by the enervating heat of the desert. Tanks were literally like ovens under the blazing sun. At night, soldiers wrapped themselves tightly in a ground sheet to keep out scorpions. They suffered from dysentery spread by the flies, as well as from desert sores, which also attracted these voracious insects. And whenever they tried to eat their corned beef hash or hardtack biscuits ground up to make a porridge with the consistency of plaster of Paris, it was hard not to swallow a few flies in the process. A brew-up of tea was the only consolation, even if the water used to make it tasted pretty foul. Not surprisingly, the soldiers' thoughts tended to focus on home cooking and home comforts. A rifleman declared to his comrades that, when he made it home, he was going to spend his time eating chocolate ice creams while sitting on the toilet and enjoying the luxury of pulling the chain. The 8th Army was also too exhausted to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, it concentrated on strengthening its position along the line, with a fresh Australian brigade brought up to the Ruwezat Ridge. Rommel attacked again on the 10th of July, but in the north, the 9th Australian Division, supported by an armoured brigade, broke through the Italians near El Alamein and put them to flight. Their most important prize was to capture Rommel's own signals intelligence unit, a coup which made him effectively blind, now that the Germans were no longer able to break the American code. The American military attaché Bonner Fellers, who had unwittingly provided the Germans with their most reliable intelligence source, had left at the end of June. Throughout most of July, the two sides attacked and counterattacked in a military version of scissors, paper, stone. Rommel was incensed by the performance of most Italian formations, which produced bitter arguments between the Axis allies. He felt forced to split up some of his formations to insert corset stiffeners among some of the Italian divisions, and his outraged protests about the lack of resupply again proved futile, for the RAF and the Royal Navy were once more inflicting heavy losses on Axis convoys and port installations. His dream that the capture of Tobruk and Mersa Matruh would solve his problems at a stroke were rudely shattered. On the night of the 26th of July, the recently formed Special Air Service in jeeps attacked an airfield near Fuka and destroyed 37 aircraft on the ground, many of them Junkers 52 transports. It brought their total for the month to 86 aircraft destroyed. Auchinleck's achievement should not be underestimated. He had at the very least saved a heavily battered 8th Army from disaster and stabilized the line while inflicting heavy losses on the Germans. Churchill viewed things in a very different light. He saw only missed opportunities and refused to acknowledge the exhaustion of the troops and the scandalous inferiority of British armoured vehicles. The Prime Minister, accompanied by General Sir Alan Brooke, arrived in Cairo on the 3rd of August on his way to Moscow to warn Stalin about the postponement of the Second Front. The British thought that they had finally stonewalled the Americans into abandoning Operation Sledgehammer, the cross-channel attack to invade the Cotentin Peninsula so rashly promised to Molotov. But in the second week of July, there were signs of rebellion among the American Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson. In the belief that the British were secretly against any invasion of northern France, they argued for an abandonment of the Germany First policy and a switch of focus to the Pacific. Roosevelt, invoking his role as Commander-in-Chief, stopped them in their tracks on the 14th of July. Sending troops to capture odd islands in the Pacific was just what Germany hoped they would do, he wrote to Marshall, and would not affect the world situation this year or next. And it certainly would not help Russia or the Middle East. Whether or not this was largely a bluff on Marshall's part, aimed at forcing the British to commit themselves to a cross-channel invasion, is still unclear. But Marshall and Admiral King returned to the charge later in the month when they visited Churchill at Chequers and tried to revive Sledgehammer. The British remained resolutely opposed. It would be a disaster and could do nothing to help the Red Army. Harry Hopkins, who was also in London, privately encouraged the British in the knowledge that Roosevelt wanted to see American troops in action in North Africa. Marshall, finally obliged to make the best of what he considered a bad job of fighting Britain's war, sent one of his best staff officers, Major General Dwight D. Eisenhower, to begin planning the North African landings in London with a view to taking overall command. Before continuing his journey on to the Soviet Union, Churchill was determined to sort out the command structure in the Middle East. Auchinleck told him that it would not be wise to launch another attack before mid-September, so Churchill decided to replace him with General Sir Harold Alexander as Commander-in-Chief. He also chose Lieutenant General Strafer Gott, the commander of 13 Corps, to take over the 8th Army. Gott, although he had been one of the better desert commanders, was tired out and demoralized by this stage. Brooke wanted Lieutenant General Bernard Montgomery instead, but Churchill was adamant. The situation was resolved when Gott was killed after his plane was shot down by a Messerschmitt. Montgomery would take command after all. Montgomery took a pride in being different from the usual senior officer of the British Army, and the short, wiry little general with a beaky nose could hardly have been more of a contrast to the unassuming, aristocratic and immaculate Alexander. Monty dressed differently too, preferring a shapeless pullover and corduroys, topped later by a black Royal Tank Regiment beret as his hallmark. Yet he was a military conservative, believing in detailed staff work and the deployment of divisions, not the informal battle groups which had evolved in the Desert Campaign. He played shamelessly to the crowd, whether soldiers or journalists, despite his rather shrill voice and inability to pronounce his R's. A non-smoker and teetotaler, he was egotistic, ambitious, and ruthless, possessing a boundless self-confidence which occasionally bordered on the fatuous. But this self-belief, which he was able to convey to all he met, lay at the heart of his mission to turn the badly bruised Eighth Army into one confident of victory. Commanders had to get a grip, and there was to be no more bellyaching or querying of orders. The situation that Montgomery inherited in August 1942 was by no means as dire as his own myth-making later pretended. Rommel's German and Italian divisions had suffered a considerable battering during the July battles. But Montgomery was rightly appalled by the defeatist attitude of many senior officers on the staff, although he was wrong to imply that Auchinleck shared their views. Auchinleck's failing had been his ignorance of this mood among the Gabardine swine, as fighting officers called the inhabitants of Headquarters Middle East in Cairo. Montgomery announced to the Eighth Army that he had ordered the burning of all contingency plans for withdrawal, and with considerable theatrical effect, he managed to rebuild its morale and confidence through visits and training programs. An impression of dramatic change worked wonders, even if Montgomery was claiming for himself a number of innovations which had begun under Auchinleck. Montgomery had no intention of launching a premature offensive, even though such caution had been the main reason behind Auchinleck's dismissal. But he was much cleverer in the way he handled the Prime Minister. In fact, Montgomery planned to take longer than Auchinleck's date of mid-September. He was determined to build up his army to such an overwhelming strength that victory would be virtually guaranteed. In this he was almost certainly correct, because Britain could not have faced another fiasco. Rommel had been reinforced with the 164th Division and a brigade of paratroopers, but he knew his position was now worse than precarious. His forces were too weak to continue a battle of attrition against the Alamein line. Instead, he wanted to withdraw so as to bring the British out of their positions and to impose on them a battle of movement in which his panzer troops would have the advantage. He was still short of transport and fuel, as the RAF and Royal Navy sank one supply ship after another. Suffering from stress and furious frustration, he criticized in bitter and sweeping terms the performance of Italian troops, even though some formations, especially the Folgore Division, were fighting well. In the second half of August, roles were reversed, with Mussolini and Kesselring urging Rommel to launch an offensive as soon as possible, while he had become reluctant and pessimistic. On the 30th of August, sensing that he was damned if he did and damned if he didn't, Rommel launched his right hook against the southern part of the Eighth Army line to swing round behind and attack the Alam Halfa Ridge. He knew that the greatest risk lay in running out of fuel, but Kesselring had promised that tankers were due to dock and that the supplies would be rushed forward. Montgomery, aware of Rommel's plan through ultra-decrypts, placed his armoured formations ready to parry the thrust, more or less as Auchinleck had planned. Rommel's reconnaissance and intelligence was poor. His staff had underestimated the extent of the minefields they had to cross in the south, and failed to appreciate the effect of the Desert Air Force in the coming battle. As his two panzer divisions struggled in the minefields, Cunningham's squadrons of bombers and fighter bombers attacked them relentlessly through a night illuminated by flares. The panzers, bunched together in the narrow corridors, made comparatively easy targets. The Africa Corps and the Littorio Armoured Division did not get through until the following morning, and only then did the advance north towards the Alam Halfa Ridge accelerate. Rommel was encouraged to continue, and Kesselring sent in his Stukas to batter the defensive positions ahead. But the slow and vulnerable Stukas were badly mauled by the squadrons of the Desert Air Force. The ridge was well defended, forcing the panzer divisions to a halt. Rommel expected a massive counterattack on the 1st of September, but Montgomery did not want to risk his armoured formations in any more cavalry charges, and held most of them in their positions, hull down. Only one armoured counterattack was launched. Then Rommel received the worst possible news. The tankers on which he had counted had been attacked with devastating results. Ultra had once again enabled the British to find them. Rommel was in an unenviable position, with his panzer divisions stuck in the open between the Alamein line to the west and the British armour to the east and south, and continually attacked by the Desert Air Force. On the 5th of September, he ordered a withdrawal. Apart from an inept counterattack by 30 Corps in the south, Montgomery failed to seize the opportunity offered to mount a devastating blow. But the repulse of the Africa Corps and the damage inflicted by the Desert Air Force did much to boost 8th Army morale. Rommel had extricated the bulk of his forces, but he knew that the tide of war in North Africa had turned irrevocably against him, even though he still had no idea of the threat to his rear being planned by Eisenhower. Chapter 22. Operation Blau. Barbarossa relaunched. May to August 1942. Once the snows began to melt in the spring of 1942, the hidden horrors of the winter fighting emerged. Soviet prisoners were put to work burying the corpses of their comrades killed during the January offensive. Now that it's fairly warm during the day, a German soldier wrote home on paper taken from the pocket of a dead commissar, the corpses are beginning to stink and it's time to bury them. A soldier with the 88th Infantry Division wrote that after capturing a village during a rapid thaw, the bodies of around 80 German soldiers from a reconnaissance battalion appeared from under the snow, with chopped off limbs and smashed-in skulls. Most had then been burned. Yet once the birch trees came into leaf and the sun began to dry out the waterlogged land, the morale of German officers experienced an extraordinary revival. It was as if the terrible winter had been little more than a bad dream, and now their run of victories would recommence. Panzer divisions were re-equipped, reinforcements absorbed into units, and ammunition dumps prepared for a summer offensive. The Grossdeutschland Infantry Regiment, which had been reduced to a rump in the winter disaster, was now expanded into a motorized division with 2 panzer battalions and assault guns. Waffen-SS divisions were upgraded into panzer formations, but many ordinary divisions received little more than replacements. Tensions between the SS and the Army increased. A battalion commander in the 294th Infantry Division wrote in his diary of the great alarm which we all feel about the power and the importance of the SS. They already say in Germany that as soon as the Army returns home with victory, the SS will disarm it on the frontier. Many soldiers who had been awarded the Winter Campaign Medal were unimpressed. They referred to it as the Order of the Frozen Flesh. At the end of January, new instructions had been issued to those allowed home on leave. You are under military law, it reminded them, and you are still subject to punishment. Don't speak about weapons, tactics, or losses. Don't speak about bad rations or injustice. The intelligence service of the enemy is ready to exploit it. The troops' cynicism increased with the belated arrival of civilian winter clothing, skiing outfits, and women's fur coats, which had been donated as a result of the appeal by Goebbels to provide warm clothes for the soldiers of the Ostfront. The smell of mothballs and images of the homes from which they had come only deepened the feeling that they were marooned on another planet in which filth and lice reigned. The sheer vastness of the Soviet Union was deeply unsettling and depressing. The same captain in the 294th Division wrote of the endless, uncultivated fields, no woods, only a few trees from time to time. Sad collective farms with destroyed houses. A few people, dirty, wearing rags, were standing by the railway track with indifferent faces. While Stalin still expected that the Wehrmacht would make another thrust towards Moscow, Hitler had very different ideas. Knowing that Germany's survival in the war depended on food, and especially fuel, he intended to consolidate his hold on Ukraine and seize the oil fields of the Caucasus. It would be Stalin who stumbled first in this military danse macabre, and Hitler who would overreach himself eventually with catastrophic consequences. For the moment, however, everything seemed to go the Führer's way. On the 7th of May, Manstein's 11th Army in the Crimea counterattacked the Soviet forces attempting to advance out of the Kerch Peninsula. Sending in his panzers on the flank, he surrounded them. Many fought bravely and were buried in their trenches by German tanks, twisting and turning on their tracks to force the earth in. The disaster which ensued over the next 10 days, almost entirely the making of Stalin's favorite commissar, Lev Miklis, led to the loss of 176,000 men, 400 aircraft, 347 tanks, and 4,000 guns. Miklis tried to put the blame on the troops, especially the Azeris, but the terrible losses created a great hatred in the Caucasus. Miklis was demoted, but Stalin soon found him another post. According to German accounts, soldiers from Central Asia were the ones most likely to desert. They have been hurriedly and badly trained and sent to the front line. They say that the Russians stay behind them and force them forwards. They crossed the river during the night. They were walking in the mud and water up to their knees and looked at us with shining eyes. Only in our prison could they feel free. The Russians are undertaking more and more measures on preventing desertion and absconding from the battlefield. Now there are so-called guard companies, which have only one task: to prevent their own units from retreating. If it really is this bad, then all the conclusions about the demoralization of the Red Army are true. An even greater disaster than Kerch soon followed. Marshal Timoshenko, supported by Nikita Khrushchev, had proposed in March that the armies of the southwestern and southern fronts should disrupt any offensive against Moscow by mounting a pincer attack on Kharkov. This was supposed to coincide with the breakout from the Kerch Peninsula to relieve the embattled garrison of Sebastopol. The Stavka had little idea of German strength, having assumed that their forces were still facing the battered units of the winter. Soviet military intelligence had failed to spot the great increase in the strength of Army Group South, even if many of the forces diverted there consisted of Romanian, Hungarian and Italian formations, all of which were underarmed and ill-equipped. Hitler's relaunch of Barbarossa was to be named Fall Blau, Operation Blue. The Germans were aware of Timoshenko's preparations for an offensive, although it came earlier than they had expected. They were planning their own attack south of Kharkov to cut off the Baravenkovo salient, which the Red Army had carved out in the January offensive. This plan was codenamed Operation Fridericus and was the preparatory phase to Blau. On the 12th of May, 5 days after the failed attack from the Kerch Peninsula, Timoshenko's offensive began. The southern pincer of his attack broke through a weak security division and advanced 15 kilometers on the first day. Soviet soldiers were amazed by the evidence of German plenty in the positions they captured, with luxuries such as chocolate, tins of sardines and meat, white bread, cognac and cigarettes. But their own casualties were heavy. It was terrible, wrote Yuri Vladimirov, from an anti-aircraft battery, to pass the heavily injured men who were dying from loss of blood and who were begging for help, loudly or quietly, and we were unable to do anything. The northern part of the offensive was ill-coordinated and attracted constant attacks by the Luftwaffe. We advanced from Volchansk towards Kharkov and could see the chimneys of the famous tractor plant, wrote a soldier with the 28th Army. The German aviation would not leave us in peace. They bombed us incessantly from 3 in the morning until nightfall, with a lunch break of 2 hours. Everything was destroyed by the bombs. There was confusion among the commanders and a lack of ammunition. Even the military tribunal had to fight, the soldier added. Timoshenko realized that he had hit the Germans while they were preparing their own offensive. But he did not suspect that he might be heading into a trap. General-Lieutenant Paulus, a talented staff officer who had never commanded a formation, was taken aback by the severity of Timoshenko's attack on his 6th Army. 16 of his battalions were badly mauled in the fighting under heavy spring rains. But General Feldmarschall von Bock saw the opportunity for a major victory. He persuaded Hitler that Kleist's 1st Panzer Army could move to cut off Timoshenko's forces in the Barvenkovo salient from the south. Hitler leaped at the idea and claimed it for his own. On the 17th of May, Kleist struck just before dawn. Timoshenko rang Moscow to ask for reinforcements, but had not yet grasped the danger of his position. Finally, On the night of the 20th of May, he persuaded Khrushchev to telephone Stalin to request that the offensive be cancelled. Khrushchev was put through to the dacha at Kuntsevo. Stalin told Georgy Malenkov, the secretary of the Central Committee, to speak to him. Khrushchev demanded to speak to Stalin himself. Stalin refused and told Malenkov to find out what he wanted. When Stalin heard the reason, he shouted that military orders must be obeyed, and instructed Malenkov to end the call. Khrushchev's hatred for Stalin is said to have dated from this point, and led to his passionate denunciation of the dictator at the 20th Party Conference in 1956. It took another 2 days before Stalin allowed the offensive to be called off, but by then the bulk of the 6th and 57th Soviet armies had been surrounded. The encircled troops made desperate attempts to break out, even charged with linked arms, and the massacre was terrible. Corpses piled up in waves in front of the German positions. The skies had cleared, allowing the Luftwaffe perfect visibility. "Our pilots worked night and day in their hundreds," wrote a soldier in the 389th Infantry Division. "The whole horizon is shrouded in smoke." Despite the battle, Yuri Vladimirov was able to listen to a lark singing on a hot, cloudless day. But then he heard the cry of, "Tanks! Tanks coming!" and he ran to hide in a trench. The end was close. To avoid immediate execution, commissars stripped off their own distinctive uniforms and took those of dead Red Army men. They also shaved their heads to look more like an ordinary soldier. On surrendering, the troops stuck their rifles with bayonets fixed into the ground. It looked like a magical forest after a big fire in which all the trees had lost their leaves, wrote Vladimirov. He considered suicide in his filthy, lice-ridden state, knowing what lay ahead, but allowed himself to be rounded up. Among the abandoned helmets and gas masks, they gathered up the wounded and carried them on improvised stretchers made out of rain capes. The German soldiers then marched the hungry and exhausted men off in columns, 5 men wide. Some 240,000 men were taken prisoner, along with 2,000 field guns and the bulk of the tank forces deployed. One army commander and many other officers committed suicide. Kleist observed after the battle that the area was so clogged up by the corpses of men and horses that his command vehicle had trouble getting through. This second battle of Kharkov represented a terrible blow to the Soviet Union's morale. Khrushchev and Timoshenko were sure that they would be executed. Even though they had been friends, they started to accuse each other, and Khrushchev had what appeared to be a nervous breakdown. Stalin, in characteristic fashion, simply humiliated Khrushchev by tapping out the ash from his pipe on Khrushchev's bald crown, saying that it was a Roman tradition for a commander who had lost a battle to pour ashes on his head in penance. The Germans were jubilant, but the victory produced one dangerous effect. Paulus, who had wanted to withdraw during the early stages of the battle, was awed by what he assumed to have been Hitler's perspicacity in ordering him to stand fast while Kleist prepared the fatal blow. He had a passion for order and was imbued with respect for the chain of command. These qualities, combined with his renewed admiration for Hitler, were to exert a major influence at the critical moment 6 months later at Stalingrad. Despite the danger threatening the Soviet Union's very survival that year, Stalin remained preoccupied with post-war frontiers. The Americans and British rejected his demands that they should recognize the Soviet border of June 1941, which included the Baltic states and eastern Poland. But in the spring of 1942, Churchill had second thoughts. He considered agreeing to his claim as an inducement to keep him in the war, despite its flagrant contravention of the Atlantic Charter, which guaranteed self-determination. Both Roosevelt and his Secretary of State, Sumner Welles, indignantly refused to support Churchill's proposal. Yet later in the war, it would be Churchill who would oppose Stalin's imperial project, and Roosevelt who would accept it. Relations between the Western Allies and Stalin were bound to be fraught with suspicion. Churchill especially had promised far more military supplies than Britain was able to deliver, and the American president's disastrous assurance to Molotov in May that they would launch a second front before the end of the year did more to poison the Grand Alliance than anything else. Stalin's paranoid tendencies persuaded him that the capitalist countries simply wanted the Soviet Union to be weakened while they waited. The manipulative Roosevelt had told Molotov via Harry Hopkins that he was in favor of opening a second front in 1942, but that his generals were against the idea. Roosevelt, it seems, was prepared to say anything to keep the Soviet Union in the war, whatever the consequences. And when it became clear that the Allies had no intention of launching an invasion of northern France that year, Stalin felt that he had been tricked. Churchill found himself bearing the brunt of Stalin's resentment over unfulfilled promises. Although both he and Roosevelt had been wildly imprudent, Stalin refused to acknowledge any genuine difficulties. The losses suffered by the Arctic convoys to Murmansk never entered his calculations. The PQ convoys, which had started to sail from Iceland to Murmansk in September 1941, faced appalling dangers. In winter, the ships were coated in ice and the seas treacherous. But in summer, with the short nights, they were vulnerable to German air attack from bases in northern Norway, as well as from the constant U-boat menace. A quarter of the ships in PQ-13 in March was sunk. Churchill forced the Admiralty to send PQ-16 in May, even if it meant that only half the ships got through. He was under no illusions about the political consequences of cancelling it. In the event, only 6 out of 36 ships went down. The next convoy, PQ-17, the largest yet sent to the Soviet Union, turned into one of the greatest naval disasters of the war. Faulty intelligence had suggested that the German battleship Tirpitz, together with the Admiral Hipper and Admiral Scheer, had left Trondheim to engage the convoy. This prompted the First Sea Lord, Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, to order the convoy to scatter on the 4th of July. It was a catastrophic decision. Altogether, 24 ships out of 39 were sunk by aircraft and U-boats, with the loss of nearly 100,000 tons of tanks, aircraft and vehicles. Following the loss of Tobruk in North Africa, and combined with the German advance into the Caucasus, the British began to think that they might lose the war after all. All further summer convoys were suspended, to Stalin's great displeasure. Once the Soviet forces on the Kerch Peninsula had been destroyed, Manstein turned his 11th Army against the port and fortress of Sebastopol. Massive artillery and air bombardment with Stukas failed to dislodge the defenders, who fought on from caves and tunnels deep in the rock. At one stage, the Germans are said to have used chemical weapons to dislodge them, but this is far from certain. The Luftwaffe was determined to deal with harassing attacks from Red Army bombers. "We are really going to show the Russians," wrote an Obergefreiter, "what it means to play with Germany." Soviet partisans harried the German rear, and one group blew up the single railway track across the Perikop Isthmus. Anti-Soviet Crimean Tatars were recruited to help hunt them down. Manstein brought up an 800mm monster of a siege gun mounted on railway wagons to pound the ruins of the great fortress. "I can only say that this is no longer a war," wrote a motorcycle reconnaissance soldier, "but just the destruction of 2 world views." Manstein's most effective tactic was to launch a surprise attack in assault boats across the Severnaya Bay, outflanking the first line of defense. The soldiers and the sailors of the Black Sea Fleet fought on. Political officers summoned meetings to tell them that they had been ordered to stand and die. Anti-aircraft batteries were switched to an anti-tank role, but gun after gun was blown out of action. "The explosions blended into a huge, continuous one," recorded a member of the Marine Infantry. "You could no longer distinguish individual blasts. Bombing would begin early in the morning and finish late at night. Bombs and shell bursts buried men, and we had to dig them out again to continue fighting. Our telephone linesmen were all killed. Soon our last anti-aircraft gun was hit. We took up infantry defense in bomb craters. The Germans pushed us back to the sea, and we had to use a rope to get down to the bottom of the cliffs. Knowing we were there, the Germans threw over the corpses of our comrades killed in the battle, as well as burning barrels of tar and grenades. The situation was hopeless. I decided to push along the shore to Balaclava and swim across the bay during the night and escape to the hills. I organized a group of marine infantry, but we did not manage to make it for more than a kilometer. They were captured. The battle for Sebastopol lasted from the 2nd of June until the 9th of July, and German losses were also heavy. I lost many comrades at my side, wrote an Unteroffizier as it ended. Once, in the middle of a battle, I began to cry for one like a child. When it was finally over, an exultant Hitler promoted Manstein to Field Marshal. He wanted Sebastopol to become the major German naval base in the Black Sea and the capital of a completely Germanized Crimea. But the vast effort to take Sebastopol, as Manstein himself observed, reduced the forces available to Operation Blau at a critical time. Stalin received detailed warning of the coming German offensive in southern Russia by a stroke of luck, yet he rejected it as disinformation, just as he had dismissed intelligence on Barbarossa the year before. On the 19th of June, Major Joachim Reichel, a German staff officer carrying the plans for Fall Blau, was shot down in a Wiesler-Storch plain behind Soviet lines. Yet Stalin, certain that the main German attack was aimed at Moscow, decided that the documents were fakes. Hitler was furious when told of this intelligence disaster and dismissed both Reichel's corps and divisional commanders. But preliminary attacks to secure the start line east of the river Donets for the first phase had already taken place. On the 28th of June, the Second Army and Hoth's 4th Panzer Army attacked eastwards towards Voronezh on the Upper Don. The Stavka sent in 2 tank corps, but due to bad radio communications, they milled about in the open and were gravely damaged by Stuka attacks. Stalin, finally convinced that the Germans were not heading for Moscow, ordered that Voronezh must be held at all costs. Hitler then interfered with the plans for Operation Blau. Originally, it would take 3 stages. The first was the capture of Voronezh. The next would see Paulus's 6th Army encircle Soviet forces in the Great Bend of the Don, then advance towards Stalingrad to protect the left flank. At that point, the idea was not necessarily to capture the city, but to reach it, or at least have it within effective range of our heavy weapons, so that it could not be used as a communications or armaments center. Only then would 4th Panzer turn south to join Generalfeldmarschall List's Army Group A in its attack into the Caucasus. But Hitler's impatience led him to decide that a single Panzer Corps was sufficient to finish the battle at Voronezh. The rest of Hoth's Panzer Army should head south. Yet the corps left at Voronezh lacked the strength to overwhelm the ferocious defense. The Red Army showed how obstinately it could fight back in street fighting when the Germans lost their advantages of armored maneuver backed by air superiority. Hitler dismissed his generals' concerns, and at first Blau seemed to go triumphantly well. German armies advanced at great speed to the fierce joy of panzer commanders. In the summer heat, the ground was dry and the going was good as they surged southeast. "As far as the eye can see," wrote a war correspondent, "armored vehicles and half-tracks are rolling forward over the steppe. Pennants float in the shimmering afternoon air." On one day, a temperature of 53 degrees in the sun was recorded. Their only frustrations was that they were short of vehicles and frequently had to halt through lack of fuel. Attempting to slow the German advance, Soviet aircraft dropped incendiaries at night to set the steppe on fire. The Germans pressed on. Dug-in Red Army tanks camouflaged themselves, but were rapidly outflanked and destroyed. Soviet infantrymen hidden in stooks of corn tried to fight back, but the panzers simply crushed them under their tracks. Panzer troops stopped in villages of thatched and whitewashed little houses, which they raided for eggs, milk, honey, and fowl. Anti-Bolshevik Cossacks, who had welcomed the Germans, found their hospitality shamelessly abused. For the local people, "We come as liberators," wrote an Obergefreiter bitterly, "as liberators of their last seed corn, vegetables, cooking oil, and so forth." On the 14th of July, forces from army groups A and B met up at Miljerovo, but the huge encirclements which Hitler expected were not taking place. A certain realism had crept into Stavka thinking after the Barvienkovo pocket. Soviet commanders pulled their armies back before they were surrounded. As a result, Hitler's plan to encircle and destroy the Soviet armies west of the River Don could not be fulfilled. Rostov-on-Don, the gateway to the Caucasus, fell on the 23rd of July. Hitler promptly ordered that the 17th Army should capture Batum, while the 1st and 4th Panzer Armies were to head for the oil fields of Maikop and to Grozny, the capital of Chechnya. "If we don't take Maikop and Grozny," Hitler had told his generals, "then I must put an end to the war." Stalin, shaken to find that his predictions of another offensive against Moscow had been so wrong, and realizing that the Red Army lacked sufficient troops in the Caucasus, sent Lavrenti Beria down to put fear into his generals. Paulus was now ordered to capture Stalingrad with the 6th Army, while his left flank along the Don would be protected by the 4th Romanian Army. His infantry divisions had been marching for 16 days without a rest, and Hoth's 24 Panzer Corps, which had raced south towards the Caucasus, was now turned round to assist the attack on Stalingrad. Manstein was amazed to hear that his 11th Army, having secured the Crimea, was to be sent north for a new offensive on the Leningrad front. Once again, Hitler was failing to concentrate his forces at the very moment when he was trying to seize a huge new expanse of territory. On the 28th of July, Stalin issued his order number 227, entitled Ni shagu nazad, not one step back, drafted by Colonel General Alexander Vasilievsky. Panic mongers and cowards must be destroyed on the spot. The retreat mentality must be decisively eliminated. Army commanders who have allowed the voluntary abandonment of positions must be removed and sent for immediate trial by military tribunal. Blocking groups were to be set up in each army to gun down those who retreated. Punishment battalions were strengthened that month with 30,000 Gulag prisoners up to the age of 40, however weak and undernourished. In that year, 352,560 prisoners of the Gulag, a quarter of its whole population, died. The brutality of Order number 227 led to scandalous injustices when impatient generals demanded scapegoats. One divisional commander ordered a colonel whose regiment had been slow in the advance to shoot somebody. "This is not a trade union meeting," the general said. "This is war." The colonel selected Lieutenant Alexander Obodov, the much-admired commander of their mortar company. The regimental commissar and a captain from the NKVD Special Detachment arrested Obodov. "Comrade Commissar, I've always been a good man," said Obodov, unable to believe his fate. The two arresting officers wound themselves up into an anger and began to shoot him, a friend of his recorded. Sasha was trying to brush the bullets off with his arms as if they were flies. After the third volley, he collapsed on the ground. Even before Paulus's 6th Army reached the Great Bend in the River Don, Stalin had set up a Stalingrad front and put the city on a war footing. If the Germans crossed the Volga, the country would be split in two. The Anglo-American supply line across Persia was now threatened just after the British had cancelled further convoys to northern Russia. Women and even schoolgirls were marched out to dig anti-tank ditches and berms to protect the oil storage tanks beside the Volga. The 10th NKVD Rifle Division had arrived to control the Volga crossing points and bring discipline to a city increasingly seized by panic. Stalingrad was now threatened by Paulus's 6th Army in the Don Bend and by Hoth's 4th Panzer Army, suddenly sent back north by Hitler to accelerate the capture of the city. At dawn on the 21st of August, infantry from the 51 Corps crossed the Don in assault boats. A bridgehead was secured, pontoon bridges built across the river, and the following afternoon, General-Leutnant Hans Huber's 16th Panzer Division began to rattle over. Just before first light on the 23rd of August, Huber's leading Panzer Battalion, commanded by Oberst Hyacinth Graf Strachwitz, advanced towards the rising sun and Stalingrad, which lay just 65 kilometers to the east. The Don steppe, an expanse of scorched grass, was rock hard. Only balkas, or gullies, slowed their headlong advance. But Huber's headquarters suddenly halted, having received a radio message. They waited, with their engines switched off. Then a Fieseler Storch appeared, circled, and landed beside Huber's command vehicle. General Wolfram Freiherr von Richthofen, the brutal and shaven-headed commander of the 4th Luftflotte, strode over. He told Huber that on orders from Führer headquarters, the whole of his air fleet was to attack Stalingrad. "Make use of us today," he told Huber. "You'll be supported by 1,200 aircraft. Tomorrow I cannot promise you any more." A few hours later, German tank crews waved enthusiastically as they saw the massed squadrons of Heinkel 111s, Junkers 88s and Stukas flying over their heads towards Stalingrad. That Sunday, the 23rd of August 1942, was a day Stalingraders would never forget. Unaware of the proximity of German forces, civilians were picnicking in the sun on the Mamayev Kurgan, the great Tatar burial mound which dominated the center of a city which stretched for over 30 kilometers along the curve of the Volga's west bank. Loudspeakers in the streets broadcast air raid warnings, but only when anti-aircraft batteries began firing did people begin to run for cover. Richthofen's aircraft started to carpet bomb the city in relays. "In the late afternoon," he wrote in his diary, "began my 2-day major assault on Stalingrad with good incendiary effects right from the start. Petroleum storage tanks were hit, creating fireballs and then huge columns of black smoke which became visible from more than 150 kilometers away. 1,000 tons of bombs and incendiaries turned the city into an inferno. The tall apartment buildings, the pride of the city, were smashed and gutted. It was the most concentrated air assault during the whole war in the East. With refugees swelling the population to around 600,000, some 40,000 are estimated to have been killed in the first 2 days by air attack. Huber's 16th Panzer Division waved and cheered the aircraft on their return, and the Stukas sounded their sirens in reply. By late afternoon, Strachwitz's Panzer Battalion was approaching the Volga just north of the city. But then it came under fire from anti-aircraft batteries with their 37mm guns depressed in the ground roll. The young women operating the guns, many of them students, fought on until they were all killed. Panzer commanders were shaken and uneasy when they discovered the sex of the defenders. The Germans had gone all the way from the Don to the Volga in a single day, and it seemed a great achievement. They had now reached what they considered to be the border of Asia, as well as Hitler's ultimate objective, the Arkhangelsk-Astrakhan line. Many felt that the war was as good as over. They took triumphant photographs of each other posing on their tanks, and also snaps of the smoke clouds rising from Stalingrad. A Luftwaffe fighter ace and his wingman, spotting the panzers below, performed victory rolls. One commander, standing on the top of his panzer on the high western bank of the Volga, gazed across the river through his binoculars. "We looked at the immense steppe towards Asia, and I was overwhelmed," he remembered. "But then I could not think about it for very long, because we had to make an attack against another anti-aircraft battery that had started firing at us." The bravery of the young women became a legend. "This was the first page of the Stalingrad defense," wrote Vasily Grossman, who heard first-hand accounts very soon afterwards. In that summer of crisis for the Grand Alliance, Churchill decided that he had to visit Stalin to explain face-to-face the reasons for the suspension of convoys and why a second front was impossible for the moment. He was also enduring strong criticism at home after the fall of Tobruk and heavy losses in the Battle of the Atlantic. Churchill was not therefore in the best frame of mind for a series of grueling meetings with Stalin. He flew from Cairo via Tehran to Moscow, where he arrived on the 12th of August. Stalin's interpreter watched Churchill inspecting the guard of honor with his chin thrust forward, looking intently at each soldier as if gauging the mettle of the Soviet fighting men. It was the first time that this staunch anti-Bolshevik had set foot on their territory. He was accompanied by Averell Harriman, who represented Roosevelt at the talks, but had to get into the first car alone with the duo Molotov. Churchill and Harriman were taken that evening to Stalin's gloomy and austere apartment in the Kremlin. The British Prime Minister asked about the military situation. This played into Stalin's hands. He accurately described the very dangerous developments in the south just before Churchill had to explain why the Second Front was to be postponed. Churchill began by describing the great build-up of forces in the United Kingdom. He then spoke of the strategic bombing offensive with the massive raids on Lübeck and Cologne, knowing that they would appeal to Stalin's thirst for revenge. Churchill tried to convince him that German forces in France were too strong to launch a cross-channel operation before 1943. Stalin protested vigorously and disputed the figures Churchill had cited concerning the size of the German forces in Western Europe. He said contemptuously that someone who was unwilling to take risks could never win a war. Hoping to deflect Stalin's anger, Churchill then outlined plans for landings in North Africa, which he was persuading Roosevelt to accept over General Marshall's head. He seized a piece of paper and drew a crocodile to illustrate his idea that they would be attacking the soft underbelly of the beast. But Stalin was not satisfied with his substitute for a second front, and when Churchill mentioned the possibility of an invasion of the Balkans, Stalin immediately sensed that his real purpose was to preempt their occupation by the Red Army. Yet the meeting ended in a better atmosphere than Churchill had expected. But the next day, the Soviet dictator's bitter condemnation of Allied perfidy and Molotov's bullet-headed repetition of all his accusations angered and depressed Churchill so much that Harriman had to spend several hours trying to restore his spirits. On the 14th of August, Churchill wanted to break off talks and avoid the banquet prepared in his honor that evening. The British ambassador, Sir Archibald Clark Kerr, a genial eccentric, just managed to change his mind. But Churchill insisted on attending dressed in his siren suit, an overall which Clark Kerr compared to a child's rompers, when all the Soviet functionaries and generals would be wearing their dress uniforms. The dinner in the magnificent Catherine Hall lasted until after midnight, with 19 courses and constant toasts, mostly initiated by Stalin, who came round to clink glasses. "He has got an unpleasantly cold, crafty, dead face," General Sir Alan Brooke wrote in his diary, "and whenever I look at him, I can imagine him sending off people to their doom without ever turning a hair. On the other hand, there is no doubt that he has a quick brain and a real grasp of the essentials of war." Clark Kerr had to use all his charm and persuasion again the next day. Churchill was infuriated by Soviet accusations of British cowardice, but after the meeting was over, Stalin invited him back to his office for supper. The atmosphere soon changed, loosened by alcohol and a visit by Stalin's daughter, Svetlana. Stalin became friendly, with jokes on both sides, and Churchill suddenly viewed the Soviet tyrant in a completely new light. He convinced himself that he had turned Stalin into a friend, and left Moscow the next day full of glee at his success. Churchill, for whom emotions were often more real than facts, had failed to see that Stalin was even more successful than Roosevelt when it came to manipulating people. At home, there was more bad news awaiting him. On the 19th of August, combined operations, commanded by Lord Louis Mountbatten, had mounted a major raid on Dieppe on the northern coast of France. Operation Jubilee was launched with just over 6,000 men, most of whom were Canadian troops. They also included some Free French forces and a U.S. Ranger battalion. In the early hours, the Eastern Assault Force ran into a German convoy, and this gave the Wehrmacht warning of the attack. A destroyer and 33 landing craft were sunk. All the tanks put ashore were destroyed, and the Canadian infantry were trapped on the beach by the heavy defences and barbed wire. The raid, which cost over 4,000 casualties, produced harsh, even if obvious, lessons. It convinced the Allies that defended ports could not be taken from the sea, that landings had to be preceded by massive aerial and naval bombardment, and, most important of all, that an invasion of northern France should not be undertaken before 1944. Once again, Stalin would be furious about the postponement of what he regarded as the only valid Second Front. Yet the disaster did create one major advantage. Hitler believed that what he would soon call his Atlantic Wall was virtually impregnable, and that his forces in France could easily defeat an invasion. In the Soviet Union, news of the Dieppe raid prompted hopes that it was the start of the Second Front, but optimism soon turned to bitter disappointment. The operation was seen as just a weak sop to foreign opinion. The Second Front became a double-edged weapon in Soviet propaganda, both a symbol of hope for the population at large and a way to shame the British and Americans. Red Army soldiers were more cynical. When opening tins of American Lend-Lease spam, which they called tushonka, or stewed meat, they would say, "Let's open the Second Front." Unlike their comrades in southern Russia, the morale of German forces around Leningrad was not high. Their failure to strangle the first city of Bolshevism rankled deeply. The harshness of the winter had been replaced by the discomforts of the marshes and swarms of mosquitoes. The Soviet defenders, on the other hand, gave thanks that they had survived the famine of that terrible winter, which had killed nearly 1 million people. Major efforts were made to clean up the city and remove the accumulated filth which threatened an epidemic. The population was put to work planting cabbages on every spare plot of ground, including the whole of the Champ de Mars. The Leningrad Soviet claimed that 12,500 hectares of vegetables had been planted in and around the city in the spring of 1942. To prevent another famine next winter, the evacuation of civilians restarted across Lake Ladoga, and over 500,000 left the city to be replaced by troop reinforcements. Other preparations included a stockpiling of supplies and the laying of a fuel pipeline across the bottom of Lake Ladoga. On the 9th of August, in a great coup to build morale, Shostakovich's 7th Leningrad Symphony was played in the city and broadcast around the world. German artillery attempted to disrupt the performance, but Soviet counter-battery fire reduced it to insignificance, to the joy of Leningraders. They also took great comfort from the fact that the relentless Luftwaffe attacks on shipping across Lake Ladoga were weakened by the destruction of 160 German aircraft. Soviet intelligence knew that the Germans, under Generalfeldmarschall von Manstein, with his newly arrived 11th Army, were about to launch a major assault. In an operation codenamed Nordlicht, Hitler ordered Manstein to smash the city and link up with the Finns. To disrupt the attack, Stalin ordered the Leningrad and Volkhov fronts to make another attempt to crush the German salient, which reached up to the southern shore of Lake Ladoga, and thus break the siege. This was known as the Sinyavino Offensive, which began on the 19th of August. A young Red Army soldier described his first dawn attack in a letter home. The air filled with a humming, thundering, howling of shrapnel. The ground was shaking, smoke enveloped the battlefield. We crawled on without stopping. Forward, forward only, otherwise death. A piece of shrapnel cut my lip. Blood covered my face. Endless pieces of shrapnel were falling from above like hail, burning one's hands. Our machine gun was already working. Fire increased, one couldn't raise one's head. A shallow trench was our protection from the shrapnel. We tried to go forward as fast as we could in order to leave the zone of fire. Aircraft started droning above. Bombing began. I can't remember for how long this hell went on. A word went round that German armored vehicles had appeared. We panicked, but the vehicles turned out to be our own tanks ironing the barbed wire fences. We soon reached this wire and were met with a horrendous fire. It was there that I saw a killed soldier for the first time. He was lying headless along the ditch, blocking our way. Only then did it occur to me that I could also get killed. We jumped over the dead man. We left the inferno of fire behind. In front of us was an anti-tank trench. From the side somewhere, submachine guns were clattering. We ran, bent double. There were 2 or 3 explosions. "Hurry up, they're throwing grenades," Puchkov shouted. We ran even faster. 2 dead machine gunners were pressing at a log as if trying to crawl over it. They were blocking our way. We left the trench, ran across a flat space and jumped into another trench. A dead German officer was lying on the bottom, his face in the mud. It was empty and quiet here. I'll never forget this long earthen corridor with one wall lit by the sun. Bullets were whistling everywhere. We didn't know where the Germans were. They were both behind us and in front of us. One of the machine gunners jumped up to see, but was immediately killed by a sniper. He sat down as if lost in thought, his head bent to his chest. Soviet losses were heavy, 114,000 casualties, including 40,000 dead. But to Hitler's fury, this preemptive strike completely wrecked Manstein's operation. Still obsessed with the oil fields of the Caucasus and with the city which bore Stalin's name, Hitler felt sure that the Russians were finished, even though far fewer prisoners had been taken than expected. Now established in his new Führer headquarters, codenamed Werwolf, outside Vinnytsia in Ukraine, he was tormented by flies and mosquitoes and became increasingly restless in the oppressive heat. Hitler began to grasp at symbols of victory rather than military reality. On the 12th of August, he had told the Italian ambassador that the Battle of Stalingrad would decide the outcome of the war. On the 21st of August, German mountain troops scaled the 5,600-meter-high Mount Elbrus, the greatest mountain in the Caucasus, to raise the Reich's battle flag. 3 days later, the news that Paulus's Panzer vanguard had reached the Volga raised the Führer's spirits still further. But then, on the 31st of August, he was enraged when Generalfeldmarschall List, the commander-in-chief of Army Group A in the Caucasus, told him that his troops were at the end of their strength and facing much greater resistance than expected. Disbelieving List, he ordered an attack on Astrakhan and the seizure of the western coastline of the Caspian Sea. He simply refused to accept that his forces were inadequate for the task and short of fuel, ammunition and supplies. German soldiers in Stalingrad, on the other hand, remained highly optimistic. They thought that the city would soon be in their hands, and they could then return home. "Anyway, we will not be taking up winter quarters in Russia," wrote a soldier in the 389th Infantry Division, "as our division has rejected any winter clothing. We should, God willing, see you dear ones again this year." Hopefully, the operation will not last too long, a motorcycle reconnaissance Gefreiter with the 16th Panzer Division remarked casually, after commenting that the Soviet women soldiers they had captured were so ugly that you could hardly look at their faces. 6th Army headquarters became increasingly anxious about their long supply lines, which stretched back over the River Don for hundreds of kilometers. The nights, Richthofen noted in his diary, had suddenly become very cool. Winter was not far off. Staff officers were also concerned about the weak Romanian, Italian and Hungarian armies guarding the right bank of the Don to their rear. Red Army counterattacks had pushed them back in a number of places to seize bridgeheads across the river, which would play a vital part later. Soviet intelligence officers were already collecting all the material they could on these allies of the Nazis. Many Italian soldiers had been forced to the front against their will, some even brought in chains. Romanian soldiers, the Russians discovered, had been promised by their officers that they would be given land in Transylvania and in Ukraine after the war. Yet the soldiers received a pitiful salary of just 60 lei per month, and their rations amounted to half a mess tin of hot food per day and 300 to 400 grams of bread. They hated the members of the Iron Guard in their ranks, who acted as spies. The demoralization of the 3rd and 4th Romanian armies was carefully noted in Moscow. The fate of the fronts at Stalingrad, in the Caucasus and in Egypt was closely linked. A grossly overextended Wehrmacht, relying exclusively on weak allies, was now doomed to lose its great advantage of Bewegungskrieg, the war of movement. That era was finished, because the Germans had finally lost the initiative. Führer headquarters, like Rommel in North Africa, could no longer expect the impossible from exhausted troops and unsustainable supply lines. Hitler had begun to suspect that the high water mark of the Third Reich's expansion had been reached. He became even more determined not to permit any of his generals to retreat. Chapter 23. Fighting Back in the Pacific. July 1942 to January 1943. Following the decision in July 1942 to postpone a cross-channel invasion and land instead in French North Africa, Admiral King had seized the opportunity to reinforce the Pacific. As far as possible, he intended to keep the war against Japan under the control of the U.S. Navy, using the U.S. Marine Corps to spearhead amphibious operations. The U.S. Army, meanwhile, planned to send nearly 300,000 troops to the region, most of whom would come under the command of General Douglas MacArthur, with his headquarters for the Southwest Pacific in Australia. King did not share the American public's admiration of MacArthur. In fact, he hated him. Even MacArthur's former protege, General Eisenhower, regretted that MacArthur had been evacuated from the Philippines. MacArthur set himself up as a military viceroy, with a court of sycophantic staff officers known as the Bataan Gang. Unlike the modest Admiral Nimitz, the ruggedly handsome MacArthur was a master of public relations who liked to be photographed smoking his corncob pipe as he gazed out at the Pacific horizon. He paid little attention to the wishes of his political masters, who were Democrats. He despised Roosevelt and in 1944 seriously considered running against him in the presidential elections. Republican leaders wanted the rabidly right-wing MacArthur to be appointed supreme commander over both the Army and the Navy. The idea of such an autocratic general interfering in naval strategy horrified Admiral King. The Far East, at Roosevelt's instigation, had been divided into two areas of responsibility. The British would look after China, Burma, India, known as CBI, even though China was essentially an American interest. The Americans would control operations in the Pacific and the South China Sea and guarantee the defense of Australia and New Zealand. The two Dominion governments were far from content about an arrangement in which they had no say in strategy, because the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington had not the slightest intention of complicating operations by having to consult with allies. In April 1942, they had set up a Pacific War Council of representatives from interested countries, but the body was there solely to allow the Chinese, Dutch, Australians, and others to let off steam, and no more. Australia had been the first priority for defense since January, when the Japanese seized Rabaul on New Britain and turned it into a major naval and air base. This presented a threat to the shipping route from the United States to Australia. Everyone agreed on the need for action, but a futile quarrel developed over whether operations in the region came under the command of MacArthur or Admiral Nimitz, the Commander-in-Chief Pacific, or SINCPAC. The subsequent Japanese attempt to take Port Moresby on the south coast of Papua New Guinea in May was postponed after the rather chaotic Battle of the Coral Sea. The Japanese did, however, take the port of Tulagi in the Solomon Islands to the east. Rabaul was the main target for the Americans, and MacArthur wanted to attack it immediately, but before attempting its recapture, the U.S. Navy insisted that the southern Solomon Islands needed to be secured first. The last thing Nimitz wanted was MacArthur throwing the 1st Marine Division against Rabaul and putting at risk their carriers in waters controlled by Japanese aircraft. Intelligence from the highly effective Australian Coast Watcher groups hidden with radios on the islands, warned that the Japanese were building an airfield on Guadalcanal near the southeastern end of the Solomon Archipelago. But at dusk on the 21st of July, while the Americans were preparing an invasion of Tulagi and Guadalcanal with the 1st Marine Division, and MacArthur was transferring his headquarters from Melbourne to Brisbane, news arrived of a Japanese force of 16,000 men landing at Buna on Papua's north coast. They clearly intended to try once more to capture Port Moresby on the southern side as a base for attacking Australia. The Japanese quickly established a bridgehead, then began to advance up the Kokoda Trail. This ran through thick jungle, twisting up and over the 4,000-metre-high Owen Stanley mountain range. Although heavily outnumbered, the Australian defenders fought a courageous rearguard action, slowing the Japanese down. Both sides suffered in the extreme tropical humidity of the cloud forest from dysentery, typhus, malaria, and dengue fever. The slopes of the mountain jungle were so steep that knees and calves managed to ache and feel like jelly at the same time. Amid the stench of slimy, rotting vegetation, clothes fell to pieces, skin became infected from insect bites, and both sides were half-starved because of the difficulties of bringing up supplies. Airdrops for the Australians fell wide of the mark, and only a few containers were recovered. Both sides used local Papuans as bearers, carrying supplies and ammunition on poles, or as stretcher-bearers for the wounded. On the muddy, steep slopes of the mountain range, it was an exhausting task. The 10,000 Papuans supporting the Australians were on the whole well looked after, but those coerced to work for the Japanese fared very badly. The fighting was pitiless. Japanese soldiers, with hooks on their boots, hid themselves in trees to snipe at the Australians from behind. Many would pretend to be dead and hid among corpses until they had a chance to shoot an enemy in the back. Australian soldiers soon learned to bayonet every corpse to be sure. They also took a malicious pleasure in contaminating any food which had to be left behind in their retreat, by bayoneting tins and scattering the rest in the mud. They knew that the Japanese were even more desperate than they were and would eat anything, whatever the gastric consequences. MacArthur, who was scandalously ill-informed, became convinced that the Australian soldiers outnumbered the Japanese but were just not prepared to fight. In fact, the Australians, supported by US Army combat engineers, managed to wear down the enemy over the next few months, despite the most appalling conditions, and held them in front of Port Moresby. Another stronger Australian force, meanwhile, defeated a Japanese landing at Milne Bay on the easternmost point of Papua. On the 6th of August, shielded by cloud and heavy rain, the 82 ships of Task Force 61 approached the islands of Guadalcanal and Tulagi. The 19,000 US Marines occupied themselves with checking their weapons, sharpening bayonets, and blacking the iron sights of their rifles. There was little of the usual horseplay and friendly insults. At dawn the next morning, as the heavily laden Marines clambered down cargo nets into their landing craft, the guns of their escorting warships opened the bombardment. Aircraft from the carriers swept in over their heads to attack Japanese positions. Soon the landing craft reached the beaches, and the Marines fanned out under the coconut palms. The American invasion fleet had achieved surprise at both Guadalcanal and Tulagi. The Japanese had not expected the Americans to fight back so soon after all the defeats they had inflicted. Fighting was fierce on Tulagi, but by nightfall the next day, the reinforced 1st Marine Division had secured the two islands. Vice Admiral Fletcher, who commanded the naval task force covering the invasion, was deeply concerned that his 3 carriers might be attacked by land-based and possibly carrier-launched aircraft. To the fury and disgust of Rear Admiral Richmond K. Turner, the commander of the amphibious force, Fletcher, insisted on sailing for home with his carriers and escort vessels within 48 hours. Turner considered Fletcher's decision to be tantamount to desertion in the face of the enemy. In the early hours of the 9th of August, Turner's covering force was surprised by a strong Japanese cruiser squadron sailing from Rabaul. The Imperial Japanese Navy knew that it enjoyed a decisive advantage in night actions. The Australian cruiser HMAS Canberra and 3 US Navy cruisers and a destroyer were sunk in a little over half an hour. Altogether, 1,023 Australian and American sailors were killed. Fortunately for the Allies, Vice Admiral Mikawa Gunichi, fearing an airstrike at dawn from the US carriers, which by then were far away, returned towards Rabaul. Turner continued to land more of the Marines' equipment on Guadalcanal. Then he had to take his ships away after his heavy losses of escort vessels. The Marines, well aware of their dangerous situation, wasted no time in finishing the Japanese aerodrome, which they rechristened Henderson Field. It was on the north coast of Guadalcanal and was surrounded by coconut groves. They were bombed regularly around the middle of every day. The Marines called it Tojo time. And Japanese cruisers and destroyers, sailing into what was dubbed Iron Bottom Sound after the sinkings, shelled the airfield on numerous occasions. On the 15th of August, US ships slipped in, bringing fuel and bombs for the aircraft to be based there. 19 Wildcat fighters and 12 dive bombers flown off a carrier arrived 5 days later. Major General Alexander A. Vandergrift, commander of the 1st Marine Division, admitted that he was close to tears of relief and joy when they landed safely. They were called the Cactus Air Force, since cactus had been the code word for Guadalcanal. The nights of waiting for the inevitable Japanese counterattack were the worst. Sudden noises, whether from large land crabs, wild pigs in the undergrowth, screeching birds, or the dull thud of a coconut dropping on the sand, were enough to spook a sentry to fire into the dark. The days were spent increasing their defenses, even though much of the material was still aboard the transports, which Admiral Turner had felt obliged to withdraw after Fletcher's departure and the disastrous battle in Iron Bottom Sound. Fortunately for the Marines, the Japanese had woefully underestimated their strength. During the night of the 18th of August, Japanese destroyers from Rabaul landed the 28th Regiment, commanded by Colonel Ichiki Kiyono, 30 kilometers to the east of Henderson Field. As soon as Vandergrift was informed by patrols of their landing, he ordered the line of the Ilu River to be defended. On the night of the 21st of August, Colonel Ichiki ordered his men, around 1,000 strong, to attack through a mangrove swamp. The Marines on the far bank were waiting for them. Under the deathly green light of illumination flares, they massacred the charging Japanese with machine guns and anti-tank guns firing canister. "The fever was on us," wrote a Marine of their bloodlust. Only a few broke through, but they were soon gunned or hacked down. The Marines launched a flanking attack with a reserve battalion. Some of the Japanese threw themselves into the channel and swam away from the Grove of Horror. The same Marine continued. "They were like lemmings. They could not come back. Their heads bobbed like corks on the horizon. The Marines lay on their bellies in the sand and shot them through the head." More than 800 Japanese out of the 1,000 had been killed. Marine souvenir hunters stripped the fly-infested bodies of anything which might be worth bartering later. One Marine, nicknamed Souvenirs, went from corpse to corpse with a pair of pliers, kicked open the mouth, and then removed any gold teeth. Crocodiles soon congregated and had a feast. The Marines, huddled in their gun pits, listened to the crunching in the dark with mixed feelings. Colonel Ichiki, who had survived the attack, committed seppuku, or ritual disemboweling. On the 23rd of August, the Japanese sent another landing force, this time with a strong escort from the combined fleet. This developed into the Battle of the Eastern Solomons. Admiral Fletcher's carriers were ordered back. His aircraft attacked and sank the small carrier Ryujo, escorting a squadron of cruisers bombarding Henderson Field. But Fletcher had no idea that the large carriers Zuikaku and Shokaku were also in the area. The Japanese launched their aircraft against Fletcher's task force and damaged his carrier USS Enterprise. But the Japanese lost 90 aircraft while the Americans lost only 20. The carriers on both sides then withdrew, but Marine pilots from Henderson Field and some B-17 fortresses managed to attack the landing force with unaccustomed success, smashing the main troop transport, sinking a destroyer, and severely damaging Rear Admiral Tanaka Raizo's flagship Jinsu. With the Cactus Air Force dominating the sea approaches by day, the Japanese could run in reinforcements only by night. Aircraft losses meant that the Americans too had to land replacements after dark. The Marines' obsolete Wildcat fighters were no match for the Zeros, but they still managed to score an impressive number of kills. On the ground, Van der Grift's Marines lived rough in their gun pits on the jungle edge or in the coconut groves. Constantly bombed or shelled from the sea, they also fought running battles with small groups of Japanese. And every night a bomber, which they called Washing Machine Charlie, droned overhead, keeping them awake. The Japanese, short of ammunition, would try to provoke the Marines into revealing their positions at night by cracking together 2 pieces of bamboo to simulate rifle fire. They would then creep up in the dark and leap into foxholes or gun pits with a machete, hacking in all directions, then leap out again, hoping that in the confusion the survivors would kill each other. Hunger was hardly mitigated by the supplies of worm-infested rice which they had captured from the Japanese, but their worst enemies were tropical fevers, dysentery, and rotting flesh from tropical ulcers in the extreme humidity. Courage was an inexhaustible currency. A few men broke down under the strain of bombardment, to the intense embarrassment of their comrades. Everyone looked the other way, wrote the same Marine, a former sports writer, like millionaires confronted by the horrifying sight of a club member borrowing $5 from the waiter. At the end of August, Admiral Tanaka managed to land a force of 6,000 men commanded by Major General Kawaguchi Kiyotake in night runs by destroyers. Their deployment to Guadalcanal instead of to Papua relieved the pressure on the Australians defending Port Moresby. The main force was brought in where Ichiki's regiment had come ashore, while another landed to the west of Henderson Airfield. Kawaguchi was almost as arrogant and unimaginative as Ichiki. Without carrying out any reconnaissance, he decided to launch an attack from the south of Henderson Field. As soon as he set out, a raiding force attacked his base and destroyed his artillery and radios. The Marines then urinated all over the Japanese food supplies. Kawaguchi's force, unaware of this attack, blundered on through the jungle, losing its way frequently. Finally, on the evening of the 12th of September, Kawaguchi began the attack on the low ridge to the south of Henderson Field. The Marines, having heard that they could expect no help from the U.S. Navy after the Japanese force at Rabaul had been reinforced, awaited the worst. If overrun, they would have no option but to break out into the hills and fight a guerrilla war from there. And they were already very short of food. The Battle of Bloody Ridge cost the Marines a fifth of their strength, but the Japanese lost over half their men. Kawaguchi had to admit defeat when his other forces were also beaten off. The survivors had to retreat to the hills, where they and the remnants of Ichiki's failed attack literally starved, and their uniforms rotted. Guadalcanal became known in the Japanese forces as Starvation Island. Admiral Yamamoto was outraged when he heard of the failure. The insult to Japanese arms had to be avenged, so forces were assembled from all directions to crush the American defenders. Admiral Turner came back with his task force to land reinforcements on the 18th of September in the shape of the 7th Marine Regiment, but the carrier USS Wasp was sunk by a Japanese submarine. On the 9th of October, a much larger Japanese force, commanded by Lieutenant General Hyakutake Haruyoshi, was landed on the island. But 2 nights later, Turner returned again to land the 164th Regiment of the Americal Division. He first had another plan in mind: to ambush what the Marines called the Tokyo Express, the Japanese warships which brought troops and supplies to Guadalcanal. In this case, it consisted of 3 heavy cruisers and 8 destroyers. In the confused night action which followed, known as the Battle of Cape Esperance, the Japanese lost a heavy cruiser and a destroyer, and another heavy cruiser was severely damaged. The Americans suffered serious damage to just one cruiser. American morale soared, and Turner's force landed the 164th Infantry and all the supplies safely. Marines slipped down to the beach to steal some of the dog-ease kit and barter with the sailors, using trophies taken from the Japanese dead. A samurai sword went for 36 large Hershey bars. A meatball flag of the rising sun achieved a dozen. Over the next 2 nights, Japanese battleships sailing down Iron Bottom Sound bombarded the airfield, destroying nearly half the Cactus Air Force and putting the runway out of commission for a week. But a second runway was under construction, and the reinforcements had made a great difference. The most comforting news for Vandergrift was Vice Admiral Halsey's appointment as Commander-in-Chief, South Pacific. Halsey, well aware that Guadalcanal had turned into a trial of strength between Japan and the United States, was prepared to cancel other operations in order to concentrate maximum force where it was most urgently needed. Roosevelt had exactly the same idea. The rainy season began, and the downpours filled weapon pits and foxholes. Bearded men shivered, soaked to the skin for days on end. The great priority was to keep the ammunition dry. Vandergrift's force managed to repel General Hyakutaki's attacks, which were no more subtle than the earlier ones. The Marines had cleared scrub and kunai grass with machetes to create fields of fire in front of their foxholes and pits. Yet the struggle for Guadalcanal became even more of a battle royal at sea. A series of engagements from the end of October until the end of November turned into a naval war of attrition. American losses were heavier to begin with, and in mid-November, clashes over 3 days ended with the Americans losing 2 light cruisers and 7 destroyers. But they sank 2 Japanese battleships, a heavy cruiser, 3 destroyers and 7 transports, in which 6,000 reinforcements for General Hyakutaki were killed. By the beginning of December, the U.S. Navy controlled the approaches to the island. In the second week of December, the exhausted 1st Marine Division was evacuated to rest in Melbourne, where it received a riotous welcome from the young women and a presidential unit citation. It was replaced by the 2nd Marine Division, the Americal Division, and the 25th Infantry Division, commanded as 14 Corps by Major General Alexander M. Patch. Over the next 2 months, after bitter fighting from Mount Austin south of Henderson Field, Japanese destroyers on the last Tokyo Express evacuated the 13,000 remnants of Hyakutaki's 36,000-strong force. Some 15,000 of those who died had succumbed to starvation. The Japanese now refer to Guadalcanal as the Island of Death. For the Americans, Guadalcanal turned out to be the first of the stepping stones which would eventually lead them across the Pacific towards Tokyo. The events on Guadalcanal had also helped the Australians defending Port Moresby. The Japanese, unable to reinforce or resupply their troops, ordered them to withdraw to Buna on the north coast of Papua, where they had landed. The Australians finally enjoyed numerical superiority, with their 7th Division returned from the Middle East. For the starved and sick Japanese, their uniforms and boots in tatters, the retreat back through the mountain rainforest was a terrible experience. Many did not survive it. Advancing Australians found that the Japanese had been eating meat from human corpses. Yet when the Australians and Americans of the 32nd Infantry Division attacked the bridgehead at Gona and Buna, it proved a dangerous undertaking. The Japanese soldiers had constructed brilliantly camouflaged bunkers in the jungle, using the dense trunks of coconut palms which were impervious to machine gun bullets. On the 21st of November, after General MacArthur had ordered the 32nd Infantry Division to take Buna today at all costs, his soldiers suffered for it. They lacked heavy weapons, were short of food, and were also repeatedly bombed by their own air force. Their morale could hardly have been lower. The 7th Australian Division, attacking Gona, had an equally bloody experience. On the 30th of November, part of the 32nd managed to infiltrate the Japanese positions at night by creeping through the tall, sharp kunai grass. But the battle for both Buna and Gona continued as a result of the desperate Japanese resistance. Only the arrival of some light tanks and more artillery to deal with the Japanese bunkers allowed the Allies to make headway at last. When the Australians finally took Gona on the 9th of December, they found that the Japanese had piled their own rotting dead as sandbags round their positions. Only in January 1943 did the 32nd Division and the Australians finally crush the last resistance in the Buna area. The Japanese defenders had been living on wild grasses and roots. Many had succumbed to amoebic dysentery and malaria as a result of malnutrition, and the few prisoners taken alive were completely emaciated. MacArthur claimed a striking victory, and then blamed the slowness of Australian commanders for it having taken so long. But both the Guadalcanal and Papuan battles, which coincided with the Stalingrad campaign in very different climatic conditions, had put an end to the myth of Japanese invincibility. They represented a psychological turning point in the Pacific War, even if the naval battle of Midway was the real one in strategic terms. In Burma, on the other hand, no turning point was imaginable after the 1,800-kilometer retreat to Assam. For the Allied troops forced back into India, the war in Europe could have been on another planet, even if it affected them directly by reducing their call on reinforcements, air support and supplies. Churchill recognized that the Burma theater was not central to the war against Japan, except to reopen the road to China. He was interested in recapturing the country, only to wipe out the humiliation of defeat and restore Britain's very tarnished prestige. Field Marshal Wavell, aware that he could not keep troops idle for too long, decided on a limited offensive to recapture the Mayu Peninsula on the Bay of Bengal and the island of Akyab, over 80 kilometers down the coast from the frontier. The first offensive in Arakan took place in country consisting of steep little hills covered with jungle, of paddy fields and swamps. The mangrove swamps and little creeks made much of the coastal strip almost impassable. This operation was seen as a preemptive strike to forestall a Japanese invasion of India. The plan was for the 14th Indian Division to advance from Cox's Bazar down to the Mayu Peninsula, while the 6th Infantry Brigade was to land in the mouth of the Mayu River to take Akyab with its Japanese airfield. In the event, no landing craft were available as a result of Operation Torch and American needs in the Solomon Islands. General Noel Irwin, the commander of the Eastern Army, had refused to use Slim's 15 Corps out of personal antipathy because Slim had sacked a friend of his in 1940 in the Sudan. He was unbelievably rude to Slim, and when the latter complained, Irwin retorted, "I can't be rude, I'm senior." The advance down the coast was blocked by the Japanese between Mangdo and Buthidaung, and exceptionally heavy rain made movement extremely hard. The smaller Japanese force then withdrew in December. The 14th Indian Division pushed on, both down the Mayu Peninsula and on the east side of the Mayu River, to Rathidaung. But the Japanese had brought in reinforcements who blocked the peninsula at Donbaik and counterattacked near Rathidaung. Like the Americans and Australians elsewhere, the Indian battalions on the peninsula, now reinforced with the British 6th Brigade, suffered heavy casualties from Japanese in well-camouflaged bunkers round Donbaik. In March 1943, a Japanese thrust across the Mayu River threatened the rear of their position and forced the British to withdraw. One force from the Japanese 55th Division even managed to capture the headquarters of the 6th Brigade and its commander. Eventually, the exhausted British and Indian troops, riddled with malaria, retreated back into India. Their 3,000 casualties were twice those of the Japanese. A contemptuous General Stilwell decided that the British were as reluctant as Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists to fight the Japanese. On the 17th of January 1943, Britain and the United States officially gave up any rights to the international settlements which had been forced upon China in the unequal treaties signed after the Opium Wars and the Boxer Rebellion. This agreement, reluctantly conceded by the British, was an attempt to keep China in the war while the main offensive against Japan was fought in the Pacific. The Doolittle raid on Tokyo in April 1942 from the carrier USS Hornet, with the surviving aircraft landing on the Chinese coast, had provoked a Japanese offensive which destroyed one town and wrecked a nationalist airbase. Stilwell, perhaps influenced by his responsibility for the disaster which had led to the loss of Mandalay, became obsessed with recapturing Burma. His long-term plan, once the Burma Road was reopened, was to rearm and retrain Chiang Kai-shek's forces to defeat the Japanese in China. On the 7th of December 1942, General Marshall in Washington decided that America's only interest in retaking northern Burma was to reopen the supply route, not to reinforce Chiang Kai-shek's armies. He wanted only the rapid build-up of air operations out of China. Marshall was impressed by the reports of Chennault's former Flying Tigers, which became the U.S. 14th Air Force after Pearl Harbor. Already the bombing attacks, with very light U.S. casualties, he added, have done damage out of all proportion to the number of planes involved. Chennault, writing directly to Roosevelt, had claimed that he could destroy the Japanese Air Force in China, attack Japan's supply lines in the South China Sea, and even launch raids on Tokyo itself. Chennault was convinced that he could accomplish the downfall of Japan, rather as Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Harris in Britain believed that Bomber Command on its own could defeat Germany. Although Washington did not swallow such excessive optimism, a China-based air campaign seemed a much more encouraging proposition than Stilwell's hopes of building up Chinese armies later. Stilwell was outraged at being sidelined and began a feud against Chennault. Marshall had to write him a stiff letter in January 1943, urging him to assist Chennault, but it did little good. A clash of personalities also contributed to the lack of a coherent strategy in the Pacific, almost entirely due to General MacArthur's personal fixation with the Philippines and his determination to honor his promise, "I will return." He insisted on a drive through New Guinea to clear the remaining Japanese forces. Then he intended to prepare for the invasion of the Philippines. With his brilliant manipulation of the press, MacArthur managed to convince American public opinion that their great moral duty was to liberate their semi-colonial ally from the horrors of Japanese occupation. The U.S. Navy, with a much more practical plan, wanted to advance island group by island group towards Japan, cutting off supplies from all its far-flung garrisons and forces of occupation. Unable to resolve the impasse with MacArthur, the Joint Chiefs of Staff compromised with the so-called Twin Axis policy, which would follow both courses of action at once. Only the United States, with its astonishing output of ships and aircraft, was capable of achieving anything with such a prodigal dispersal of forces. The fast-growing might of the United States in the Pacific did little to help the Chinese nationalists, and the Twin Axis policy made them an even lower priority for resources. On the other hand, the marked turn in the fortunes of war by the end of 1942, especially at Guadalcanal, forced Tokyo to cancel plans for the Gogo offensive, in which the China Expeditionary Army would advance into Sichuan and destroy the nationalist government in Chongqing. Chapter 24. Stalingrad, August to September 1942. Stalin was furious when he heard that Soviet forces had been pushed back to the outskirts of Stalingrad. "What's the matter with them?" he exploded on the telephone to General Alexander Vasilievsky, whom he had sent down to report back to the Stavka. "Don't they realize that this is not only a catastrophe for Stalingrad? We would lose our main waterway and oil too." As well as Paulus's forces threatening the north of the city, Hoth's 2 Panzer Corps were advancing rapidly from the south. Vasily Grossman, the first correspondent to reach the city, smashed by the Luftwaffe, was as alarmed as everyone else. This war on the border of Kazakhstan, on the lower reaches of the Volga, gives one the terrifying feeling of a knife driven deep. As he surveyed the bombed buildings with empty windows and burned-out trams in the street, he compared the ruins of the city to Pompeii, seized by disaster on a day when everything was flourishing. On the 25th of August 1942, a state of siege was proclaimed in Stalingrad. The 10th NKVD Rifle Division organized destroyer battalions of male and female workers from the Barikadi Ordnance Factory, the Red October Steelworks, and the Dzerzhinsky Tractor Factory. Barely armed, they were sent into action against the 16th Panzer Division with predictable results. Blocking groups of Komsomol, communist youth members, with automatic weapons were positioned behind them to stop any retreat. Northwest of the city, the 1st Guards Army was ordered to attack the flank of General Gustav von Wittersheim's 14 Panzer Corps, which was awaiting reinforcements and supplies. The plan was to link up with the 62nd Army, which was being forced back into the city. But the Panzers, supported by Richthofen's aircraft, pushed the 1st Guards back during the first week of September. The Luftwaffe continued to smash the ruined city. It also bombed and strafed river ferries, paddle steamers, and small craft trying to evacuate civilians from the West Bank across the Volga. Hitler, bent on the annihilation of the Bolshevik enemy, issued a new instruction on the 2nd of September. The Führer commands that on entering the city, the entire male population should be eliminated, since Stalingrad, with its convinced communist population of 1 million, is particularly dangerous. The feelings of German soldiers were very mixed, as letters home indicated. Some were exultant at the approaching victory. Some grumbled that, unlike in France, there was nothing to buy to send home. Their wives were asking for fur, especially Astrakhan. "Please send me a present from Russia, no matter what it is," pleaded one wife. With the RAF raids, news from home was not encouraging. Relatives complained at the increasing call-up. "When is all this Schweinerei going to end?" Soldat Müller read in a letter. "Soon 16-year-olds will be sent into battle." And his girlfriend told him that she did not go to the kino anymore, as she found it too sad to watch the newsreels with news of the front. On the evening of the 7th of September, even though the advance into Stalingrad appeared successful, Hitler went into an unprecedented rage. General Alfred Jodl had just come back to the Führer headquarters at Vinnitsa from a visit to Generalfeldmarschall List, the commander-in-chief of Army Group A in the Caucasus. When Hitler complained about List's failure to achieve what he had ordered, Jodl replied that List had done what he had been told. Hitler screamed, "That is a lie!" and stormed out of the room. He then gave orders that stenographers should take down every word said at the Daily Situation Conference. General Valimont of the OKW staff, who returned after a short absence, was struck by the dramatic change in the atmosphere. Hitler greeted him with a long stare of burning hate. Valimont later claimed to have thought, "This man has lost face. He has realized that his fatal gamble is over." Other members of Hitler's staff also found that he had become completely withdrawn. He no longer ate with his staff or shook their hands. He seemed to distrust everyone. Just over 2 weeks later, Hitler dismissed General Halder as chief of the General Staff. The Third Reich had achieved its greatest occupation of territory. Its forces spread from the Volga to France's Atlantic coast and from the North Cape to the Sahara. But now Hitler became obsessed with the capture of Stalingrad, mainly because it bore Stalin's name. Beria referred to the battle there as a confrontation between two rams, since it had become a matter of prestige for both leaders. Hitler, above all, grasped at the idea of a symbolic victory at Stalingrad to replace the looming failure to seize the Caucasian oil fields. The Wehrmacht had indeed reached the culminating point where its offensive had run out of steam and it was no longer able to defeat subsequent attacks. Yet in the anxious eyes of the outside world, nothing appeared capable of stopping a German advance into the Middle East from both the Caucasus and North Africa. The American embassy in Moscow expected a Soviet collapse at any moment. In that year of disasters for the Allies, most people failed to recognize that the Wehrmacht had become dangerously overextended. Nor did they appreciate the resolve of the battered Red Army to fight back. As the 62nd Army pulled back to the edge of the city, General Yeremenko, the commander of the Stalingrad front, and Khrushchev, its chief political officer, summoned Major General Vasily Chuikov to their new headquarters on the east bank of the Volga. He was to take over command of the 62nd Army in Stalingrad. "Comrade Chuikov," said Khrushchev, "how do you interpret your task?" "We will defend the city or die in the attempt," Chuikov replied. Yeremenko and Khrushchev said that he had understood correctly. Chuikov, with a strong Russian face and a shock of crinkly hair, proved to be a ruthless leader, ready to hit or shoot any officer who failed in his duty. In the mood of panic and chaos, he was almost certainly the best man for the task. Strategic genius was not needed in Stalingrad, just peasant cunning and pitiless determination. The German 29th Motorized Division had reached the Volga on the southern edge of the city, cutting the 62nd Army off from its neighbor, the 64th Army, commanded by Major General Mikhail Shumilov. Chuikov knew that he had to hang on, wearing the Germans down, whatever the casualties. "Time is blood," as he put it later with brutal clarity. To block the increasing attempts by troops to escape back across the Volga, Chuikov ordered Colonel Sarayan, commander of the 10th NKVD Rifle Division, to place pickets on every crossing point to shoot deserters. He knew that morale was collapsing. Even an assistant political officer had unwisely written in his diary, "Nobody believes that Stalingrad is going to hold out. I don't think that we will ever win." Sarayan, however, was outraged when Chuikov then told him to deploy the rest of his troops for combat duty under his orders. The NKVD did not take kindly to any army officer assuming control over its men, but Chuikov knew that he could withstand any threats. He had nothing to lose. His army was down to 20,000 men with fewer than 60 tanks, many of which were immobile, so they were towed to fire positions to be dug in. Chuikov had already sensed that German troops did not like close-quarter fighting, so he intended to keep his lines as near to the enemy as possible. This proximity would also hinder the Luftwaffe bombers, afraid of hitting their own men. But perhaps the greatest advantage was the damage they had already done to the city. The landscape of ruins which Richthofen's bombers had created would provide the killing ground for their own men. Chuikov also made the right decision in keeping his heavy and medium artillery on the east bank of the Volga to fire across at German troop concentrations as they formed up for attacks. The first major German assault began on the 13th of September, the day after Hitler had forced Paulus to name a date for the capture of the city. Paulus, suffering from a nervous tic as well as from chronic dysentery, estimated that his forces would take it in 24 days. German officers had encouraged their men with the idea that they could sweep through to the bank of the Volga in a great charge. Richthofen's Luftwaffe squadrons had already begun their bombardment, mainly with Stukas screaming down. "A mass of Stukas came over us," the Gefreiter in the 389th Infantry Division wrote, "and after their attack, one could not believe that even a mouse was left alive." Clouds of pale dust from smashed masonry mingled with the smoke from buildings and the burning oil tanks. Exposed in his headquarters on the Mamayev Kurgan, Chuikov was out of contact with his divisional commanders because of telephone lines cut by the bombing. He was forced to take his staff in a crouching run to a bunker cut deep into the bank of the Tsaritsa River. Although most German attacks had been slowed by fierce resistance, the 71st Infantry Division broke through into the center of the city. Yeremenko had the unenviable task of informing Stalin by telephone when he was in the middle of a conference with Zhukov and Vasilievsky. Stalin immediately gave orders that the 13th Guards Division, commanded by Major General Alexander Rodimtsev, a hero of the Spanish Civil War, should cross the Volga to join the fighting in the city. Two of Sarayev's NKVD rifle regiments managed to hold the 71st Infantry Division during the 14th of September and even retook the central railway station. This gave just enough time for Odimtsev's guardsmen to start their crossing that night in a mixture of rowing boats, pinnaces, gunboats and lighters. It was a long and terrifying journey under fire, for the Volga at Stalingrad was 1,300 meters wide. As men in the first boats neared the western side, they could see German infantrymen silhouetted against the flames of blazing buildings on the high bank above them. The first Soviet soldiers ashore charged straight up the steep slope into the attack, lacking even the time to fix bayonets. Joining up with the NKVD riflemen on their left, they pushed the Germans back. As more battalions landed, they fought forward to the railway line at the base of the Mamayev Kurgan, where a bitter battle continued for its 102-meter summit. If the Germans took it, they could control the river crossings with their artillery. The hill was to be churned by shell fire for 3 months, with corpses buried and disinterred again and again. Clearly a number of the NKVD riflemen thrown into the front line cracked under the strain. The special detachment reported that the blocking unit of the 62nd Army arrested 1,218 soldiers and officers between the 13th and 15th of September, of whom 21 were executed, 10 imprisoned, and others sent back to their units. Most of the troops arrested are from the 10th NKVD division. Stalingrad looks like a cemetery or a heap of garbage, a Red Army soldier wrote in his diary. The entire city and the area around it are black as if painted with soot. Uniforms on both sides were hard to distinguish as they became impregnated with dirt and masonry dust. And on most days, the smoke and dust was so thick that the sun could not be seen. The stench of bodies rotting in the ruins mixed with that of excrement and burned iron. At least 50,000 civilians, one NKVD report says 200,000, had failed to cross the Volga or been stopped, now that priority was given to the evacuation of the wounded. They huddled, starved and thirsty, in cellars of the ruined buildings as the battle went on above them, the ground shuddering from explosions. Life was far worse for those trapped behind German lines. From the very first days of the occupation, the special detachment of the NKVD reported later, the Germans started eliminating the Jews left behind in the town, as well as communists, Komsomol members, and people suspected of being partisans. It was mostly German Feldgendarmerie and Ukrainian auxiliary police who were searching for Jews. Traitors from among the local population also played a significant role. To find and kill the Jews, they checked apartments, basements, shelters and dugouts. Communists and Komsomol members were searched for by the Geheime Feldpolizei, which was actively helped by traitors of the motherland. There were also acts of savage rape of Soviet women by Germans. Many Soviet soldiers could not take the psychological strain of battle. Altogether, a total of 13,000 were executed for cowardice or desertion during the Stalingrad campaign. Those arrested were forced to strip before being shot, so that their uniforms could be reused without having discouraging bullet holes in them. Soldiers referred to a prisoner receiving his 9 grams of lead, a final ration from the Soviet state. Those who turned a blind eye to comrades trying to desert were themselves arrested. On the 8th of October, the Stalingrad front reported back to Moscow that after the imposition of hard discipline, the defeatist mood is almost eliminated and the number of treasonous incidents is getting lower. Commissars were particularly disturbed by rumors that the Germans allowed Soviet deserters who crossed over to go home. A lack of political training, a senior political officer reported to Moscow, is exploited by German agents who carry out their work of corruption, trying to persuade unstable soldiers to desert, especially those whose families are left in the territories temporarily occupied by the Germans. Homesick Ukrainians, often refugees from the German advance, who had been put into uniform and sent straight to the front, appear to have been the most vulnerable. They had had no news on the fate of their families and homes. The political department could have pointed to the fact that only 52% of the soldiers of the 62nd Army were of Russian nationality, as evidence of the all-embracing nature of the Soviet Union. And even this figure does not take into account the strong Siberian contingent. Just over a third of Chuikov's men were Ukrainian. The balance was made up with Kazakhs, Belarusians, Jews, legally defined as non-Russian, Tatars, Uzbeks, and Azerbaijanis. Far too much was expected of the levée en masse from Central Asia, who had never encountered modern military technology. "It is hard for them to understand things," reported a Russian lieutenant sent in to command a machine gun platoon, "and it is very difficult to work with them." Most arrived untrained and had to be shown how to use a gun by their sergeants and officers. "When we were moved to the second line because of huge losses," a Crimean Tatar soldier recorded, "we received reinforcements. Uzbeks and Tajiks, they were still wearing their skull caps, even at the front line. The Germans shouted to us in Russian through a megaphone, 'Where did you get such animals from?'" The propaganda addressed to soldiers was crude, but probably effective. A picture in the Stalingrad front newspaper showed a frightened girl with her limbs bound. "What if your beloved girl is tied up like this by fascists?" said the caption. "First they'll rape her insolently, then throw her under a tank. Advance, warrior! Shoot the enemy! Your duty is to prevent the violator from raping your girl." Soviet soldiers believed passionately in the propaganda slogan, "For the defenders of Stalingrad, there is no earth on the other side of the Volga." In early September, German soldiers had been told by their officers that Stalingrad would soon fall, and that would mean the end of the war on the Eastern Front, or at least the chance of home leave. The ring around Stalingrad had been closed when the troops of the 4th Panzer Army had linked up with Paulus's 6th Army. Everyone knew that people at home in Germany were awaiting the triumphant news. The arrival of Rodimtsev's 13th Guards Rifle Division and the Germans' failure to take the landing stages in the center of the city were seen as no more than temporary setbacks. "Since yesterday," a member of the 29th Motorized Infantry Division wrote home, "the flag of the Third Reich flies over the city center. The center and the area of the station are in German hands. You cannot imagine how we received the news." On their left flank, the Soviet attacks from the north were all driven off with heavy casualties. The 16th Panzer Division had positioned their tanks on a reverse slope and knocked out all the Soviet armored vehicles which appeared over the top of the ridge. Victory seemed inevitable, yet doubts started to arise in some minds with the first frosts. On the evening of the 16th of September, Stalin's secretary entered his office silently and laid on his desk the transcript of an intercepted German radio signal. It claimed that Stalingrad had been captured and Russia split in two. Stalin went to the window and stared out, then rang the Stavka. He ordered them to send a signal to Yeremenko and Khrushchev, demanding the exact truth on the current situation. But in fact, the immediate crisis had already passed. Chuikov had begun to bring further reinforcements across the river to make up for his terrible losses. Soviet artillery, massed on the east bank, was also becoming more adept at breaking up German attacks. And the 8th Air Army was starting to send up more aircraft to face the Luftwaffe, although its aircrew still lacked confidence. "Our pilots feel that they are corpses already when they take off," a fighter commander admitted. "This is where the losses come from." Chuikov's tactics were to ignore the orders from Stalingrad front to launch major counterattacks. He knew he could not afford the casualties. Instead, he relied on breakwaters, using reinforced houses as strong points and anti-tank guns concealed in the ruins to fragment the German attacks. He coined the term the Stalingrad Academy of Street Fighting to describe the night raids by fighting patrols of men armed with submachine guns, grenades, knives, and even sharpened spades. They attacked through cellars and sewers. Fighting day and night would take place from floor to floor in ruined building blocks, with enemy groups on different floors firing and throwing grenades through shell holes. "A submachine gun is useful in house-to-house fighting," a soldier recorded. "Germans would often throw grenades at us, and we would then throw grenades at them. Several times I actually caught a German grenade and threw it back, and they exploded even before they hit the ground. My section was ordered to defend one house, and in fact we were all on its roof. The Germans would get to the ground and first floor, and we fired at them. The resupply of ammunition became a desperate problem. The ammunition brought over during the night is not collected in time by representatives of the 62nd Army Command, the NKVD Special Detachment reported. It is unloaded on the bank and then often blown up by enemy fire during the day. The wounded are not taken out until the evening. Heavily wounded men don't get any aid. They die and their corpses are not removed. Vehicles drive over them. There are no doctors. The wounded men are helped by the local women. Even if they survived the crossing of the Volga and reached a field hospital, their prospects were far from encouraging. Amputations were carried out hurriedly. Many were evacuated in hospital trains to Tashkent. One soldier recorded how, in his ward of 14 soldiers from Stalingrad, just 5 men had a full set of limbs. The Germans, dismayed to have lost their advantages of maneuver, dubbed this new form of combat Rattenkrieg, the War of Rats. Their commanders, appalled by the intimate savagery of the fighting, in which their casualties mounted at a terrifying rate, felt that they were being forced back to the tactics of the First World War. They tried to respond with storm groups, but their soldiers did not like fighting at night. And their sentries, frightened by the idea of Siberians creeping up to seize them as tongues for interrogation, panicked at the slightest sound and began firing. The Sixth Army's expenditure of ammunition in September alone exceeded 25 million rounds. Germans are fighting without counting ammunition, the special detachment reported back to Beria in Moscow. Field guns can fire at just one man, while we begrudge a machine gun a belt of rounds. Yet German soldiers were also writing home to complain of short rations and hunger pains. "You can't imagine what I am experiencing here," wrote one. "Some dogs ran by the other day and I shot one, but the one that I shot turned out to be very thin." Other means were used to wear down the Germans and prevent them getting any rest. The 588th Night Bomber Regiment specialized in flying their obsolete PO-2 biplanes low over the German lines at night and switching off their engines as they made their bombing run. The ghostly swish made a sinister noise. These outstandingly brave pilots were all young women. They were soon dubbed the Night Witches, first by the Germans and then by their own side. During the day, psychological pressure was exerted by sniper teams. At first, sniper activity was random and ill-planned, but soon Soviet divisional commanders recognized its worth in striking fear into the enemy and bolstering the morale of their own men. Sniperism was raised to a cult by political officers, and as a result, one has to be fairly cautious about many of the Stakhanovite claims made about their achievements, especially when propaganda turned ace snipers almost into the equivalent of football stars. The most famous sniper in Stalingrad, Vasily Zaitsev, who was not the highest performer, was probably promoted because he belonged to Colonel Nikolai Batyuk's 284th Rifle Division of Siberians, a formation favored by Chuikov. The army commander was jealous of the publicity given to Rodimtsev's 13th Guards Rifle Division, so its star sniper, Anatoly Chikov, received less attention. The broken terrain of the smashed city and the closeness of the front lines were ideal. Snipers could hide themselves almost anywhere. A high building offered a far greater field of fire, but escape afterwards became much more dangerous. Vasily Grossman, the correspondent soldiers trusted the most, was even allowed to accompany the 19-year-old Chekhov on one of his expeditions. Chekhov, a quiet, introverted boy, recounted his experiences to Grossman during long interviews. He described how he selected his victims from their uniforms. Officers were a priority target, especially artillery spotters. So were soldiers fetching water when German soldiers were tortured by thirst. There are even reports that snipers were ordered to shoot down starving Russian children, bribed by German soldiers with crusts of bread to fill their water bottles from the Volga. And Soviet snipers had no qualms about shooting any Russian women seen with the Germans. As on a fishing expedition, Chekhov would take up a carefully selected position before dawn so as to be ready for the morning rise. Ever since his first kill, he went for headshots and the satisfying spurt of blood which it produced. I saw something black spring out from his head. He fell down. When I shoot, the head immediately jerks backwards or to one side, and he drops what he was carrying and falls down. Never did they drink from the Volga. The captured diary of a German Unteroffizier with the 297th Infantry Division just to the south of Stalingrad revealed how even outside the city ruins, snipers had a demoralizing effect. On the 5th of September, he wrote, "The soldier who was carrying up our breakfast was shot by a sniper just as he was about to drop into our trench." 5 days later, he noted, "I have just been to the rear, and I cannot express how nice it was there. One can walk upright without fear of being shot by a sniper. I washed my face for the first time in 13 days. On returning to the front, he wrote, "The snipers don't give us any rest. They shoot bloody well." The Stakhanovite mentality was deeply ingrained in the Red Army, and officers felt compelled to inflate or even invent accounts, as a junior lieutenant explained. A report had to be sent in every morning and evening on the losses inflicted on the enemy and on the heroism of the men in the regiment. I had to carry these reports because I had been appointed liaison officer since our battery had no guns left. One morning, just out of curiosity, I read a paper marked "Secret," sent by the regimental commander. It said that troops of the regiment had repulsed the enemy's attack and damaged 2 tanks, suppressed the fire of 4 batteries, and killed a dozen of Hitler's soldiers and officers with artillery, rifle and machine gun fire. And yet I knew perfectly well that the Germans had been sitting peacefully all day in their trenches, and that our 75mm guns did not fire a single shell. I cannot really say that this report surprised me. By that time, we were already used to following the example of the Sovinform Bureau, an official news agency. Red Army soldiers did not just endure fear and hunger and lice, which they referred to as snipers. They also suffered from a craving to smoke. Some risked severe punishment by using their identity documents to roll a cigarette if they still had some makhorka tobacco left. And when truly desperate, they smoked cotton wool from their padded jackets. All longed for their vodka ration of 100 grams a day, but supply corporals stole part of it and topped up the remnants with water. Whenever soldiers had the chance, they would barter equipment or clothing with civilians for samogonka, or moonshine. The bravest of the brave in Stalingrad were the young women medical orderlies, who constantly went out under heavy fire to retrieve the wounded and drag them back. Sometimes they returned fire at the Germans. Stretchers were out of the question, so the orderly either wriggled herself under the wounded soldier and crawled with him on her back, or else she dragged him on a ground sheet or cape. The wounded were then taken down to one of the landing stages for evacuation across the huge river, where they ran the gauntlet of artillery, machine guns, and air attack. Often there were so many that they were left untended for many hours, sometimes even days. The medical services were overwhelmed, and in the field hospitals, which lacked blood banks, nurses and doctors offered their own in arm-to-arm transfusions. "If they don't, soldiers will die," Stalingrad front reported to Moscow. Many collapsed from giving too much blood. The critical battle for Stalingrad also saw a major shift in power within the Red Army. On the 9th of October, Decree number 307 announced the introduction of a unified command structure in the Red Army and the elimination of the post of Commissar. Commanders who had suffered from the interference of political officers felt triumphant. It was an essential part in the renaissance of a professional officer corps. Commissars, on the other hand, were appalled to find that commanders now ignored them. The political department of Stalingrad front deplored the absolutely incorrect attitude which had emerged. Numerous examples were sent back to Moscow. One commissar reported that the political department is considered to be an unnecessary appendix. Soviet military intelligence and the NKVD were also alarmed to discover from interrogations of prisoners that a large number of their soldiers taken prisoner were now working for the Germans in various capacities. On some parts of the front, the Stalingrad political department reported to Moscow, There have been cases of former Russians who put on Red Army uniform and penetrate our positions for the purpose of reconnaissance and seizing officer and soldier prisoners for interrogation. But they never imagined that there were just over 30,000 of them attached to the Sixth Army alone. Only after the battle did they discover the scale from interrogations and how the system worked. Russians in the German army can be divided into three categories, a prisoner told his NKVD interrogator. Firstly, soldiers mobilized by German troops, so-called Cossack fighting platoons, which are attached to German divisions. Second, Hilfsfreiwillige, known as Hiwis, made up of local people or Russian prisoners who volunteer, or those Red Army soldiers who desert to join the Germans. This category wears full German uniform and has ranks and badges. They eat like German soldiers and are attached to German regiments. Thirdly, there are Russian prisoners who do the dirty jobs, kitchens, stables, and so on. These three categories are treated in different ways, with the best treatment naturally reserved for the volunteers. In October 1942, Stalin faced other problems. Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang leadership in Chongqing were keen to exploit Soviet weakness at this moment when German armies threatened the Caucasian oil fields. For several years, Stalin had been increasing Soviet control over the far northwestern province of Xinjiang, with its mines and the important Dushansi oil field. With careful diplomacy, Chiang began to reassert Chinese nationalist sovereignty over the province. He forced the Soviets to withdraw troops and hand back mining and aircraft manufacturing enterprises which they had set up. Chiang sought American assistance, and eventually the Soviets pulled out with ill grace. Stalin could not risk alienating Roosevelt. Chiang's very clever handling of the situation prevented the Soviet Union from taking over Xinjiang in the same way as it controlled Outer Mongolia. The Soviet withdrawal also signified a major setback for the Chinese communists in the province. They would not return until 1949, when Mao's People's Liberation Army captured it towards the end of the Civil War. The relentless German attacks in Stalingrad were renewed with even greater vigor during October. A furious artillery bombardment began when we were preparing breakfast, wrote a Soviet soldier. The kitchen in which we were sitting was suddenly filled with foul-smelling smoke. Plaster fell into our mess tins with their watery millet broth. We immediately forgot about our soup. Someone outside shouted, "Tanks!" His cry broke through the noise of thunder, of walls collapsing, and someone's heartbreaking screams. Although the 62nd Army had been pushed back dangerously close to the bank of the Volga, it continued to fight a terrible battle of attrition in the ruined factories of the northern part of the city. Stalingrad front reported that its troops showed a real mass heroism. It was, however, greatly helped by the massive increase in Soviet artillery fire from across the Volga, breaking up German attacks. During the first week of November, Stalingrad front noted a change. In the last 2 days, observed a report to Moscow of the 6th of November, the enemy have been changing tactics. Probably because of big losses over the last 3 weeks, they have stopped using big formations. In the course of 3 weeks of heavy and expensive attacks, the Germans had not managed to advance more than an average of 50 meters a day. The Russians identified the new German tactic of reconnaissance in force to probe for weak points between our regiments. But these new, sudden attacks were achieving no more success than the old ones. The morale of Soviet soldiers was improving. I often think of the words of Nekrasov, that the Russian people are able to bear everything that God is able to throw at us, wrote one soldier. Here in the army, one can easily imagine that there is no force on earth which can do away with our Russian strength. German morale, on the other hand, was suffering badly. It's impossible to describe what is happening here, a German corporal wrote home. Everyone in Stalingrad who still possesses a head and hands, women as well as men, carries on fighting. Another acknowledged that the Soviet dogs fight like lions. A third even wrote home, "The sooner I am under the ground, the less I will suffer. We often think that Russia should capitulate, but these uneducated people are too stupid to realize it. Infested with lice, weakened by short rations, and vulnerable to many ailments, of which the most prevalent was dysentery, their only comfort was to look forward to winter quarters and Christmas. Hitler demanded a final push to seize the west bank of the Volga before the snows came. On the 8th of November, he boasted in a speech to the Nazi old fighters in the Bürgerbräukeller in Munich that Stalingrad was as good as captured. "Time is of no importance," he claimed. Many officers in the Sixth Army listened in disbelief to his words, broadcast by Berlin radio. Rommel's Panzer Armee Afrika was in retreat, and Allied forces had just landed on the North African coast. It was an example of terrible bravado, which would have a disastrous effect on German fortunes, especially those of the Sixth Army. Out of pride, Hitler would not be able to countenance a strategic withdrawal. A series of ill-considered decisions followed. Führer headquarters ordered that most of the Sixth Army's 150,000 artillery and transport horses should be sent several hundred kilometers to the rear. Huge quantities of fodder would no longer have to be sent forward, thus saving greatly on transport. This measure deprived all the unmotorized divisions of mobility. But perhaps Hitler intended to remove any possibility of retreat. His most disastrous order was to command Paulus to send almost all his panzer forces into the final battle for Stalingrad, even spare tank drivers to be used as infantry. Paulus obeyed him. Rommel, if he had been in his place, almost certainly would have ignored such an instruction. On the 9th of November, the day after Hitler's speech, winter arrived in Stalingrad. The temperature suddenly dropped to -18 degrees centigrade, which made crossing the Volga even more dangerous. The ice floes collide, crumble, and grind against each other, wrote Grossman, affected by the eerie sound. Resupply and the evacuation of wounded became almost impossible. German artillery commanders, aware of the problems their enemy faced, concentrated their fire even more on the crossing points. On the 11th of November, battle groups from 6 German divisions, supported by another 4 pioneer battalions, began their offensive. Chuikov promptly sent in counterattacks that night. Chuikov, in his memoirs, claimed that he had no idea of what the Stavka was planning, but this is untrue. He knew, as a report to Moscow reveals, that he had to keep the maximum number of German forces fighting in the city at that time, so that the Sixth Army could not strengthen its vulnerable flanks. German commanders and staff officers had long been acutely conscious of how weakly held their flanks were. Their left rear along the Don was held by the Romanian Third Army, and the sector to their south was defended by the Romanian Fourth Army. Neither of these formations was well armed, their men were demoralized, and they lacked anti-tank guns. Hitler had dismissed all warnings, claiming that the Red Army was at its last gasp and was incapable of launching an effective offensive. He also refused to accept estimates of Soviet tank production. The output of Soviet men and women workers in improvised and unheated factories in the Urals had in fact reached over 4 times that of German industry. Generals Zhukov and Vasilievsky had been aware of the great opportunity offered ever since the 12th of September, when it looked as if Stalingrad was about to fall. Chuikov had been given sufficient reinforcements to hold the city, but no more. In fact, the 62nd Army had been kept as the bait in a vast trap. All through the terrifying autumn battles, the Stavka had been building up its reserves and forming new armies, especially tank formations, and deploying Katyusha rocket batteries. They had discovered how effective their new weapon was in terrifying their enemy. Soldat Waldemar Sommer of the 371st Infantry Division told his NKVD interrogator, "If the Katyusha sings just a couple more times, all that will be left of us will be our iron buttons." Stalin, usually so impatient, had finally listened to his generals' arguments that they needed time. They had persuaded him that hammering away from the outside at the Sixth Army's northern flank was futile. What the Red Army needed to aim for was a huge envelopment with large tank formations from much further back to the west along the Don and from the south of Stalingrad. Stalin was not bothered that this meant a return to the doctrine of deep operations advocated by Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky, which had become heretical after his execution in the purges. The prospect of a massive revenge opened his mind to this bold plan, which would shift the strategic situation in the south decisively. The offensive was to be called Operation Uranus. Since mid-September, Zhukov and Vasilievsky had been assembling new armies and training them with short periods on different sectors of the front. This procedure had the added advantage of confusing German intelligence, which began to expect a major offensive against Army Group Center. Deception measures, maskirovka, were put in place, with assault boats openly displayed on the Don near Voronezh, where no attack was planned, while troops were made to dig defensive positions conspicuously on the sectors where the offensive would take place. But German suspicions of a major offensive against the Rzhev salient west of Moscow were in fact well-founded. Soviet military intelligence had accumulated encouraging reports on the state of the Romanian Third and Fourth Armies. Interrogation revealed a hatred among their conscripts for Marshal Antonescu, who had sold their motherland to Germany. A soldier's daily pay was no more than enough to buy 1 liter of milk. Officers were very rude to soldiers and often struck them. There had been many cases of self-inflicted wounds, despite lectures from officers that they were a sin against the motherland and God. German troops insulted them frequently, leading to fights, and Romanian soldiers had killed a German officer who shot 2 of their comrades. The interrogator concluded that Romanian forces were in a low political moral state. NKVD interrogations of prisoners also discovered that soldiers from the Romanian army were raping all the women in the villages to the southwest of Stalingrad. On the Kalinin and western fronts, the Stavka was also planning Operation Mars to be launched against the German Ninth Army. The main objective was to ensure that not a single division could be moved from the central part of the front to the southern part. Although Zhukov was responsible for supervising this operation as a Stavka representative, he devoted far more time to planning Uranus than Mars. Zhukov spent the first 19 days in Moscow, just 8.5 days on the Kalinin sector of the front, and no fewer than 52 days on the Stalingrad axis. This alone indicates that Mars was an ancillary operation, despite its deployment of 6 armies. In the view of Russian military historians, the factor which demonstrated conclusively that Mars was a diversion and not, as David Glantz has argued, a co-equal operation, was the allocation of artillery ammunition. According to the General of the Army, M.A. Gareev of the Russian Association of the Second World War Historians, the Uranus offensive received 2.5 to 4.5 ammunition loads per gun at Stalingrad, compared with less than 1 in Operation Mars. This striking imbalance suggests a remarkable disregard of human life on the part of the Stavka, which was prepared to send 6 armies into battle with insufficient artillery support to tie down Army Group Center during the Stalingrad encirclement. According to the spy master, General Pavel Sudoplatov, this ruthlessness was wholly cynical. He described how details of the forthcoming Rzhev offensive were deliberately passed to the Germans. Together, the Administration for Special Tasks of the NKVD and GRU military intelligence had prepared Operation Monastery, an infiltration of the German Abwehr. Alexander Demyanov, the grandson of the leader of the Kuban Cossacks, had been instructed by the NKVD to allow himself to be recruited by the Abwehr. General-Major Reinhard Gehlen, the German intelligence chief for the Eastern Front, gave him the code name Max and claimed that he was his best agent and network organizer. But Demyanov's underground organization of anti-communist sympathizers was entirely controlled by the NKVD. Max had defected across the lines on skis during the chaos of the Soviet counterattack in December 1941. Since the Germans had already identified him as a likely agent during the Nazi-Soviet pact, and his family was well known in white émigré circles, Galen trusted him completely. Max was then parachuted behind Red Army lines in February 1942 and soon began to radio back plausible but inaccurate intelligence provided by his NKVD controllers. In early November, preparations were well advanced for Operation Uranus around Stalingrad and the diversionary attack of Operation Mars near Rzhev. Max was now instructed to give the Germans details of Mars. The offensive predicted by Max on the Central Front near Rzhev, wrote General Sudoplatov, chief of the Administration for Special Tasks, was planned by Stalin and Zhukov to divert German efforts away from Stalingrad. The disinformation planted through Alexandra was kept secret even from Marshal Zhukov and was handed to me personally by General Fedor Fedotovich Kuznetsov of the GRU in a sealed envelope. Zhukov, not knowing that this disinformation game was being played at his expense, paid a heavy price in the loss of thousands of men under his command. Ilya Ehrenberg was one of the few writers to visit the fighting there. One part of a small wood on the outskirts of Rzhev had been a battlefield. The trees, blasted by shells and mines, looked like stakes driven in at random. The earth was crisscrossed by trenches. Dugouts bulged like blisters. One shell hole gaped into the next. The deep roar of guns and the furious bark of mortars were deafening. Then suddenly, during a lull of 2 or 3 minutes, the chatter of machine guns would be heard. In the field hospitals, they were giving blood transfusions, amputating arms and legs. The Red Army had suffered 70,374 dead and 145,300 wounded, a massive sacrificial tragedy that was kept secret for nearly 60 years. For the great encirclement operation against the Sixth Army, Zhukov reconnoitred in person the attack sectors on the Don, while Vasilievsky visited the armies south of Stalingrad. There, Vasilievsky ordered a limited advance to just beyond the line of salt lakes to provide a better start line. Secrecy was of paramount importance. Even the army commanders were not told of the plan. Civilians were evacuated from behind the front. Their villages would be needed to conceal the troops being brought up at night. Soviet camouflage was good, but not good enough to hide the assembly of so many formations. Yet this was not critical. While 6th Army and Army Group B staff officers expected some sort of attack on the Romanian-held sector to the northwest to cut the railway line to Stalingrad, they never imagined an attempt at outright encirclement. The ineffective attacks on their northern flank near Stalingrad had convinced them that the Red Army was incapable of launching a deadly strike. All Hitler was prepared to do was to allocate the very weak 48th Panzer Corps as a reserve behind the Romanian Third Army. It consisted of the 1st Romanian Armoured Division with obsolete tanks, the 14th Panzer Division, which had been ground down in the fighting for Stalingrad, and the 22nd Panzer Division, whose vehicles had been immobile for so long due to the lack of fuel that mice, escaping the cold, hid inside them and gnawed through the wiring. As a result of transport shortages, Operation Uranus had to be postponed until the 19th of November. Stalin's patience was severely taxed. With more than 1 million men now in position, he was terrified that the Germans would discover what was happening. From north of the Don, the 5th Tank Army, the 4th Tank Corps, 2 Cavalry Corps, and other rifle divisions crossed at night into the bridgeheads. South of Stalingrad, 2 mechanized corps, a cavalry corps, and supporting formations were brought across the Volga in the dark, a perilous undertaking with the ice floes coming down the river. During the night of the 18th, 19th of November, Soviet sappers in the Don bridgeheads had crawled forward through the snow in white camouflage uniforms to clear minefields. In the thick, freezing mist, they were invisible to the Romanian sentries. At 0730 hours, Moscow time, howitzers, artillery, mortars and Katyusha rocket regiments all opened fire simultaneously. Despite the bombardment, which made the ground tremble 50 kilometers away, The Romanian soldiers resisted far more tenaciously than German liaison officers had expected. As soon as the tanks were thrown into the attack, steamrolling the barbed wire, the Soviet advance began, with T-34s and cavalry cantering across the snowfields. Caught in the open, German infantry divisions found themselves fighting off cavalry charges as if it were 1870, as one officer wrote. 6th Army headquarters was not unduly alarmed, and it heard that the 48th Panzer Corps was advancing to counter the breakthrough. But interference from Führer headquarters and changes of orders caused confusion, with 22nd Panzer Division barely able to move because most of its tanks' electrics were still unrepaired. General-Leutnant Ferdinand Heim's counterattack collapsed in chaos. When Hitler found out, he wanted Heim shot. By the time Paulus started to react, it was far too late. His infantry divisions lacked their horses and thus their mobility. His panzer formations were still tied down in Stalingrad itself and unable to disengage quickly because of attacks launched by General Chuikov to prevent this. When they were finally free, the panzer troops were ordered west to join General-Leutnant Karl Strecker's 11th Corps to block the breakthrough far in their rear. But this meant that the southern flank, guarded by the 4th Romanian Army, was left with just the 29th Motorized Division as a reserve. On the 20th of November, General Yeremenko gave the order for the southern attack to begin. Led by 2 mechanized corps and a cavalry corps, the 64th, 57th and 51st Armies began to advance. The moment of revenge had come, and morale was high. Wounded soldiers refused to be evacuated to the rear. "I'm not leaving," said a member of the 45th Rifle Division. "I want to attack with my comrades." Romanian soldiers surrendered in large numbers, and many were shot out of hand. Without air reconnaissance at this crucial moment, 6th Army headquarters failed to apprehend the Soviet plan. This was for the 2 thrusts to meet up in the area of Kalach on the Don, having encircled the whole of the 6th Army. On the morning of the 21st of November, Paulus and his staff in their headquarters at Golubinsky, 20 kilometers north of Kalach, had little idea of the danger. But as the day progressed, with alarming reports arriving of the progress of the Soviet spearheads, they became aware of the imminent catastrophe. There were no units available to stop the enemy, and their own headquarters was now threatened. Files were burned rapidly, and disabled reconnaissance aircraft on the landing strip destroyed. That afternoon, Führer headquarters signaled Hitler's order: 6th Army stand firm in spite of danger of a temporary encirclement. The fate of the largest formation in the whole Wehrmacht was about to be sealed. Kalach, with its bridge over the Don, was virtually undefended. The commander of the Soviet 19th Tank Brigade discovered from a local woman that German tanks always approached the bridge with their lights on. He therefore put 2 captured panzers at the head of his column, ordered all drivers to turn on their lights, and drove straight onto the bridge at Kalach before the scratch unit of defenders and Luftwaffe anti-aircraft gun crews realized what was happening. The next day, Sunday the 22nd of November, the 2 Soviet spearheads met up in the frozen steppe, guided towards each other by firing green flares. They embraced with bear hugs, exchanging vodka and sausage to celebrate. For the Germans, that day happened to be Totensonntag, the day of remembrance for the dead. "I don't know how it is all going to end," General-Leutnant Eckhard Freiherr von Goblenz, the commander of the 384th Infantry Division, wrote to his wife. "This is very difficult for me, because I should be trying to inspire my subordinates with an unshakable belief in victory." Chapter 25. Alamein and Torch. October to November 1942. In October 1942, while Zhukov and Vasilievsky were preparing for their great encirclement of the 6th Army at Stalingrad, Rommel was in Germany on sick leave. He had been suffering from stress, with low blood pressure and intestinal problems. His last attempt to break through the 8th Army in the Battle of Alam Halfa had failed. Many of his troops were also ill, as well as desperately short of food, fuel, and ammunition. After all his dreams of conquering Egypt and the Middle East had turned to ashes, Rommel refused to accept personal responsibility. He went on to convince himself that Generalfeldmarschall Kesselring had deliberately held back supplies for the Panzer Army Afrika out of jealousy. The Panzer Army Afrika's position was indeed serious. The Italians in the rear areas and the Luftwaffe were keeping the bulk of the supplies for themselves. German morale was very low. Thanks to ultra-intercepts, Allied submarine attacks and bombing sank even more freighters in October. Hitler's distrust of his Anglophile allies convinced him that German transports were being betrayed to the English by the Italians. The possibility that German Enigma codes were being broken did not occur to him. General der Panzertruppe Georg Stumme, the corps commander who had been court-martialed for the loss of the plans for Operation Blau, commanded the army in Rommel's absence, and Generalleutnant Wilhelm von Thoma took over the Afrika Corps. Hitler and the OKW did not believe that the British would attack before the next spring, and therefore there was still a chance for the Panzer Army Afrika to break through to the Nile Delta. Rommel and Stumme were more realistic. They knew that they could do little in the face of Allied air power and the Royal Navy's attacks on their supply convoys. Rommel was further dismayed by the complacency he encountered in Berlin when he received his Field Marshal's baton. Goering dismissed Allied air power, saying, "Americans can only make razor blades." "Herr Reichsmarschall," Rommel replied, "I wish we had such razor blades." Hitler promised to send 40 of the new Tiger tanks, together with units of Nebelwerfer multi-barreled rocket launchers, as if these would be more than enough to make up for his shortages. The OKW played down any suggestion that the Allies might land in northwest Africa in the immediate future. Only the Italians took the threat seriously. They made contingency plans to occupy French Tunisia, a project which the Germans opposed for fear of resistance from the Vichy French forces. In fact, Allied planning for Operation Torch was more advanced than even the Italians suspected. In early September, Eisenhower's headaches began to lessen as transatlantic disagreements were resolved. There would be simultaneous landings at Casablanca on the Atlantic coast and at Oran and Algiers in the Mediterranean. But the supply problem, due to confusion and a shortage of shipping, became a nightmare for his Chief of Staff, Major General Walter Beadle Smith. Most of the troops crossing the Atlantic arrived without weapons or equipment, so amphibious training was delayed. On the diplomatic front, both the American and British governments began to reassure Franco's regime in Spain that they had no intention of violating Spanish sovereignty either in North Africa or on the mainland. This was necessary to counter German rumors that the Allies planned to seize the Canary Islands. Fortunately, the pragmatic General Conde Francisco de Jordana was again foreign minister after Franco had removed his pro-Nazi and overambitious brother-in-law, Ramon Serrano Suñer. The diminutive and elderly Jordana was determined to keep Spain out of the war, and his appointment in September was a great relief to the Allies. Stumme, although lacking precise intelligence, remained certain that Montgomery was preparing a major offensive. He stepped up patrol activity and accelerated the laying of nearly 500,000 mines in so-called Devil's Gardens in front of the Panzer Army Afrika's positions. Following Rommel's guidance, Stumme strengthened the Italian formations with German units and split the Afrika Corps with the 15th Panzer Division behind the northern part of the front and the 21st Panzer Division in the south. General Alexander acted as an umbrella, shielding Montgomery from Churchill's impatience. Montgomery needed time to train his new forces, especially Lieutenant General Herbert Lumsden's 10 Armoured Corps, which he proudly and over-optimistically called his Corps de Chasse. The newly arrived Shermans were being prepared, bringing the 8th Army's strength up to over 1,000 tanks. Lumsden, a flamboyant cavalryman who had won the Grand National, was hardly Montgomery's favorite, but Alexander liked him. Montgomery's plan, Operation Lightfoot, consisted of making his main attack in the northern sector, which was also the most heavily defended. He assumed that the Germans would not expect this. Lumsden's 10 Corps was to exploit the breakthrough once 30 Corps made it across the minefield south of the coast road. With the aid of a sophisticated deception plan carried out by Major Jasper Maskelyne, a professional illusionist, Montgomery hoped to persuade the Germans that his main push was coming in the south so that they would move their forces down there. Maskelyne installed hundreds of dummy vehicles and even a fake water pipeline in the southern sector. Radio traffic was stepped up in the area, transmitting pre-recorded signals, while trucks drove around towing chains behind the lines to stir up dust. To lend weight to this vital part of Montgomery's plan, Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks' 13 Corps would attack, followed by the 7th Armored Division and supported by a third of his artillery. On the extreme left of the Alamein line, Koenig's Free French would attack the strong Italian position of Karet el Himemat on the edge of the Kataura Depression, but they lacked sufficient support for such a difficult objective. On the 19th of October, the Desert Air Force and the Americans began to launch a series of bombing and strafing raids against Luftwaffe airfields. 4 days later, at 20:40 hours on the 23rd of October, Montgomery's artillery opened a massive bombardment of Axis positions. The ground trembled from the shock waves, and the muzzle flashes illuminated the entire nighttime horizon. From a distance it looked like sheet lightning. Allied bombers attacked the reserve positions and rear areas. General Stumme, afraid of using up his ammunition, ordered his own artillery not to respond. Since dusk, sappers had been moving slowly forward as the moon rose, prodding the sand with bayonets and lifting mines to create corridors marked by white tape and oil lamps. At 2200 hours, 30 Corps started to advance through them with 4 divisions, the 51st Highland, 9th Australian, 1st South African and 2nd New Zealand, each supported by at least 1 armoured regiment. The newly arrived Highlanders went in with pipes skirling and bayonets fixed, having heard that the Italian troops seemed to fear cold steel more than almost anything else. Infantry casualties were comparatively light, but, to Montgomery's irritation, the tanks of Lumsden's 10 Corps became mixed up in the minefields. The delays meant that they were hit hard once dawn came. General Stumme wanted to see the situation at the front for himself, but when his vehicle came under fire, the driver drove away, not realizing that Stumme had got out. Stumme died from a heart attack, and his body was not found until the following day. When General von Thoma heard the news and took command, he was reluctant to launch a major counterattack because he did not dare use up fuel before his forces were resupplied. But on the 25th of October, both the 15th Panzer Division in the north and 21st Panzer in the south put in successful local responses. Montgomery's master plan was not going well. The Germans had not swallowed his feint, and no forces had been sent to the south to face the diversionary attack by 13 Corps. Meanwhile, in the north, the German minefields and Axis resistance had proved much stronger than expected. Montgomery unfairly blamed the 10th Armored Division, even accusing it of cowardice, when in fact it was being misused. Montgomery's anti-cavalry prejudice did not help him learn how best to use his armor. On hearing of the British offensive and Stumme's death, Rommel ordered a plane to fly him to Africa via Rome. He reached his headquarters at dusk on the 25th of October, having heard in Rome that the fuel situation was worse than ever due to the Royal Navy and the Allied Air Forces. The British attack was then helped when the Australians captured 2 German officers carrying detailed maps of their minefields. The Australians seized a key hill during the night, which they held against heavy counterattacks the next day. With the build-up of 30 Corps and 10 Corps, the pressure in the north on the Panzer Army Africa was becoming irresistible. Rommel then heard that the tanker on which they had been counting had also been sunk. He warned OKW that with little fuel and a lack of ammunition, he would find it hard to continue the battle. By now it was clear that Montgomery was concentrating the bulk of his forces in the north, so Rommel moved the 21st Panzer Division up to help. Without the necessary fuel for his panzers to withdraw and fight a battle of movement in the open, he was now tied down to a slogging match which he could not win. Over half his panzers had been destroyed, falling victim either to the 6-pounder anti-tank gun or to air attacks. The new 40mm gun on the American P-39 Aero Cobras proved a most effective tank-busting weapon. Montgomery, forced to change his plan in the face of such a determined defense, prepared a new offensive, while the Australians bore the brunt of the continuing counterattacks. On the 2nd of November, Operation Supercharge began in the early hours, with another heavy bombardment accompanied by air attacks. Montgomery sent in the 9th Armored Brigade in a charge against dug-in anti-tank guns. He was warned that it would be suicidal, but replied that it had to be done. The attack proved another balaclava, and the brigade was virtually wiped out. Freiberg's New Zealand division advanced well north of Kidney Ridge, but German counterattacks with both panzer divisions prevented a breakthrough. Containing the bridgehead, however, represented the Panzer Army's last effort. Montgomery was finally winning the battle of attrition. Rommel gave orders to withdraw towards Fuka, even though he knew that the unmotorized troops, mostly Italian, would be rapidly overrun. Many German troops seized Italian trucks for themselves at gunpoint, producing ugly scenes. That evening, Rommel sent a message to the OKW, outlining the situation and giving reasons for his retreat. Due to a misunderstanding on the part of a staff officer, Hitler did not receive the signal until the next morning. Suspecting a conspiracy to prevent him from countermanding Rommel's retreat, Hitler became incoherent with rage, and hysterical scenes ensued at Führer headquarters. The shock of Rommel's defeat was totally unexpected, because Hitler's attention had been focused on Stalingrad and the Caucasus. His belief in Rommel as a commander had made him incapable of imagining such a setback. Shortly after midday on the 3rd of November, he sent Rommel an order. In the position in which you find yourself, there can be no other thought than to stand fast, not to take even one step back, and to throw every available weapon and soldier into the battle. He promised Luftwaffe support and supplies, and finished, "This is not the first time in history that resolute determination will prevail over the stronger battalions of the enemy. There is only one choice you can offer your troops: victory or death." Rommel was shaken and bewildered by the insanity of this command. Yet Hitler's self-deluding lies that enabled him to reject the reality of defeat would be repeated very soon afterwards to General Paulus in the Don Steppe west of Stalingrad. Rommel, despite all his military instincts, felt he had to obey. He issued orders to halt the withdrawal. Only the Italian divisions in the south were told to move northwestwards. This allowed Horrocks's 13th Corps to advance unopposed on the 4th of November. Further north, 10 Corps broke through, capturing the Africa Corps headquarters and General von Thoma, who surrendered to the 10th Hussars. Assured of Kesselring's support, Rommel ordered a general retreat. He told Hitler that it would only be to the Fuka line, but it carried on all the way across Libya. That the remnants of the Panzer Army got away at all was due to Montgomery's slow reactions and excessive caution. Having achieved his victory, he did not want to risk any reverse. It has been argued that his failure to trap Rommel in his retreat prompted Hitler's disastrous decision to send more troops to North Africa, all of whom would eventually be captured. But this is hardly a testimonial to Montgomery's generalship, since that was never part of any master plan. The victory of Alamein had certainly not been won by strategic or tactical genius. Montgomery's decision to attack the strongest part of the German line was questionable, to say the least. His infantry and armored troops had certainly fought bravely, greatly helped by his success in turning around the 8th Army's mood. But in most respects, the battle had been won by the formidable contribution of the Royal Artillery and by the Desert Air Force in its relentless destruction of the Luftwaffe, panzers and supply lines, as well as by the Royal Navy and the Allied Air Forces cutting the Axis lifeline in the Mediterranean. On the 7th of November, when Hitler was traveling to Munich to make his speech to the Nazi Party Old Guard, his special train was halted in Thuringia. A message from the Wilhelmstrasse warned that an Allied landing in North Africa was imminent. He promptly gave orders that Tunisia was to be defended. But when informed that the Luftwaffe would be able to do little at such a range from its bases, he became furious with Goering. All the conflicting rumors over the past few months about Allied intentions and his obsession with the final capture of Stalingrad had meant that the OKW was completely unprepared for a new front. The big question was how the Vichy regime would react to an Allied invasion of its North African colonies. Ribbentrop joined the train at Bamberg and urged Hitler to let him make overtures to Stalin through the Soviet ambassador in Stockholm. Hitler rejected the suggestion out of hand. The idea of negotiating at a moment of weakness was unthinkable. He continued to work on the speech, which claimed that the German capture of Stalingrad was imminent and emphasized his resolve to fight on until final victory. His pride prevented him from considering any other option. He passed over Rommel's defeat and never mentioned the Allied landings in North Africa, preferring to hark back to his prediction that the Jews would be annihilated. Yet even Goebbels recognized that they were standing at a turning point of the war. Apart from fanatically loyal Nazis, most Germans now felt that victory was further away than ever, as reports on civilian morale by the Sicherheitsdienst showed only too clearly. Few shared Goering's notion that the Americans were capable of manufacturing only razor blades. The mounting Allied bombing offensive against their cities demonstrated a growing material superiority. For Eisenhower and his planners, the reaction of Vichy France and Franco's regime in Spain had also been a key question. The politically naive Eisenhower soon found that he had entered a minefield of French politics. Roosevelt did not want to have anything to do with General de Gaulle, and he put pressure on Churchill not to tell the Frenchman what was afoot. Churchill's relationship with de Gaulle had been even more strained by French suspicions that the British coveted Syria and Lebanon, and Churchill knew that he would be furious at being kept in the dark. De Gaulle could also never accept that in order to avoid heavy fighting, the Allies had to come to some arrangement with the Vichy authorities in North Africa. But Churchill had one offering in the hope of pacifying the proud general. The Royal Navy, unable to forget that Japanese aircraft flying from Vichy airfields in Indochina had sunk the Prince of Wales and the Repulse, continued to be concerned by the French colony of Madagascar, which lay parallel to their convoy routes off the southeast African coast. Within a few weeks of the disaster off Malaya, a landing force was allocated to Operation Ironclad, the seizure of the main port Diego Suarez at the northern tip of Madagascar. At first, both General Brooke in London and Wavell in the Far East had opposed the plan when so much else was threatened. Then, at the beginning of March 1942, American intercepts of Japanese naval codes had revealed that Berlin was urging Tokyo to intervene in the western Indian Ocean to attack British supply ships going around southern Africa to Egypt. On the 12th of March, the War Cabinet finally approved Operation Ironclad. At the beginning of May, the British force, sailing from South Africa, stormed the port of Diego Suarez with Marines landed at night in fine Nelsonian style. That was as far as the plan went, for it was assumed that a modus vivendi would be established with the Vichy authorities in the capital of Tananarive. But on the 30th of May, a Japanese midget submarine torpedoed the battleship HMS Ramillies in the harbor of Diego Suarez. The Japanese submarine flotilla went on to sink 23 ships with supplies for the 8th Army, marking the only direct assistance which the Japanese gave their German ally during the war. A reluctant Churchill, persuaded by Field Marshal Smuts that the Japanese might establish bases in other Vichy ports on Madagascar, agreed to the conquest of the whole island. He also thought it might be a way of pacifying de Gaulle, who had wanted to take the island with Free French forces, and then been furious to discover that the British planned to deal with the Vichy authorities there. Once the whole island was captured, it could be handed over to de Gaulle. This was finally achieved on the 5th of November after a fruitless guerrilla campaign waged by the Vichy governor Armand Anet. A week before Anet's surrender, Churchill had been able to inquire graciously of General de Gaulle whom he would like to appoint as governor of Madagascar. De Gaulle suspected that the Allies were planning to land in North Africa, but if he had known of all the American dealings with Vichy generals that had been going on to prepare for Operation Torch, he would probably have stormed out of the room. Robert Murphy, who had been the American chargé d'affaires in Vichy and was now Roosevelt's emissary in French North Africa, was also convinced that de Gaulle should be kept out of the picture entirely. For most officers of the French colonial army, de Gaulle was still seen as little better than a traitor in the pay of the English. They needed to be reassured with a figurehead to their liking. General Henri Giraud was a tall and brave officer with a magnificent moustache, but not famed for his intelligence. De Gaulle called him the Tin Soldier. Giraud, who had been captured at the head of the French 7th Army in 1940, had escaped from Königstein, a fortress prison in Saxony. He had made his way to Vichy, where Pierre Laval, Pétain's prime minister, had wanted to hand him back to the Germans, but the Maréchal refused. Murphy felt that Giraud could best serve Allied interests, but Giraud had his own ideas. He insisted that he should be the commander-in-chief of Operation Torch, and he demanded that the Allies should land in France as well as North Africa. He also did not want the British involved, since the Royal Navy attack on the French fleet at Mers-el-Kébir had not been forgotten or forgiven. Giraud was also a close friend of General Charles Mast, a key commander of French forces in North Africa. Murphy, who had developed a network of contacts among senior officers and officials, arranged a secret meeting between General Mast and his fellow conspirators with Eisenhower's deputy, Lieutenant General Mark Clark. On the night of the 21st of October, Clark had been landed near Algiers from the British submarine HMS Seraph, accompanied by commando bodyguards. His main task was to convince Mast that the American forces would be so overwhelming that the French should not attempt to oppose them. Clark claimed that 500,000 men would be landed when the forces consisted of only 112,000. Mast reminded him that, although the army and air force could be won over, the French Navy would resist with determination. Other French officers provided Clark with valuable intelligence on the disposition of their troops and defenses. Fear of discovery by the local gendarmerie, who had been told that smugglers had landed, led to Clark's undignified return to the submarine the following night without his trousers. Despite this minor humiliation, his dangerous mission had proved largely successful. The submarine HMS Seraph, this time pretending to be American, was sent to collect Giraud from the Côte d'Azur and then convey him to Gibraltar to join Eisenhower. Axis agents and air reconnaissance reported the growing presence of shipping at Gibraltar. Fortunately for the Allies, German intelligence assumed that the vessels were intended either to reinforce Malta or to land forces in Libya to cut off Rommel's line of retreat. German U-boats in the Mediterranean were therefore ordered to concentrate off the Libyan coast, well to the east of where the invasion forces were going to land. Another Axis theory was that the Allies intended to take Dakar on the West African coast as a naval base to help them in the Battle of the Atlantic. Through Murphy, the Americans had received overtures from Admiral Darlan. Admiral William D. Leahy, Roosevelt's former ambassador to Vichy, saw Darlan as a dangerous opportunist. The fact that Darlan loathed Laval, who had replaced him as Pétain's deputy, was hardly a guarantee of his trustworthiness. Yet even Churchill was prepared to have dealings with this most determined Anglophobe if it might lead to the French fleet at Toulon coming over to the Allied side. Eisenhower preferred to stick with Giraud, but then Giraud, on reaching Gibraltar, again expected to be made Allied commander-in-chief. Seldom had a military operation been so complicated by politics and personal rivalries. On the 4th of November, just 4 days before the landings, Darlan, who had been on a tour of French African colonies, flew to Algiers. He had just heard that his son, a naval lieutenant suffering from polio, had suddenly taken a turn for the worse. Darlan had no idea that Allied fleets were at sea, and when his son's condition improved, he planned to fly back to Vichy. Western Task Force, containing 35,000 troops, commanded by Major General George S. Patton, had already left Hampton Roads bound for Casablanca. The other two task forces, which had sailed from England, were headed into the Mediterranean for Oran and Algiers. Altogether, the troop ships were escorted by 300 warships under the overall command of Admiral Cunningham, who was delighted to return to the Mediterranean. On the evening of the 7th of November, Darlan was at dinner at the Villa des Oliviers, the residence of General Alphonse Juin, the commander-in-chief in Algiers. Juin had replaced Weygand, who was now imprisoned in Königstein in Giraud's place, because Hitler feared that he would side with the Allies. They were interrupted towards the end by the chief naval officer at Algiers, who rushed in to tell them that the Allied ships were perhaps not heading for Malta after all. They might be coming to land troops at Algiers and Oran. Darlan dismissed such fears and went off to get some sleep before his flight early next morning. At midnight, Murphy heard the code word over the French service of the BBC to confirm that the landings were going ahead. He sent the French irregulars that he and General Mast had recruited to seize key installations and headquarters. In the early hours of the 8th of November, Murphy went to the Villa Olivier and had Juin woken. He informed him of the landings. Juin was dumbstruck at first. He then said he must first consult his senior officer, Admiral Darlan, who was present in Algiers. Murphy felt that he had no alternative but to talk to Darlan. Murphy's Buick was sent to fetch him. Darlan arrived in a fury. The short, bald, barrel-chested admiral, who constantly smoked a pipe, was soon nicknamed Popeye by the Americans, who were amused by his built-up shoes. Darlan's hatred for the English had an illustrious pedigree, since his great-grandfather had been killed at the Battle of Trafalgar. But he was also a practiced turncoat. Just after the armistice in 1940, the veteran French politician Édouard Herriot had said of him, "This admiral knows how to swim," when Darlan, having promised the British total resistance, secretly joined the Capitulars. While Murphy was trying to calm Darlan and persuade him that resistance to the landings would be futile, a group of masked irregulars turned up and took Darlan and Juin prisoner. Then a squad of gendarmerie arrived to release them and take the insurgents and Murphy prisoner. Murphy had been expecting American troops to have arrived by this time, but they had landed by mistake further down the coast. But a far greater disaster was unfolding. The British plan to take both the ports of Algiers and Oran in a coup de main was a complete failure, involving massive casualties. This, not surprisingly, provoked considerable American anger. In the harbour, French shore batteries and naval vessels bombarded two Royal Navy destroyers flying the Stars and Stripes as they attempted to bring in American landing parties, just as they had at Diego Suarez. An airborne operation with a single American parachute battalion to capture Oran's airfields also proved a fiasco. Operation Torch appeared to be falling to pieces in a grotesque farce. Despite Roosevelt's request to keep the Free French in ignorance, Churchill had asked General Ismay to call General Pierre Bilotte, de Gaulle's chief of staff, to warn him of the invasion just before the troops began to land. But Bilotte decided not to wake de Gaulle, who had gone to bed early. When de Gaulle heard the news next morning, he was incandescent with rage. "I hope the Vichy people will throw them into the sea," he stormed. "You don't get France by burglary." But by the time he had lunched with a soothing Churchill, de Gaulle had calmed down. That evening he made a broadcast, fully in support of the Allied operation. Only when American troops arrived in strength, many hours late due to the chaotic landings, did Darlan's attitude change. He asked to meet the commander of the 34th Infantry Division to discuss a ceasefire, and one was agreed for Algiers. French troops would march back to barracks without surrendering their arms. Hitler's suspicions about the reliability of the Vichy regime as an ally flared up. Severing diplomatic relations with the United States was not enough. nor was Pierre Laval's agreement to allow Axis aircraft to use French airfields in Tunisia. On the 9th of November, Laval was summoned to Munich and challenged to prove his loyalty to Germany by declaring war on the Allies. This was a step too far for Laval, and also for the rest of the administration in Vichy. Darlan, meanwhile, would not extend the ceasefire to Casablanca and Oran, where fighting still continued. He needed to know what was happening in Munich and in France. Confusion mounted with the arrival in Algiers of General Giraud, followed by General Marc Clark, who indicated that they should prepare to drop Giraud and deal with Darlan instead. Giraud fortunately accepted that Darlan was his senior and did not make a fuss. But Eisenhower, back in the humid tunnels of the Rock of Gibraltar, had only a few confusing reports on which to assess progress. Nothing had been heard from General Patton on the Casablanca landings. A keyed-up Eisenhower chain-smoked his Camel cigarettes and prayed for the best. In Munich, Hitler, accompanied by Count Ciano, Mussolini's foreign secretary, received Laval and demanded that French troops should secure ports and airfields in Tunisia for the landing of Axis troops. French resentment against Italy after Mussolini's stab in the back in June 1940 was so intense that Laval hesitated over allowing Italian forces on French territory. But he indicated that he would bow to a German ultimatum, providing Marshal Pétain could make a formal protest. The next morning, the 10th of November, Darlan came to the Hôtel Saint-Georges in Algiers, which Clark had taken over as his headquarters. Clark's undiplomatic manner did not go down well with Darlan, who emphasized that he held a much more senior rank. Clark even threatened to impose Allied military government on the whole of French North Africa. Darlan kept his temper because he had to play for time. He could not order the ceasefire which Clark so urgently wanted until Hitler ordered troops into the demilitarized zone of France, thus breaching the 1940 armistice agreement. Eisenhower, on hearing from Clark that negotiations had stalled, exploded, "Jesus Christ! What I need around here is a damn good assassin." At least Oran was secured that day by the U.S. 1st Infantry Division, at the cost of 300 casualties, but French forces were still resisting Patton's troops in Morocco, even after almost all their warships had been sunk off Casablanca in a furious battle. Early the next day, Hitler announced that German troops would occupy southern and southeastern France in Operation Anton. He would still recognize Pétain's government, but the Marshal's reputation was now in tatters. Many of his supporters felt that he should have fled to North Africa to join the Allies. Hitler also gave orders that the Pyrenees should be occupied by German troops. Franco's government feared that Hitler might demand the passage of troops through Spain to attack Gibraltar, and a Council of Ministers in Madrid on the 13th of November ordered a partial mobilization. With the German move into the unoccupied zone of France, Darlan was now able to argue that Pétain was a prisoner. He gave instructions that the ceasefire should extend throughout French North Africa. But Darlan did not manage to deliver the French fleet in Toulon, as Churchill had hoped. The commander there, Contre-Amiral Jean de Laborde, who resented Darlan and feared that his sailors and officers wanted to join the hated Anglo-Saxons, remained loyal to Vichy in splendid isolation. Assured by officers of the Kriegsmarine that German forces would not try to seize his ships or the port of Toulon, Laborde decided to stay put. But the arrival of SS panzer troops and increasing dissent among his crews forced him to make up his mind. As German forces entered the port, he gave the order to scuttle the fleet. Almost 100 warships were sunk or blown up. Operation Torch had cost the Allies 2,225 casualties, of whom roughly half were killed, and the French lost around 3,000. As both Patton and Clark acknowledged, the chaos of the landings had been lamentable. If they had been fighting the German army instead of badly armed French colonial troops, they would have been massacred. British officers made supercilious jokes about how green is our ally. But the disorganization and chaotic logistics made painful reading in the after-action reports. Above all, it proved that General Marshall's desire to launch an early invasion of France would have led to catastrophe. Whatever the motives of Churchill and General Brooke in forcing the Americans to invade North Africa, the result was undeniably the right one. The US Army had a great deal to learn before it could take on the Wehrmacht in Northern Europe or even in Tunisia. The morale of troops is often volatile, swinging wildly between dejection and exultation. The easy victory in Morocco and Algeria prompted an unsustainable optimism. Their mood boosted by the cheap local wine, American soldiers believed that they had been blooded and were almost battle-hardened. Those who had seen the obsolete French Renault tanks brought to a halt with their new bazookas yelled, "Bring on the Panzers!" Even Eisenhower told Roosevelt that he expected to take Tripoli by late January. Chapter 26. Southern Russia and Tunisia. November 1942 to February 1943. Out on the frozen Don steppe, word of the Soviet encirclement spread rapidly in the Sixth Army. On the 21st of November 1942, Paulus and his chief of staff flew from their headquarters at Golubinsky in the two remaining Fieseler Stork light aircraft to Nizhne Tirskaya outside the Kessel. There they held a conference the next day with General Huth of the 4th Panzer Army to discuss the situation and to communicate over a secure line with Army Group B. But Hitler, on hearing where Paulus was, accused him of abandoning his troops and ordered him to fly back to rejoin his staff at Gumrak, 15 kilometers west of Stalingrad. Paulus was deeply aggrieved by this slur, and Huth had to calm him down. They discussed Hitler's order for the Sixth Army to stand firm despite the threat of temporary encirclement. Assuming that Hitler would soon come to his senses, they agreed that the Sixth Army needed urgent resupply by air of fuel and ammunition in order to break out. But the commander of 8 Flieger Corps warned them that the Luftwaffe simply did not have enough transport aircraft to supply a whole army. With his panzer formations short of fuel and his infantry divisions deprived of their horses, Paulus knew that the Sixth Army would have to abandon all its artillery, to say nothing of its wounded, if it were to escape. His chief of staff, Generalleutnant Arthur Schmidt, a bull-necked man with small eyes and thin lips, observed that would be a Napoleonic ending. Paulus, who had studied the campaign of 1812 in great detail, was haunted by the prospect. General-Major Wolfgang Pickert, the commander of the Luftwaffe 9th Flak Division, arrived during the meeting. He said that he was pulling his division out immediately. He too knew that the Luftwaffe could never hope to supply the Sixth Army by air. Hitler had no intention of allowing his troops to withdraw from Stalingrad. He had invested so much of his reputation in the capture of the city, especially his boasts during the Munich speech just 2 weeks before, that he could not bear to pull back. He ordered Generalfeldmarschall von Manstein to leave the Northern Front and form a new Army Group Don to break through and relieve the Sixth Army. Goering, on hearing what Hitler intended, summoned his most senior transport officers. Although the Sixth Army needed 700 tons of supplies per day, Goering asked his officers whether they could manage 500. They replied that 350 tons would be the absolute maximum, and then only for a short time. Goering, hoping to curry favor with Hitler, then assured Führer headquarters that the Luftwaffe could resupply the Sixth Army. This false promise sealed the fate of Paulus and his forces. On the 24th of November, Hitler ordered Fortress Stalingrad, with its front on the Volga, to hold out whatever the circumstances. Altogether, the Red Army had surrounded some 290,000 men in the Stalingrad Kessel, a figure which included over 10,000 Romanians and more than 30,000 Russian heavy auxiliaries. Hitler refused to allow the news to be released in Germany. OKW communiques deliberately falsified the true state of affairs, but rumors began to spread at home. Hitler wanted to blame anyone but himself for the Soviet triumph. A furious exchange took place with Marshal Antony at the Wolfschanze in East Prussia when Hitler tried to place responsibility for the disaster on the Romanian armies on the flanks. Antonescu pointed out angrily that the Germans had refused to provide his men with adequate anti-tank guns and that all their warnings of an imminent attack had been disregarded. He did not know that the Sixth Army was now refusing to provide rations to his troops. German officers were saying, "It's useless to feed Romanians because they surrender just the same." Sixth Army troops cut off west of the Don had managed to fall back just in time to rejoin the main body. The Stalingrad Kessel took on the shape of a squashed skull, with the forehead in the city and the rest defending a perimeter out in the Don steppe, measuring 60 kilometers by 40. German soldiers referred to it cynically as the fortress without a roof. Rations, which had been insufficient even before the encirclement, were cut drastically. Men became exhausted digging trenches in the frozen ground. In the bare steppe, there was little wood to cover the earth bunkers. Officers attempted to stiffen soldiers' resolve with the argument, "Even death is preferable to a Russian prison, and we must hold out to the end. The fatherland cannot possibly forget about us." The Soviet encirclement took back large areas of occupied territory. The arrival of Red Army troops was greeted with tears of joy by the plundered and starved civilians, but the NKVD arrived in their wake to seize any suspected of collaboration. Don Front headquarters launched a series of attacks in the first week of December, hoping to split the Kessel, but their intelligence department had grossly underestimated the number of troops they had surrounded. General Rokossovsky's chief of intelligence thought that they had trapped 86,000 men, not 290,000. Soviet officers also failed to imagine how determined the Germans were to hold on. The Führer's promise that they would be relieved was accepted as the gospel truth, especially by the younger soldiers brought up under National Socialism. "The worst is past," a soldier in the 376th Division wrote home with naive optimism. "We all hope that we'll be out of the Kessel before Christmas. Once this battle of encirclement is over, then the war in Russia will be finished." Supply officers, having cut rations to between a third and a half of the normal issue, were more realistic. The shortage of fodder meant that the few remaining horses would have to be slaughtered. According to the calculations of the Sixth Army's chief quartermaster, a minimum of 300 flights a day would be needed, yet during the first week of the air bridge, there was an average of fewer than 30 flights a day. In any case, a considerable proportion of the tonnage brought in was aircraft fuel for the return journey. Goering had also failed to take into account the fact that the airfields within the Kessel were within the range of Soviet heavy artillery, while enemy fighters and anti-aircraft batteries created a constant danger. On a single day, 22 transport planes were lost through enemy action and crashes. And on some days the weather was so bad that hardly any aircraft got through. Richthofen kept ringing Generaloberst Hans Jeschonek, the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, to tell him that the whole plan of resupply by air was doomed. Goering could not be contacted because he had retired to the Ritz Hotel in Paris. During this period, Stalin had the Stavka working on more ambitious plans. Following the success of Operation Uranus, he wanted to cut off the rest of Army Group Don and trap the 1st Panzer and the 17th Armies in the Caucasus. Operation Saturn would consist of a major attack by the southwest and Voronezh fronts, down through the 8th Italian Army towards the lower Don, where it entered the Sea of Azov. But Zhukov and Vasilevsky agreed that, since Manstein was likely to try to relieve the 6th Army by striking northeast from Kotelnikovo at the same time, they should restrict the plan to an assault on the left rear flank of Army Group Don. It was renamed Little Saturn. Manstein was indeed planning what they thought he was. An advance from Kotelnikovo was just about the only course left open to him. His offensive was codenamed Operation Winter Storm. Hitler simply wanted 6th Army to be reinforced so that it could maintain its cornerstone on the Volga, ready for further operations in 1943. Manstein, however, was secretly preparing a second operation called Thunderclap to extricate the Sixth Army, and hoping that Hitler would come to his senses. On the 12th of December, the remnants of General Hoth's 4th Panzer began their attack north. He had been reinforced with the 6th Panzer Division from France and a battalion of the new Tiger tanks. 6th Army soldiers on the southern edge of the Kessel heard the opening barrage 100 kilometers away, and the word ran round, "Der Manstein kommt." Hitler's promise was about to be fulfilled, they told themselves. They did not know that he had no intention of letting them retreat. Hoth's attack came earlier than Soviet commanders had expected. Vasylyevsky feared for the 57th Army in its path, but Rokossovsky and Stalin refused to change their dispositions. Finally, Stalin agreed and ordered General Rodion Malinovsky's 2nd Guards Army to be diverted. The delay was not as serious as it might have been, because a sudden thaw with torrential rain bogged down Hoth's tanks as they fought a heavy battle on the Mishkova River, less than 60 kilometers from the edge of the Kessel. Manstein hoped that Paulus would use his own initiative and start to break out to the south, ignoring Hitler's orders. But Paulus was too obedient to the chain of command and would not have moved without a direct order from Manstein himself. In any case, his troops were too starved to march far, and his panzers had insufficient fuel. Stalin agreed to the modified Little Saturn and ordered it to start in 3 days. On the 16th of December, the 1st and 3rd Guards armies and the 6th Army attacked the weakly held Italian front. The Italian attitude to the war against the Soviet Union was very different to the German. Italian officers were shocked by the Germans' racist attitude towards the Slavs, and when they took over from Wehrmacht units, they made much greater efforts to feed the Russian prisoners employed on heavy duties. They also made friends with the local villagers who had been stripped of clothing and foodstuffs by the Germans. The best Italian formations were the 4 in the Alpine Corps, the Tridentina, the Giulia, the Cuneiense, and the Vicenza divisions. Unlike the ordinary Italian infantry, the Alpini were used to harsh winter conditions, but even they were badly equipped. They had to make new footwear out of the tires from destroyed Soviet vehicles. They lacked anti-tank weapons, their rifles dated from 1891, and their machine guns, having not been designed for Arctic conditions, frequently froze solid. Their vehicles, still painted in desert camouflage, also failed to work in the extreme temperatures, which sometimes fell below -30 degrees centigrade. And their mules, unable to cope with the deep snow, died from exhaustion, lack of forage, and cold. Many men suffered from frostbite, so, like the Germans, they tried to make good their deficiencies by taking the padded jackets and Velyenki felt boots from dead Red Army soldiers. Rations of minestrone and bread arrived frozen hard. Even the wine ration was solid. Italian soldiers and officers hated and despised the fascist regime, which had sent them into this war so badly prepared. As the Red Army divisions attacked in waves with their battle cry, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" many of the Italian 8th Army formations resisted with far greater determination than expected. But, badly armed and without reserves, their defense soon crumbled in chaos. Italian troops, exhausted and weak from dysentery, retreated in long columns through the snow like refugees, with blankets wrapped round them and over their heads. The Alpini Corps stood firm, reinforcing the flank of the Hungarian 2nd Army on their left. Soviet tank brigades fanned out into their rear, the broad-tracked T-34s charging forward over the freshly fallen snow. A sudden drop in temperature meant that the ground was hard again. Supply dumps and railway junctions with goods trains were taken with impunity. Since the 17th Panzer Division had been transferred to help Hoth's attack, the rear areas of Army Group Don contained no reserves. The greatest danger to the 6th Army came as the 24th Tank Corps overran the airfield near Tatsinskaya, which was the main air transport base for supplying the Kessel. General der Flieger Martin Fiebig ordered his Junkers 52 crews to take off for Novocherkassk as the tanks reached the edge of the airfield. They began to take off in a stream while the tanks fired at them. Some exploded in fireballs, and one tank rammed a plane as it taxied into position for takeoff. Altogether, 108 Ju-52s managed to get away, but the Luftwaffe lost 72 aircraft, almost 10% of its entire transport fleet. The only other airfields capable of supplying Stalingrad lay much further away. Little Saturn forced Manstein to rethink his entire strategy. Not only was the relief of the Sixth Army now out of the question, soon he would have to withdraw from the Caucasus. Manstein did not have the heart, or else he lacked the nerve, to tell Paulus of the truly hopeless situation which his army now faced. Some officers had a clear idea of their fate. "We'll never see our homes again," wrote the divisional chaplain of the 305th Infantry Division. "We'll never get out of this mess." Soviet intelligence officers, however, found their German prisoners still in a state of denial and confused logic at the possibility of defeat. "We have got to believe that Germany will win the war," said a Luftwaffe navigator from a Ju-52 shot down on the Stalingrad run. "Or what is the use of going on with it?" A soldier reflected the same obstinacy. "If we lose the war, we have nothing to hope for." In Stalingrad, they had no idea that Germany's North African front was now being squeezed from both ends. The main point of Operation Torch was to occupy French Tunisia before the Axis transferred troops there, but the Germans reacted with a breathtaking rapidity. On the morning of the 9th of November, before Algiers and Oran had been secured, the first German fighters landed. Advance parties of infantry and paratroopers followed in transport planes the next day. The local French commander, still acting on orders from Vichy, backed away from protesting at this breach of the 1940 armistice conditions. Hitler had no intention of allowing the Allies a base for the invasion of southern Europe, an attack which he knew would knock Italy out of the war. He intended a massive reinforcement of North Africa, even at this critical moment on the Eastern Front. So, despite Stalin's skepticism and the mass demonstrations in London demanding a second front now, the North African theatre was proving rather more effective than the stillborn plan to invade France in 1942. And the airlift across the Mediterranean occupied a fleet of Junkers 52 transport planes, which could have been better used to supply the Sixth Army. The Allied advance east towards Tunis was ill-organized and almost unplanned. The skeleton British First Army, commanded by a gloomy Scot, Lieutenant General Kenneth Anderson, was bolstered by several American armored units and some French infantry battalions. Despite the small size of his force, which amounted to less than a corps, Anderson made the mistake of splitting it into 4 axes of advance. He had no idea that the Axis had already deployed 25,000 men by the 25th of November. The First Army's only real success came on that day, when Blade Force, with the 1st Battalion of the U.S. 1st Armored Regiment and the 17th 21st Lancers, advanced on Tunis from the west. The American Stuart tanks came across a forward Luftwaffe airfield near Jeddah. Attacking like an SAS raid, their crews drove across the runway, shooting up stationary Junkers 52s, Messerschmitts and Stukas. They destroyed more than 20 aircraft. This attack caused panic and convinced Generalleutnant Walter Nering, who had commanded the Afrika Korps under Rommel, to pull in his defense perimeter. But the attack on the airfield did little to blunt German air superiority. Elsewhere, German paratroopers and other forces ambushed the mainly British columns, inflicting heavy casualties. The 2nd Battalion of the Lancashire Fusiliers lost 144 men in a single attack on Megève against a paratroop battalion backed by 88mm guns and some panzers. To make matters worse, American aircraft strafed their own ground troops. They began to fire back at any aeroplane which appeared with the slogan, "If it flies, it dies." The arrival of the 10th Panzer Division and a few of the new Tiger tanks punished Anderson's troops on the 3rd of December, forcing them back with heavy losses. It was an unequal struggle against a much more proficient and better armed enemy. Eisenhower was relieved to reach Algiers after his weeks in the damp tunnels of the Rock of Gibraltar. But instead of being able to focus on the faltering campaign in Tunisia, he became enmeshed in the problems of supply and of French politics. Eisenhower was driven to distraction by French officers and their morbid sense of honor. He had hoped that the Allies had now arrived at a workable compromise, with Darlan appointed High Commissioner for North Africa and Giraud as Commander-in-Chief of French forces, although he still wanted supreme command over all Allied troops. On the other hand, Churchill's only reason for supporting Darlan, that he might win over the French fleet in Toulon, had now disappeared along with its scuttled ships. Eisenhower soon received a nasty shock. Once news of the Darlan deal leaked out in the United States and in Britain, moral outrage knew no bounds. The press and public opinion were appalled by the idea that the Allied Supreme Commander had made of Vichy Quisling the leader of North Africa, especially when it became clear that anti-Semitic legislation was still in place and political opponents had not been released from prison. In fact, Gaullists were being treated particularly badly. Darlan did not, however, show much satisfaction in his position. He was well aware that the Americans might soon discard him as a squeezed lemon. De Gaulle wisely held his tongue in public, since this problem had been created by the Americans. Perhaps he had already perceived that Vichy officers loathed him almost as much as they loathed the British. Although he never acknowledged it, the American policy of dealing with Darlan and Giraud ahead of him would work ultimately in his favor. These two stepping stones prevented a civil war in North Africa. The Special Operations Executive was alarmed by the deep distrust that the Darlan deal was causing, not just among the Gaullists in London, but above all in Allied relations with the French resistance of the interior and even in other countries. Along with the American OSS, Office of Strategic Services, SOE had rapidly set up bases in Algiers to train the many young French volunteers for work in Tunisia. One of their recruits was called Fernand Bonnier, who had started to mix in monarchist circles and added de la Chapelle to his name in a grandiose gesture. Those dreaming of a restoration, with the Comte de Paris becoming King of France, viewed de Gaulle as a possible regent who would pave the way, if only because the general's family was known to have been monarchist. In this murky world of conspiratorial complications, a plot to assassinate Darlan took shape. It involved Gaullists, who passed $2,000 from London via General François d'Astier de la Vigerie to finance the operation, Lieutenant Colonel Douglas Dodds Parker of the Grenadier Guards, the senior SOE officer in Algiers, and Fernand Bonnier, who carried it out. Dodds Parker, who had accompanied the French resistance leader Jean Moulin to his aircraft on his final return to France, trained Bonnier in pistol shooting and later claimed, inaccurately as it turned out, that his own gun had been used in the assassination. The plan was for Bonnier to be spirited away from Algiers on board the Moutin, a boat commanded by Jerry Holdsworth of the SOE's secret flotilla for infiltrating agents in the Mediterranean. But just after ambushing and shooting Darlan in the stomach on the 24th of December, Bonnier was captured, court-martialed and executed with indecent haste. Eisenhower, shaken by the event, although he had earlier longed for a damn good assassin, summoned Dodds Parker to Allied Force Headquarters to demand a categorical assurance that SOE was not involved. Dodds Parker gave it to him. How far knowledge of the plot had spread in advance is hard to establish. OSS in London was certainly aware of it and approved, but it seems that neither Churchill nor Sir Charles Hambro, the head of SOE, gave any form of authorization. The dispatch of the squeezed lemon provoked few tears, even among those allies who had supported him. Roosevelt cold-bloodedly remarked to one of his White House guests on New Year's Eve that Darlan was just a son of a bitch. In the Stalingrad pocket, troops in the encircled Sixth Army kept up their spirits as Christmas approached. Although they were suffering from lice, cold and hunger, it offered an escapist alternative to pondering their fatal predicament. They knew that Manstein's Operation Winter Storm to relieve them had failed, yet many soldiers were still prey to Kessel fever, imagining that they could hear the artillery of the SS Panzer Army, which Hitler had promised, coming to their rescue. They could not believe that their Führer would abandon the Sixth Army. But both the OKW and Manstein realized that it would have to be sacrificed to tie down the Soviet armies surrounding it, while the German forces in the Caucasus were evacuated. Sixth Army soldiers dreamed of celebrating Christmas in the German way. They prepared small gifts to give to each other, often little carvings or secretly hoarded food which they could ill afford. In their bunkers under the snow, an extraordinary generosity of comradeship developed in the face of adversity. On Christmas Eve they sang Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht, the familiar words making many break down in tears at the thought of their families back in Germany. Yet Christian instincts did not extend to the Soviet prisoners held in 2 camps within the Kessel. Deprived of any food so as not to reduce German rations, the few survivors were reduced to eating the bodies of their comrades. Reality could not be denied for long. No supply flights had arrived for 2 days because of the Soviet tank attack on Tatsinskaya airfield. The Sixth Army was dying by degrees from starvation on its diet of Wassersuppe, a few pieces of horse meat boiled in melted snow. The Army's pathologist, Dr. Hans Gigonsohn, who had been flown into the Kessel in mid-December, soon came to an alarming discovery after carrying out 50 autopsies. Soldiers were dying of hunger far more rapidly than they would do in other circumstances. This, he concluded, came from the interacting effect of stress, prolonged malnutrition, lack of sleep, and intense cold. This interfered with the body's metabolism. Although the soldier might have consumed a few hundred calories worth of food, his digestive system absorbed probably only a fraction. The resulting weakness also reduced his ability to survive disease. Even those who were not ill were far too weak to attempt a breakout through deep snow, and in any case, Paulus lacked the courage to defy Hitler's orders. Conditions in the field hospitals were appalling beyond belief. Blood from open wounds froze even inside the tents. Limbs gangrenous from frostbite were sawn off. Pliers were used on fingers. No anesthetic remained, and those with stomach or serious head wounds were left to die. The desperately overworked surgeons had to carry out a pitiless triage. "The German soldier suffers and dies with uncomplaining bravery," wrote the chaplain of the 305th Infantry Division. Even the amputees were composed. Only walking wounded were now evacuated by transport plane because stretchers took up too much room. Feldgendarmerie, armed with submachine guns, tried to hold back the crowds of wounded and malingerers who attempted to storm each plane on the ice runways at Kumrak and Pitomnik airfields. Even a secured place on a plane was no guarantee of survival. The heavily loaded Junkers 52s and large Focke-Wulf Condors struggled to gain height before reaching the perimeter, where Soviet anti-aircraft batteries fired away at them. Soldiers watched a number crash in a fireball, knowing they were full of wounded comrades. The new year of 1943 brought another irrational surge of hope when Hitler, in his message, promised that "I and the whole German Wehrmacht will do everything in our power to relieve the defenders of Stalingrad, and that with your staunchness will come the most glorious feat in the history of German arms." Out of respect for the suffering of the Sixth Army, Hitler banned the consumption of brandy and champagne at Führer headquarters. The German people were still not told that the Sixth Army had been surrounded, and soldiers writing home were threatened with severe punishment if they revealed this fact. One sent home a New Year's drawing, but in the corner, in tiny letters, he wrote in French, "It's 20 days since we were encircled. It's terrible to be sitting here in this trap. But they say to us, hold on. But we get 200 grams of bread per day and some horse meat soup. We have almost no salt. Lice are a torture, and it is absolutely impossible to get rid of them. It is dark in the bunkers, and it is minus 20 or 30 outside. But his letter never reached home, for it was in a felt post sack on one of the transport planes shot down. The Don Front Intelligence Department was using German communists and deserters to sift all this intercepted mail. Another soldier wrote sarcastically, "On the first day of the holidays, we had goose with rice for dinner. On the second day, goose with peas. We have been eating geese for a long time. Only our geese have got 4 legs and horseshoes." Stalin begrudged every delay in the mounting of Operation Ring, the coup de grace for the Sixth Army. Rokossovsky would have 47 divisions supported by 300 aircraft. On the 8th of January, Don Front headquarters sent 2 emissaries under a white flag offering surrender terms to Paulus. But almost certainly on the orders of his chief of staff, Generalleutnant Schmidt, they were sent back with the document they had brought. 2 days later, at dawn, Operation Ring began with a heavy artillery bombardment and the scream of Katyusha rocket batteries. Red Army officers now referred with pride to their massed guns as the God of War. The main attack was directed against the Marinovka Nose, a salient in the southwest of the Kessel. German soldiers, wrapped up like scarecrows, could hardly fit their swollen, frost-bitten fingers round their triggers. The white landscape, with little mounds of snow marking unburied bodies, was pitted with black shell holes stained yellow at the edges by cordite. On the southern sector, the remnants of a Romanian division broke and ran, leaving a kilometre gap in the defence line. The 64th Army immediately sent in a brigade of T-34 tanks, their tracks churning through the frozen snow crust. German divisions in the southwest, forced to withdraw, found it impossible to establish a new defence line as the ground was too hard to dig trenches. They had so little ammunition left that soldiers waited until their Soviet attackers were at almost point-blank range. The chaplain of the 305th Division recorded the ruthless Soviet attack, crushing the wounded with tanks, pitiless shooting down of wounded and prisoners. Pitomnik airfield was a chaotic mess, with blackened, smashed aircraft and piles of frozen corpses outside the hospital tents. There was little fuel left to evacuate the remaining wounded back to field hospitals. Some were dragged on sledges until their comrades gave up, exhausted. The scenes of misery were almost beyond imagination. Dispirited and shell-shocked, soldiers tried to escape back towards the ruined city in such numbers that the Feldgendarmerie found it hard to maintain discipline. Yet most men fought on, joined in many cases by Russian heavies, who knew full well what fate awaited them when the battle was over. On the 16th of January, Pitomnik was abandoned, and the last Messerschmitts stationed there flew out on orders from Richthofen. The other, smaller airfield at Gumrag was in no state to receive transport aircraft and was itself now under direct artillery fire. The Luftwaffe began to parachute supplies in, but most drifted and fell behind Soviet lines. A whole battalion of German troops from the 295th Infantry Division surrendered that day. Some battalion commanders could not face the suffering of their men anymore. They limped on frost-bitten feet, their lips had cracked open, and their bearded faces had the yellow, waxen aspect of departing life. Crows circled and landed to peck out the eyes of both the dead and the dying. The Red Army felt no pity, especially after gruesome discoveries. When liberating the hamlet of Novomaximovsky, Don Front NKVD reported, "Our soldiers found in 2 buildings with bricked-up windows and doors 76 Soviet prisoners, 60 of them dead from starvation, some bodies decomposed. The remaining prisoners are half alive, and most of them cannot stand up because they are so starved." It turned out that these prisoners spent about 2 months in these buildings. The Germans were starving them to death. Sometimes they threw them pieces of rotten horseflesh and gave them salted water to drink. The officer in charge of the camp, Dulag 205, later stated in a Smersh interrogation that from the beginning of December 1942, the command of the 6th German Army, in the person of Lieutenant General Schmidt, absolutely stopped supplying the camp with food, and mass deaths from starvation started. Soviet soldiers showed no mercy to the German wounded, especially after they came across the last few surviving Russian prisoners who had been starved in another camp at Gumrak. Tragically, their rescuers killed them, unintentionally, by giving them too much food. On the 22nd of January, 6th Army headquarters received a signal from Hitler. Surrender out of the question. Troops fight on to the end. If possible, hold reduced fortress with troops still battle-worthy. Bravery and tenacity of fortress have provided the opportunity to establish a new front and launch counterattacks. 6th Army has thus fulfilled its historical contribution in the greatest passage in German history. In Stalingrad, where men had dragged themselves on all fours, like wild animals, the conditions in cellars were even worse, with perhaps as many as 40,000 wounded and sick out of those still left alive in the 6th Army. Toes and fingers on badly frostbitten hands and feet often came away with the bandages as these were taken off. Nobody had the strength to remove the bodies of those who died. Grey lice could be seen leaving them in search of living flesh. On the 26th of January, the remnants of the 6th Army were split in two when the 21st Army reached the lines of Rodintsev's 13th Guards Division north of the Mamayev Kurgan. Paulus himself, also suffering from dysentery, fell into a state of nervous collapse in the cellars of the Univermag department store on Red Square. Schmidt was now in charge. Several of his generals and senior officers shot themselves rather than face the humiliation of surrender. Some men chose a soldier's suicide by standing up in a trench waiting to be shot. Hitler announced Paulus's promotion to the rank of Generalfeldmarschall. Paulus knew that this was a coded order to kill himself, but now that all his admiration for Hitler had evaporated, he had no intention of giving the Führer that satisfaction. On the 31st of January, Red Army soldiers entered the Univermag building. Paulus was completely unnerved, wrote the Soviet interpreter, a Jewish lieutenant called Zachary Reisman. His lips were quivering. He told General Schmidt that there was too much commotion going on, that there were too many people in the room. Reisman escorted 151 German officers and soldiers back to their divisional headquarters. He had to stop Red Army soldiers from trying to humiliate them on the way. Such is the irony of fate, a German colonel announced, intending to be overheard. A Jew is seeing to it that we are not harmed. Paulus and Schmidt were taken to the 64th Army headquarters of General Shumilov, where their surrender was filmed. Paulus's nervous tic was still much in evidence. Hitler heard the news of the surrender in silence. He apparently stared into his vegetable soup. But next day, his anger exploded against Paulus for having failed to shoot himself. On the 2nd of February, General Strecker, commanding the few remnants of 11 Corps in the ruins of northern Stalingrad, also surrendered. The Red Army discovered that they had 91,000 prisoners on their hands, far more than expected. Due mainly to lack of preparation, they received no food and no medical assistance for some time. Nearly half had died by the time spring arrived. Soviet casualties for the whole Stalingrad campaign amounted to 1.1 million, of whom nearly 500,000 died. The German army and its allies had also lost over 500,000 men killed and captured. In Moscow, the bells of the Kremlin rang out a victory peal. Stalin was portrayed as the great architect of this historic victory. The reputation of the Soviet Union soared around the world, bringing many recruits to communist-led resistance movements. In Germany, radio stations were ordered to play solemn music. Having steadfastly refused to acknowledge that the 6th Army had been surrounded since November, Goebbels now tried to pretend that the whole of the Sixth Army had perished in a final stand. They died so that Germany might live. But his attempt to create a heroic myth soon backfired. Word spread rapidly in Germany, mainly from those listening in secret to the BBC, that Moscow had announced the capture of 91,000. The shock of the defeat was overwhelming in Germany. Only Nazi fanatics still believed that the war could be won. The OKW was disturbed by the great agitation caused among the German public after the surrender of the Sixth Army at Stalingrad, and issued a sharp warning to officers not to exacerbate the situation with criticism of the military or political leadership with so-called factual accounts of the fighting. Attempts to infuse the armed forces with the National Socialist vision increased. Yet the authorities received reports that older officers from the Reichswehr days of apolitical soldiering showed little interest in indoctrinating their soldiers. Committed officers and the SS complained that the Red Army was much more effective in its ideological teaching. On the 18th of February, Goebbels invoked the theme "Total War, Short War" at a mass meeting in the Berlin Sportpalast. The atmosphere was electric. From the podium he screamed, "Do you want total war?" The audience leapt to its feet and bayed in the affirmative. Even an anti-Nazi journalist covering it confessed afterwards that he too had jumped to his feet in enthusiasm and only just stopped himself from bellowing "Ja!" with the rest of the crowd. He said later to friends that if Goebbels had yelled, "Do you all want to go to your deaths?" the crowd would have roared back their consent. The Nazi regime had trapped the whole population of the country as accomplices, willing or not, in its own crimes and its own insanity. Chapter 27. Casablanca, Kharkov and Tunis. December 1942 to May 1943. During December 1942, while Anderson's First Army struggled in the rain-lashed hills of Tunisia, Montgomery's Eighth Army failed to follow up Rommel's retreating Panzer Army with any dash. Montgomery, anxious not to harm his reputation as a guarantor of victory, did not want to get a bloody nose from the sort of sudden counterattack in which the German army excelled. Many regiments were also content to leave other buggers to do the chasing, as the commanding officer of the Sherwood Rangers put it. They felt that they had done their bit and preferred to concentrate on loot, such as Luger pistols, alcohol, cigars and chocolate taken from abandoned German vehicles. Montgomery was perhaps right to acknowledge that the British Army was still not yet ready to match the Germans in a war of movement, but his anti-cavalry prejudices entrenched his overcautious conduct of operations. Only armoured car regiments, the 11th Hussars and the Royal Dragoons, were far enough forward to harry the retreating Germans in a consistent fashion. Even though Rommel's forces were by then reduced to around 50,000 men and less than a battalion of tanks, Montgomery's reluctance to take risks made him at one point consider leaving Tripoli as well as Tunis to Anderson's First Army. This complacency was reflected lower down. We had all seen the enemy so disorganized that it did not seem possible he could regroup enough to give us much trouble, wrote the poet Keith Douglas, a lieutenant with the Sherwood Rangers. When we heard of the North African landings, there were very few people who expected more than a few weeks of mopping up before the African campaign ended. The Desert Air Force in Egypt had also been criticized for its inability to cripple Rommel's armor when it retreated over the Halfaya Pass back into Libya. But it had been hampered by the time it took to bring up fuel and supplies to its forward airfields. Air Vice Marshal Cunningham turned to the Americans for help, and Brereton's command, now designated the 9th Air Force, began to airlift fuel to the front. Rommel, certain that the war in North Africa was lost, established a defense line at Mersa el Brega, just east of El Agheila on the Gulf of Sirte, where he had begun his desert campaign in February 1942. On the 14th of January 1943, Roosevelt arrived in Casablanca exhausted by his 5-day journey from the US. He and Churchill met that evening at Anfa, and the next day the combined chiefs of staff assembled to hear Eisenhower's report on the campaign in North Africa. The Allied forces commander was distinctly nervous. He had been ill with influenza, not helped by his voracious consumption of Camel cigarettes, and suffered from very high blood pressure. The improvised attack on Tunis had been a failure. Eisenhower blamed the rain and mud and the difficulties of working with the French, rather than Anderson's refusal to concentrate his already weak forces. He also acknowledged the chaos of the supply system, which his Chief of Staff, Bedell Smith, was trying to sort out. Eisenhower then outlined his plan for a thrust through to Sfax on the Gulf of Gabes with a division from Major General Lloyd Friedendahl's II Corps. This was shot down by General Brooke in his incisive way. The attacking force, he pointed out, would be crushed between the retreating Rommel and Generaloberst Hans-Jürgen von Arnim's so-called 5th Panzer Army in Tunis. Brooke, stooping forward with his hooded eyelids and gaunt, beaky-nosed face, looked like a cross between a bird of prey and a reptile, especially when he ran his tongue over his lips. Eisenhower, deeply shaken, offered to rethink the plan and retreated from the room. The Casablanca conference was not Eisenhower's finest hour, and he confessed to Patton that he feared he might be sacked. He was also taken to task by General Marshall over the bad discipline of American troops and chaos in the rear. Patton's smartly turned-out corps at Casablanca, on the other hand, made a fine impression on everyone, as he had ensured it would. The main task of the conference was to establish strategy. Admiral King made no bones about his belief that all the Allies' resources should be directed against Japan in the Pacific. He passionately disagreed with the policy of holding operations in the Far East, and the Americans were far more interested than the British in supporting Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists. General Brooke, however, was determined to get full agreement on finishing the war in North Africa, then invading Sicily. He despaired of Marshall's lack of strategic grasp. Marshall still clung to the idea of a cross-channel invasion in 1943, when it was clear that the American army was still far from ready to take on the 44 German divisions in France, and the Allies lacked the necessary shipping and landing craft. Marshall was forced to concede. Thanks to good staff preparation, the British had all the statistics at their fingertips. The Americans did not. Brooke felt that Marshall was a brilliant organizer of American military strength, but did not know what to do with it. Once the Americans had been argued out of an invasion of France and were uncertain what course to follow in its stead, Brooke managed to wear them down. He also had to win a battle over the British planning staff, who wanted to invade Sardinia instead of Sicily. Finally, on the 18th of January, Brooke, helped by Field Marshal Dill, now the British military representative in Washington, and Air Chief Marshal Sir Charles Portal, Chief of the Air Staff, persuaded the Americans to agree to their Mediterranean strategy with Operation Husky, the invasion of Sicily. Brigadier General Albert C. Wiedemeyer, a War Department planner who deeply distrusted the British, was forced to admit afterwards that we came, we listened, and we were conquered. The Casablanca Conference was the high watermark of British influence. Britons and Americans got to know each other better during the Anfa Conference, but not always with admiration. Patton, in his cavalier way, considered General Alan Brooke to be nothing but a clerk. Brooke's analysis of Patton was much closer to the truth. He described him as a dashing, courageous, wild and unbalanced leader, good for operations requiring thrust and push, but at a loss in any operation requiring skill and judgment. The one thing on which British and Americans agreed was that General Mark Clark was interested only in General Mark Clark. Eisenhower got on well with Admiral Cunningham and Air Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder, who would become his deputy later, but in American eyes, Ike bent too far backwards in accommodating British influence in the theatre. General Alexander was appointed, under him, to command all the ground forces. Although Patton at first rather admired Alexander, he was disgusted by what he saw as a downgrading of the U.S. Army. It was not long before he wrote in his diary that Ike is more British than the British and is putty in their hands. But even Eisenhower did not like the idea of having to work with a British political counselor in the form of Harold Macmillan. Macmillan was determined to support de Gaulle, and after Dowlon's assassination, there was little that either Eisenhower or Roosevelt could do to exclude him for much longer. Eisenhower also feared interference in the chain of command, given Macmillan's close links to Churchill and his ministerial status, but Macmillan had no intention of pulling rank. He recognized that the Americans would soon wield almost total power within the alliance, so he preferred a more subtle approach. Harking back to a classical education by comparing the Americans to the Romans, he thought that the best way to deal with Britain's more powerful ally was to take on the role of the Greek slaves who ran the operations of the Emperor Claudius. Eisenhower was still feeling battered by the reaction to the Dowlon deal by the American and British press. "I am a cross between a one-time soldier," he had written to a friend, "a pseudo-statesman, a jack-legged politician, and a crooked diplomat." Having drowned himself in detail across every field, he handed over political dealings to Beadle Smith, as well as many of his other problems, a burden which did not help Beetle's ulcers. But Beadle Smith, although famously acerbic with American officers, managed to get on well with the British and the French. The one outstanding problem in North Africa, which Churchill and Roosevelt made an effort to resolve at Casablanca, was the role of General Charles de Gaulle. Roosevelt had lost none of his distrust for de Gaulle, but at Churchill's urging, Giraud and de Gaulle were brought together and made to shake hands for the cameras. The American president had blithely promised Giraud the weapons and equipment for 11 French divisions without checking whether this was possible. De Gaulle, who had initially refused the summons to Casablanca, was, however, content to leave Giraud as commander-in-chief of French forces in North Africa, providing he achieved the political leadership. For that he needed to wait a little longer. This reversal of power should not, he knew, be too difficult. The brave tin soldier was no match for the most determined of political generals. Once the embarrassing charade of the two French generals reluctantly shaking hands had been repeated for the photographers, President Roosevelt announced that the Allies intended to achieve the unconditional surrender of Germany and Japan. Churchill then stated that Britain was in full agreement, even though he had been taken by surprise that Roosevelt had decided to make the aim public. In his view, the implications had not been fully thought through, even though he had obtained the War Cabinet's agreement in advance. Yet this declaration, which would go some way towards reassuring the suspicious Stalin, probably did not make that great a difference to the outcome of the war. Both the Nazi and the Japanese leaderships intended to fight to the very end. The other important decision designed to hasten the result was to step up the strategic bombing campaign against Germany, using both Bomber Command and the US 8th Air Force. Stalin, as Churchill expected, was not impressed when he received a joint signal from Roosevelt and the Prime Minister sent from Marrakesh reporting on the decisions reached at Casablanca. Yet the torch landings had provoked Hitler into reinforcing Tunisia and occupying southern France. This diverted German troops much more effectively than a failed cross-channel operation. It also forced the Luftwaffe to redeploy 400 aircraft from the Eastern Front, with disastrous results. By the late spring of 1943, Goering's formations had lost 40% of their entire strength in the Mediterranean. But Stalin was not mollified by such details. The Anglo-American decision to delay confronting the Germans in France in a battle of attrition was what angered him. The Red Army still faced, and would continue to face, the overwhelming bulk of the German army. On the 12th of January, just a few days before the Casablanca conference started, the Red Army launched Operation Spark to break the German encirclement of Leningrad south of Lake Ladoga. Zhukov, sent back by Stalin to coordinate the offensive, used the Second Shock Army attacking from the mainland the 67th Army from the Leningrad side, and 3 brigades of ski troops crossing the Great Frozen Lake. The 67th Army had to cross the Neva, and the offensive was delayed until the ice on the river was thick enough to support the lighter tanks. The offensive opened with a heavy bombardment, finishing in a storm of screaming Katyusha rockets. In temperatures of -25°C, Soviet troops in white camouflage surged across the ice. On the southwestern corner of Lake Ladoga, the Tsarist fortress of Schlisselburg was surrounded. In 2 days of fighting in the forests and frozen marshland, the vanguards of the 2 attacking armies were within 10 kilometers of each other. Soviet troops even managed to recover a Tiger tank intact, an important prize for their engineers to study. On the 15th of January, Irina Dunayevskaya, a young interpreter, walked across the frozen Neva to visit the battlefield. She saw dead men under a transparent crust of ice, as if in a glass sarcophagus. In a captured German headquarters, she found Red Army soldiers rolling cigarettes with the paper from lists recommending the award of medals. Because of their nicknames, she guessed that they were released criminals transferred from the Gulag. Outside there were treetops knocked off and branches on the ground, felled trees, snow that is black with soot, and bodies of soldiers, individual and in piles, mostly those of the enemy, but also ours, corpses of horses, scattered ammunition and broken weapons. Too much for a woman's eyes. The corpse of a very young, blonde German was lying on the road in a very natural pose, as if he were still alive. 3 scorched corpses of German soldiers were still sitting in the front seat of their huge vehicle. Once again there were corpses of our soldiers under the ice on the highway, as if under glass, squashed into a flat sheet by the heavy vehicles that had recently driven over them. Far away from us, the landscape was of a whitish-grey color. The pine trees were greyish-brown. All the colors were stern, cold, and lonely. "Your prayers," a tank driver wrote home to his mother, "must be guarding me in the battles, as I have gone 4 or 5 times unharmed through a minefield where a lot of tanks were blown up, and a shell that exploded in the tank and killed the commander and the gunner did me no harm. One becomes here both a fatalist and an extremely superstitious person. I have become very bloodthirsty. Each killed Fritz makes me delighted." On the 18th of January, the 2 Soviet armies closed the gap at a cost of 34,000 casualties. The encirclement of Leningrad was broken, even if the land bridge from the city to the mainland was no more than a dozen kilometers wide. Stalin that day promoted Zhukov to Marshal of the Soviet Union. With a new railway laid across the conquered strip south of Lake Ladoga, supplies to Leningrad increased greatly. The line, however, remained within easy range of German artillery, so the Soviet command launched yet another offensive, Operation Polar Star, commanded by Marshal Timoshenko. Timoshenko ordered that the town of Sinyavino had to be taken by Red Army Day on the 23rd of February. This attempt to deepen the bridgehead opened with a heavy artillery bombardment. The ground was so boggy that the exploding shells did little more than send up geysers of mud, and many rounds never exploded at all. Red Army troops broke through the German lines and advanced through the fir and birch forest. Vasily Churkin recounted how they passed a field brothel, a 2-story barrack that the Germans had knocked together from rough boards. People said that 75 Russian girls from nearby villages were living there. The Germans had forced them. The German 26th Army Corps timed its counterattack with great skill. "We saw several Tiger tanks moving towards us and firing as they moved," Churkin wrote. They were followed by German infantry. As the tanks approached, our soldiers started leaving the trenches and retreating. Platoon commanders were shouting at the cowards, telling them to return to their trenches, but the panic spread fast. One of the Wehrmacht formations to suffer heavily in Operation Polar Star was the Spanish División Azul, or Blue Division, of mainly Falangist volunteers. The decision to form it had been taken in Madrid only 5 days after the launch of Operation Barbarossa. The Spanish right still blamed the Soviet Union as the chief instigator of their civil war. Almost a fifth of the early volunteers were students, and it could be argued that the Blue Division was one of the most intellectually overqualified formations ever to go to war. Commanded by General Agustin Muñoz Grandes, a regular army officer who had become a phalangist, it was constituted as the 250th Infantry Division and sent to the Novgorod front after training in Bavaria. In that region of forests and marshland, its men suffered badly from sickness and then frostbite. But Hitler was impressed by their resilience under attack and by their contribution to the destruction of General Vlasov's Second Shock Army in the spring of 1942. The Blue Division, defending a sector on the Izhora River, held on despite suffering 2,525 casualties in 24 hours of fighting. One of its regiments collapsed, but the line was re-established with German reinforcements. It was the division's largest and most costly battle of the whole war, and certainly contributed to the failure of the Soviet offensive. In the south of Russia, Operation Little Saturn had forced Manstein to withdraw the 1st Panzer and 17th Armies to the Kuban bridgehead in the northwestern corner of the Caucasus, south of Rostov. Rokossovsky grumbled that the downgrading of the offensive and the failure to advance to Rostov to cut the enemy off completely had been a missed opportunity. But Stalin had once again suffered a rush of optimism, just as he had a year before. Forgetting how quickly the German army recovered from a disaster, he wanted to liberate the eastern Ukraine in the Donbass and Kharkov operations, with armies now freed by the surrender of the 6th Army. On the 6th of February, Manstein met Hitler, who at first accepted responsibility for the defeat at Stalingrad, but then blamed Goering and others for the disaster. He complained bitterly about Paulus's failure to commit suicide. Yet the Japanese were even more upset by the news. In Tokyo, Shigemitsu Mamoru, the new foreign minister, and an audience of about 150 Japanese generals and senior officials watched a film of Stalingrad made by Russian cameramen. The scenes which showed Paulus and the other captured generals shocked them deeply. "Can this possibly be the case?" they demanded in disbelief. "If it is true, why did Paulus not commit suicide like a real soldier?" The Japanese leadership suddenly realized that the invincible Hitler was going to lose the war after all. Manstein was now in a better position to demand flexibility of action. Hitler wanted a dogged defense of occupied territory, but the threat of a collapse in southern Russia paradoxically gave Manstein the opportunity to achieve one of the most startling counterattacks in the whole war. The Red Army, having crushed the Hungarian Second Army and encircled part of the German Second Army with the Voronezh front on Manstein's left flank, then pushed on westward to seize what would become the Kursk salient. "For the last week and a half," a soldier wrote to his wife on the 10th of February, "we've been marching on land that has just been liberated from the fascists. Yesterday our armored vehicles broke into Belgorod. A lot of booty has been taken and many prisoners of war. While on the march, we constantly encounter huge groups of captured Hungarians, Romanians, Italians and Germans. If only you could see, Shurochka, what a pitiful sight this famous gang of Hitlers has become. They are wearing army boots, some in straw galoshes, summer uniforms, only a few wear greatcoats, and on top of all that, they are wearing the overclothes that they've stolen, male or female. On their heads are fore and aft caps, and women's shawls are wrapped around over them. Many of them have frostbite. They are dirty, with lice. It gives one a revolting feeling to think that this riffraff have got so far into our country. We've already marched 270 kilometers in the provinces of Voronezh and Kursk. So many villages, towns, factories and bridges have been destroyed. Civilians are going back home as the Red Army arrives there. They are so happy." Another part of the Voronezh front advanced on Kharkov. On the 13th of February, Hitler insisted that the city should be held by Gruppenführer Paul Hauser's 2 SS Panzer Corps with the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler and the Das Reich divisions. Hauser, on his own initiative, disobeyed orders and withdrew. At the same time, Manstein pulled back the 1st Panzer Army to the river Mius. The Soviet southwestern front, with 4 armies, had thrust westwards. It was spearheaded by 4 tank corps, although no greater in strength than a single panzer corps, commanded by Lieutenant General M.M. Popov. The Stavka thought that a great victory was about to be achieved by exploiting the gap in the German front south of Kharkov, but their own supply lines were desperately overextended. On the 17th of February, furious that his orders were being ignored, Hitler flew to Zaporozhye for a showdown with Manstein. But Manstein had things well in hand. He moved 4th Panzer Army headquarters to take control over 2 SS Panzer Corps, now reinforced with the Totenkopf Division, and prepared the 1st Panzer Army to strike the Soviet attackers from below. Hitler felt obliged to fall in with his plans. Manstein's double counterattacks destroyed Popov's armoured force and almost encircled the 1st Guards and the 6th Army. The troops of the 25th Tank Corps, by then out of fuel, had to abandon all their vehicles and make their way on foot back towards Soviet lines. In the first week of March, 4th Panzer Army advanced back on Kharkov, and Hauser eventually retook the city on the 14th of March after an unnecessarily costly battle. Heavy spring rains soon brought further operations to a halt. Soviet prisoners of war were put to work burying the dead. Most were so famished that they searched the bodies for scraps of food in pockets, but this was deemed to be looting the dead. Usually they were just shot, but the odd sadist would take it further. One tied 3 Soviet prisoners accused of theft to a gate together. When his victims had been secured, wrote another soldier, he stuck a grenade into the pocket of one of their coats, pulled the pin and ran for shelter. The 3 Russians, whose guts were blown out, screamed for mercy until the last moment. Hitler had his eye on the immense Kursk salient for a summer offensive to restore German superiority on the Eastern Front. Yet the German army in the Soviet Union had been disastrously weakened. Apart from the loss of the 6th Army and those of its allies, there had been heavy casualties in the withdrawal from the Caucasus, to say nothing of the fighting around Leningrad and the Red Army's Rzhev offensive against the 9th Army. Many vehicles had been abandoned in the retreat when they ran out of fuel and were finished off with a grenade in the engine. Panzers were often reduced to towing several trucks filled with wounded. The Wehrmacht's strength on the Eastern Front had also been reduced by the transfer of troops to Tunisia and to France in case of an Allied invasion. Operations in the Mediterranean continued to inflict heavy losses on the Luftwaffe, as did the strategic bombing campaign against German cities and aircraft factories. And the need to protect the Reich had led to the withdrawal of fighter squadrons and anti-aircraft batteries, giving air superiority to the Soviets for the first time. By the spring of 1943, German strength stood at just over 2,700,000 men, while the Red Army mustered just under 5,800,000, with 4.5 times as many tanks and 3 times as many guns and heavy mortars. The Red Army also possessed greater mobility, thanks to the flow of jeeps and trucks provided by American Lend-Lease. A part of the increase in the Red Army's strength came with the recruitment of young women to a maximum strength of 800,000. Although many had served from early in the war, and well over 20,000 had done so in the Battle of Stalingrad alone, the greatest intake began in 1943. Their military roles were now extended well beyond their previous ones of doctor, medic, nurse, telephone operator, signaller, pilot, air observer, and anti-aircraft gun crew. The bravery and competence shown by women, especially during the Battle of Stalingrad, encouraged the Soviet authorities to recruit more, and there were more women serving in the Red Army than in any other regular army during the war. Although there had been a number of women snipers who became famous for their deadly skills, the main influx came with the establishment of a women's sniper school in 1943. Women were considered to resist cold better than men and to have a steadier hand. These intrepid young women, however, also had to cope with the attentions of male comrades and especially superiors. These girls evoked memories of school-leaving dances, of first love, wrote Ilya Ehrenberg. Almost all those I met at the front had come straight from school. They often winced nervously. There were too many men around with hungry eyes. A number found themselves forced to become a senior officer's campaign wife, known as a PPJ, short for Pokodno Polivaya Shenya, because it sounded like PPSH, the Red Army's standard submachine gun. Coercion was often crudely applied. A soldier recounted how an officer ordered a young woman in their signals platoon to accompany a fighting patrol simply because she had refused to sleep with him. Many were sent back to the rear because they were pregnant, he wrote. Most soldiers did not think badly of them. This was life. Every day we spent facing death at the front line, so people wanted to get some pleasures. But very few of the men acknowledged any responsibility and took every means to avoid their tearful victims before they left. Ehrenberg's friend and colleague, Vasily Grossman, was appalled by the flagrant exploitation of rank to achieve sexual favors. He regarded the campaign wife as the Red Army's great sin. Yet all around them, he added, thousands of girls in military uniform are working hard and with dignity. In the rugged hills west of Tunis, Anderson's First Army still struggled to hold on. Its performance was hindered by a confused command structure, a failure to concentrate its badly coordinated forces, and fraying tempers between British, French, and American officers. Allied troops were no match for the highly professional German counterattacks, combining Stuka dive bombers, artillery, and panzers. Both sides complained bitterly about the pouring rain and the filth and mud. "It's unbelievable what one has to endure," the Gefreiter wrote home, clearly unaware of how much worse conditions were on the Eastern Front. General von Arnim had arrived to take over the forces in Tunisia, now designated the 5th Panzer Army. Arnim prepared defenses against renewed Allied attacks, and Tunisian Jews were rounded up for forced labor. The Jewish community was also ruthlessly plundered for gold and money. Rommel's withdrawal from the Mirza El Brega line in December 1942 and the lack of Allied success in Tunisia encouraged Montgomery to push on, but he missed every opportunity to encircle the remnants of the Panzer Army, especially when it halted on the Berat line. On the 23rd of January 1943, the 8th Army entered Tripoli, led by the 11th Hussars. But again Rommel had already pulled back to begin fortifying the Mareth line on the base of the Bay of Gabes, so as to link up with Arnim's 5th Panzer Army. Accepting that the war in North Africa was lost, Rommel advocated a Dunkirk-style evacuation of his troops. His forces had neither sufficient fuel nor sufficient armament, and he despaired of making Hitler see sense. During a furious exchange at the Wolfschanze in late November, Hitler had refused him permission to withdraw from the Mirza El Brega line, and had even accused Rommel's troops of throwing away their weapons in the retreat from Alamein. In fact, Rommel's withdrawal, evading the 8th Army, had been the most skillfully conducted part of his whole desert war. Mussolini's attempts to persuade Hitler to end the war in the Soviet Union fell on the stoniest ground. The surrender at Stalingrad and the loss of Libya represented a serious blow to the Duce's morale. He sacked his son-in-law, Count Ciano, from the position of foreign minister, and nursed his depression by retiring to bed in an attempt to evade reality. General von Arnim was concerned that the American II Corps, under General Lloyd Friedendahl in the south, might cut through from the mountains on the road from Kasserine down to the sea at Sfax. This would separate his 5th Panzer Army from Rommel's Panzer Army. Arnim explained the situation to Rommel and requested his rearmed 21st Panzer Division to dislodge the badly equipped French detachment in the Faid Pass. The 21st Panzer attacked on the 30th of January, and General Friedendahl's II Corps reacted slowly in response to the French calls for assistance. The next day, when a combat command from the U.S. 1st Armored Division finally put in a counterattack on the Rocky Pass, the Germans were waiting for them. The line of Sherman tanks suffered attacks from Messerschmitts and well-concealed anti-tank guns. Over half the force was knocked out, and the survivors extricated themselves, reversing around burning vehicles. Another American attempt to advance a few hours later also failed with heavy casualties. Friedendahl, a disastrous commander, split his forces even more, despite Eisenhower's instruction to the contrary. He sent another combat command off on a wild goose chase with conflicting orders. Its infantry support, all green troops, were bombed in their trucks by Stukas. The blooding of these inexperienced troops from the 34th Infantry Division went from bad to worse over the next few days, as Friedendahl, who seldom left his headquarters far in the rear, ordered more and more attacks. Rommel decided to remove the American threat altogether with a three-pronged offensive. On the 14th of February, the 10th Panzer Division attacked westwards out of the Faid Pass, while the 21st Panzer Division came up from the south in a pincer. 70 American tanks were destroyed in the first day's fighting around Sidi Bouzid. One of them was knocked out at a range of 2,700 meters by a Tiger's 88mm gun. The shell of the Sherman 75mm could not penetrate a Tiger's frontal armor even at point-blank range. On the 16th of February, a Panzer crewman wrote home to apologize disingenuously for not having written, but his division had been fighting the Americans over the last couple of days. You will have heard from yesterday's Wehrmacht announcement that we shot up more than 90 tanks. Next day, the Afrika Korps detachment in the south advanced on Gafsa, triggering a panic-stricken withdrawal. Near Sidi Bouzid, a Sherman battalion from the 1st Armored was ambushed and wiped out in a futile but brave counterattack. Blazing and burned-out American tanks littered the landscape, while Tunisian Arabs continued to till their fields. American tank crewmen staggered back with blackened faces like dismounted troopers after the charge of the Light Brigade. Neither Friedendahl nor Anderson had any idea of what was going on at the front. On the 16th of February, Rommel went to Gafsa. He was cheered by the surviving inhabitants after the retreating Americans had destroyed much of the town when blowing up their ammunition dump. He wanted his Afrika Korps troops to overtake the Americans, who were pulling back towards Tebessa, where he planned to capture their major supply dump. Arnim, however, regarded the idea as too risky, and a triangular argument was conducted with Kesselring. That night, the Panzer divisions advanced on Spetla, and on the 17th of February, while some American units fled in panic, others stood and fought well, as 21st Panzer Division acknowledged. Friedendahl sent whatever detachments he could to the Kasserine Pass, but on the 20th of February the collapse began. Major General E.N. Harmon witnessed the debacle. It was the first and only time I saw an American army en route. Jeeps, trucks, wheeled vehicles of every imaginable sort streamed up the road towards us, sometimes jammed 2 and even 3 abreast. It was obvious that there was only one thing in the minds of the panic-stricken drivers: to get away from the front, to escape to some place where there was no shooting. Fortunately for the Allies, Rommel and Arnim were in fierce disagreement. Trying to do too many things, they split their forces to take Tebessa in the west, as well as drive north to Thala and on a parallel road to Spiba. With mixed British and American forces blocking the roads to Thala and Spiba, supported at the last moment by American artillery, the 10th and 21st Panzer Divisions were stopped. And eventually the Afrika Korps detachment on the road to Tebessa was also halted by American anti-tank guns and artillery. Rommel was impressed by the effectiveness of American gunnery, and as the skies cleared, Allied aircraft began to attack his withdrawing panzers. He returned to the Mareth line on the 23rd of February, confident that he had inflicted a blow on the Allies heavy enough to discourage further advances. Unable to believe that the Germans had retired, the Allied troops were slow to move back to the Kasserine Pass. It was littered with burned-out tanks, crashed aircraft, and corpses in all directions. When they saw Tunisians looting the dead, American soldiers opened fire with Thompson submachine guns, either shooting to kill or just to scare them off. Friedendall's II Corps had lost over 6,000 men, 183 tanks, 104 half-tracks, more than 200 field guns, and another 500 transport vehicles. It had been a savage baptism of fire, made worse by confused orders from above. Troops fired at their own aircraft, destroying or damaging 39 of them, and Allied squadrons attacked the wrong targets. On the 22nd of February, some B-17 flying fortresses bombed a British airfield instead of the Kasserine Pass. Although Rommel was promoted to command Army Group Africa over the head of General von Arnim, he heard too late of Kesselring's plan for another offensive further north called Operation Oxhead. This did not begin until the 26th of February, when it should have been coordinated with attacks around Kasserine the previous week. German losses were far greater than British, and they lost the majority of their tanks. The Comando Supremo, which Hitler had allowed to reassert control in the interest of Axis unity, refused Rommel permission to withdraw from the Mareth line. Well aware that Montgomery was preparing an offensive, Rommel decided to put in a spoiling attack, but ultra-intercepts provided all the warning the British needed. Montgomery rushed up artillery, anti-tank guns and tanks to the threatened sector, where they were concealed. On the 6th of March, the Germans advanced into a killing zone, targeted by a whole corps of artillery. Rommel lost 52 tanks and 630 men. Kesselring and Rommel unfairly suspected the Italians of betraying the plan. Rommel, suffering from jaundice and totally exhausted, felt that it was time to return to Germany for treatment and a rest. On the 9th of March he left North Africa for the last time. The following evening he was received by Hitler at the Wehrwolf headquarters outside Vinica in Ukraine. Hitler refused to listen to his arguments that Army Group Africa should be withdrawn across the Mediterranean to defend Italy. He even rejected any plans to shorten the front in Tunisia. Rommel, whom he now regarded as a defeatist, was ordered to depart on a rest cure. Patton, frustrated by the lack of action in Morocco and by the way the British seemed to be running the whole war in North Africa, had recently written, "Personally, I wish I could get out and kill someone." At last his prayers to see action were granted. In the second week of March, Eisenhower sent him, with Major General Omar N. Bradley as his understudy, to take over from Friedendall. Eisenhower sacked a number of other officers, and Alexander wanted to get rid of Anderson, but Montgomery would not release the one person Alexander wanted as the new commander of the First Army. Patton wasted no time at all in getting a grip on II Corps, starting with saluting and correct dress. The Corps was terrified of its new commander, and military police became known as Patton's Gestapo. Patton was appalled by the numbers of soldiers evacuated because of combat fatigue. He was also frustrated to hear that his orders were not to charge through to the sea and cut off Rommel's Panzer Armee, now renamed the First Italian Army, from General von Arnim in the north. Instead, his task was simply to threaten its flank to help Montgomery. Patton suspected that Montgomery wanted all the glory, but Alexander, who had been shocked by the shambles at Kasserine, was not yet ready to trust American troops. Patton could console himself with his promotion to the 3 stars of a lieutenant general. Reinterpreting his orders, he pushed his divisions forward, retaking Gafsa and advancing to the eastern Dorsal Massif, which dominated the plain to the sea. When the 10th Panzer Division tried to force back Patton's 1st Infantry Division from the heights of El Getar, it was savagely mauled and lost half its remaining tanks. Montgomery decided to send 30 Corps in a frontal attack on the Mareth line to fix the enemy, while outflanking him to the southwest in a long maneuver by Freiberg's New Zealanders, supported by tanks. But the Germans were well aware of Freiberg's long left hook, and the attack on the 20th of March by the 50th Division proved a disaster. Montgomery, having prematurely claimed success, was shaken. But, recovering rapidly, he sent Horrocks with 10 corps round to reinforce the New Zealanders in an attack towards the coast over 30 kilometres behind the Marith line. At the same time, he sent the 4th Indian Division on a closer flanking advance. On the 26th of March, the New Zealanders and Horrocks' armoured brigades surged forward together, smashing the weak German defences at the Debaga Gap. General Giovanni Messe, commanding the 1st Italian Army, withdrew all his forces rapidly up the coast towards Tunis. Although a success of sorts, the Axis forces had again escaped. The Desert Air Force harried the retreating German forces. One casualty was Oberst Klaus Graf Schenk von Stauffenberg, who lost a hand and an eye to a strafing fighter. On the 7th of April, units of the 1st and 8th Armies met up. The two organizations could hardly have been more different. The desert veterans, in their battered, sand-colored tanks and trucks, showed a remarkable nonchalance, to say nothing of a disrespect for dress regulations. Their war, although harsh at times, had on the whole seen a much greater respect for the lives of prisoners and very few civilian casualties in the almost empty desert. The local tribe of Senussi had been able to avoid the worst of the desert fighting, although some of them, and many of their camels, had legs blown off in the minefields. The First Army, in the mainly mountain warfare of the Far Eastern Atlas, had found itself in a far dirtier conflict. The shock of war when overconfident Green troops, especially American units, were hit by experienced Panzer and Panzergrenadier units was traumatic. While there were a number of psychological casualties, a majority became rapidly brutalized as a survival mechanism. A few even became totally dehumanized, with the sadistic killing of prisoners and even the random shooting of Tunisian Arabs for fun, with potshots at those on camels, treating them like a shooting range in a fairground. British soldiers were generally better disciplined, but they too were imbued with the racist ideas of the time. Only a few made friends with the locals. French troops were no better. Ironically, these officers and soldiers from the former Vichy army wanted to take revenge on their Arab subjects, who had in many cases collaborated with the Germans, largely because of their anti-Jewish policies. Yet even as the campaign edged towards its end in victory, relations between the three allies seemed to worsen, with British arrogance provoking a rampant Anglophobia among many American officers. Eisenhower's confidence, which had been badly dented during the winter months, now returned. His army was learning from its mistakes. Planning for Operation Husky, the invasion of Sicily, was well advanced, the Axis was about to be evicted from North Africa for good, and the supply system was at last working. The British were flabbergasted by the largesse of the American industrial titan. They were also shocked by the waste, although they had few grounds for complaint, since they too were beneficiaries. But when it came to the inflated size of Allied force headquarters, with a staff of just over 3,000 officers and men, even Eisenhower was embarrassed. By the beginning of May, the remaining Axis forces were compressed into the northern tip of Tunisia, including Bizerta, Tunis, and the Cape Bon Peninsula. Although they amounted to more than 250,000 men, just under half were German, and the majority of the Italians were not fighting troops. Short of ammunition and above all fuel, Germans knew the end was in sight, making bitter jokes about Tunisgrad. Hitler's refusal to evacuate his men to defend southern Europe did little for morale. They found it unbelievable that he was still sending reinforcements in April and May, all of whom would become prisoners too. The Junkers 52 and large Messerschmitt 323 transports were easy prey for Allied fighters, waiting in ambush in the Mediterranean skies. Over half the Luftwaffe's remaining transport fleet was destroyed in the last 2 months of the campaign. On Sunday, the 18th of April, 4 American fighter squadrons and a squadron of Spitfires jumped a group of 65 transports escorted by 20 fighters. In what became known as the Palm Sunday turkey shoot, the Allied fighters shot down 74 aircraft. While the Red Army was grinding down the overwhelming bulk of the German army, the Western Allies were starting to break the back of the Luftwaffe. Air Marshal Cunningham, the commander of the Desert Air Force, was furious at how little credit Montgomery gave to the RAF's role in North Africa. The combination of the Allied Air Forces and the Royal Navy strangling the Axis supply line across the Mediterranean had contributed at least as much to the final victory as the ground forces. The last phase of crushing the bridgehead did not, however, go easily. Montgomery battered away at the mountainous Enfidaville sector on the coast south of Tunis, with little effect and heavy losses. The Eighth Army was behind the Americans in learning the harsh lessons of mountain warfare. Other attacks by the First Army further to the west were resisted in the fiercest fighting. The Irish Guards advanced through a cornfield in a dip to attack a German position under fire from machine guns, artillery, and the new Nebelwerfer six-barreled mortar. When a man fell, hit by fire, a comrade would stick his weapon upright in the ground. Rifle dots appeared everywhere, marking the dead, dying, and wounded, wrote a corporal. I stopped by one poor guardsman who was calling for water. He had shocking wounds. I could see the shattered bones of his arm, and he had a gaping wound in his side. The survivors of the attack charged the olive grove on the rising hill ahead, forcing the Germans to flee. But in one of the trenches, the corporal and another two guardsmen heard German voices in a bunker. They both threw in grenades and stepped back. Afterwards, the corporal peered into the dark interior. There must have been 20 Germans scattered about in there. They were all bandaged up already, and those that were not dead were screaming their heads off. This place was where the retreating enemy had left their wounded. I turned away without the slightest compassion for them. They had done much worse to my dead and wounded comrades out there in the burning cornfields. Only Bradley's II Corps, due west of Tunis, achieved a significant advance at the beginning of May. Finally recognizing his error at Enfidaville, Montgomery persuaded Alexander that a concentrated blow was required to end this battle of attrition around the perimeter. On the 6th of May, Horrocks, with the 7th Armored Division, the 4th Indian Division, and 201st Guards Brigade, launched Operation Strike from the southwest. Following an even more concentrated barrage of artillery than at Alamein, they pushed forward towards Tunis, splitting the pocket in two, while the Americans took Bizerta on the north coast. Led once again by the 11th Hussars in their battle-worn armored cars, British troops entered Tunis the next afternoon. By the 12th of May it was all over. Nearly 250,000 troops surrendered, including 12 generals. Hitler persuaded himself that he had been right to keep fighting in North Africa to the very end, so as to delay an Allied invasion of southern Europe and to keep Mussolini in power. On the other hand, he had again lost forces which he would badly need in future battles.